What? Am I supposed to discuss Naruto? In the 39th year of the Reincarnation calendar at Cloud City High School, in the classroom of Senior Class 3, at the back by the window, Yin Qing drowsily opened his eyes. Desks, a podium, a blackboard. Is this a classroom? Wasn't I working overtime? How did I end up in a classroom? At the podium, a glamorous woman with black-framed glasses was lecturing. In the 29th year of the Reincarnation calendar, the United States, in collaboration with 6 other nations, utilized the authority tools of the Reincarnation world to seal off our exclusive primary dungeons in the Yanhuang region. Therefore, the beginner dungeons now available to you can only be from foreign realms like the Captain America world and the Naruto world, which are incompatible with our Yanhuang power system. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into chatter. Originally, we had a primary dungeon based on a martial arts world with an internal power system, which could have evolved towards spiritual energy and true essence, allowing for significant growth potential. What a pity. I heard that the second ranked by Shui Piao developed from the internal power system and is quite formidable. I've also heard that her first dungeon was an assault on the Bright Summit, and she reportedly received in strength evaluation. Bai Shui Piao is my idol, beautiful and fierce. I absolutely adore her. Those Americans are truly despicable. I heard that clearing whole layers grants access to authority tools. Just wait until I conquer the 10th layer and seal off their dungeons too. You, the 10th layer? Earning AB in a beginner dungeon would be a miracle for you. Shut up. You're the one who would earn AB. Reincarnation world? Captain America? Naruto? Dear teacher, do you even comprehend what you were discussing? Yin Qing sat there, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and after the fusion of memories, he finally understood what was happening. He had traversed realms. The 28-year-old Yin Qing, who once toiled in the 996 work culture of Earth, had now inhabited the body of the 18-year-old Yin Qing from Blue Star, who had perished from overexertion during an all-nighter. Blue Star is a world of global reincarnation. The historical context is not vastly different from his original world, however. Several decades prior, a mysterious space known as the Reincarnation Tower had suddenly appeared. Any Blue Star resident reaching the age of 18 can enter the Reincarnation Tower, experiencing various wondrous worlds and gaining formidable powers and artifacts. Over the decades since the Reincarnation Tower's emergence, with the rise of individuals wielding strategic deterrent powers akin to nuclear weapons, nations worldwide have increasingly recognized the importance of the Reincarnation Tower to national strategy, continuously refining their cultivation and management mechanisms. As for Yin Qing senior year, it marks the period when knowledge about beginner dungeons is being vigorously disseminated. Beginner dungeons will randomly present 3 options among countless dungeons for everyone to select. In the last class, we discussed the beginner strategy for the Naruto world. Yin Qing, could you please summarize it for the class? Seeing Yin Qing's utterly bewildered expression, the glamorous teacher called on him. Discuss Naruto? This. I know of Naruto, but what on earth is the dungeon of the Naruto world? Is the education system here truly this unconventional? The tale of Naruto revolve around the extraterrestrial Tsutsuki clan arriving on Earth to plant the god tree, and then his words were abruptly interrupted by a chorus of laughter surrounding him. Ha ha! Aliens come on Earth to plant trees. You truly crack me up. Ninja battles against aliens. How amusing. The raucous laughter left Yin Qing somewhat bewildered. Were we not watching the same Naruto? After a brief moment of contemplation, the memories of the original owner resurfaced. Perhaps due to a lack of entertainment or the manipulation by the Reincarnation Tower, this world was devoid of information regarding the entertainment works present on Earth. In other words, he was the only one in the world privy to the plot. Goodness, this is exhilarating. As the realization struck him, Yin Qing's body trembled with excitement. All right, take your seats. This information pertains to matters of life and death, as well as the future development of our nation, and has been earned through the sacrifices and blood of countless predecessors. I hope everyone treats it with the seriousness it deserves. The elegant teacher shook her head in exasperation, feeling powerless regarding Yin Qing, a student who faltered in physical education, combat, and weaponry studies. Suppressing his inner thrill, Yin Qing silently took his seat. When it comes to entertaining antics, it must be you, Yin Ba. His desk mate, Guo Lei, regarded him with an expression of flattery. Much appreciated, Yin Qing replied graciously. Simultaneously, memories regarding Guolei resurfaced. Guolei, nicknamed Guoba. The two of them dubbed themselves the dual tyrants of Class 1, with one being Guoba and the other Yenba. Others, however, humorously referred to them as the dual Ba of Class 1, one being Guoba and the other Yenba. As the perennial bottom two in Class 3, the duo were both steadfast allies and rivals. Their academic performance and physical fitness were topics best avoided. Yet, when it came to entertaining antics, neither would concede to the other. Yi Qingxian, it's your turn to respond. Let the dual tyrants listen closely. The teacher's words ignited another wave of laughter in the classroom, prompting a girl seated in front of Yin Qing to rise. From Yin Qing's perspective, he could only see the girl's fair neck and the graceful silhouette of her figure. However, the original owner's memories were replete with images of this Yi Qingxian. The class beauty, with her pure and sweet appearance and lively, innocent disposition, perfectly embodied the aesthetic favored by young boys experiencing their first stirrings of affection. Moreover, perhaps due to the proximity of their interactions or the original owner's knack for humor, this class beauty shared a relatively amicable rapport with him. They often engaged in playful banter, and unlike other students, she did not regard him as a mere joke. From the perspective of Yin Qing, now endowed with 28 years of life experience, while he could not yet claim to harbor feelings of affection, their relationship had already grown significantly closer than mere acquaintances. Should this continue, he would soon find himself in a conversation with the teacher. The world of Naruto is one where individuals cultivate an energy known as chakra and employ various ninja techniques to engage in combat. The standard primary task involves enrolling in a ninja academy, mastering the body flicker technique, and completing a final assessment within a time frame of 6 months. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing could not help but be taken aback. Master the body flicker technique within 6 months. Naruto and his peers had trained for 6 years. Is this what you call a low level of difficulty? Yin Shingan's clenched fist, previously hardened by excitement, instinctively softened in fear. As a novice dungeon, there are 2 types of beginner bonuses upon entry. The first is a fixed enhancement available to all, a 10-fold increase in cultivation. As the name suggests, this allows for a 10-fold amplification in cultivation, enabling rapid improvement of physical attributes and swift acquisition of skill proficiency, among other benefits. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing let out a sigh of relief. The 10-fold increase, there was no cause for concern. It fell well within the realm of novice benefits. The second type is a self-selected bonus, with 4 options available: attributes, skills, equipment, and reputation. According to the wisdom of our predecessors, the optimal choices are attributes, skills, and then equipment. Under no circumstances should one select reputation. While novice dungeons typically pose no lethal threats, choosing reputation can lead to unforeseen complications, not only offering no tangible benefits, but also altering one's identity and mission upon entry, significantly increasing the difficulty. Identity and mission changes, an increase in difficulty? For someone well-versed in the narrative, such a notion was inconceivable. What identity could he not master? With this thought, his fist clenched once more. These are extraordinary benefits exclusive to novice dungeons. Seize the opportunity to enhance your physical attributes, learn various skills, and explore diverse tasks to lay a solid foundation. This could pave the way for entry into the Reincarnation star rankings, or even the top 100, allowing one to become a figure of great admiration. Yi Qingxian reiterated the key points, concluding with an enthusiastic dose of encouragement for everyone. Applause erupted. The elegant instructor led the applause, then smiled and gestured for her to take a seat, suggesting that the teacher should reserve some lines for herself and refrain from further showcasing. Well spoken. Now, let's allow the teacher to share her thoughts. The elegant instructor paused for a moment, gathering her emotions before continuing. Yesterday, the Reincarnation Tower granted access to this year's novice dungeon for students who turn 18 this year. I hope everyone prepares thoroughly before entering. Additionally, there is good news. Starting this year, the Star Training Camp will recruit nationwide. Our Yin City has 3 slots available. If any of us are fortunate enough to enter the training camp, the resources and information available will be worlds apart from what we have now. I hope someone from our class seizes this opportunity to earn a spot and bring glory to our class and school. Chapter 2. The Login, Name, and Talent Seem Off. Yamba, which dungeon do you intend to select? On their way home from school, Guolei's backpack rhythmically slapped against him as he walked alongside the pensive Yanqing. That depends on the options presented by the Reincarnation Tower, Yanqing replied. Oh, right. My father spent 5,000 yen Huang coins to purchase 5 paid guides for me. I'll share them with you later. They pertain to common dungeons. If fortune favors us, we might encounter a decent one, Guolei said. Upon hearing this, Yanqing felt a surge of gratitude and embraced Guolei's shoulders. The 5,000 yen Huang coins could sustain Yanqing, an orphan, for several months. Although Guolei's family was not affluent, they were generous towards him. My good brother, I promise that if I have a warm meal in the future, I will never let you go hungry, Guolei declared. In addition to the free guides and information released by the authorities, there indeed existed some paid guides and intel online. However, their prices were steep, and the prevalence of scams was alarming. Who are we to each other? Guolei's words were abruptly interrupted by a figure swiftly approaching from behind. Sensing the rush of air at the back of his head, Yanqing instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a hand that swooshed past his hair. Whoa, you little bastard are quite nimble, a young man in a hip-hop t-shirt exclaimed, having missed his strike. He turned to mock Yanqing and Guolei, his expression brimming with arrogance. After tonight, I'll make you, the youth taunted, making a slashing gesture across his neck before sauntering off with a group of thuggish classmates. I heard Chen Kai's family bought him several high-level guides, aiming for a spot in the star training camp. If he truly makes it in, it's likely we won't have any good fortune left, Guolei remarked, stirring Yanqing's memories anew. The long-haired youth was none other than their classmate Chen Kai, a notorious troublemaker at their school and one of Yu Qingxuan's admirers. Boasting a comfortable family background, Chen Kai had accumulated a number of rowdy friends, while Yanqing, as an orphan, was considered an easy target. Moreover, given Yanqing's closeness to Yu Qingxian, Chen Kai had bullied him on several occasions, yet Yanqing was not the type to cower in fear. Today, Chen Kai and his gang might have ganged up on me, but I tolerated it because of their numbers. One day, when you're alone, I'll sneak up and bag you like a sack, unleashing hell upon you, he vowed, their enmity deepening. Were it not for the law against murder, they might have already resolved their grievances in blood. Good fortune? After tonight, I'll treat you to a feast of grand proportions, Yanqing muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched Chen Kai retreat into the distance. Upon returning home, Yanqing hastily consumed a few bites of leftover rice nearing its expiration and proceeded to scour the internet for information about the Reincarnation Tower and its dungeons. During this time, he received the 5 dungeon guides sent by Guolei, including themes like Iron Man and Naruto. As he skimmed through the guides, concern crept into his heart for Guolei. Much of the information was a blend of truth and deception, making the completion of the main quest seem like a formidable challenge. Although he wished to assist, who could fathom which dungeon Guolei would randomly enter? Furthermore, as it was his first venture into the Reincarnation Tower, forming a team was not an option. All he could do was silently wish him good fortune. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a luminous dragon-shaped tattoo gradually manifested upon Yanqing's arm, a symbol embodying the totem of Yin and Huang. This was a unique mark of reincarnation exclusive to the nation of Yin and Huang. As his spirit immersed itself in this emblem, Yanqing's form instantaneously vanished from the room. Reincarnation divine refinement, witnessed the path to the celestial realms, a magnificent voice reverberated within his mind. Welcome to the Tower of Reincarnation. Now, commence your journey of reincarnation. A gentle feminine voice succeeded the previous grandeur. Please provide a name for the reincarnator. Naming. A forte of mine. Level 8 Gale. Once the name of the reincarnator is established, it cannot be arbitrarily altered. As a title for traversing the Tower of Reincarnation, it is advisable for the reincarnator to treat it with prudence. Do you confirm the name Level 8 Gale? This is about my reputation on the New Star and Top 100 lists. Level 8 Gale is indeed a bit hasty. Henceforth, I shall be called Yanba. I, Yanqing, the man destined to dominate the Tower of Reincarnation. Is it unreasonable to choose such a name? Do you confirm the name Yanba? Confirmed. Wait, hold on. Why is there ABA at the end? One moment. Naming is complete. Reincarnator, Yanba. Please set your character's appearance. Damn, I spoke too hastily. However, despite the lacking sophistication, Hearing father still brings a certain satisfaction. Given the circumstances, let it be. A name is merely a code. And Yin Qing was not overly concerned as he turned his attention to the subsequent character appearance settings. To avoid being recognized in the real world and attracting unnecessary trouble due to the identity from the Tower of Reincarnation, many individuals opt to set their character's appearance in a manner that bears no resemblance to their original selves, serving as a means of self-protection. Before him was a 3D character model that replicated Yin Qing to perfection, akin to gazing into a mirror, albeit adjustable according to his will. Oh, such a flawless image leaves no room for enhancement whatsoever. While Yin Qing lamented the lack of potential for improvement, his hands were fervently adjusting various beautification attributes to their maximum, before reluctantly confirming the settings. At this moment, the handsome and imposing character model bore only a slight resemblance to Yin Qing. The gentle voice resonated once more. Character appearance settings completed, generating data panel. Data processing complete. The next step will involve the awakening of your talents based on your characteristics. The awakening of talents is a process every reincarnator undergoes upon first entering the realm of reincarnation. Each individual's talent is unique, devoid of distinctions and hierarchy. Yet the practical effects can vary dramatically. Some possess talents that double their attack power or render their defenses invincible, while others may have talents that allow them to indulge without gaining weight or to never suffer from nearsightedness. Thus, some rejoice while others lament. For reincarnators, awakening a formidable talent is akin to gaining wings, making the ascent of the tower as effortless as sipping water and leveling up as simple as a breeze. Conversely, should one awaken a lackluster talent, it may as well be disregarded, for relying on luck is far inferior to relying on oneself. Talent awakening successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent, Great Critical Strike. Talent, Critical Strike. Description: the rewards you obtain in the Reincarnation Tower will undergo a random multiplier for critical strikes. Your soul has undergone a mutation, and congratulations, you have acquired a second talent, Overlord. Talent, Overlord. Description: when you serve as the fixed captain of a reincarnation team. For each additional teammate, you will receive a random talent, while the benefits gained by your teammates will increase from 1 to 10. Yin Qing's eyes bulged in astonishment, his face contorting with excitement. In his previous life, he was merely a free-to-play player with the moniker Leopard Head, alongside the title of an African chieftain. He had never been graced with such luxurious treatment. Each of these talents, when considered individually, was extraordinary in its own right, let alone possessing both simultaneously. He summoned the data panel. Name: Yin Ba Ba. ID: Yin Huang Armor District 1366666. Strength: 7. Mentality: 18. Constitution: 7. Agility: 7. Talents: Critical Strike. Overlord. Skills: none. Reincarnation points: 0. Overall combat power: H. The maximum attributes for an adult in 4 dimensions are capped at 10 points. His strength, constitution, and agility all fell within normal parameters. Yet his mentality was rather astonishingly high. Yin Qing surmised that this unusual mental attribute, along with his dual talents, was likely linked to his identity as a traveler. However, as these developments were undoubtedly advantageous, there was no need for further inquiry. Gazing at the descriptions of his 2 talents, he began to contemplate his future plans. For reincarnators, there are generally 3 paths: official organizations, private factions, and personal teams. Official organizations require little elaboration. They consist of various teams under the aegis of the Yan Huang government, offering standard treatment, with all actions subject to official directives, albeit a stable position with a semblance of authority. Private factions involve joining reincarnation teams within large families or enterprises, which provide higher rewards but entail greater risks. As for personal teams, these are spontaneously formed groups of individuals who do not affiliate with any faction. Compared to the aforementioned 2, this type of team offers greater freedom, yet their benefits are unpredictable and their situations complex. Some are elite teams formed through strong alliances, while others are lackadaisical groups with fluctuating fortunes. Yin Qing's critical strike talent guarantees that he will not lack for resources, rendering the disparities in treatment inconsequential. The crux lies in the Overlord talent, which can only reach its full potential when he becomes the captain of a fully manned team of 10. Thus, a personal team that allows for freedom and reliable, powerful allies emerges as his optimal choice. He aspires to forge the most formidable reincarnation team, with himself at its core. Chapter 3. Preparation, the World of Naruto. The registration of reincarnators has been completed. They are about to enter the reincarnation square. As the soft, feminine voice faded, Yanqing found himself enveloped in darkness, and the entire world underwent a complete transformation. He now stood upon an endless gray platform, with a towering black spire piercing the clouds in the distance. Shadows of numerous individuals flickered around him. This was the fabled reincarnation square. Among those present, a small faction, like him, were newcomers entering the reincarnation tower for the first time today. However, the majority were seasoned reincarnators eager to challenge greater heights. In the instances, death was absolute. It was only reversible through specific resurrection skills or items. The novice instances were unique in that they allowed players to exit voluntarily in the face of death threats, provided the cooldown period had elapsed, enabling them to challenge the instance repeatedly. However, any abilities or related memories acquired within would be erased, albeit this was limited to the novice instances, serving as a form of benefit for newcomers. Raising his gaze towards the tower's peak, shrouded in clouds, Yanqing clenched his fists. He was confident that with the wealth of memories from various anime and films in his mind, he would swiftly surpass his predecessors, conquer the reincarnation tower, and become an omnipotent deity. Following the school's teachings, he immersed his consciousness into the reincarnation tower. Entering the instance, with a mere thought, 3 luminous orbs appeared before him: the world of Naruto, the world of Captain America, and the world of Train to Busan. These were the 3 instances he had randomly selected. Yanqing promptly dismissed the Train to Busan. Its limitations were too low, unworthy of pursuit. After a moment's hesitation, he chose the Naruto instance. The uncertainties surrounding Captain America were too great. If confined merely to the World War II era, it posed little danger. Yet, considering the expansive backdrop of the Marvel Universe, the upper limits were absurdly high, fraught with peril. In contrast, the world of Naruto was more manageable. After all, during the early plot stages, it was unlikely anyone would inquire whether he wished to dance. With the instance determined, Yanqing materialized in a gray space, accompanied by 9 others. 10 individuals represented the maximum capacity of a team within the reincarnation tower. If a team was pre-assembled before entering the instance, all members would enter the same instance. Should the number fall below 10, they would be randomly paired with other reincarnators. All reincarnators are requested to finalize their novice bonuses. Instance transmission will commence in 10 minutes. Failure to choose will result in random allocation. In this gray space, reincarnators had 10 minutes to prepare, allowing novice reincarnators to select their enhancements. They could also verify their status, items, or form temporary alliances to exchange information. Yanqing disregarded the others and focused on his attribute panel. He noticed a fixed bonus attribute and an optional bonus attribute displayed beneath his status bar. Novice bonus: tenfold training amplification. Description: your training speed within the instance will receive a tenfold increase. Optional novice bonus: attributes, skills, equipment, reputation. Regarding the optional enhancements, Yanqing had previously researched relevant information online. There was a plethora of information, with some claiming that he had made a fatal mistake by selecting reputation, resulting in a random value of 9, which led him to a family known as the Oil Woman clan. They spoke of prioritizing training, only to cast him into a worm pit immediately, where a swarm of writhing insects seemed intent on burrowing into his body, prompting him to flee the instance in terror. Others recounted that his reputation's random value was 7, placing him in a family called the Dog Mount. His standing within the family was lowly, and he was handed a dog right away, branded as a test task. He ended up wandering with the dog for half a year, only to be left bewildered when the task failed. The Oil Woman clan's secret art of dancing with worms and the Dog Mount clan's technique of dancing with dogs provided Yanqing with preliminary insights. From this information, he speculated that had he chosen an option other than reputation, he would have entered the ninja school as an ordinary ninja. Evaluated over 6 months, based on his overall performance to ascertain task completion. However, selecting reputation would alter his initial identity in the instance world according to the level of reputation, thus varying the difficulty of tasks and the benefits derived from them. Unfortunately, the inhabitants of this world were not well versed in the storyline and lacked knowledge on how to maximize the advantages of different identities. Consequently, in a bid for stability, they all opted for the simplest and most direct method of task completion, thereby missing out on superior ways to strengthen themselves. For Yanqing, who was familiar with the plot, the greater the challenge, the better. Ideally, he would have preferred to be born on the moon. How extravagant that would be. With this thought, a grin crept across Yanqing's face as he confidently selected reputation. Are you certain about your choice of the new player enhancement, reputation? The feminine voice of the Reincarnation Tower echoed once more. Confirmed. You have received a random reputation enhancement of 3 points. The talent, Great Critical Strike, was triggered, resulting in a 5-fold increase in the reward. You have received a random reputation enhancement of 15. This can also trigger? And right off the bat, it's 5-fold? Yanqing felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the significance of this talent. Friends, please refrain from selecting the new player enhancement for the moment. Is anyone willing to form a temporary team to complete tasks? Just as Yanqing was meticulously studying the effects of the Great Critical Strike talent, a voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, he spotted a rather flamboyantly handsome man with gray hair and a black top adorned with 2 white suspenders across his chest. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, the suspenders-clad man tossed his hair back, grinning with an air of confidence and pride. I have been studying this novice instance of the Naruto world for 2.5 years, having attempted it no less than 10 times. Upon hearing that he had attempted it over 10 times, expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of the crowd. You can't clear the novice instance even after 10 tries? What are you so proud of? Realizing his choice of words had been poor, the man quickly clarified. It's not that I cannot pass. Rather, I am in pursuit of the optimal method to clear it. Witnessing the renewed curiosity in the crowd, a trace of pride returned to the man's expression. Heaven does not forsake those who toil earnestly. Recently, I encountered a scion of wealth, from whom I gleaned a method promising a guaranteed B-grade evaluation for clearing challenges. However, this approach necessitates teamwork for its fruition. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence, until a voice of skepticism broke the stillness. A reincarnator by the name of Suffering from the Past questioned, "You claim a B grade. What grounds do we have to believe you?" Unperturbed, the individual known as Culinary Deity calmly shared his credentials. Name, Culinary Deity. Other information, hidden. Number of entries into the Naruto World Dungeon, 11. Upon witnessing these figures, the crowd was taken aback. And recalling his assertion of 2.5 years of research, their skepticism began to wane. 2.5 years, which means at the age of 21. Some adept reincarnators would have already conquered nearly 10 layers. The crowd murmured in contemplation. To alleviate any lingering doubts, I decided to share the method directly. Observing the still skeptical expressions, Culinary Deity unleashed his masterstroke. As is widely known, the conventional novice task within the Naruto universe entails entering the Ninja Academy, mastering the body flicker technique, and passing the final assessment. Following this standard procedure typically yields evaluations in the D to C range. However, if all 10 of our novice participants opt for skill selection and then employ a mutual learning approach, we could swiftly acquire a multitude of skills. With a stroke of luck, it is conceivable that the 10 of us could each possess unique skills, thus allowing us to collectively master the body flicker technique with relative ease. This would significantly reduce the time required for task completion, enhance our skill set, and afford us ample time to explore additional side quests, rendering a guaranteed B grade entirely feasible, with the potential to even strive for an A grade. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of enlightenment. The evaluation for clearing a challenge considers numerous factors, including the quantity of jutsu mastered, proficiency levels, the number of tasks completed, time taken, and attributes during the clearing. Ultimately, it boils down to achieving speed, elevation, and strength. The disparity in rewards between C, B, and even A grades is quite substantial. For the average individual, it is preferable to endure the cooldown period of novice dungeons multiple times to attain a higher evaluation. With skill selection, it is improbable that all 10 individuals would randomly acquire the same skill. In summary, it is a gamble worth taking. Crucially, a leader who commands respect is essential to ensure the successful implementation of this strategy. Culinary deity, the architect of this plan, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. I joined. A reincarnator named the Future is long hesitated briefly before choosing to join as well. Then I shall join, said Suffering from the Past, also opting in. The similarity in their names suggests they likely know each other in reality. Subsequently, the remaining participants gradually opted to join as well. Under Culinary Deity's guidance, they all selected skill enhancements. Regrettably, despite 9 participants, we only managed to assemble the body flicker technique and transformation technique, alongside 2 taijutsu techniques, Konoha Gale and Konoha Whirlwind, 1 basic illusion technique, and a healing technique, totaling 6 skills when accounting for duplicates. Brother, what is your intention? In the gathering of 10 individuals, only Yin Qing remained silent, the last hope for the collective mastery of their skills. The culinary god turned his gaze toward Yin Qing. I apologize, but I am not interested. The temporary team found no effect from his supreme leader talent, especially since he had already chosen a reputation enhancement. Thus, he straightforwardly declined. May I ask how you are addressed? The culinary god, unfazed, inquired with a smile. Yin Qing revealed his name. Name, Yin Baba, cough. Cough. Upon seeing the name, the culinary god instinctively called it out, only to realize it was a trap, and he could no longer contain his irritation, exclaiming, You brat. There are 9 of us here. If you insist on being stubborn, depart. Yin Qing, wishing to avoid further time wastage, responded with the most efficient form of communication. You. The countdown to the dungeon began. 10, 9, 8. Humph. I hope you do not come to regret this. As the countdown concluded, all individuals simultaneously transformed into beams of light, vanishing from their location. Chapter 4. Identity. Upon regaining his senses, the 7-year-old Uchiha Yanqing found himself in an ancient wooden house. He was seated on a tatami mat, facing a wooden wall adorned with a red and white fan. Beside it hung a calendar, with a large red circle marking the upcoming day for the commencement of ninja school. Uchiha Yanqing slowly rose and opened his data panel. The original attribute panel had been augmented with additional information. Name, Uchiha Yen. Identity, orphan of the Uchiha clan. Age, 7 years. Appearance adjusted. Bloodline, Uchiha bloodline. Description, proficient in fire release jutsu. Possesses the bloodline limit Sharingan. It appeared that the attribute of reputation held considerable significance. With a mere 15 points, he had acquired the Uchiha bloodline. Closing the panel, Yanqing stood to assess his current physique. He stood approximately 1.4 meters tall, with a well-proportioned frame and defined abdominal muscles. His short black hair framed striking black eyes, complemented by elegant brows and a noble demeanor, exuding an ethereal charm. A gentle female voice echoed a warning. The instance has commenced. The reincarnator must not disclose any information regarding the reincarnation tower to the inhabitants of this world. The main quests had been issued. Main quest, 1. Enroll in ninja school. Main quest, 2. Master 3 fire release jutsu. Main quest, 3. Complete the final assessment. Quest description, as a young ninja of the Uchiha clan, you are required to acquire various ninja-related knowledge at ninja school, master 3 fire release jutsu, and successfully complete this semester's final assessment. Quest rewards, 1,000 reincarnation points. Each completed task will slightly enhance the evaluation upon completion. Quest duration, 6 months. It must be said, the novice instance was quite lenient, judging by the quest details. There appeared to be no life-threatening risks involved. Although mastering 3 fire release techniques within 6 months posed a greater challenge than learning the body flicker technique, it was a trivial endeavor for Yanqing. If other reincarnators were to attempt this, they would likely be utterly perplexed. One could not simply approach anyone and inquire if they could teach fire release techniques. Yanqing recalled a scene from Naruto, where Tobirama taught his brother the great fireball technique. If memory served him correctly, it involved 6 hand seals, followed by a vigorous exhalation, accompanied by dramatic background music. a grand fireball materializing as a result. In his previous anime-watching days, he had learned various hand seals in a rather overzealous manner, but the specifics eluded him. 6 months. As one privy to the storyline and blessed with the advantages of a novice instance, Yanqing was certainly not one to be content with merely 3 fire release techniques. Naturally, he aimed to extract as much knowledge as possible. He would seize every opportunity. After completing his morning routine, Yanqing formulated a general plan in his mind. For now, he would proceed to enroll in ninja school. Building rapport with the likes of Naruto, Sasuke, and the other members of Team 7 was essential. Upon stepping outside, Yanqing followed the memory information provided by the Reincarnation Tower and made his way towards the Ninja Academy. Along the journey, he encountered one of his targets for the day, the formidable Sasuke Uchiha, along with his esteemed clan leader father. At this moment, Sasuke was still a young boy, sporting a backpack and exuding a somewhat aloof yet sunny demeanor. "I have met the esteemed clan leader," Yanqing exclaimed, hastening his steps to greet them with a smile, thus commencing his journey towards an Oscar-worthy performance. "Oh, you are," Fugaku Uchiha replied, pouting slightly with his right hand tucked in his clothing, reminiscent of a limb encased in plaster due to a fracture. As an orphan, Uchiha Yen had limited interactions with his clan members, leaving both Fugaku and Sasuke with little impression of him. "I am Uchiha Yen, reporting to the Ninja Academy today." "Ah, splendid. And your parents?" Fugaku inquired. "I am an orphan, so I am here alone," Yanqing stated with a smile, his words tinged with melancholy. Understanding the scars left by war, Fugaku felt a pang of sympathy at the boyish, cheerful demeanor despite his somber revelation. "I see. In that case, why not accompany us? This is my son, Sasuke Uchiha, who is also enrolling today. Please take care of him." "Please take care of me," Sasuke echoed politely, bowing in accordance with his father's words. "Thank you. I shall not impose." Yanqing returned the gesture and slightly repositioned himself to follow behind Fugaku. The Uchiha patriarch nodded subtly, mentally labeling Yanqing as mature, understanding, optimistic, and resilient. The Uchiha family seemed to prefer minimal interaction, as they exchanged very few words during the journey. However, Yanqing was determined to seize this opportunity to engage closely with the characters of the narrative. "Hey, Sasuke," with the guidance of the clan leader, "you must have learned many ninjutsu techniques by now." However, Sasuke appeared lost in thought and did not respond. "The Ninja Academy offers more specialized methods of learning suited for you, so I have not taught Sasuke anything," Fugaku interjected. "My apologies, clan leader," Yanqing quickly replied, realizing he had spoken out of turn. "No matter, you and Sasuke are of similar age. As members of the Uchiha clan, you will both learn swiftly." "Well, that is akin to the reincarnation of Indra, isn't it?" "Indeed. Sasuke, let us strive together from this day forth." Sure." Sasuke, however, felt a twinge of discontent. He had been eagerly awaiting this exclusive moment for his father to attend his enrollment ceremony, hoping to engage in meaningful conversation and gain his father's approval. Yet, Yanqing's presence had disrupted that opportunity. "From this day onward, we shall be good friends," Yanqing declared, unilaterally establishing a bond between them. "Sasuke?" Upon finally reaching the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Yanqing successfully proclaimed their newfound connection. On the academy's playground, students and parents were arranged in separate formations, all attentively listening to the address delivered by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yanqing's gaze navigated through the crowd of students, quickly discerning the various expressions on their faces. Among them were 9 unfamiliar faces, their expressions a peculiar blend of reverence, trepidation, and a hint of madness. There could be no mistake. Amidst the crowd, Yanqing discerned 9 potential reincarnators by observing the expressions of the third Hokage during his speech. After all, the instance was named the world of shinobi, and in the minds of those unaware of the plot, the third Hokage must surely be viewed as the pinnacle of authority. The gaze directed towards this apex was imbued with a fervent desire to seize the moment, tempered by a palpable apprehension of overstepping boundaries. As compatriots of the Yin and Huang lineage, he hoped they would dutifully fulfill their primary quest without encroaching upon his own endeavors. Otherwise, consequences would ensue. Among the throng, the Ino Shikacho trio, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were present. Alongside the noble heiress Hinata from Team 8, the canine enthusiast Kiba Inuzuka, the socially anxious Shino Aburame, and the protagonists of Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. They were all congratulated on their successful enrollment, with an earnest encouragement to strive towards the path of a ninja while also contributing to the prosperity of the Hidden Leaf Village. As the third Hokage concluded his address, parents began greeting their children and familiar faces. Within the vibrant assembly, aside from Yin Qing and the 10 orphans assigned by the Reincarnation Tower, one figure stood out in stark solitude. In a corner of the playground, the prince, Naruto Uzumaki, swayed despondently on the swings, enveloped in an aura of loneliness. Chapter 5. Ninja School, refining chakra as the son of the esteemed 4th Hokage, a martyr of Konoha Village. Naruto was destined to bask in the glory and privileges bestowed by the village. However, the 3rd Hokage, under the guise of protection, concealed the truth about him being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, an entity that had brought calamity to the village. Unbeknownst to him, whispers of his identity had escaped, and the villagers, linking Naruto to the malevolent Nine Tails, ostracized him, fostering an environment of disdain and rejection. This relentless exclusion ignited an intense yearning for acknowledgement within Naruto, prompting him to engage in various mischievous antics to attract attention. Yet, the more he acted out, the deeper the cycle of alienation became, leaving him increasingly isolated and insecure. Though he masked his pain with an optimistic facade, deep down, he longed for acceptance and friendship. "Hello, I am Uchiha Yen. A pleasure to meet you," Yen approached, extending his hand toward Naruto. "If not now, then when?" Naruto was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "What about your parents?" Yen inquired, noticing Naruto's daze. "I have no parents." "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. So do I. That makes us good friends." Naruto was taken aback, unable to comprehend. He hesitated, fearing that hope would only lead to greater disappointment. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the so-called Demon Fox." "Is that okay? The Demon Fox? How cool. I didn't expect you to have a title right when you enrolled." "Uzumaki Naruto, the Demon Fox. I'm definitely going to be your friend." Initially, Naruto thought the mention of Demon Fox would frighten Yen away, yet the opposite reaction occurred. Yen seemed almost thrilled. A title can be like that?" Naruto pondered. "I think my grandpa used to be called the Professor of Ninjutsu Demon Fox Ninja." Uzumaki Naruto, as he contemplated this, it indeed sounded rather impressive. Meeting Yen's sincere gaze, Naruto broke into a smile and grasped his hand firmly. "Let us get acquainted again. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. From this day forth, you are my first friend." Elated by the newfound friendship, Naruto eagerly began to share with Yen the myriad of thoughts he had bottled up for years. "Yen, are you from the Uchiha clan? You must be really strong. What do you like to do in your spare time? After school, let us go play at Hokage Rock." "Hey, Yen, to celebrate our friendship, I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen after school, but you can only order the cheapest option." Yen smiled throughout, engaging in the conversation, fully embodying the role of a supportive friend, determined to forge a strong bond with the prince. It wasn't until their teacher entered the classroom that Naruto finally quieted down, still buzzing with excitement. "Hello everyone, I am Irika Yumino, your teacher. I look forward to working with you all. In order to foster a deeper understanding among everyone, let us commence with a brief self-introduction, shall we? Perhaps sharing our likes and dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. So, I shall begin here. Greetings. I am Masahiro Kato, and I relish the exhilarating sensation of my fingers dancing swiftly while forming seals, with the aspiration of executing 30 seals in a single second. I am Naruto Uzumaki, fond of instant noodles and Ichiraka ramen, and my dream is to become Hokage." Just as Naruto joyfully concluded his introduction, a flurry of whispers ensued around him. "That fellow must be the nine-tailed fox. My mother advised me not to associate with him." Indeed, everyone should refrain from speaking to him. One might fall prey to the fox's curse. Upon hearing these remarks, Naruto instinctively lowered his head. "Naruto-kun, you will undoubtedly become Hokage." A voice rose above the murmurs, as Yanqing offered a thumbs up in encouragement. "Yes, Naruto felt invigorated once more, now bolstered by the support of a true friend. After taking a seat with a cheerful smile, it was time for the next members of the 12 young warriors, Shikamaru, Chuji, Sakura, Ino, and others, to introduce themselves. Notably, when Yanqing introduced himself, his somewhat excessive charm overshadowed Sasuke, and his mature demeanor drew flushed faces from Hinata, Sakura, and Ino in the classroom. Before long, the introductions concluded, and it was finally time to delve into the main topic of the day. All right, I trust everyone has gained a fundamental understanding of one another. We have ample time to interact, and I hope we can support each other and grow together. The first lesson to impart today is the cornerstone of ninja fundamentals, chakra refinement. As Irika concluded, a notification resonated in Yanqing's mind. Chakra refinement technique acquired. Chakra energy can now be utilized. Main quest: 1 enrollment in the Ninja Academy completed. Rewards have been settled. It appears that the purpose of enrolling in the Ninja Academy was to unlock the privilege of chakra training. Yanqing intended to study the so-called chakra refinement during the break. But as soon as class ended, several girls approached him, leaving him no opportunity. He adopted a friendly demeanor while conversing with the girls, and subsequently greeted Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba, Shino, and others, establishing a foundation of familiarity. Initially believing that all Uchiha were akin to Sasuke, the others were surprised to find that Yanqing, an Uchiha himself, was not only approachable but also exuded a warm smile, which elicited a measure of fondness from them. By the end of the afternoon, Yanqing had exchanged at least a few words with all the significant characters from the narrative. Sasuke sat aloof at his desk, disdainfully observing Yanqing. As a fellow Uchiha, he yearned for strength rather than companionship. Yanqing, however, remained unfazed by Sasuke's gaze, dismissing him as merely a cold little boy. When the time came to require assistance, it would be effortless to handle him. On the other side, 9 reincarnators observed Yanqing, who was encircled by a throng of beautiful narrative figures, engaged in jovial conversation. Lost in contemplation. Isn't this the reincarnator who refuses to form a team? We are immersed in the world of Naruto. While he appears to be indulging in a nostalgic reverie, let him be. Such futile socializing bears no merit in terms of clearing evaluations and may even provoke the ire of powerful narrative figures, leading to incessant targeting. The culinary god promptly intervened to stabilize the situation. From this point onward, we merely need to attend classes diligently and utilize our breaks to study ninjutsu, striving to master the body replacement technique and each other's skills in the shortest time possible to achieve a high evaluation for our clearance. However, we are still lacking the body replacement technique. According to online strategies, it is only accessible towards the end of the semester. Will we be able to learn it in time? A question was raised. Fear not, for I know how to acquire the body replacement technique ahead of schedule. The culinary god said, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. He indeed possessed knowledge of the method to obtain the technique, though it was not something he intended to share freely. The essence of the strategy provided by that wealthy individual was not merely to gather and learn skills collectively, but to leverage the talents of other reincarnators to learn each other's skills, subsequently capitalizing on his informational advantage to acquire even more skills, which he would then sell at a premium to other reincarnators. According to that affluent individual, he had managed to earn over 2,000 reincarnation points through this method. For novices, this would be considered a substantial sum. Upon hearing the culinary god's words, the others felt reassured and ceased to concern themselves with Yanqing's situation. Yet, the culinary god continued to squint intently at Yanqing for quite some time. This rebellious spirit is, astonishingly, from the same family as the prodigious Sasuke. It seems he has chosen to pursue prestige. I wonder if he possesses some unique strategy worth investigating. Chapter 6. The Pain of Cards After School. Yanqing, as promised, went with Naruto to indulge in some ramen, and subsequently returned to his residence within the Uchiha clan's territory. It was only at this moment that he found the opportunity to delve into the enigmatic concept of chakra. Following the extraction techniques taught at school, a faint azure energy manifested upon his palm. Is this chakra? As he sensed the depletion of both physical and mental stamina, he began to form a rudimentary understanding of this energy. According to the early lore of the Naruto universe, Chakra is derived from the physical energy extracted from cells and the mental energy cultivated through training, implying that one merely needs to enhance their mental and physical attributes. If this is indeed the case, for Yanqing, who relies on the reincarnation tower, the notion of a limit is non-existent. As long as his attributes continue to rise, chakra will inevitably evolve into greater forms. Today was consumed entirely by the pursuit of building rapport. The main quest must be completed promptly. And there was also the matter of the Sharingan. Knock, knock, knock. Lost in his thoughts about how to grow stronger, Yanqing was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Rising to answer, he found a middle-aged man with short hair, adorned in the Uchiha clan's emblematic attire. From memory, this was his neighbor, Uncle Uchiha Masatada, who monthly provided him with living expenses, a rather lackadaisical figure within the police department. As a bachelor with no family ties, having lost his parents, he often showed concern for Yanqing, treating him almost like a younger brother. "Uncle Masatada, what brings you here?" "I thought it wasn't tea time for the monthly allowance yet." Yanqing greeted him with a smile, ushering him inside. "Hey kid, do I only come by when it's time for your allowance? You're not upset because I couldn't come by this morning, are you?" Masatada chuckled dismissively. "Not at all. What is there to be upset about?" Uncle Masatada settled comfortably in the room and placed 2 envelopes on the table. "I had a task this morning and couldn't make it. Here is an advance on your living expenses that I arranged with the clan. And the other is a little gift to celebrate your enrollment. Remember, while you must study diligently, you also need to maintain your nutrition. Treat yourself to something delicious." Yanqing glanced at the 2 envelopes, noting their similar thickness, indicating his uncle had been quite generous. Despite the identity and relationships assigned by the reincarnation tower, he felt a genuine warmth of care emanating from him. "Thank you, uncle. Cut the sentimental stuff, kid. You can't slack off like before. You need to show some determination and aim to join the police department, just like I did." "Join the police department? That sounds like a curse." Yanqing internally scoffed. Yet outwardly he responded enthusiastically, "Understood, uncle. I will study hard and strive to become a formidable ninja like you. That's the spirit. Keep up the momentum." After a few moments of idle conversation, Uchiha Masatada stood to leave, but Yanqing called out to him. "Uncle Masatada, could you teach me the fire release ninjutsu?" Masatada paused, slightly taken aback. "You want to learn fire release already, and you just enrolled today? Isn't that a bit premature? How could I not be a member of the Uchiha clan? It would be quite embarrassing if I couldn't perform the fire release technique. Uncle Masatada, please teach me." Eventually, after much persistent pleading from Yanqing, Masatada reluctantly agreed. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. Whether he could learn or not was debatable. Even if he did master it, the fireball would likely only be sufficient to light a cigarette, posing no significant concern. In the courtyard, Yanqing attentively observed Masatada as he performed the hand seals. Snake, horse, monkey, rat, tiger. His chest and mouth swelled simultaneously, and with a single breath, a massive, blazing fireball erupted forth. "Well, it's something like this. You must first comprehend the transformation of fire's nature, gather your chakra in your chest, and then..." Before Masatada could finish his instructions, Yanqing, bolstered by his Uchiha lineage, had already completed the hand seals flawlessly. Hand seals? Surely, anyone with hands could manage that. In his previous life, he had indulged in enough youthful fantasies while watching Naruto. As for the transformation of fire's nature, that was ingrained in the very essence of the Uchiha. With approximately 1/3 of his chakra expended, a fireball burst forth from Yanqing's mouth. Though his speed with the hand seals was slightly slow, the fireball was still noticeably smaller. Nevertheless, this astonished Masatada. For to be able to execute it after merely 1 demonstration was indicative of extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, upon unleashing the great fireball technique, a series of notifications reverberated in Yanqing's mind. Acquired C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, apprentice 110. Main quest, 2 progress of mastering 3 fire release ninjutsu, 1-3. Gained 1 point in proficiency for fire release, great fireball technique. Triggered a 20x critical hit. Gained 20 points in proficiency for fire release, great fireball technique. The proficiency for C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, has advanced to Proficient 10-100. Had he leveled up? Truly, this was the benefit of being a novice. The tenfold training boost allowed him to gain 1 point in proficiency from just one use. And combined with the critical hit, he raised his proficiency by an entire level in a single shot. Masatada remarked, "Impressive. To successfully execute it on your first attempt, and with such high completion, is quite remarkable, reminiscent of my own early days." However, his boastful words were abruptly swallowed as the brilliance of the fireball before him captivated his attention. In an effort to discern the distinction between apprenticeship and proficiency, Yanqing once more performed the hand seals and released a second great fireball. This time, both the speed of his hand seals and the size of the fireball were nearly on par with Masatada's. It was worth noting that he had just employed all the prowess of a Chunin to establish his stature before his juniors. This implied that Yanqing, merely a 7-year-old who had just enrolled in the Ninja Academy, had effortlessly executed a Chunin-level great fireball. It seemed the situation was rather significant, and he felt quite exhausted. Gained 2 points in proficiency for fire release. Great fireball technique. Triggered a 10x critical hit. Once again, gained 20 points in proficiency. Yanqing assessed the chakra expended during his recent casting of the great fireball technique, realizing that he had used over half of his physical strength and a quarter of his mental energy to refine it. This indicated that he could only unleash 2 such formidable fireballs with his current chakra reserves. Dusting off the non-existent particles from his clothing, Yanqing flashed a grin. Thinking to himself, isn't it simply a matter of having the capability? Uchiha Masada remarked, "Indeed, this is quite characteristic of the Uchiha. Young man, your talent is commendable. Yet the power of the Uchiha clan extends far beyond this. There remains much for you to learn. Establishing a solid foundation is the true path. Do you comprehend?" He coughed lightly, adding, "Furthermore, the Great Fireball is a C-rank ninjutsu. It should not be recklessly utilized at school, as it may harm others." After bidding farewell to Uchiha Masada, Yanqing conjured another Great Fireball, gaining 10 points in proficiency due to a 5-fold critical hit. Satisfied, he dragged his exhausted body back indoors. His current physical attributes stood at Strength 7, Mental 18, Constitution 7, Agility 7, which aligned closely with the capabilities of a typical 7-year-old in the world of Naruto. The recent use of ninjutsu corroborated his prior thoughts. His constitution and mental strength were the pivotal factors determining his chakra capacity, much like the principle of a barrel. Although his mental prowess was substantial, his deficiency in constitution constrained his chakra maximum. Uchiha Masada was indeed correct. Establishing a strong foundation was essential. With this in mind, Yanqing resolved to persist in his physical training, performing push-ups, high knees, and more. Guided by online strategies, he benefited from a tenfold training enhancement for beginners, allowing him to easily boost his attributes through exercise in the early stages. He continued this endeavor for several hours until the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower reverberated in his mind. Gained 1 point in strength, 1 point in mental, 1 point in constitution, 1 point in agility. Triggered a 5-fold critical hit, gaining 5 points in strength, 5 points in mental, 5 points in constitution, 5 points in agility. Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. This critical hit talent was astonishing. It even amplified the attributes gained from exercise. If he were to trigger a 100-fold critical hit, would that not propel him to new heights? Motivated by this thought, Yanqing redoubled his efforts. However, despite his vigorous training into the late hours, he did not receive another prompt from the Reincarnation Tower. It appeared that enhancing attributes through physical exercise would become increasingly challenging as his attributes improved. His current stats had reached Strength 12, Mental 23, Constitution 12, Agility 12, surpassing the limits of an average adult, even in the Naruto universe. This would likely equate to a standard graduate's level. Feeling the strain on his body, Yanqing refrained from risking a collapse through further training, opting instead for a refreshing shower before succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, in another realm, the novice deity, alongside a group of beginners, exchanged insights on chakra refinement techniques and various hand seals. Under the watchful supervision of 9 individuals, they successfully exchanged their respective skills, with each person acquiring methods for mastering 6 different abilities. However, due to their inexperience in chakra refinement and the chaotic state of their seals. None have yet managed to fully assimilate these skills. Nevertheless, for complete novices, the tenfold enhancement in training efficiency will surely enable them to grasp these skills in due time. Everyone, I have already mastered the shadow clone technique, announced the god of cuisine. Approximately 5 hours later, he became the first to learn this new skill. Although the Reincarnation Tower had erased his prior memories of skills from previous dungeons, his extensive practice allowed him to quickly adapt, relying on muscle memory that surpassed that of others. Truly, the seasoned god of cuisine is remarkable. Upon hearing his proclamation, the surrounding crowd expressed their envy. Once I have mastered these skills, I will seek to acquire the body replacement technique, and then we can all learn together and accomplish our tasks as a team. I am immensely grateful to have encountered the god of cuisine, as it enabled me to clear my first dungeon with AB rank. My fortune is truly extraordinary. Indeed, the god of cuisine is formidable. Some began to extol his praises. All right, let us conclude for today. Make sure to rest early, as we have classes tomorrow. The god of cuisine remarked, remaining unfazed. Chapter 7. Goals the following morning, as the sun ascended in the east. Yanqing struggled to rise from his bed after a night filled with rigorous training. The exhaustion coursing through his body left him feeling utterly drained and sore. After completing his morning routine, he stepped outside only to nearly lose his balance and fall headlong. What on earth is going on with you? Uchiha Masatada, who had just emerged from his own dwelling, hurried to support Yanqing upon witnessing his rigid and frail movements. Yesterday's training was rather intense, and my body is still adjusting, Yanqing admitted, sheepishly. Honestly, there's no need to push yourself so hard. Hee, I aspire to become a formidable warrior like you. Uncle Masatada, in no time. Haha, that is still quite a ways off. Anyway, allow me to escort you to school today. With that, Uchiha Masatada hoisted Yanqing onto his back and swiftly raced toward the ninja academy. Slow down, my hips. Be quiet. After I drop you off, I have to rush to the police department. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Amidst a cacophony of pained cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, Uchiha Masatada delivered Yanqing to the ninja school. Yanjun, are you injured? Are you all right? Upon entering the classroom, a cluster of adoring girls flocked around him. Hey, Yen, you didn't get beaten up last night, did you? Shall I help you retaliate? Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji approached as well. Under Yanqing's encouragement and with his father's approval, Shikamaru, who had initially been indifferent towards Naruto, had also become his friend, with Choji tagging along. Would you like some chips? I always recover quickly when I eat something after getting hurt. Choji offered his bag of chips to Yanqing. Fighting is such a hassle, Shikamaru remarked, scratching his head in contemplation. No, thank you. I'm fine, just a minor muscle strain from overtraining last night. Yanqing politely declined Choji's offer, smiling as he explained the situation to the group. Yanjun is truly diligent. You will undoubtedly become a powerful ninja in the future. Both Sakura and Ino chimed in simultaneously. You big forehead, don't mimic my speech. You ugly monster are the one imitating me. Not long ago, Sakura and Ino had been the best of friends, but upon realizing their mutual affection for Uchiha Yen, they immediately turned against each other, showcasing their fragile sisterhood to its fullest extent. Sakura, Ino, there is no need to argue. I appreciate both of your sentiments. Let us strive together to become strong ninjas. Yanqing gently advised, his smile warm and encouraging. Hi, the two girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration, responded at once, before bickering resumed. Big forehead, ugly monster. Noticing Hinata standing shyly in the back, seemingly overwhelmed, Yanqing took the initiative to address her. Hinata, thank you for your concern as well. Oh, and no, I haven't said anything yet. Yanjun, I wish you a speedy recovery. Hinata blushed deeply, her hands fidgeting nervously, unable to meet Yanqing's gaze. Thank you. The crown princess is truly adorable, and as she matures, her charm only deepens. What is everyone gathered here for? It is time for class. Just as Yanqing was lost in his reverie, Irika entered the classroom, clutching several textbooks. All the students promptly returned to their seats. As it was the beginning of the semester, all lessons predominantly remained at the theoretical stage, rendering the day's classes tedious and uninspiring. Fortunately, Yanqing took the opportunity to feign illness and excused himself from class. He intended to wander around the village, hoping to encounter characters worth pursuing. After all, Uchiha Masashi was notoriously formidable. Gathering 3 fire styles seemed a daunting task. While jogging to acclimatize his body to the soreness, he meandered through the village but unfortunately found nothing of interest. However, upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, he stumbled upon something intriguing, a rather large crow. If his memory served him correctly, this crow was likely connected to a man who, at this stage, was renowned as the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan. If he could form an alliance with this man, not only would he have access to fire styles, but also to more advanced techniques. After assessing the trajectory of the crow, Yanqing decisively followed it to the banks of the South River within the Uchiha territory. There, he spotted a short-haired youth grilling fish, accompanied by another boy with long hair tied back. They were none other than Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. I apologize. I have tried numerous methods, but I can only delay for a little while longer, Itachi said, his expression somber. Everyone is resolute about proceeding with that matter. Any delay is welcome, Shisui replied. Do you have any progress on your end? None, but do not be disheartened. Everything will be fine. Summon your confidence, Shisui said, smiling as he patted Itachi's shoulder in reassurance. Just then, a crow flew down and perched on Shisui's shoulder, and a small boy emerged from the nearby woods. Ah, brother Shisui, brother Itachi, Yanqing exclaimed, feigning surprise. As 2 prodigious talents of the Uchiha clan, their renown within the clan was significant. Although they did not recognize Yanqing, it did not deter him from addressing them directly by name. Who are you? Shisui inquired, puzzled, while Itachi wore a wary expression. The topic they had just discussed was not one meant for a third party's ears. I am Uchiha Yen, an orphan. Both brother Shisui and brother Itachi are my idols, he explained. Upon hearing that he was an orphan, Shisui's demeanor softened slightly, despite still bearing some skepticism. I see. But what brings you here? I followed that crow. I am quite fond of it, Yanqing quickly clarified, hoping to prevent Itachi from drawing his weapon. Oh, you like crows too? But this one is my summoning beast. It was left to me by my father, Shisui replied gently. A summoning beast? That is so cool. Brother Shisui, could you teach me how to summon a crow? Yanqing exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. For you, it is still too early. What you should be doing now is dutifully attending your classes at the Ninja Academy. Shisui smiled as he gently ruffled Yanqing's hair, as his kind-hearted nature made him always approachable and gentle towards his kin. It's not too early. The lessons at the Ninja Academy are dreadfully dull. Look at this, Yanqing exclaimed, and with that, he swiftly began to weave hand signs. In less than a second, 6 seals were completed, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth. Great fireball technique. This spectacle astonished both Shisui and Itachi. Although this little fellow appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, the prowess of his fireball suggested he was indeed an extraordinary talent. Yin, you possess remarkable talent, Shisui praised generously. Right? Shisui and I, can you teach me ninjutsu? Yanqing asked eagerly. Perhaps we can discuss it another time. Would you like to join us for grilled fish? Shisui replied somewhat dismissively, clearly not taking the matter to heart, merely wishing to placate the child before sending him on his way. Yanqing, however, was not in a hurry. He boldly took a seat beside them and began to enjoy a piece of grilled fish that Shisui had offered. It's so delicious. I've never tasted anything this good before. This remark stirred Shisui's thoughts towards Yanqing's status as an orphan, evoking a flicker of sympathy within him. Having lost his own parents at a young age, he was well aware of the hardships of growing up alone. Just as he was preparing to engage in a deeper conversation with this clan member named Yen, a voice echoed from the nearby woods. Nisan, upon hearing that voice, Yanqing instantly recognized the newcomer. It was Sasuke, who had come for Itachi. Chapter 8. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire, and Great Dragon Fire as expected. A gentle expression flickered across Itachi's otherwise stern visage. Sasuke, what brings you here? I came right after school. Brother, what are you discussing? I want to join. Huh? Yin, why are you here too? Yanqing tossed the last piece of grilled fish into his mouth, chuckling as he draped an arm around Sasuke's shoulders. for they were indeed good friends. Hey, Sasuke, you're here too? I came to find my brother. What are you doing here? You don't even have a brother. Recalling how Yanqing had previously overshadowed him in class and ruined a rare moment with his father, Sasuke angrily brushed off Yanqing's hand, his displeasure evident. Sasuke, Itachi admonished sternly, for under any circumstance, such words were exceedingly impolite to an orphan. That's just the truth. Sasuke crossed his arms defiantly. Yen, I apologize for Sasuke's rudeness, Itachi said, casting a resigned glance at Sasuke before turning to bow apologetically to Yanqing, acknowledging his brother's fault. Oh, it's fine. I don't actually have a brother either. Yanqing initially feigned a downcast demeanor before breaking into a nonchalant smile. Jisue observed the shift in Yanqing's expression, and being an orphan himself, he felt a pang of empathy. He understood all too well the sting of Sasuke's words on an orphan's heart. If it weren't for the war, if given a choice, who wouldn't desire a family? After a moment of contemplation, he crouched down and gently embraced Yanqing. Since you and Sasuke are good friends, and Itachi happens to be Sasuke's brother, how about I become your brother? Really? Jisue brother? Yanqing's face flushed with genuine excitement, not a fade this time. Sasuke's unexpected support had proven fortuitous. From now on, just call me brother. Wonderful. I have a brother now, brother. Would you like another piece of grilled fish? Yes. The two joyfully indulged in grilled fish, while Itachi glanced at the still fuming Sasuke and lightly tapped his forehead. Jisue brother, then Sasuke, and I will take our leave. Please take care of that matter for us. Understood. Once Itachi and Sasuke departed, Yanqing cautiously broached the topic they had been discussing. He was well aware that they were likely deliberating on how to prevent a coup within the Uchiha clan. However, he wished to validate his assumption and see if inquiring would trigger any side quests. Brother, were you and Itachi discussing something about a mission? No. We were merely debating who is stronger. Jisue chose to withhold the truth, recognizing that Yanqing was still quite young and not yet ready for such matters. Moreover, though he had taken Yanqing as a brother out of sympathy, he did not know him well enough to share sensitive information, prioritizing safety above all. Yanqing understood that Jisue had not genuinely opened his heart to him, and thus went along with his words. It must be that my elder brother is stronger. Everyone in the clan speaks of him as the foremost expert of the Uchiha. I, too, yearn to become as formidable as he is. My enthusiasm is boundless. However, why do you wish to grow stronger? Shursui inquired with a smile. Though he was inclined to fulfill the other's desire to learn ninjutsu, he certainly did not wish to nurture a little miscreant. Of course, it is to protect my kin and safeguard the village. My friends reside within the village. Alongside my brother, Uncle Masatada, the clan leader, and the Hokage, I must shield them and earn the recognition of all. Protecting the village, and my clan? Upon receiving the desired answer, Shursue's gaze grew distant and profound as he softly repeated the words. He harbored similar thoughts. Alas, reality often proves harsh, as those he wished to protect compelled him to choose a side. Brother, please teach me ninjutsu, so I may quickly become as formidable as you. What do you wish to learn? Let us begin with fire release, shall we? Very well, let me think. You have already mastered the great fireball technique. So, let's attempt this jutsu of the same rank. Shursui rose and slowly formed the seals: rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, and tiger. He then expelled a multitude of small fireballs from his mouth. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Upon witnessing the small fireballs strike the rocks across the riverbank, creating a series of explosions, Yanqing clapped in excitement. The sequence of seals for this technique is rat, tiger. Before he could finish the second seal, Yanqing had already completed all 6 seals, showcasing the prowess of the Uchiha bloodline. 5 small fireballs soared toward the opposite bank, colliding with the rocks and producing a thunderous roar. Having mastered the C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, Phoenix fire technique, novice 110. Main quest progress, 2-3. Acquired 1 point in proficiency for fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Triggered a quintuple critical hit. Acquired 5 points in proficiency for fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Regrettably,
the critical hit did not yield an immediate upgrade. Feeling approximately 1/3 of his chakra expended, Yanqing looked expectantly at Shursui. Yan's talent seems to exceed my expectations. Now,
Let us attempt this technique. Shursui appeared to be testing him and directly initiated a B-rank ninjutsu. He formed only the tiger seal, and 3 fire dragons erupted from his mouth. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The 3 fire dragons twisted and struck the rocks on the opposite side, their power and coverage vastly surpassing that of the phoenix fire. Brother, you can unleash a B-rank ninjutsu with merely 1 seal? My apologies, it has become second nature. This technique requires 7 seals, which are. Shursui slowed down to demonstrate, and Yanqing turned to perfectly replicate it. However, he could only conjure 1 fire dragon, and it was significantly smaller than Shursui's. Nevertheless, it did exhaust his chakra reserves. Having mastered the B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great dragon fire technique, novice 110. Main quest progress, 3-3. Acquired fire release, great dragon fire technique proficiency increased by 1 point, triggering a 10-fold critical strike. Proficiency in fire release, great dragon fire technique has now reached 10 points. This B-rank ninjutsu has upgraded to proficiency 100. The second main quest, mastering 3 fire release techniques, has been completed, and the rewards have been settled. Remarkably, the second main quest was accomplished in just 2 days. This must be a record. Next, it will simply be a matter of reaping the benefits. To learn a B-rank ninjutsu at a glance is truly extraordinary. Shursui, a genius in his own right, was momentarily taken aback. I told you I am impressive, but brother, when will I be able to release ninjutsu with just a single hand sign like you? As long as you possess a deep understanding of the technique and have sufficient usage and experience, you can gradually attempt to reduce the number of hand signs needed, eventually achieving the ability to release ninjutsu with merely 1 sign. Yanqing nodded thoughtfully. In simpler terms, with high enough proficiency, one can clap their hands and summon whatever they desire. In proficiency, isn't it just a matter of landing a few critical hits? That will be all for today. Let me escort you home. Further instruction must cease. It is currently a time of peace, and it would be far too dangerous for a 7-year-old to unleash A-rank ninjutsu. On the way back to the village, Shursui inquired about many things from Yanqing, who answered truthfully, further easing Shursui's wariness. After confirming Yanqing's address, Shursui bid farewell and departed. Yanqing was aware that Shursui would undoubtedly investigate his background, and only after verifying his identity would he truly accept him. Thus, patience was essential. Chapter 9. Exploiting Opportunities, Depleting Water Control Upon Returning Home. Yanqing once again embarked on his rigorous extreme sports training regimen. It was only in the late hours of the night that he received another notification from the Rebirth Tower. He gained 1 point each in strength, mental acuity, constitution, and agility. Additionally, he triggered a 3-fold critical hit, acquiring 3 points each in strength, mental acuity, constitution, and agility. This training session was significantly more intense and prolonged than the previous days, confirming Yanqing's earlier assessment that the acquisition of attribute enhancements through exercise would become increasingly arduous, with time and physical exertion escalating exponentially. Fatigue washed over him, and Yanqing collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. For the ensuing month, he adhered to a structured routine, attending classes at the Ninja Academy and diligently maintaining his training regimen. During this period, his attributes increased twice, reaching strength 20, mental acuity 31, constitution 20, agility 20. He occasionally frolicked outdoors with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji, sharing bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Whenever Ji Shuei found the time, he would use a crow to notify him to meet at their usual spot by the South He River for training in ninjutsu. Unbeknownst to Yanqing, his profile had found its way to the desk of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Dans, draped in an air of secrecy akin to a scene from a catastrophe, stood within the Hokage's office. Do you not consider it a potential threat that the Uchiha child is associating so closely with the Jinchuriki? Hiruzen casually perused the Uchiha's dossier. Both of his parents were ordinary members of the Uchiha clan, perishing in the Nine-Tails incident, after which he was raised by other clan members. In a certain sense, his background appeared relatively untainted. However, despite being an Uchiha, he is merely a 7-year-old child. Hiruzen harbored a sense of guilt regarding the Jinchuriki, Naruto, Now that Naruto had matured, forged friendships, and embarked on his own path as a ninja, it would be unconscionable to cast a shadow over his development. You must refrain from meddling in the affairs of the children, and you shall not take action against that Uchiha boy. Taking into account Danza's character and methods, Hiruzen added, as long as there are living Uchihas, they could pose a threat. I will not allow any harm to come to the village's Jinchuriki. Danz, dropping his pretense, responded candidly, enough, Danz. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen countered firmly. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen, Danz retorted, his demeanor shifting. Meanwhile, oblivious to Danza's scrutiny, Yanqing was engaged in combat training with Ji Shui by the South Yi River. Over the past month, Ji Shui had fully acknowledged this exceptionally talented, optimistic, and resolute younger brother, finding their beliefs remarkably aligned. Consequently, he imparted his teachings with unwavering generosity. In addition to urging him to master chakra control techniques such as tree climbing and water walking, he also provided instruction in various jutsu, including the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and the art of throwing ninja tools, occasionally acting as a sparring partner. One cannot help but acknowledge that with the guidance and training of Shui, the foremost master of the Uchiha clan, Yanqing's practical abilities have surged remarkably. Presently, his mastery of techniques such as the three-body technique, shadow clone technique, great fireball technique, and phoenix fire technique has reached an impressive level of proficiency, requiring only the formation of a starting and concluding seal for execution. Under Shusui's tutelage, the phoenix fire technique has also been successfully refined into the phoenix flower claw red. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Uchiha Masada may no longer be his rival. Upon the conclusion of their battle, the two performed the reconciliation seal. Yanqing then began to further extract knowledge from Shui. Brother, your body flicker technique and crow summoning technique are so cool. Could you teach me? Shui hesitated momentarily. It's not that I wouldn't teach you, but my body flicker technique is quite unique, a synthesis of the three types of ninjutsu, body, illusion, and transformation. It is not easily mastered. As for the crows, they are indeed simple to summon, however. I chose to cultivate the crow as my summoning beast because many of my techniques can be synergized with it. They are merely ordinary crows without much combat strength, which may not suit you. Yanqing, undeterred, resorted to the Uchiha charm. Brother, please teach me. I possess considerable talent, and crows are truly fascinating. The summoning beast is not the focus. The essence lies in the summoning technique. The more skills I acquire, the better my evaluation. Well, I truly have no way to refuse you, Shui conceded, forming seals to create an intangible illusionary clone. He then distanced himself and hurled a shuriken at the clone, which passed through it and soared into the distance, leaving the clone stationary. This is my phantom body flicker technique, which utilizes chakra markings for rapid movement between multiple illusionary clones. The first step involves leaving a chakra mark while employing the illusionary clone technique, and then, before he could finish, Shui threw another shuriken at his clone, which, surprisingly, caught it deftly despite being an intangible entity. As I threw the shuriken, my real body instantaneously transitioned into the marked clone. The primary difficulty of this technique lies in precise high-speed movement, which necessitates acute observational skills and swift physical prowess. This technique can also be executed in conjunction with the shadow clone technique. One can first create multiple tangible shadow clones, then use them to generate illusionary clones, allowing both the real body and shadow clones to flicker between the illusionary clones, creating the illusion that all illusionary clones are both phantoms and the true body. After witnessing Shusui's demonstration, Yanqing found himself utterly bewildered by the prospect of learning ninjutsu. Illusions, flickering, shadow clones. Each concept seemed straightforward in isolation, yet the amalgamation of them was incomprehensible. The complexity of this technique far surpassed that of the Great Dragon Fire technique and additionally required the support of the Sharingan. It would indeed be peculiar to master it after merely one viewing. With a gentle smile, Shui tousled Yanqing's hair and produced a scroll. This contains my insights and understanding of the technique. Take it home and study it at your leisure. Wonderful. Thank you, brother. Yanqing delicately accepted the scroll, cherishing it as he tucked it into his embrace. This was the ultimate technique that had brought Shui fame. a skill worthy of elevating him to the esteemed heights akin to those of Minato Namikaze. It was undoubtedly an A rank, or even higher ninjutsu. A fitting tribute to the brotherly role he had portrayed over the past month. Are you certain you desire this, Crow? Yes, yes, yes. In Chursue's eyes, the serendipity of encountering this brother, who bore a striking resemblance to him, was indeed a destiny woven by the crow. The fact that this individual could inherit his crow summoning beast perhaps was a manifestation of fate itself. Contemplating this, he produced a second scroll. This is the summoning contract for the crow I have nurtured. As long as you leave your signature and blood upon it, the pact will be successfully forged. Yanqing bit his finger and marked the contract with his essence. Notification: the reincarnator has established a summoning contract within the instance world. The summoned entity must be dealt with upon exiting the instance world. As soon as his finger left the scroll, a notification chimed from the reincarnation tower. The implication seemed to suggest that these crows could indeed be brought back to the tower, which was not entirely without merit. Let us attempt to summon the crow using the sealing method I just described. Shursui interjected, drawing Yanqing from his reverie. Following his brother's guidance, Yanqing performed the hand seals and struck the ground with one hand. Prepare to summon 7 times. With a cloud of smoke, a rather ordinary crow, albeit slightly larger in size, cawed and took flight, landing upon Yanqing's shoulder. You can control the amount of chakra you infuse to determine the number of summoned crows. Next time, I shall teach you how to utilize the crows in conjunction with your ninjutsu. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, brother. It must be said, within the entire Uchiha clan, only someone of Shursue's amiable disposition would find it so effortless to reap the rewards of kindness. Chapter 10. The Hidden Task, the Culinary God. In Danzo, after bidding farewell to Shursui, Yanqing encountered an acquaintance on his way home, the Culinary God. Leaning against the roadside with his arms crossed in a strikingly audacious pose, he greeted Yanqing as soon as he appeared. Yan, brother Yan, are you interested in making a deal? Yanqing was quite taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the Culinary God. Under normal circumstances, they should both be preoccupied with learning ninjutsu or searching for tasks. Oh, please, go ahead, he replied, unperturbed, as he had no pressing engagements at the moment. You must have chosen reputation as your beginner's perk. I assume you possess a unique strategy. How about I trade you for the shadow clone technique? The new semester had only just begun, and the ninja school had not yet introduced the shadow clone technique. If he could master it ahead of time, his evaluation upon completion would undoubtedly improve. However, regrettably, learning the shadow clone technique was not part of Yanqing's task, and Shursui had already taught it to him. So, you have all learned the shadow clone technique already? To gather more intel, Yanqing refrained from hastily answering the culinary goddess inquiry. Indeed, just last week, I procured the technique ahead of time using my own strategy and sold it for 300 reincarnation points each to 8 individuals. Since you chose reputation, you presumably have yet to encounter the shadow clone technique. I do not require your reincarnation points. I only seek your exclusive information. This transaction is a guaranteed profit for you. Upon hearing this, Yanqing comprehended the culinary goddess modus operandi. It was indeed a clever scheme. 8 individuals each paying him 300 reincarnation points amounted to a total of 2,400 points. Moreover, these points were acquired through trade, meaning he could still retain the 2,400 points even if he withdrew from the task. No wonder he could repeatedly farm the novice dungeon 11 times. He was truly making a fortune. Since the opportunity presented itself so conveniently, Yanqing decided to seize it. I have no need for the shadow clone technique. If you truly desire my strategy, how about offering me 2,000 reincarnation points instead? The culinary god's brow furrowed at Yanqing's proposition. 1 reincarnation point was valued at approximately 10,000 yen Huang coins in the real world, making 2,000 reincarnation points equivalent to an astounding 20 million yen Huang coins. 2,000 reincarnation points? Huh, what an exorbitant demand. I was initially willing to trade for the shadow clone technique, but since you have shown such audacity, I shall not hold back either. The culinary god declared, drawing a kunai, clearly ready to engage. Seeing him brandish a weapon, Yanqing narrowed his eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a grand fireball. He did not intend to attack the culinary god. Rather, he sought to demonstrate his prowess. For killing in ordinary dungeons incurred a deduction of reincarnation points. The searing fireball whizzed past the culinary god, singeing his hair slightly. This is a trivial ninjutsu I acquired from my strategy. What do you think? 2,000 reincarnation points is not a loss, right? This is a C-rank ninjutsu. The culinary god discreetly tucked away his kunai, clearly taken aback. In just a month and a half, one could master C-level ninjutsu. Moreover, as inferred from the other party's words, this is merely a trivial portion. If this is indeed the case, then the investment of 2,000 reincarnation points would not only be justified, but also profitable. Very well, let it be 2,000 reincarnation points, but a reincarnation contract must be established. The reincarnation contract, in essence, is a pact witnessed by the reincarnation tower, wherein the culinary deity pays Yin Qing 2,000 reincarnation points, and in return, Yin Qing is obliged to provide information, items, or skills of equivalent value, ensuring an equitable exchange between the parties involved. The two applied for the reincarnation contract, and the culinary deity transferred 2,000 reincarnation points to Yin Qing, who then divulged his meticulously prepared strategy to the culinary deity. You are aware of Naruto Uzumaki from our class, correct? He is a deeply hidden major antagonist, harboring within him a formidable monster known as the Nine-Tails Fox, and Naruto is thus referred to as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. What? So Naruto is actually a major boss with a fox sealed within him? No wonder he bears whisker-like markings on his face. This intelligence is indeed remarkable. It appears that Yan's identity is not trivial, as he has access to such high-level information. Within the Wood Village, there exists a clandestine department known as the Roots, which operates in the shadows, specifically tasked with combating various monsters to safeguard the village's peace. The leader of this department, Danzo, is a superlative power rivaling that of the Hokage. The Roots, Danzo, and the Hokage are all formidable forces. It is no wonder that some esteemed figures who have navigated the higher echelons of the Naruto world speak of encounters with frogs and foxes towering over buildings. It seems that this world primarily narrates tales of hidden ninjas battling monstrous beasts lurking in the darkness. The culinary deity's fists gradually clenched with determination. Imagine if someone were to relay such alarming intelligence about the terrifying Nine-Tails Fox concealed within the village to Danzo. Yin Qing abruptly ceased speaking, for continuing would jeopardize the accuracy of the intelligence. To prevent any decrease in value due to misinformation, Yin Qing generously bestowed upon the culinary deity a fireball jutsu, ensuring the transaction's smoothness. Once the exchange was successfully completed, Yin Qing thoughtfully provided a few strategic tips to his counterpart. Danzo rarely reveals himself in the village. One merely needs to find a masked ninja and inform him that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, and thus, an audience with Danzo would be granted. Ultimately, the culinary deity departed, satisfied with the intelligence acquired. The following day, Yin Qing arrived at the ninja school as usual, only to find the culinary deity absent. Meanwhile, the culinary deity had been staking out near the Hokage office for an entire night. At long last, he beheld a ninja adorned with a fox mask. The moment to act was now or never. By conveying this intelligence to Danzo, the mastery of ninjutsu would become a mere formality, and one could hardly predict the potential to trigger a mission to hunt the Nine-Tails Fox and save the village. Greetings. I possess critical intelligence to relay to Lord Danzo of the Roots organization. The masked dark ninja was startled when a small child, around 6 or 7 years old, suddenly dashed out from the shadows, nearly causing him to reflexively throw a shuriken. Upon hearing the child's words, he found himself momentarily stunned. The child, believing that the ninja hesitated due to his tender age, thought it might be an issue of trust. The information pertained to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Observing the ninja's continued silence and unable to discern the emotion behind his masked visage, the child wondered if he was simply in shock. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden numbness enveloped his neck and he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he was met with the sight of the esteemed Danzo, described by Yanqing as one whose head was half wrapped in bandages. I hear you wish to provide me with information regarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Danzo's solitary exposed eye remained devoid of expression as it scrutinized the child. who was bound tightly and adorned with unfamiliar seals, his tone utterly impassive. At this moment, the child realized something was amiss. He had come to relay information, not to be ensnared like a character from some bizarre Sakura country film. Surely, there had to be some misunderstanding. With this thought, he hurriedly recounted what Yanqing had informed him. Lord Danzo, I possess extremely vital information. Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Nine-Tails Fox resides within him. Should you seek to hunt the Nine-Tails, I can assist you. The child divulged the information in its entirety, simultaneously expressing his desire in hopes of uncovering some hidden task. You seem to know quite a bit. However, it appears that without applying certain measures, you will not be forthcoming, Yamashiro. Upon uttering these words, a burly man with orange hair approached the child. Measures? No, we are on the same side, Lord Danzo. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Regardless of how the child attempted to clarify, he ultimately fell victim to Yamashiro's use of a truth serum, along with various interrogation techniques. Regrettably, due to the presence of the Reincarnation Tower, they did not acquire any useful intelligence. The child, akin to a madman, inexplicably became aware of both the existence of the Root and Danzo, as well as Naruto being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and bizarrely began to view the Nine-Tails as a monster, intending to enlist Danzo in a grand spectacle of slaying beasts to save the village. It seemed that the circumstances here were rather abnormal, however. It mattered little, killing was the solution, and such information could not be allowed to leak. Danzo tapped his own head, coldly uttering a final phrase before turning to depart. The child, mentally tormented and bewildered, was seized by fear at the chilling words, "Just kill him," and without hesitation, he exited the instant's world. Yin, you fool. Chapter 11. The initial encounter with the Root Ninja. 6 fleeting months have passed since that fateful day, during which the culinary deity has not made another appearance. Yanqing speculated that his counterpart was either indulging in tea at the Root or had departed from the realm of the mission altogether. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of a more permanent absence. Through months of relentless training, his attributes have now reached Strength, 33, Spirit, 44, Constitution, 33, Agility, 33. He has also grasped the fundamentals of the body flicker technique, enabling him to maneuver freely between 1 or 2 shadow clones. The inability to create numerous clones, as Shursui did, stems from both insufficient mastery of physical techniques and the absence of the Sharingan, which would render managing multiple clones overwhelming. Under Shursui's guidance, he has also learned to utilize crows in conjunction with various ninjutsu. With merely 2 days remaining until the task deadline, Yanqing ventured alone to the South Hechuan. Their bond had deepened over the past 6 months, and today marked Yanqing's intention to make one final attempt. After the combat training concluded, Shursui commenced grilling fish while Yanqing sat idly by, observing, "You are now able to hold your ground against me. I believe it won't be long before you either catch up to or surpass me," Shursui remarked gently, his gaze fixed on the fish. "Brother, Itachi visited earlier, didn't he? You both always seem to converse in secrecy, leaving me in the dark," Yanqing feigned jealousy, inquiring. Shursui hesitated momentarily before letting out a resigned sigh. Having spent this time together, he resolved to reveal the truth to Yanqing. "If one day, our clan stands opposed to the village, what will you do?" The Uchiha coup, Yanqing had already formulated his response. "There are good friends in the village, and family members like you and the others in the clan. Naturally, I would do everything in my power to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. I must protect both the village and my kin," Yanqing replied earnestly. "I mentioned it, knowing you might not comprehend. The relationship between the village and the clan is currently fraught with tension. A confrontation could be imminent. Itachi and I are striving to avert this outcome, hoping that day never arrives." "Is that so? Brother, I can assist as well," Yanqing offered. "I understand your eagerness to help, but I have other plans in motion." "You need not worry," Shursui said, affectionately ruffling Yanqing's hair with a warm smile. If memory serves, Shursui intended to employ his Mangeki Sharingan ability, Kodo Amatsukami, to alter the thoughts of those within the clan who sought a coup. However, after he proposed this strategy, Danzo ambushed him with members of the Root organization, seizing one of his eyes, which ultimately led him to take his own life to delay the coup. If that is the case, it is likely to transpire within the next couple of days. Brother, what is your plan? Allow me to participate. I can be of assistance. Yin Qing exclaimed with excitement. Well, since you were so eager to be involved, I shall assign you a task on the day of the clan meeting. Take Sasuke and go play with Naruto and the others. Jisue harbored concerns about unforeseen circumstances. Thus he resolved to keep his younger brother and Sasuke as far from the clan grounds as possible on the day of the plan, to avoid any potential entanglements. What sort of task is this? Yanqing remarked with a frown. Regardless of the nature of the assignment, as an exceptional ninja, one must exert oneself to the fullest in its execution. Just then, the notification from the Reincarnation Tower echoed through the air. Triggered. SSS level hidden task. Night of Annihilation. Night of Annihilation. Part 1 Rescue Jisue. Task duration. 24 hours. Task description. Jisue will be ambushed by the root organization, Rescue Jisue. Task reward. 5,000 reincarnation points. Significantly enhances completion evaluation. TSK. I initially thought it would only trigger the task to rescue Jisue. Unexpectedly, it has come bundled with another. As a member of the Uchiha clan, one might wonder how to survive the Night of Annihilation. I await guidance urgently. Yanqing meticulously examined the task requirements, which seemed to stipulate that the rescue operation would only commence after Jisue lost one eye. Substituting for Itachi's timely arrival in the original narrative, this requirement suggested that the Reincarnation Tower preferred the reincarnators not to disrupt the normal progression of significant plot points. Very well, let us enjoy some grilled fish. Yanqing smiled resignedly at the grilled fish Jisue offered. Initially, he had hoped to alter the narrative to ensure Jisue's survival. But alas, the Reincarnation Tower did not permit such alterations. The following day, Yanqing refrained from attending the Ninja Academy, instead venturing into the depths of the forest adjacent to the Uchiha clan grounds, as directed by the Reincarnation Tower. By midday, he indeed heard the sounds of battle emanating from the woods. Upon arriving at the source of the commotion, he found Jisue had already lost one eye and was ensnared by the toxic smoke released by members of the root organization, the green Susanoo gradually fading away. Seeing this scene, he hesitated no longer and formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Flames, accompanied by a flurry of shuriken, whistled past Jisue and hurtled towards the two members of the root organization ahead. The attack was stealthy and close range. One of the root members failed to react in time and was struck by several shuriken, exploding into a mound of flesh. The other member, a squad leader clad in white, swiftly halted and retreated, employing a substitution technique to evade the explosion while simultaneously hurling several shuriken forward. One must commend the squad leader. His instantaneous judgment and counterattack were nothing short of flawless. Not only did he evade a fatal blow, but the shuriken he threw also successfully grazed Yanqing's arm. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to avoid a critical injury. Otherwise, the shuriken would have pierced his throat directly. This incident served as a stark reminder to Yanqing. The Reincarnation Tower was not a leisurely sanctuary. Beyond the protective bounds of novice missions, death could lurk at any moment. Seizing the opportunity amidst the dissipating explosion, Yanqing recalibrated his mindset and formed hand seals once more. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. As the white-clad squad leader landed, two fire dragons had already encircled him from either side. The squad leader immediately attempted to evade, but ultimately, his hurried actions proved too hasty. The residual force from the explosion propelled him, crashing him against a nearby tree trunk. Immediately, he saw a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, thrusting a kunai towards him with determination. "It is you." The squad leader, having investigated Yanqing's information under Danzo's orders, was astonished that such a young child could unleash such a formidable fire release technique. Initially hesitant to act against the child due to the third Hokage's influence, he now felt justified since the boy had approached him directly. The squad leader swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a water release technique, water bullets. The water jets, akin to bullets, struck the oncoming Yanqing, yet they all passed through him. A shadow clone, a cautious little rascal. He knew that any clone would have a follow-up attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure rapidly approaching from the left. And without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a shuriken. Surely, This time he would inflict significant damage. However, that figure transformed into a flock of crows. What? Another clone. Before he could fully process his shock, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Looking down, he saw a kunai embedded in his side, the end of which was tied to an explosive tag. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the squad leader met his end. Chapter 12. The Sharingan. The death of Shui. The battle appeared intricate, yet unfolded in an instant. Yan Qing, drenched in cold sweat, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Had it not been for the ambush and surprise attack, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. After eliminating 2 root ninjas, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and the notification of mission completion echoed in his mind. 2 root organization Janine slain. Rewards have been settled. Annihilation Night. I saved Shui. Completed. Mission rewards have been settled. Sequential hidden task. Annihilation Night 2 has been activated. Annihilation Night. To the death of Shui. Mission description. Await the arrival of Uchiha Itachi and witness the death of Shui. Mission rewards. 5,000 reincarnation points. Significantly enhances completion evaluation. To witness Shui's death. Is the Reincarnation Tower intent on preserving the narrative, thus imposing a mandatory mission? But what if I choose to save him? Never mind, it would be prudent to first decipher the Reincarnation Tower's intentions. As a novice, recklessness could lead to premature failure. Having confirmed the mission details, Yan Qing hurried to support the faltering Shui. What are you doing here? You must leave. Shui, surprised to see Yan Qing as a savior, felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of Yan Qing's capabilities, which barely reached the level of a Nin, far inferior to the elite of the root organization. If they were pursued, both of them would be in grave danger. However, Yan Qing was undeterred. The mission was not yet complete. Brother, your eye. Observing Shui's grievous state, having lost one eye, a twinge of sorrow welled within Yan Qing. They had spent half a year together, and despite being a mere narrative character, there was an undeniable bond. This surge of grief awakened a latent power within him. And suddenly, everything became clearer. The Sharingan has awakened. Witnessing his brother's severe injury, was it too much to activate a single tomo? Yet, he had no time to ponder. The charade was paramount, and he swiftly assessed Shui's condition. Fortunately, aside from the loss of an eye and paralysis due to poison, there were no other injuries. I'll take you to the hospital. I am fine. If my condition facilitates your awakening, it is worth it, Shui replied. Mustering a smile upon seeing the single tomo in Yan Qing's eyes, his mind already contemplating the subsequent plan. At that moment, another figure emerged on the scene, Uchiha Itachi. The savior in the original narrative, though Yan Qing had claimed his role. Shui Yan. Yan Qing turned to face Itachi, whose red eyes and single tomo were strikingly evident. What the hell? Itachi exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Yan, your eyes. Awakening at the age of 7. Surpassing even his own prodigious talent, he had unlocked his Sharingan at 8. Then, Itachi's gaze shifted to Shui. What the hell? He was astonished once more. Shui, your eyes. Leave this place at once, Shui interrupted, preventing Itachi from voicing his thoughts. Thus, Itachi, accompanied by the incapacitated Shui, arrived at the familiar rendezvous point by the Southie River. Shui briefly recounted the impending events and analyzed the underlying motives. As the one responsible for managing the village's darker affairs, Danzo displayed no interest in Shui's suggestion of using Jinjutsu to alter the course of the Uchiha coup. Rather, such an approach did not align with his true objectives. Danzo sought to eradicate the Uchiha clan, a precarious threat, completely, rather than merely thwarting the coup. Moreover, tempted by Shui's extraordinary Jinjutsu abilities, he decided to see Shui's eyes for himself, silencing him to ensure his plans could not be thwarted. Consequently, the Uchiha clan would inevitably embark on the path of self-destruction through the coup. Yamato, you must swiftly grow into a capable ninja, safeguarding the village and your kin. Do you understand? Brother, I have little to offer you, but take this wakizashi. May it protect you and serve as your weapon against the darkness. Shui removed the short blade from his back and handed it to Itachi, affectionately ruffling his hair. Despite his bloodied visage, his smile remained disarmingly gentle. Danzo will undoubtedly covet my left eye. Rather than allow him to succeed, I would prefer to entrust this power to you." With these words, Shursui removed his left eye and presented it to Itachi. "Itachi, my journey ends here. Henceforth, you are the only one I can rely on." Itachi hesitated to accept the eye that Shursui offered. "Aside from my blade and my eye, I will also bestow upon you new strength. After all, my time is limited. Consider it a final gift." "Shursui, perhaps there are other means," Itachi urged, but Shursui shook his head. Yamato understood Shursui's intent. According to the Uchiha clan's requirements for awakening their eyes, one must undergo intense emotional stimuli to catalyze the evolution of the Sharingan. Shursui intended to use his death as a catalyst to stimulate the evolution of Itachi's and Yamato's Sharingan. "Please look after Yamato for me. I believe you will discover a better way. Carry on with my legacy." With that, Shursui patted Itachi on the shoulder and resolutely leaped from the cliff. "Brother." "Shursui." It must be said that the last gentle smile of Shursui disappearing into the abyss stirred profound emotional turmoil within the two. The crimson light flickered in Itachi's eyes as the three Tomo gradually merged, evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan. Yamato's single Tomo also directly transformed into three. "Rest assured, Shursui." Itachi mournfully closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Yamato heard the notification echo in his mind once more. Night of Annihilation 2 Shursui's death completed. Task rewards have been settled. Consecutive hidden task. Night of Annihilation 3 has been initiated. Night of Annihilation 3 survival. Task description. Survive the Night of Annihilation. Upon encountering the task requirements, Yanqing swallowed hard as he glanced at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the Reincarnation Tower against interfering with significant plot lines, he would have been tempted to drive a dagger into Itachi's side, thereby averting the catastrophic night of the massacre. "Let us return home. Do not speak of today's events to anyone," he advised. Itachi, devoid of any expression, mimicked Shursui's demeanor as he ruffled Yanqing's hair before turning to depart. Once home, Yanqing lay upon the tatami mat, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. This day marked the first time in both his lives that he had taken a life, witnessing the death of his brother Shursui, with whom he had shared a bond for half a year. Within the grand tapestry of this global reincarnation, he had long prepared himself for the possibility of bloodshed. Thus, he did not exhibit any overt reactions of trembling or nausea, though his heart was not entirely untroubled. After a brief respite, he finally activated his newly acquired ability, the Sharingan. Chapter 13. Final assessment. As the chakra in his eyes surged, 3 Tomo gradually appeared within his crimson pupils. In the span of just one day, his Sharingan had advanced from a single Tomo to the formidable 3, a feat unparalleled in history. What astonished Yanqing the most was that the Sharingan was not merely a skill, but an innate talent. Talent, Sharingan, description, enhances dynamic vision, clarifies energy flow, increases mental strength. The Sharingan's enhancement of his Genjutsu capabilities and resistances had elevated his mental attributes by an additional 10 points, bringing it to mental 54. He retrieved a shuriken and hurled it towards the wall across from him. To his eyes, the spinning shuriken seemed to move in slow motion. Its rotational speed and trajectory were astonishingly clear. So this is the power of the Sharingan. With these eyes, he could now command his shadow clone technique with precision, even when summoning multiple clones. He had already mastered a considerable number of ninjutsu, but his deficiencies remained in chakra reserves and physical prowess. Training could not be neglected. With this thought in mind, he resumed his daily regimen of extreme physical exercise. The following day marked the final assessment of the first semester at the Ninja Academy. The village was as tranquil as ever, as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. However, Yanqing was aware that neither Shursui nor Itachi had attended the Uchiha meeting the day before, which had led to a violent confrontation between Itachi and the clan, leaving him utterly disillusioned with the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, these matters were momentarily irrelevant to Yanqing. His sole focus today was to participate in the final assessment and fulfill the main quest. Given that it was the first semester, the students had not yet acquired many skills, so the assessment methods were straightforward, a theoretical examination followed by combat trials. The theoretical examination was no trivial matter. It was hard to believe that those questions were intended for 7-year-olds. Fortunately, The topics had been covered in class, and Yin Qing was well prepared, while Naruto struggled in confusion. The others completed the theoretical exam with relative ease. Next came the combat assessments. To avoid disrupting the natural progression of the world, the reincarnators were paired off into duels. However, due to the absence of the so-called god of cuisine, Yin Qing was left without an opponent, prompting Irika to prepare to step into the arena himself. After all, the purpose was to evaluate combat abilities, and the identity of the opponent, whether teacher or student, mattered little as long as they could perform to their fullest. The first match pitted Naruto against Sasuke. Within moments, Naruto found himself overwhelmed, leading him to flee in frustration. After the main characters had their turn, it was time for the reincarnators to face off. Without the guidance of the god of cuisine, they had become disorganized, each pursuing their own side quests, thus leaving Yin Qing undisturbed. Their performances were generally standard, limited to basic supportive ninjutsu and taijutsu. One, named Guy, exhibited commendable prowess by unleashing a fire-based offensive ninjutsu. Finally, the climactic battle featured Yin Qing against Irika. Teacher, I possess the strength of a chunin, so please come at me with all your might. Irika confidently formed a conflicting seal, acknowledging the challenge with a respectful tone, requesting guidance from his teacher. Yanqing also established a similar seal. Typically, his opponents were Shishui, and given the elite J-Nin's prowess, their battles usually consisted of a trading of blows. The last encounter with a root J-Nin involved an ambush, which scarcely qualified as a proper duel. Now, however, he had the rare opportunity to engage in a fair fight against a legitimate Ch-Nin, prompting Yanqing to prepare wholeheartedly. He activated his Sharingan, the three-tomo gently spinning. Following this, he summoned shadow clones and illusionary duplicates. In the blink of an eye, 7 identical Yanqings surrounded Irika, swiftly circling around him. What is this? A technique of duplication, yet it seemed somewhat amiss. Irika was taken aback. He had heard of Shishui's instantaneous abilities but was unaware of the mechanics behind them. The 8 reincarnators and Sasuke were equally astonished. The reincarnators were shocked by Yanqing's ability to create such a multitude of clones, while the rest could not comprehend the spectacle, feeling a profound sense of awe. Sasuke, on the other hand, was struck by the blood-red pupils of Yanqing's three-tomo. When did this guy become so formidable? Anger and resentment surged within him. As the son of the clan leader and the younger brother of the genius Itachi, he considered his own talent to be unparalleled in the village. Yet, reality delivered a crushing blow. This insufferable orphan had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, while he, the Uchiha clan leader's son, had yet to even manifest a single tomo. Was it not infuriating? Within the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, discreetly observed the examination through a telescope. He exhaled a puff of smoke, the expression on his face laden with meaning. The younger generation is indeed formidable. The combination of the Sharingan and Shishui's instantaneous technique is disconcerting. Meanwhile, Danzo, also watching, scoffed coldly. That clan grows increasingly restless. Your leniency has granted them yet another powerful ally. There must be alternative ways to address this. It need not culminate in conflict. Sarutobi shot a glance at Danzo, acknowledging his old comrade's aptitude for blame, though lamenting his incessant focus on his own position. Naruto, you will. I am the Hokage. Danzo muttered an expletive under his breath. In the arena, Yanqing's illusionary clones launched their assault, prompting Irika to mount a timely counterattack. However, his fist passed through one of Yanqing's clones. An illusion? No, Irika's strike had indeed gone through the clone. Yet he soon found that the clone retaliated with a swift kick directed at him. If it were merely an illusion, such a response would be unnecessary, indicating that this illusionary clone had taken on a corporeal form. Bang! Indeed, despite Irika's realization, he was unable to alter his course in time, and the clone landed a kick squarely on his back. With all his might, Yanqing delivered a powerful kick that sent Irika flying 4 or 5 meters away. Irika, bewildered, could hardly fathom that such strength could emanate from a mere 7-year-old child. Surely he must have been nourished with hormones. Irika-sensei, if you do not take this seriously, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, Yanqing remarked, before launching another assault on Irika. Realizing the formidable nature of his opponent, Irika decided to adopt a more serious demeanor, forming hand seals to create a shadow clone that positioned itself back-to-back with him, prepared to counter Yanqing's suddenly corporeal illusionary clone. It must be acknowledged that Irika possessed commendable strength as a chunin. After 2 minutes of evenly matched combat, Yanqing abruptly retreated. Was he using his shadow clone to shield his rear? In response, Irika swiftly formed seals, summoning 2 torrents of water to extinguish the massive fireball hurtling towards him. Astonishingly, a mere 7-year-old could adeptly wield a C-rank jutsu, utilizing nimble body flicker techniques and formidable taijutsu to hold his own in battle. One might argue that he was more than prepared for the Chunin exams, let alone a mere final assessment. Just as Irika attempted to call a halt to the proceedings, a size 38 foot materialized from the steam of the mingling water and fire, crashing down upon his abdomen. "Oh, Irika-sensei, were you about to say something?" Yanqing inquired innocently. As Irika declared the conclusion of the assessment, all reincarnators simultaneously received a notification of their main quest completion. Main quest completed. Rewards have been calculated. Due to your initiation of the chain hidden quest, Night of Annihilation, the quest duration has been extended to 1 year. Completion of the hidden quest is not mandatory. You may choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at any time. Newcomer bonus, tenfold training enhancement has been revoked. Thus, the regular newcomer tasks reached their conclusion. The other 8 reincarnators returned to the Reincarnation Tower, while Yanqing remained in the instance world due to the hidden quest. Chapter 14. The Night of Annihilation. In the year that followed, Yanqing diligently immersed himself in training. Although he no longer benefited from the novice multiplier of tenfold, he still possessed the extraordinary talent for critical hits. By the end of the year, he had augmented his attributes twice, achieving a remarkable status: Strength, 41, Spirit, 62, Constitution, 41, Agility, 41, which was already considered the physical prowess of a mid-level ninja. His proficiency in ninjutsu had also seen substantial improvement, with techniques such as the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and great fireball technique reaching peak mastery, allowing him to execute them with a mere hand sign. Notably, approximately 6 months prior, during his rigorous training that involved pushing his physical limits through extreme exercise, Yanqing fortuitously encountered Kai, who was employing the same method. At this time, Kai was just over 20, significantly older than Yanqing. Yet their shared youthful approach to training forged an instant camaraderie between them. After spending over half a year training together, Yanqing successfully utilized his Sharingan to replicate the first 4 gates of the 8 gates from Kai, namely, opening, rest, life, and injury. He also clandestinely learned the techniques of the inner and outer lotus and even refined these martial arts into a form of swordsmanship. Coupled with the tanto gifted to him by Shui, his blade techniques proved to be even more formidable than his martial arts. During one of their battles, when Kai discovered that his skills had been surreptitiously learned, he merely praised Yanqing's exceptional talent without any further comment. However, from that moment onward, Kai refrained from employing the 8 gates in Yanqing's presence. As time passed, the atmosphere in the Uchiha clan began to grow eerily quiet, prompting Yanqing to realize that the Night of Annihilation was imminent. At that moment, he was at home practicing his swordsmanship while contemplating strategies for confronting the impending disaster. Should he find a place to hide, he might evade the chaos, but once Itachi defected, returning to Konoha would be impossible. Danzo had numerous methods to seize his Sharingan. After the Night of Annihilation, apart from Sasuke, who had been insured by Itachi, no other Uchiha would be able to appear in Konoha unscathed. Perhaps he could align himself with Obito? When Obito appeared, showcasing a hint of his talent might increase his chances of being recruited as an underling, though the risk of being eliminated outright was equally high. Alternatively, he could confront Uncle Masada to see if he could awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. If he were to develop a power as extraordinary as Kodo Amatsukami, it might be worth a gamble. Just as he was weighing the feasibility of these plans, a knock echoed at the door. Since Shirsue's death, Itachi had only visited Yanqing once, on the anniversary of Shirsue's passing. Today, however, was unprecedented. Itachi had come to Yanqing's home once more. Yanqing hurriedly invited Itachi to sit down. After a prolonged silence, Itachi broke the stillness. Have you been well lately? Encountered any troubles? His tone was somber, and his expression remained impassive. Thank you for your concern, Brother Itachi. Everything has been going smoothly, Yanqing answered respectfully. That is good to hear. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence, with neither of the two uttering a word. After a while, Itachi seemed to have gathered his thoughts. You and Sasuke are of the same age, yet your prowess far surpasses his. I hope you will look after him in the future. Of course, that is no trouble at all. However, with you, Brother Itachi, around, I doubt I will need to do much. Growing under the wings of the strong. One ultimately finds it challenging to confront the true storms of life. You, too, must learn to face adversity on your own and strengthen yourself, lest you disappoint the expectations that both I and Shursui hold for you. At this point, Itachi paused, taking a gentle breath before continuing. Well, let it be. It seems I have rambled aimlessly. With that, Itachi rose and departed from the residence of Yanqing. Naturally, Yanqing, well-versed in the narrative, comprehended Itachi's intent. Itachi had already accepted Danzo's directive, preparing to eradicate the Uchiha clan, a threat to the village's stability. However, Itachi's words were quite surprising. From his tone, it seemed that, besides Sasuke, he had also included Yanqing in the list of those he intended to spare. Yet, to be cautious, it would be wise to prepare for contingencies. Feeling uneasy about Itachi's cryptic remarks, Yanqing formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone, while his original self cheerfully set off to enjoy some ramen at Taizi's. That evening, prior to the Uchiha clan assembly, all Uchiha ninjas refrained from venturing outside. A long-haired man donning a ripple-patterned mask appeared before the Konoha police department, accompanied by a distortion of space, heralding the commencement of a massacre aimed at annihilating the clan. Under the guise of Uchiha Bito, he dispatched the Uchiha clansmen within the police department and proceeded along the predetermined route, eliminating them one by one. This place seems to be the home of the little one Itachi warned not to harm. This piqued my curiosity even further. Obito swiftly entered Yanqing's residence simultaneously. Another figure materialized within the same space, Uchiha Masatada, the neighbor from next door. Just in time. At that moment, Yanqing found himself bewilderedly savoring ramen, staring at the suddenly appeared Uchiha Masatada. The appearances of either Obito or Itachi were anticipated, but Uchiha Masatada, it seemed he had misread the script. Masatada, Yin, this person is exceedingly dangerous. You must leave the clan's territory at once. I will handle this. Yanqing longed to inform Uchiha Masatada that he was merely a shadow clone, and there was no need for such concern. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Masatada, armed with his script and kunai, charged at Obito. The kunai plunged down, piercing through Obito's phantasmal form, achieving nothing. Calmly, Obito retaliated with a swift cut to the throat. Uchiha Masatada met his demise in an instant. Everything transpired too quickly, from Masatada entering Yanqing's home to his throat being sliced. Merely 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed. Yanqing had yet to slurp the ramen from his mouth when Masatada had already fallen. That single stroke severed half of his neck, leaving no opportunity for a last glimpse of life. One was decisive in his delivery, the other, deft in his execution. You are Uchiha Yen, are you not? Although Itachi had stated that he could not kill you, my curiosity is insatiable. Laughed Obito with a hint of amusement in his voice. Well, let me see what qualities the little one, favored by Itachi, possesses. With those words, Obito lunged forward, attacking Yanqing. Yanqing, in response, discarded the ramen in his hands and began to form hand seals. It was merely a shadow clone. Let me demonstrate the renowned Kamui space of the ninja world. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon surged forth, and as Obito's form transitioned into the Kamui space, he materialized beside Yanqing, reaching out to seize his neck. However, Yanqing was well prepared. The moment he sensed Obito's solid form make contact with his skin, he activated the Phantom Flash technique. Leaving behind a shadow clone, his real body instantly appeared beside Obito, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick. Bang! Obito was sent flying, crashing into a nearby table, and was promptly covered in remnants of ramen. Little one, do you comprehend my abilities? Obito slowly rose, perplexed by Yan Qing's ability to accurately seize the moment to strike him. Was it mere coincidence? Or had he already discerned his powers? If it were the latter, then his battle instincts were indeed formidable. I'm not certain, but it seems to be a form of phasing ability. Yet no matter how one phases, one must revert to a solid form the instant they attack. Otherwise, how could one strike? Yan Qing was aware of his own abilities and identity, but he dared not reveal them now. A brief sense of Camui's phasing would suffice. Otherwise, he feared being pursued by Obito to the ends of the earth. Intriguing. Obito's interest was piqued as he swung his chains and charged at Yan Qing once more. Chapter 15, Bloodline. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This time, he chose not to resort to intangibility, preparing to engage in a direct confrontation with Yan Qing. However, I'm done here, masked uncle, farewell. Boom. Yan Qing's figure transformed into white smoke, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. Obito? Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted suddenly. Shadow clones combined with explosive tags? As the dust settled, Obito surveyed the remnants of ramen and the singed portion of his clothing. A whimsical smile creeping upon his lips. His keen intuition and extraordinary courage revealed an interesting little rascal. Brushing off his robe, Obito dismissed the earlier setback and continued on his path. Meanwhile, at Naruto's residence, Yan Qing was engaged in a discussion with Naruto regarding the development of harem techniques. If one were to consider where in Konoha was the safest at that moment, undoubtedly, it would be the prince's abode. After receiving the memories from his shadow clone, Yan Qing furrowed his brow. Uncle Masatada has ultimately perished, has he? A wave of subtle sorrow washed over him as his three-tomo Sharingan began to spin and merge. As a reincarnator, whether it was the death of Shursui or Masatada, his grief had never reached a level sufficient to facilitate the evolution of his Sharingan. At most, it merely stirred his emotions. Perhaps due to the intervention of the Reincarnation Tower, under reasonable circumstances, it forcibly induced an evolution of the Sharingan. Yan Qing felt a surge of potent energy emanating from his eyes, the three-tomo coalescing into the symbol of a shuriken. However, the anticipated abilities following the awakening of the kaleidoscope did not manifest. The powerful energy within his eyes seemed mismatched, beginning to writhe uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in Yan Qing's mind from the Reincarnation Tower. Warning: the acquired authority cannot be matched with the bloodline. Please select a course of action. 1. Forcibly retain the current authority. May result in damage to the authority or harm the bloodline. 2. Pay 100,000 reincarnation points to copy and optimize the authority. Will not alter the progression of the replica world. The optimized authority will perfectly align with the reincarnator. 3. Abandon the current authority. The authority's carrier will be retained. Upon viewing these three options, Yan Qing recalled something his teacher had mentioned at school. The primary replica exclusive to the Yanhuang Kingdom has been sealed, resulting in the necessity to choose replicas unsuitable for the Yanhuang people. In that moment, he finally grasped why it was said that replicas from other nations were unsuitable for the Yanhuang people. And he understood the severe implications of the sealing of the primary replica for the Yanhuang Kingdom. The so-called authority refers to a unique and powerful force inherent to a specific replica, and to acquire such power, one must possess a bloodline that corresponds with the world of that replica. The bloodline mentioned here is not a lineage within the replica world, but rather the distinctions between nations and the real world. The Naruto world is a replica of the Sakura country. Thus, only reincarnators from the Sakura country can attain the powers within it. Damn it, how frustrating. I'll ensure their replicas are sealed in due time. With a silent curse, Yan Qing began to ponder his next move. Yan Qing would undoubtedly avoid the option of injuring one's bloodline, as it clearly poses a threat to his foundation. Moreover, the uncertainty surrounding the acquisition of the 100,000 reincarnation points compelled him to relinquish that choice for the time being. Opportunities abound in the future. Succumbing to reckless ambition could lead to irreversible losses, which would truly be a grievous misfortune. After making his decision, Yan Qing distinctly sensed the energy within his eyes gradually dissipating. He drew the hidden blade from his waist and, utilizing the blade's reflection, examined his own gaze. It still bore the shape of a shuriken kaleidoscope, yet it possessed only the functionality of 3-Tomo Sharingan. Opening the attribute panel, he noted that the talent section's Sharingan had transformed into Kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, aside from an increase of 10 points in spirit, he had not acquired any special abilities. Talent, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Description, an evolved form of the Sharingan, which, in addition to the fundamental capabilities of the Sharingan, will also bestow bloodline-specific powers based on the characteristics of the reincarnator. Bloodline-specific powers. It seems his earlier speculations were correct. For now, it remains merely conjecture. He would need to return to the real world and search online for any pertinent information. With this crucial understanding in mind, Yan Qing returned the blade to his waist. Yan, even when employing both transformation and shadow clone techniques, one can only produce 2 clones. You are still far from the level you mentioned. The 2 golden-haired, twin-tailed children gazed at Yan Qing with expressions of confusion. One must admit that Naruto comprehends the preferences of adults. Clutching a weapon, once he masters the multiple shadow clone technique, his prowess will be formidable. Ahem. Perhaps you should dispel the transformation technique before continuing our conversation. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan grounds, a frenzied Itachi Uchiha had cast Tsukuyomi upon Sasuke. Only after observing the latter's single Tomo and double Tomo Sharingan did he leave, satisfied. It was over. Itachi sought out the equally unhinged Obito. That little brat you mentioned is rather intriguing. Although merely 7 years old, he can still hold his own against me. Hold his own? Itachi's expression darkened at these words. Could it be that the masked man had violated their agreement and killed Yan? Rest assured, it was merely a shadow clone. However, I find it curious that you can wield a slaughtering blade against your own parents yet choose to spare this orphan, who bears no relation to you. Obito's voice, concealed beneath the mask, carried no trace of emotion. He is the final request of my dear friend, who granted me this power. It is the least I can do for him. Itachi sighed in relief, as if lost in reminiscence, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well. It is time to depart. You may leave first. I will take a moment to address the higher-ups of Konoha. With that, Obito vanished into the Kamui dimension, while Itachi prepared to confront Danzo. As Itachi returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, he encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team, who had come to intervene. There is a survivor. The masked Kakashi discovered the unconscious Sasuke lying on the ground. Quickly, take him to the hospital. After Sasuke was taken away, Danzo made his entrance and promptly initiated his blame-shifting tactics. All of this was orchestrated by Itachi Uchiha, who had long harbored disdain and hatred for his own kin. Consequently, he murdered Shisui Uchiha and seized his eyes, igniting discord among the clan and ultimately leading to this tragic event. Enough, expedite the cleanup. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, interrupted Danzo's flowery rhetoric with an impassive expression. At long last, the issue appears resolved. Danzo, with an air of self-satisfaction, approached the third to claim credit. Resolved? Such an extreme method leaves a bitter taste in one's mouth, retorted the third. Merely a trivial matter. Humph, Danzo, I can no longer turn a blind eye to your autocratic ways. Effective immediately, I relieve you of your position as Hokage's aide, disband Root, and until further notice, you are to be confined. After speaking, Sarutobi turned and departed, leaving Danzo to walk away in indignation. At that moment, masked Itachi Uchiha approached Danzo and spoke. I have witnessed everything, and I shall continue to do so. Should you dare to lay a hand on Sasuke or Sai, I will divulge all the village's secrets to our enemies. Having issued his threat, Itachi transformed into a crow and departed from the Uchiha compound. Humph. What are those 2 brats? Danzo inquired of a nearby masked Root member. Sasuke Uchiha has already been taken to the hospital. The other one, Sai, is with the Jinchuriki. Chapter 16, Astonishment. The first SSS rating. Meanwhile, the echo of the Reincarnation Tower's notification resonated in Yan Qing's mind. The series of hidden missions, Night of Annihilation, Part 3, has been completed, and the rewards have been settled. All tasks in the current world have been fulfilled. You may choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at any time. The gains from this world have reached their maximum potential, and no further rewards can be obtained. You will be forcibly returned in 1 hour. Is this truly the maximum? It seems so if one were to deplete a world to its very essence. What would become of the subsequent realms of reincarnation? In simpler terms, it is a mechanism of balance. However, the harvest has indeed been substantial. In terms of ninjutsu, he acquired the Great Fireball technique through Masahiro and learned the Phoenix Fire technique from Shui, along with various fundamental ninjutsu, including the Phoenix Flower, the Dragon Fire technique, the Body Flicker technique, Summoning Jutsu, and an array of basic ninjutsu. As for taijutsu, he boasted an average attribute of nearly 50, and had copied the first 4 gates of the 8 gates from Mike Guy, along with various Konoha-style techniques, and his own improved swordsmanship. In the realm of Jinjutsu, aside from the shadow clone technique learned during the Body Flicker technique training, Shui also imparted some basic illusions. However, due to a lack of dedicated practice, his skills in this area lagged compared to his proficiency in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Another significant acquisition was a pair of eyes that appeared to be a kaleidoscope, but were merely the 3-tomo variety. Overall, in the world of Naruto, he could barely be considered an elite chunin. In the Reincarnation Tower, although he had no direct comparisons, based on online discussions, he should at least be on par with those who have cleared 4 or 5 levels. Having reached the limit of his gains, there was no longer any need for further schemes. An hour was hardly sufficient to cultivate relationships, so he opted to return directly. Bidding farewell to Naruto, who was still engrossed in his research on how to enhance his youthful appearance, Yanqing found a secluded spot and chose to return. Warning: the Reincarnator has a summoning contract in the instance world, with the target being a flock of crows. Please select a method for handling the summoned creatures. 1. Abandon the contracted beings. They will be reactivated upon re-entering the instance world. 2. Pay the corresponding reincarnation points to duplicate them for transport out of the instance world. Contracted target: flock of crows. Quantity: 3,000. Unit price: 100 reincarnation points each. Just as he chose to return, the notification chime of the Reincarnation Tower resounded in Yanqing's mind. Were these the summoned crows? At the time, he had asked Shui to teach him how to summon crows primarily to validate his fondness for them and to enhance his completion rating. As for the crows themselves, they held little significance in battle, and Yanqing had not given them much thought. Upon reviewing the options presented by the Reincarnation Tower, 3,000 crows would cost 300,000 reincarnation points. Quite a hefty investment. Ultimately, Yanqing begrudgingly paid the 2,000 reincarnation points he had procured through a rather unscrupulous transaction with the vegetable god, duplicating 20 crows to take with him for the figure of 300,000 was far beyond what a novice should contemplate. Upon completing his selection, Yanqing's consciousness departed from the world of Naruto, and a task settlement screen from the Reincarnation Tower materialized in his mind. Task settlement: main quest completed. Linked hidden quest: Night of Annihilation completed. Task evaluation: SSS rank. Task reward: 21,000 reincarnation points. Profit settlement: killed 2 elite ninjas. Reward: 2,000 reincarnation points. Acquired 21 skills. Reward: 3,800 reincarnation points. Obtained 1 bloodline limit. Reward: 1,000 reincarnation points. Profit evaluation: SSS rank. Profit reward: 6,800 reincarnation points. Other settlements: SSS rank, including plot progress, not listed skills, acquired proficiency, acquired attributes, etc. Reward: 10,000 reincarnation points. Comprehensive evaluation: SSS rank. Reincarnator. Yin Baba. Novice Dungeon. Naruto World. Completion evaluation: SSS. Rewards as follows: reincarnation points, 37,800. World Treasure Chest, SSS. 1. Free attribute points 5. Dungeon cooldown refresh card 1. Wow. This is truly delightful. According to rumors circulating online, a certain prominent figure with an SSS completion rating received over 10,000 reincarnation points, an S-Class treasure chest, 1 free attribute point, and a random reward. An A-Class rating yielded just over 8,000 reincarnation points, an A-Class treasure chest, a random reward, and no attribute points. In contrast, his SSS rating not only bestowed him with a copious amount of reincarnation points, but also a generous allocation of free attribute points and treasure chests. It was akin to observing a small cow through a magnifying glass. Yan Qing was exhilarated, his fists clenched with fervor. Subsequently, a notification from the Reincarnation Tower resonated once more, amplifying his joy. Talent, great critical hit, triggered, granting a threefold increase to the rewards. Your rewards have been adjusted as follows: Reincarnation points, 113, for 100, World Treasure Chest, SSS, 3, free attribute points 15, Dungeon Cooldown Refresh Card 3, at that moment. Yan Qing felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes glistening with tears. With his profound understanding of the storyline and the great critical hit talent, he believed that dominating the rankings and emerging as a rising star was merely a modest goal. He was determined to overturn the Reincarnation Tower itself. However, it was somewhat regrettable that he ultimately amassed 110,000 reincarnation points, but chose not to replicate and optimize the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. The surprises were not yet over. He was the first to achieve an SSS completion rating as a reincarnator. As the pioneer in this endeavor, it was only fitting that he received something extraordinary. Congratulations to the reincarnator, Yin Ba, for obtaining the first SSS completion rating in the Reincarnation Tower. Reward, free attribute points 5. Congratulations to the reincarnator, Yin Ba, for achieving the first SSS completion rating in the Novice Dungeon of the Reincarnation Tower. Reward, achievement title, Supernova. Congratulations to the reincarnator, Yin Ba, for receiving the first SSS completion rating in the Naruto world. Reputation in the Naruto world 5. Just as Yan Qing was joyfully organizing his gains, the entire Reincarnation Tower and the real world erupted in excitement. Announcement: in the Yanhuang Armor District, Reincarnator Yin Ba has achieved the first SSS completion rating in the Reincarnation Tower. The announcement resonated in the minds of all reincarnators within the Reincarnation Tower. All reincarnators of the Yanhuang Nation are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Following this, the announcement declared, Reincarnator Yin Ba has achieved the first SSS rank in the Novice Dungeon of the Reincarnation Tower. Consequently, the reincarnators of the Yanhuang Nation were granted access to a designated Novice Dungeon. Another notification echoed. Reincarnator Yin Ba has attained the first SSS rating in the Novice Dungeon Naruto world. All reincarnators entering this realm will receive a 1-point prestige bonus. For a moment, the reincarnators stood in stunned silence before hastily examining their attribute panels. In the next instant, the communication space of the Reincarnation Tower erupted with excitement. Goodness, we truly have 5 free attribute points. Am I dreaming? The rarity of free attribute points was evident, as there had been no rewards for evaluations below S rank. At that moment, all reincarnators of the Yanhuang Nation had unexpectedly received 5 free attribute points without any effort. What sheer fortune! Who is this Yin Ba? 10 years. I have been navigating the Reincarnation Tower for a decade, and now you tell me the highest rating is not S, but SSS? What a revelation! Why not our nation? Wang Defa? Who is this Yin? Wait, brothers, doesn't this name seem a bit off? Yin Dad. Ugh, this person is taking advantage of us. They single-handedly granted 5 free attribute points to all reincarnators of Yanhuang Nation. If you could grant me 5 attribute points, I would gladly call you Papa as well. You wish to claim another father? I don't seek additional sons. How annoying, they are female. Ah, this, private message. Get lost. The discourse among all present in the Reincarnation Tower momentarily fixated on keywords such as father, SSS, and Yanhuang. Chapter 17, The Conspiracy of the Sakura Nation and the Reward Inventory in the Real World. Upon hearing the delightful news, the people of Yanhuang rushed to share it. As the internet was flooded with reports of Yin Qing achieving an SSS rating for completing the Novice Dungeon, the excitement surged among the citizens of Yanhuang as they learned they had unexpectedly received 5 precious points in free attributes, leaving many sleepless with exhilaration. In the capital of Yanhuang, within the sovereign's palace, an elderly man with gray hair was perusing the documents presented by his aides. This is indeed good news, he mused. We have thwarted the fortunes of the Sakura Nation and gained exclusive access to this Novice Dungeon. From now on, All reincarnators from Yinhuang will be able to prepare in advance and select dungeons strategically. This will significantly enhance the rewards from the novice dungeon, laying a stronger foundation for future growth. As for that young individual, he only needs to pay attention to the information within the Reincarnation Tower. Inform him that if he wishes to reveal his identity, he will be unconditionally admitted into the Supernova training camp. If he prefers to remain anonymous, we shall not pry or disturb him. Understood, Your Majesty. By the way, if there are any unscrupulous individuals, we should give them a warning. Yes. Meanwhile, beyond the realms of Yinhuang, other nations also receive the news. Officials from countries such as the Beautiful Nation and the Sakura Nation were briefed on the developments. The Beautiful Nation took it in stride, considering it merely a novice dungeon that required minimal attention. However, the Sakura Nation found themselves in a precarious position. In Tokyo, within the Chiyoda District's parliament, Prime Minister Qingju's expression darkened as he declared, "How could our exclusive dungeon be seized by those Yinhuang barbarians? Dispatch someone to eliminate that individual." Prime Minister, that is inadvisable. The three divine generals of Yinhuang are formidable. Sending skilled operatives could result in dire consequences, cautioned Matsumoto Ryosuke, the Prime Minister's chief advisor. What do you propose we do? They have audaciously trampled over us. Can we remain passive? And Qingju retorted angrily. The Naruto world is our exclusive domain. That Yinba, cough, as a citizen of Yinhuang, he cannot attain the highest power within that realm. To gain such power, he must worship our deities and transfer to our Sakura district. We will convey this information to him and offer him some incentives. I am confident he will make a wise choice. We can then publicize this news, demonstrating our strength and inclusivity far more effectively than merely eliminating him. While your plan is commendable, what if he refuses to join our Sakura Nation? And Qingju pondered, his brow furrowing as he considered the strategy. Ultimately, he recognized its merit. The impact of such an approach would be far superior to a direct confrontation. He will join us. Loyalty is merely a matter of having sufficient leverage for betrayal. We can promise him enough to entice his treachery, and once he arrives in our Sakura Nation, we will have ample means to control him, turning him into our puppet. At that moment, there would be no cost incurred, while simultaneously restoring dignity and striking a blow against the Yinhuang Nation. All while acquiring a dog with the potential to rank among the top 100, a trifecta of benefits. How delightful. Haha. Matsumoto-kun, it must be you who handles this matter. The Tenrya Shrine will provide full cooperation, and it is imperative to complete it swiftly. And Qingju decided with a pleased clap of his hands. And Matsumoto Ryusuk bowed in acceptance of the task. By the way, let Asuka Mizuho handle this. When dealing with such inexperienced youth, a woman holds a distinct advantage. Amidst the lively discussions of all the reincarnators and the various actions taken by official organizations, Yin Qing was in his private space, his eyes gleaming with a green light. Upon returning to the Reincarnation Tower, Yin Qing's privileges for his private room and personal space were activated. The private room is an exclusive space for each reincarnator, allowing for personal decoration and transformation, equipped with various living and entertainment functions. The personal space functions similarly to an inventory in a game, akin to a storage ring used by cultivators, enabling reincarnators to store their items and tools for convenient access. Yin Qing had fashioned his private room to resemble a rental apartment from his previous life. It was purely for the sake of comfort. At this moment, he was in his room, eyes sparkling with excitement as he tallied his gains. 110,000 reincarnation points, 3 SSS grade world treasure chests, an achievement title, 25 free attribute points, 15 points as a reward for clearing the dungeon, and an additional 10 points from personal SSS grade first clear reward and the Yinhuang Nation S first clear reward, as well as 3 dungeon cooldown refresh cards. The free attribute points speak for themselves. One simply allocates them where needed. Reincarnation points have numerous applications, such as enhancing skill proficiency at a 1:1 ratio, purchasing various services from the Reincarnation Tower, or engaging in transactions within the Reincarnation Marketplace. The World Treasure Chests can yield all manner of items according to their level. Meanwhile, the Dungeon Cooldown Refresh cards allow reincarnators to bypass the time intervals of dungeons, enabling continuous challenges within the Reincarnation Tower. However, there is a rule in the Reincarnation Tower. Regardless of whether one enters normally or uses a refresh card, one may only enter once per day. Yanqing equipped the achievement title. Title: Supernova. Description: you, who achieved such merit upon your first entry into the dungeon world, shine like a dazzling supernova across the universe. Effect: all attributes 3, basic dungeon reputation 1. As the first SSS grade reward from the Reincarnation Tower, an increase of 3 to all attributes is nothing short of extraordinary. And the title itself is a rare accolade. Very few possess titles in the entire reincarnation space, granting Yanqing a distinct advantage akin to acquiring an additional piece of equipment, which he found quite satisfactory. Let us open the treasure chests. Considering his rewards, Yanqing resolved to open the chests first. When I have a chance for a tenfold draw, no matter the allure of J.K. Lawless or pure and innocent beauties, nothing can deter me. Although there are only 3 treasure chests, they are still treasures. With desire propelling him forward, Yanqing decisively opened the first treasure chest, acquiring the Azura Bloodline 1. What a revelation! Is this truly something I can obtain without spending a dime? Yanqing was utterly astonished by the contents of the first treasure chest. Suppressing his inner excitement, he proceeded to open the remaining 2 chests in quick succession. He obtained the secret technique, 8 Gates of Duanjiao 1, and the secret technique, Earth Grievance 1. After unveiling all 3 treasures, Yanqing, in his exhilaration, began to form a preliminary understanding of this so-called SSS grade world treasure chest. Firstly, the items obtainable from an SSS grade chest should correspond to the pinnacle resources of the respective world. However, the range is quite vast, encompassing everything from various secret techniques to supreme bloodlines. It remains a mystery as to what the highest possible items might be. Additionally, he made another noteworthy observation. Opening these chests does not trigger the critical strike talent. Although it is still considered acquisition, it likely does not fall within the rewards category of the Reincarnation Tower. Gazing at the 3 treasures obtained from the chest, Yanqing began to reconsider his enhancement path. The Earth Grievance technique was unsettling and not something he would consider using, as he found the notion of altering his body in such a peculiar manner unacceptable. Conversely, the Azura Bloodline and the 8 Gates of Duanjia are both top-tier entities within the Naruto universe. Consider Senja Hashirama, who possesses the Azura Bloodline. His chakra is extraordinarily vast, and his mastery of wood release is both intricate and formidable, causing uproar throughout the ninja world. Yet, is Hashirama truly remarkable because of wood release? Not quite. As a reincarnation of Azura, even if given Earth Release, he would still excel in manipulating it as if it were Earth Release. Thus, it is not merely wood release that is impressive, it is Azura's prowess that stands out. Should Yanqing inherit the Azura bloodline, given enough time, he too could master all forms of ninjutsu with remarkable finesse. Water release could transform into ocean release, and earth release could evolve into ground release. Chapter 18. A spectacle of attention and identity disguise. Let us speak of the 8 Gates, a formidable technique belonging to Mike Guy in the original work. This mastery involves unlocking the 8 physiological limitations of the body, thereby instantly acquiring a power that far exceeds one's own capabilities. Throughout his life, Guy has diligently trained solely for that fleeting moment of brilliance, a moment that comes at the cost of burning one's very life essence. One must ponder, could such a technique be truly simple? Were it not for AB's intervention, extraterrestrial matters would scarcely arise. At present, Yanqing's most significant shortcoming lies in his chakra volume and physical attributes. Thus, it is indisputable that these 2 aspects would serve as a timely boon. As for the adverse effect of potentially succumbing upon opening the 8 Gates, it is believed that once Yanqing's Azura bloodline reaches sufficient strength, he may offset a portion of this drawback. Having contemplated this, Yanqing retrieved a vial containing a crimson liquid from his private space. Azura bloodline. Description: a lineage endowed with formidable vitality and energy. Note: different bloodlines can interweave, enhancing attributes cumulatively. Unique effects of varying bloodlines are retained, while overlapping effects will default to the highest value. Upon reading the fine print of the note below the description, Yanqing could not help but marvel at the formidable nature of the Reincarnation Tower. Understanding it literally, he realized that he could disregard bloodline conflicts and infinitely merge various bloodlines, whereby the enhancements and innate skills derived from these bloodlines could be stacked without limit, preserving only the most potent effects of any duplicates. Following the instructions, he crushed the vial of Azura blood, and immediately, a prompt resonated within his mind. Uchiha bloodline has been transformed into Azura bloodline, acquiring talent, Sage Body. After mastering the 8 gates, Yanqing revisited his attribute panel. Name, Yin Baba, ID, Yin Huang Armor District 136666666, Strength, 44, Mentality, 75, Constitution, 88, Agility, 44, Bloodline, Azura Bloodline, Talents, Great Critical Hit. Supreme Commander, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sage Body, Skills, Great Fireball Technique, Peak, Phoenix Fire Technique, Proficient, Phoenix Flower Claw Red, Proficient, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Proficient, Phantom Instant Body Technique, Proficient, Shadow Clone Technique, Peak. 8 Gates, Skilled. Note, to prevent filler content, the author will minimize panel introductions unless absolutely necessary. Reincarnation Points, 113,400 items. Earthgrudge Fear 1. Dungeon Cooldown Refresh Card 3. Overall Combat Power, E. In the Talents section, alongside the previously insubstantial Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A new addition has emerged, the Sage Body bestowed by the Azura bloodline. Talent. Sage Body, description, increases Constitution by 100, Chakra Volume by 100, and Ninjutsu Potency by 100. With the Sage Body's enhancement, his Constitution has effectively doubled, surpassing even his mentality. To ensure a harmonious balance of spiritual essence and maximize chakra capacity, Yanqing decided to allocate all 25 newly acquired free attribute points into mentality and constitution. Thus, his physical and mental attributes transformed into mental, 94, physical, 94. And his overall combat prowess surged from H to an astonishing E level, a leap of 2 ranks. What is crucial is that he still has 11 West reincarnation points in use. He attempted to utilize a cooldown refresh card for the dungeon, but was met with the notification that he had already entered a dungeon today, rendering the card unusable. Therefore, there was no need for haste. After processing his gains, Yanqing shifted his focus to the communication space within the Reincarnation Tower. According to online sources, regardless of how long one spends in a dungeon, it is but a fleeting moment within the Reincarnation Tower. Considering the time he took to organize his rewards, nearly 5 minutes had elapsed in the tower. However, many individuals had already emerged from their dungeons, and Yanqing was eager to observe the progress of others. Yet, as soon as he entered the communication space, he was inundated with an overwhelming flood of messages proclaiming Daddy and 666. Previously, he had been lost in the euphoria of his own rewards and had overlooked several announcements interspersed among various notifications. After quietly observing for 5 minutes, Yanqing finally comprehended the situation. He was furious. Not only was it known in the Yinhuang Armor District where he resided, but the entire Yinhuang nation, and indeed the world, was aware that Yin Baba had achieved the first ever SSS level completion rating in the history of the Reincarnation Tower. This not only granted every citizen of Yinhuang 5 additional free attribute points, but also conferred the privilege to access designated beginner dungeons. This achievement seemed to be of monumental significance. What should he do? Should he reveal his identity? Yanqing swiftly began to contemplate his strategy. If he disclosed that he was indeed Yin Baba, he would undoubtedly secure a spot in the new Star training camp, and he would rise to national prominence, garnering widespread admiration. This would likely attract the attention of the Yinhuang elite, though whether such attention would be beneficial or detrimental was contingent upon his own maneuvering. However, conversely, fame brings its own perils. Once his identity was revealed, he would attract not only the interest of allied forces but also that of foreign officials and individuals coveting his strategic insights, and even those desiring the SSS-level rewards. Did he possess the capability to ensure his personal safety? The answer was a resounding no. Those who thrived at the forefront of the Reincarnation Tower were beyond his current capacity to contend with. In an instant, Yanqing came to a realization. Did he truly need a spot in the new Star training camp? No. Did he need to be admired by the masses? No. Did he require the attention of the Yinhuang elite? Also no. What benefits would arise from exposing his identity? None. Not only would there be no advantages, but it would also invite a plethora of complications, hindering his progress. With this thought, Yanqing decisively opened the Reincarnation Mall. The Reincarnation Mall served as a trading platform provided by the Reincarnation Tower for its participants, offering a vast array of goods, including essentials for daily living, medical and entertainment services, various weapons, and even equipment forged from special materials that conferred attribute enhancements. Naturally, prices varied widely, ranging from a few reincarnation points to several million. Yanqing had previously conducted some research online. His needs regarding equipment were minimal. This time, he sought a prop that could conceal his identity. Once he arrived at school tomorrow, he would inevitably discuss the matter of the Reincarnation Tower with others, and the institution might also record their reincarnator information. If it were to come to light that he was the one who had achieved the SSS level completion as Yanbo Wang, it would lead to complications. Hence, he needed to craft a new identity for himself. After searching for quite some time, he finally found a suitable item. Poker mask, Joker, description, S-level disguise prop. Capable of resetting the reincarnator's identity information on the mask. When worn, the disguise information supersedes the true information, allowing the reincarnator to switch as needed. This was a white mask adorned with a black Joker pattern above the right eye, priced at 10,000 reincarnation points. In contrast, S-level equipment or props that offered attribute bonuses or offensive and defensive capabilities typically started at 100,000. This mask, lacking practical combat utility and only able to set external display information such as name and appearance, commanded a high price due to its elevated permissions. The seller had concealed their information, and Yanqing had no intention of haggling. He purchased it at the listed price. Once he donned the mask, unless someone employed a prop or skill of S-level or higher to scrutinize, all that would be visible were the disguise details afforded by the mask. Yanqing proceeded to configure the disguise information and then placed the mask upon his face. Upon successful equipment, he chose to conceal the mask's appearance. Name: Level 8 Great Tempest. ID: Yinhuang Jia District 136666666, Chapter 19. The tenant, Su Qianqian, a mere 100,000 had vanished like mist. Yanqing felt a pang in his heart. Had he invested that sum in enhancing his skill proficiency, it would have sufficed to elevate a mastery skill to its zenith. Nevertheless, considering safety, the expenditure was justified. It was reasonable to believe that very few possessed the ability to scrutinize items or skills of S rank or higher. And even if some did, it was unlikely they would turn their attention towards him. Once his disguise was complete, Yanqing ventured to communicate within the exchange space. Level 8 Gale, Daddy Yin 666. Long days ahead. I just had the fortune of experiencing the same dungeon as Daddy Yin. If you wish to hear of his magnificent feats within the dungeon, feel free to message me privately. The price is negotiable. Days of suffering. I can attest for long days ahead. We indeed cleared the Naruto World dungeon alongside Daddy Yin. I swear by the Reincarnation Tower. Clear blue sky. Anyone can boast. Just look at your names. You're clearly not good people. Long days ahead. Days of suffering. His alias transformed into Level 8 Gale, confirming that his disguise had taken effect. Yanqing spent another half-hour observing the exchange space, which was largely filled with boastful chatter and offered little in terms of substantive information. Consequently, he placed Earth Grievance U for sale in the Reincarnation Mall at the price of 100,000 reincarnation points and subsequently exited the Reincarnation Tower. In the real world, the dragon-shaped tattoo on Yanqing's arm gradually dimmed. He glanced at the clock. Only an hour had elapsed. This was the duration of his stay in the Reincarnation Tower, whereas in the Naruto world, a tangible year and a half had passed. Such manipulation of time and space could only imply that the Reincarnation Tower was indeed extraordinary. Half an hour later, after taking a shower, Yanqing began to search for information regarding powers. Perhaps due to the high-level nature of the subject, relevant content was scarce, and the useful information he acquired was minimal. However, the few details he did gather aligned closely with his suspicions. Many dungeon worlds possessed unique powers, and certain powers required compatible bloodlines to harness. Otherwise, one would have to pay a hefty price to obtain them. It seemed that he would have to conserve his reincarnation points for the acquisition of powers in the early stages. The ceiling of intra-level dungeons indicated that the powers accessible to him in the short term would necessitate significant sacrifices to acquire. For ordinary reincarnators, such a substantial cost was nearly unattainable. However, for Yin Qing, it merely meant exercising a bit more restraint. "Little Qingqing, are you home?" As he contemplated how to utilize his reincarnation points, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Yin Qing rose to answer. Standing outside was a striking young woman with an impressive figure. Memories flooded back. Su Qianqian, Yin Qing's neighbor and tenant, was an intern in her 4th year at a nearby e-commerce company. After his parents' departure, the greatest inheritance left to Yin Qing was this house in the urban village. The house boasted 3 stories. Yin Qing resided on the top floor, while the 2 lower floors were rented out, barely sustaining him with a few thousand in annual rental income. On the 2nd floor lived Su Qianqian and one of her university classmates. On the 1st floor, there was a commercial space rented to a newcomer who opened a small supermarket. "Sister Qianqian, what brings you here?" "I heard today marks the day for entering the novice dungeon." "How did it go?" Su Qianqian handed a petite food container to Yin Qing and then gracefully stepped inside. The box contained her homemade dinner. Whenever she cooked, she would usually prepare an extra portion for Yin Qing. This habit had persisted for quite some time. Although they often teased each other, their relationship was quite amicable. It was acceptable, set in the Naruto universe, a rating of A. Yin Qing nearly slipped and exclaimed an SSS rating, but quickly corrected himself to A. While this rating was commendable, it was still within an acceptable range, preventing him from feeling too diminished. "What? A rating? Did you purchase a strategy guide?" Su Qianqian took a bite of an apple from the table and nearly choked. "Do I need to buy a guide with my skills?" Seizing the moment while Su Qianqian was taken aback, Yin Qing snatched the apple from her hand, disregarding the bite mark, and took a hearty bite. Seeing him munch on the apple she had just bitten, particularly the very spot she had bitten into, caused her cheeks to flush. "Sister Qianqian, I recall you mentioning that you were currently stuck in the Naruto dungeon, correct?" "Ah, yes. I am stuck on the 5th level. After failing once, I had 50 of my attributes deducted, so..." Hearing Yin Qing's words, Su Qianqian couldn't help but reminisce about her previous experiences. She had initially shown great potential, passing the first 4 levels during her sophomore year, only to falter at the 5th level. The Reincarnation Tower's levels ending in 5 were all chaotic battlegrounds, where reincarnators from various nations would appear. Besides completing the main tasks assigned by the tower, they were also required to engage in combat with reincarnators from other countries. The 5th level of the Naruto world commenced from the original plots beginning through to the Chunin exams. The standard tasks involved graduating from the Ninja Academy and completing the 3rd phase of the Chunin exams, namely the preliminary rounds, followed by a comprehensive evaluation based on performance. Due to the influx of numerous reincarnators, as long as one did not encounter the narrative's formidable characters or particularly well-developed reincarnators, completing the exam was not overly challenging. Unfortunately, Su Qianqian's luck was lacking. Her team encountered powerful foreign reincarnators, failing to gather the necessary scrolls and nearly losing their lives. Ultimately, they were deemed to have failed the mission, resulting in a 50 deduction of her attributes and her exit from the dungeon. With her strength significantly diminished and psychological scars lingering, she had since lacked the courage to re-enter the Reincarnation Tower. Observing Su Qianqian's despondent demeanor, Yin Qing felt a pang of empathy. Previously powerless to assist, he now possessed ample familiarity with the Naruto universe. Even with merely half the attributes of an ordinary person, he could provide a short-term strategy for her resurgence. However, the question lingered: in which direction should he guide her? Casting a glance at her, he was quickly captivated. Her potential rivaled that of Tsunade. If she were to learn techniques such as the Yin Sealing or the 100 Healings, she could easily become a younger version of Tsunade. Ahem, Sister Qianqian, do you still wish to enter the Reincarnation Tower? Upon noticing the gaze of Yin Qing, Su Qianqian felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and discreetly shifted her position. Uncertain of her future, she pondered that perhaps, if fate allowed, she might still wish to seize an opportunity. Her voice carried a hint of melancholy. Should such an opportunity elude her, she would resign herself to the mundane routine of labor, eventually seeking a partner to marry. That seemed to be her fate. As she spoke, a forced smile graced her lips. If progress within the Reincarnation Tower remained unattainable, she would have no choice but to toil like an ordinary person, striving for basic sustenance. In this world, the ordinary populace resembled the lower classes of her previous existence, rendered insignificant and sorrowful in the face of the privileged elite among high-level reincarnators. If there were even a glimmer of possibility, who wouldn't he aspire to rise above? There will be opportunities. After finishing his apple, Yanqing opened his lunchbox, casually grasped a piece of sweet and sour spare rib, and remarked while chewing, "Let us hope so. Remember to wash the bowl clean before returning it to me." Su Qianqian abruptly changed the subject, bid him farewell, and departed. Following her departure, Yanqing turned to the internet to gather information and began to formulate a plan. With approximately 2 months until the CHNIN exams following their entrance into the dungeon, time was of the essence. After a brief contemplation, he took out paper and pen, beginning to jot down his thoughts. Chapter 20. The tank aspiring to be an assassin. The following day dawned bright and beautiful. Yanqing rose early, placing a note inside a meticulously cleaned heart-shaped bento box before knocking on the door of Su Qianqian on the second floor. After a brief moment, Su Qianqian appeared at the door, clad in a sheer nightgown, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Why are you here so early?" "Qianqian, your bento box. By the way, there's a little gift inside. Remember to take a peek in private." Upon seeing Su Qianqian's attire, Yanqing swallowed hard and hurriedly thrust the bento box into her hands before making a hasty retreat. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, the sight was enough to fluster him. Returning to her bedroom, Su Qianqian opened the bento box to find an A4 sheet of paper inside. What is this kid up to? Writing a love letter? As she unfolded the A4 paper, she read, "First, self-study surgical knowledge. Does he want to persuade me to become a doctor?" Remembering their conversation from the previous night, she initially thought Yanqing was suggesting a career change. But as she continued reading, excitement welled within her. Find a medical ninja named Ghost Head to learn the palm technique. Then seek out a female ninja named Tsunade in Short Book Street. Ghost Head strategy. Tsunade's strategy. Target ninjutsu. Palm technique. In ceiling, what bone forest technique. If the strategy proved effective, not only could she regain her lost attributes, but even exceed them. This was somewhat considerate of him. Moments later, a warm smile graced Su Qianqian's face as she solemnly folded the A4 paper. Discovering her nightgown lacked pockets, she carefully tucked it into her bosom. Meanwhile, Yanqing had already arrived at the classroom. Today, the school was to assess the students' progress through the challenges, prompting an unusually early arrival for everyone. However, reactions were mixed. Some were satisfied with their evaluations, eagerly discussing the Reincarnation Tower dungeons with classmates, while others were unprepared, having only set their basic information without entering the dungeon, and a few had failed to clear it, despondently resting their heads on their desks. Fortunately, as it was merely a novice dungeon, there had been no casualties reported. "Do you think that Yin Ba we encountered yesterday is from our school? Come on, that's a legendary figure. With an SSS rating, aside from the second-generation elites in the capital, I can't think of anyone else capable of such a feat. If only I could join Yin Ba's team. I'd do anything. Could it be that our first teammate is about to emerge?" Yanqing glanced over, only to find that the speaker was a tank-like figure, causing him to quickly avert his gaze and return to his seat. Guolei had also arrived early, slumped over like a wilted eggplant, motionless. "What is wrong with you, Guoba? Did you not pass?" Yanqing inquired, patting Guolei on the shoulder. "Did you pass?" Guolei shot up in disbelief, his expression one of shock. As the 2 top students at Yun City No. 1 High School, it was inconceivable for one of them to fail while the other succeeded. "Just look at who I am. In the world of Naruto, I received an A rating." Upon hearing Yanqing's words, Guolei felt an overwhelming surge of emotion threatening to bring him to tears. What on earth was happening? Surely it couldn't be this dire. Damn it, it was infuriating. Just yesterday, he had encountered the Iron Man dungeon, and despite following the guide his father had purchased, he had not even laid eyes on Iron Man before the mission failed. Guolei's eyes were red-rimmed, clearly enraged. How could things turn out so badly, even with a guide at hand? Don't even mention that wretched guide. It only served to agitate him further. As a novice with attribute bonuses, his initial identity was that of a military soldier, tasked with escorting an arms dealer back from the desert. The guide indicated that when he was rescued, his foremost desire was to savor a cheeseburger. Thus, when Guolei encountered the arms dealer, he promptly produced the burger he had prepared in advance. To his dismay, 7 or 8 others also revealed burgers, and he gained nothing from the encounter. To make matters worse, there was a fool buzzing around like a fly, incessantly trying to pry into the arms dealer's true identity. As a result, Colonel Rhodes grew suspicious and had them all sent for interrogation, leading to a prolonged detention that culminated in mission failure. Upon hearing Guolei's lament, Yanqing could not help but chuckle. The primary objective of the Iron Man dungeon was to rescue Tony Stark, join Stark Industries, and uncover the mastermind behind Stark's kidnapping. According to the publicly available guide, successfully locating Obadiah Stane would suffice to complete the mission, without needing to partake in the climactic battle, hence remaining oblivious to Iron Man's true identity. Once the novice dungeon was confirmed, it could not be altered, meaning Guolei was destined to face the Iron Man scenario. The guides online had been thoroughly exhausted, making it indeed quite challenging. As Guolei's steadfast friend and potential ally, Yanqing felt compelled to assist. Now that he was aware of Guolei's dungeon, it became manageable. For someone well-versed in the storyline like Yanqing, completing the main quest, or even acquiring a suit of armor from Tony, was not out of the question. However, considering the future, material possessions like armor held little significance. One must cultivate strength from within. Aside from fulfilling the main quest, it might be more prudent to. Enough of the long face. You're in luck. Yesterday, while I was clearing the Naruto dungeon, I encountered a seasoned player. I clung to him tightly, flattering him to the point of comfort, and in his good graces, he shared some exclusive information about the Iron Man world. You're about to hit the jackpot. What? How did you manage that? Teach me. Guolei's attention shifted to this curious aspect. That wasn't the main point. The crux was the exclusive information regarding Iron Man. Exclusive information? How potent could it be? It wouldn't send me off to interrogation, would it? Those interrogation techniques. TSK, my eyes are red from the nightmares I endured last night. Rest assured, it's a kind of unprecedented exclusivity. The next time you enter the dungeon, skip the frivolities. Simply complete the main quest. Then seek out a company called Pioneer Technology. Find a way to infiltrate it and become a test subject for a project dubbed Doomsday Virus. There's a certain risk involved, but if successful, you'll emerge as an immortal superhuman. Immortal superhuman? That sounds incredible. Wait, hold on, there's a risk involved? As a reincarnator, you inherently possess attribute enhancements, rendering you significantly stronger than the average individual. The probability of success remains quite high, and since this is merely a novice dungeon, there is little to lose by exiting. Should circumstances take a turn for the worse, you can always withdraw and start anew. Indeed, but I hope I won't perish inside, right? Fear not. You shall not meet your demise. Then I will place my trust in you this once, although my intended path is that of an assassin. It seems there is no inherent conflict with being an invincible being. Guolei felt a renewed sense of hope as the air of despondency dissipated. You aspire to be an assassin? Yanqing regarded Guolei's robust physique with a hint of skepticism. Absolutely, assassins exude such coolness. Those divine reapers lurking in the shadows, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Yanqing remained silent, inwardly expressing an apology to Guolei. Instinctively, he had envisioned a tanking role for him based on Guolei's build and the team's optimal configuration, hoping that Guolei's fixation on being an assassin was not too profound. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the other side of the classroom. What? An A rank. You are truly impressive. Chapter 21 Teacher Chin. I've made up my mind. Brother Kai, please take me flying next time. Yanqing and Guolei turned their gazes at the sound, discovering Chen Kai, surrounded by a throng of classmates, confidently tossing his long hair with pride. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a guide for the dungeon Naruto world purchased by his family, effortlessly securing an A-grade rating. Guolei, overhearing the conversation, couldn't help but pat his chest in relief. Fortunately, you also received an A-grade. Otherwise, we would be finished. Yanqing, however, was lost in thought. An A-grade? Aside from the prematurely extinguished culinary god, It seemed that all 8 individuals who cleared the dungeon alongside him were likely to possess A-grade potential. Moreover, one of those 8 bore the name Kai Xiao. It was a pity he hadn't interacted much with them. Otherwise, he could have confirmed their identities. Those who achieved A grades were scarce. Thus, it was indeed possible they were the same person. At that moment, a beautiful teacher with black-framed glasses entered, prompting everyone to return to their seats in silence. Students, as per school regulations, we will now conduct a statistical report on your novice dungeon clearances. This report will be done verbally without verification. But for those who perform exceptionally well, staff from the Yanhuang organization will contact you within the Reincarnation Tower for verification. I hope everyone will report truthfully. When your name is called, please state the dungeon name and your clearance rating. Yichin, Resident Evil World, D-grade rating. Linbei, Attack on Titan World, D-grade rating. Xiaoyi, I Am Legend World, C-grade rating. Yi Qingxian, Extraordinary Spider-Man World, B-grade rating. A wave of murmurs erupted as soon as Yi Qingxian announced her clearance rating, with some classmates whispering excitedly. Amidst a majority of C and D-grade ratings, the sudden emergence of a B-grade was striking, especially since she was the class beauty, as expected of the woman I have my eyes on. This rating barely matches my standards, Chun Kai remarked with a charming smile, his voice deliberately loud enough for Yi Qingxian to hear. She heard his words but chose to ignore him, not even glancing in his direction. TSK, what a show-off. Yin Qing observed her figure and, recalling some cosplay photos of female Spider-Mans from his past life, couldn't help but exclaim. What did you say? Yi Qingxian turned and glared at Yin Qing. Ah, nothing. Yin Qing wiped away his drool. I possess a B-grade rating. If you dare to pull my hair again, I shall show you what it means to suffer the consequences. Yi Qingxuan's eyes glinted with coldness, her words sending a chill down Yin Qing's spine. Chun Kai, witnessing their interaction, felt a surge of jealousy, his eyes glaring daggers at Yin Qing. Chun Kai, Naruto World, A-grade rating. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Chun Kai deliberately emphasized the term A-level, successfully igniting a commotion among the entire class. However, Yi Qingxian remained engrossed in conversation with Yin Qing, seemingly indifferent to his moment of glory. This pretense had not been executed well enough, leaving him quite vexed. Guolei, with a flushed face, recounted his lackluster performance in the realm of Iron Man, stating he had yet to conquer it. Ha, truly deserving of being one of our class's dual stutterers. What a stammer this time. Laughter erupted around him. Guolei was not the first to admit his failure to clear the game, but he was the first to be met with ridicule. It was well known that he and Yin Qing enjoyed pulling pranks, and to not laugh now would be to show a lack of respect. Silence. The next one, Yin Qing. It was now Yin Qing's turn. Before he could utter a word, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Given the illustrious reputation of the dual stutterers, it was presumed that Yin Qing must also have failed to clear the game, prompting laughter. If he has cleared it, I'll eat crow standing on my head. Brother, that might be difficult to swallow. Amidst the chatter, Yin Qing finally spoke. In the world of Naruto, A-level evaluation. He recited the assessment he had crafted earlier. The classroom erupted once more in excitement. The brother who had jested about eating crow shrank back in embarrassment. Even the beautiful and poised teacher appeared surprised. Yin Qing, who usually engaged in playful banter as a mischievous student, had unexpectedly triumphed. In this small class, 2 A-level achievers emerged simultaneously, making it difficult not to stand out. Amidst the astonished gazes of his peers, Yin Qing sat down calmly. At that moment, Chun Kai's eyes glinted with increased hostility, while Yi Qingxian turned, her mouth forming an O as she stared at him, suggesting future tussles for hair. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Chun Kai, Yin Qing, both of you come to my office. Upon arriving at the office, the beautiful teacher, Qin Kejuan, gestured for them to sit. At 26 years of age, she served as their class teacher and was a formidable individual who had conquered the 9th level of the Reincarnation Tower. I called you here regarding the slots for the new star training camp. Our school S-Luo Qingqing has performed exceptionally, securing the only known S-level evaluation in Yun City, thereby reserving 1 spot in advance. The remaining 2 spots will be contested among all A-level achievers. You both hold A-level evaluations and are therefore eligible to compete for these slots. Rest assured, Teacher Qin, I will secure one of those spots, Chun Kai eagerly declared. Yin Qing, however, felt somewhat bewildered. He had thought that an A-level evaluation would suffice for discretion, yet it had proven to be so conspicuous. Had he known, he would have fabricated a B-level score to avoid the hassle. Moreover, was it true that an A-level evaluation granted access to the nation's top training camp? This cohort of reincarnators was truly lackluster. I forfeit. All right, please provide me with your IDs so I can register you. Wait, Yin Qing, you. Qin Kejuan inquired, puzzled as she processed the information. Teacher Qin, although I have achieved an A rank in the world of Naruto, the skills I have acquired are primarily supportive in nature, rendering me ill-suited for combat. Even if I were to participate, the chances of success would be minimal. Rather than squander time on elections, it would be more prudent to study the strategies. What a coward! Chun Kai whispered derisively. Yin Qing frowned, but chose to ignore him. Recalling the various acts of bullying inflicted upon the original host, Yin Qing had already sentenced him to death in his heart, merely awaiting an opportunity to eliminate him outright. Entering the training camp grants access to strategies and intelligence that ordinary individuals cannot obtain, along with support in the form of items and resources. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Are you truly resolved? I am, Qin Kejuan replied, casting a puzzled glance at Yin Qing. Wasn't he the most attention-seeking underachiever? How had he suddenly become somewhat inscrutable? He exuded an air of apparent indifference, yet beneath the surface lay an undeniable shrewdness, creating a striking contrast that was quite perplexing. Chapter 22. Movements of all parties at 9 o'clock in the evening. Yin Qing entered the Reincarnation Tower punctually. As soon as his consciousness materialized in the private chamber, a series of notification sounds echoed. Within the Reincarnation Tower, private messaging or adding friends is impossible without knowing the other party's ID. However, by utilizing certain privilege items such as a megaphone or a message note, it is feasible to send unilateral messages to reincarnators whose names are known. Yet, these privilege items are rather costly and are typically employed only by official organizations or formidable factions on rare occasions. Upon inspection, Yin Qing discovered 4 messages sent via privilege items. 2 were from the Yin Huang official and the Beautiful Country official. 1 was from an organization called Yin Huang Ninja Sect, and the last one was from a reincarnator named Asuka Mizuki from the Cherry Blossom Nation. The Yin Huang official expressed that if Yin Qing was willing, he could enter their elite novice training camp, Supernova, without examination and would receive preferential resources. Provided his background posed no issues and his performance was exceptional, he could eventually gain direct entry into the Yin Huang official's reincarnator organization, Heavenly Court. The conditions were tempting. Yet Yin Qing had his own plans, leading him to graciously decline. The Beautiful Country, on the other hand, proposed that if Yin Qing was willing to contribute his strategies and the rewards of an SSS rating, he could gain citizenship in Beautiful Country. Faced with such a lack of emotional intelligence and misplaced confidence, Yin Qing merely rolled his eyes and disregarded the offer. Next, the Yin Huang Ninja Sect believed that Yin Qing possessed exceptional talent in the profession of a ninja and extended an invitation for him to join their organization, offering free resources such as strategies and tools. Yin Qing had previously encountered such organizations online. They were spontaneously formed groups of reincarnators with clear career development paths, electing a recognized strong individual as their leader, with regional heads subsequently elected to spearhead intelligence exchanges and resource trades. They can be likened to modern martial arts sects, representing a relatively loose grassroots power organization. Yin Qing surmised that their outreach to him was likely an attempt to leverage his SSS status to enhance their own notoriety and standing, facilitating better information and resource exchanges with other organizations. Having already rejected the official invitations, it was inconceivable for him to now consider such a minor group, and thus, he also ignored this offer. The final message from the reincarnator of the Cherry Blossom Nation left Yin Qing somewhat perplexed. The message read, Esteemed Yinba, I possess knowledge that can grant you supreme power in the Naruto world. Should you be interested, please meet me in the Reincarnation Hall, Cherry Blossom District, room SNS 839 for a discussion. Supreme power in the Naruto world? Could it be that the cinder knows how to attain the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Or perhaps how to acquire the Tsutsuki bloodline? However, the progression of strategies in the Naruto world had not yet reached such depths. It was improbable that anyone possessed this knowledge. Or perhaps, the cinder was merely fishing, intending to lure him into a trap? Yet, within the Reincarnation Hall, mutual attacks were forbidden, rendering poisons ineffective. The reincarnator from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Could this pertain to matters of authority? After contemplating for some time, Yanqing concluded that this possibility was the most plausible. The other party learned of their identity as a descendant of the Yanhuang Nation through an announcement. Consequently, they understood that their bloodline and the powers of the Naruto world were incompatible, prompting them to consider what information they could offer as a bargaining chip for some advantage. Gradually clarifying his thoughts, Yanqing resolved to meet this Asuka Murasaki, eager to ascertain what intelligence regarding powers the Sakura Nation might provide. The Reincarnation Hall. A leisure gathering place for all reincarnators from the Reincarnation Tower, offers numerous auxiliary functions and consumables. Any service can be rendered as long as one possesses reincarnation points. This was Yanqing's first visit here. He had forgotten about it amidst the busyness of the SSS level announcement. Upon entering the hall, he was immediately approached by a voluptuous beauty with an S-shaped figure. Despite her striking allure, Yanqing found himself at a loss with her English and could only politely decline. Currently, he was situated in the Yanhuang District's hall. After teleporting to the Sakura District's hall, he switched his identity back to Yanbasha and followed the information left by the reincarnator to locate the lounge. Upon authentication, he stepped inside to find translucent gauzy curtains, a plush pink carpet, and through the curtains, a glimpse of a grand pink bed where a figure with an enticing S-shaped silhouette sat, the air thick with a fragrance that stirred his very senses. Lord Yanbasha, welcome to the lounge I have specially prepared for you. Are you satisfied with the decor? A soft female voice welcomed him, its seductive tone capable of melting even the most hardened resolve. Although she spoke in Japanese, a language Yanqing was not well versed in, he understood her meaning. Courtesy of the Reincarnation Tower's innate consciousness communication feature, which transcended language barriers. As her words faded, the sheer curtains parted, revealing a body that compelled Yanqing to stand at attention. Her exquisite features, cascading black hair, and milk-like skin, combined with her alluring curves accentuated by black stockings, left him momentarily breathless. The mere sight of her tantalizing form was enough to dazzle him. Slightly conservative in her demeanor, she mused that if she were to adopt a more revealing posture, the effect could be even more profound. As Yanqing prepared to approach the bed eagerly, Asuka Murasaki stifled a laugh within, recognizing him as merely an inexperienced young man who had taken the bait. In matters of seduction, she had reigned supreme in the Sakura Nation for 2 decades, with no rival in sight. From the elderly to the young, all who encountered her lost their composure, leaving them vulnerable to her whims, often resulting in them paying a hefty price without ever touching the forbidden fruit. Indeed, it could be said that they ended up with nothing after indulging in their desires. Now, Lord Yin, let us not rush. We have yet to properly introduce ourselves. As Yanqing's eager hands reached for her, Asuka Murasaki deftly sidestepped, her voice laced with playful shyness. I am Yanbasha, and you are Asuka. Very well. Let us proceed to the next stage. With that, his hands moved forward once more. Does Yanjun not desire to comprehend how to attain the supreme power of the world of Naruto? What nonsense about supreme power. Let us first attend to the matter at hand, and we shall discuss the rest later. Do not be anxious, Yanjun. Let us focus on the task at hand. As for the other matters, I have no intention of relinquishing my first experience within the Reincarnation Tower. Once you arrive in the land of cherry blossoms, I shall serve you diligently, in any manner you desire. Damn it, the flames are intense, yet you refuse to engage. Are you merely fishing for attention? Such skillful tactics. And yet you claim it to be your first time? Truly a small knife to the rear. Sigh, very well, then. Let us discuss what this supreme power entails, and what the conditions are. I am quite busy. Suddenly, Yanqing's expression transformed into one of palpable impatience, his previously eager gaze now clear and discerning. It dawned upon Akatsuki Yuka that she had likely been deceived by his Fade. This was no disoriented child, but rather an unscrupulous individual devoid of martial ethics. With this realization, she gently waved her hand, donning a red silk bathrobe that enveloped her snugly, her voice losing its earlier allure. In that case, let us speak of the supreme power within the world of Naruto. Our esteemed predecessors in the land of cherry blossoms recently triumphed over Orochimaru, successfully completing the final challenge of the Naruto world, and obtained a unique eye from the world's treasure chest. Upon utilizing this eye, that predecessor gained formidable power, along with special information granted by the deities. Defeating Orochimaru? The final challenge? If that is the case, I am hesitant to believe such information. Oh, what sort of information do you refer to? Despite her internal skepticism, Yanqing maintained a cooperative demeanor. Have you heard of authority? Authority? I am unfamiliar with it. Yanqing feigned ignorance, her expression perfectly crafted as a delightful foil. Authority is the highest power unique to the instance worlds, and to obtain such power, one must possess the bloodline of the corresponding nation. So, are you implying that I cannot acquire the supreme power of the Naruto world? Yes, but it is not entirely impossible. As long as you are able to join our land of cherry blossoms and subsequently transition to the cherry blossom district, then this limitation will cease to exist. You may directly join our official Reincarnation organization, the Heavenly Shrine, enjoying a prestigious status and access to the finest resources. Chapter 23. Conditions and the secret toad oil. Upon hearing the other party's terms, Yanqing began to form a rough understanding. As a newcomer to the Reincarnation Tower, he had fortuitously achieved an SSS rating in a novice dungeon. By all accounts, he should be merely a promising newcomer, someone who would typically garner attention through a private message, not necessitating international recruitment. Yet, the peculiar circumstance arose that the Naruto world was a dungeon of Sakura country, and a Yanhuang individual had claimed first place. It seemed likely that the officials felt their pride had been affronted, unable to confront Yanhuang directly. They resorted to undermining them to salvage national reputation, all while delivering a subtle slap to Yanhuang's face. How clever, employing such a roundabout method to save face. However, Yanqi was not one to be swayed by trifles. Nonetheless, if they were willing to offer benefits, then joining Sakura nationality was not out of the question. However, to expect him to betray his homeland without demonstrating genuine intent was quite unreasonable. Yayoi Hanasaki sighed inwardly, recognizing him as a rather formidable opponent, one who would not release his grip until seeing tangible results. Of course, this time she was acting on the directive of the Heavenly Imperial Shrine. The High Priest had promised that should he transfer to the Sakura region within the Reincarnation Tower and submit an application for nationality change, they could immediately exchange for an S-rank ninjutsu from the Naruto world. Furthermore, upon his arrival in Sakura country, he would be presented with even more skills and training resources. An S-rank ninjutsu? Yanqing reflected on the matter, realizing that few ninjutsu in the entire Naruto universe earned such a prestigious classification. Techniques like Edo Tensei, Flying Thunder God, Raisin Shuriken, Kirin, and various sealing techniques came to mind. Each one possessed a level of power akin to a game-breaking ability. However, as they spoke of a secret technique, it was plausible that other skills of similar caliber were being offered. Yet, becoming a citizen of Sakura was utterly out of the question. An S-rank secret technique? Moreover, requiring him to transfer regions first? Their sincerity was questionable. This represents the highest known level of skill in the Naruto world, she continued. It was obtained by a predecessor of ours from the treasure chest of the world. Yanqing sought to negotiate for greater benefits, but Yayoi Hanasaki insisted that this was the best offer available, acknowledging the significantly lagging development progress of the Naruto world. Very well, but these are all mere promises. How about you provide me with some A-rank skills or items instead? Otherwise, I truly lack motivation. I will need to consult with the esteemed High Priest. Hearing this, Yanqing rolled his eyes, recognizing the sales pitch. A simple phone call could yield a discount, followed by the cheerful news that the application had been approved. As anticipated. Wonderful news, Yanjun. The High Priest has agreed to provide you with a B-rank item from the Naruto world. Oh, what is it? It is an item known as Secret Toad Oil, which grants immense power for a brief period. What on earth? Toad Oil. This is yet another consumable item from the world of Naruto, its origins shrouded in mystery. When applied to the skin, it bestows immense power for a fleeting moment. However, this item comes with certain side effects. Only a small amount should be used at a time. Excessive application not only alters one's appearance, but also poses a risk of petrification. Could it be that very item? Yanqing recalled the storyline in which Naruto learned Sage Mode. In the original narrative, to defeat the mid-boss Pain, Naruto follows Fukusaku, the Toad Sage, to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Mode. The prerequisite for entering Sage Mode is the absorption of natural energy. To facilitate Naruto's experience of this energy, Fukusaku summoned one of Mount Myaboku's treasures, the secret Toad Oil. Upon application, this Toad Oil enables the body to autonomously absorb natural energy, which, when harmonized with the chakra within, allows one to attain the legendary Sage Mode, exponentially increasing their power. Naturally, the natural energy absorbed through Toad Oil is challenging to control and maintain. Thus, it serves only for a brief experience of natural energy, rather than as a continuous source for sustaining Sage Mode. To truly enter Sage Mode, one must independently absorb the energy in a stable manner. Moreover, the Toad Oil has its drawbacks. The more one applies, the greater the absorption of natural energy. Should one exceed their limits, they risk transforming into a toad or even merging with nature, turning to stone. In the original work, both Jiraiya and Naruto achieved mastery of Sage Mode through prolonged training in Mount Myaboku, allowing them to adeptly absorb natural energy on their own. The foundation of this mastery lies in understanding what natural energy is, and the Toad Oil serves as the finest conduit to it. If this is indeed that item, then I would be compelled to learn Sage Mode in advance. This is a remarkable opportunity. Possessing the Sage Body inherently connects me to natural energy. Once I experience this energy, entering Sage Mode will become effortless. For those who comprehend its significance, the Toad Oil is one of the keys to Sage Mode, justifying its classification as an A-grade item. However, to the uninformed denizens of the Sakura country, it merely appears as a dispensable and trivial consumable. Given that application could lead to transformation into a toad, female reincarnators would certainly shy away from its use. As for others, abundant alternatives exist. Numerous potions and cuisines across various worlds can temporarily enhance combat prowess. Thus, this rather unremarkable item was bestowed upon Yanqing. Petrification? You present me with a potentially fatal tool? Internally, Yanqing was elated, yet outwardly feigned anger. Sir Yan, this is already the greatest concession the High Priest is willing to make. Mizuhana Shizuku frowned slightly, increasingly displeased with the repeated demands made by the other party. After all, she was a direct disciple of one of the 8 halls, holding a position of considerable status within the Sakura country. Before engaging with Yanqing, her master had cautioned her that although the task was assigned by the authorities and the high-ranking officials, she should not compromise her own dignity. If the other party proved to be ungrateful, then failing to complete the task would be of no consequence. After all, they were merely dealing with a novice who had barely passed a beginner's dungeon. She found it hard to believe that the high-ranking official would impose undue hardship on her and her master for the sake of an inexperienced newcomer. However, failing to accomplish the task would not only mean forfeiting the promised rewards from the high-ranking official, but it could also adversely affect future resource allocations. As Mingri Huaziyuan grew increasingly aggrieved and was preparing to confront the situation, Yanqing spoke up. Very well, although this trivial matter holds little value, it at least reflects your sincerity. I shall reluctantly accept it. Ah? Why has the tone suddenly shifted? Is this for real, Yinjun? Yes, let us proceed in this manner. You shall transfer the item to me, and I will find time to apply for a transfer. Thank you, Yinjun. Once you arrive in Sakura country, I shall ensure you are treated splendidly. Any manner of hospitality you wish, provided your strength surpasses mine. Just moments ago, she had proclaimed that any form of hospitality would suffice upon arrival in Sakura country, yet now she imposed additional conditions. Women. After adding each other as friends, Mingri Huaziyuan traded the Toad Oil to Yanqing. In her eyes, joining Sakura country was a venture that promised nothing but benefits and no drawbacks. The prolonged discussions with the other party indicated acceptance of her terms, and she was certain that Yanqing would soon initiate the transfer process. With a sense of joy, she exited the reincarnation tower, eager to share the good news with her master. Naively, she remained unaware that the nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 24, Friends, Turkey-Flavored Chips. In grass, Yanqing returned to the Yanhuang district, assuming the identity of 8th level Gale. Suddenly, 2 notifications for adding friends chimed. During the day, he exchanged IDs with Guolei and Yi Qingxian, and the trio had agreed to add each other once they entered the reincarnation tower. To facilitate their communication, Yanqing promptly created a chat room and invited both Guolei and Yi Qingxian. Turkey-flavored chips. Is that you, Salt? It's me, Chips. 8th level Gale, turkey flavor. Your name has a certain flair. Turkey-flavored chips. Yours isn't bad either. Grass. What is so special about your names? I fail to see the significance. Turkey-flavored chips. Yi Qingxian? Grass. Yes, that's me. Turkey-flavored chips. You this grass. Is it appropriate? Grass. It's merely a type of plant. Thank you. Turkey-flavored chips. Oh, that's good then. Grass. 8th level Gale. Let's not dwell on this. Let us gather in the reincarnation hall first. Turkey-flavored chips. OJBK. In a lavish lounge, 2 tall and handsome young men and a slender, innocent-looking woman exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment's pause, one of the handsome men tentatively spoke, Salt. Salt. The other man cautiously replied, Chips. Chips. The slender beauty remained silent. Moments later, one could not help but think, how shameless can you be? Is that really you? Your beauty filter must have been cranked up to the max. At least I still resemble myself. Yanqing distanced himself several meters from Guolei in disdain. We're like Zhang Fei and Li Kuei. Neither should cast stones at the other. People naturally yearn for beauty. When initially customizing their appearances, all 3 had tacitly chosen to look as attractive as possible. Yanqing transformed from an ordinary youth into a strikingly handsome man. Guolei morphed from a burly roughneck into a charming, pretty boy. Among the trio, Yi Qingxian remained the most modest, making only slight adjustments to her appearance, though she could not resist enhancing her figure. With her innocent features complemented by a captivating S-shaped curve, even Yanqing found it hard to maintain his composure. As they settled down, Yanqing began conversing with Yi Qingxian. I'll just call you Qingxian. Casually, Qingxian, you cleared the level in the world of Spider-Man, right? How did it go? I received AB rating, earning 5,000 reincarnation points, and then I opened a weakened version of the spider serum from the B-level world treasure chest. Now, I'm essentially a downgraded female Spider-Man. My overall combat power is F. Upon hearing Yi Qingxian's words, Yanqing couldn't help but marvel at her fortune. It was indeed extraordinary. To have obtained the spider serum from such a common B-level treasure chest was remarkable. Damn, the phenomenon of luck is truly omnipresent. After understanding Yi Qingxuan's situation, Yanqing traded a luminous blue card to Guolei. The card depicted 2 overlapping triangles, representing the cooldown reset card for the dungeon he had acquired. Then I shall proceed. Guolei utilized the card, resetting the cooldown for entering the dungeon world. Rolling. If you feel your body about to burst, remember to withdraw in advance. Guolei's figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, clad only in a pair of shorts, Guolei reappeared, startling Yi Qingxian into a scream as she covered her eyes. You fraud. Did you not say everything was fine? Guolei clasped his hands over his chest, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. Did you not return alive and well? What is your evaluation? S-level, no. That is not the point. I exerted tremendous effort to find you and that company, only to be bound to an operating table, subjected to dozens of needles and various experiments, more cruel than a Buddhist's peeling. What a joke. Relax. Compared to that little bit of pain, you now resemble an indestructible cockroach, brimming with vitality. To verify, Yanqing drew a knife and slashed it across Guolei's arm, instantly creating a wound that bled profusely like a centipede. However, in the next moment, a brilliant yellow light emanated from the wound, and his arm returned to its pristine state. Yi Qingxian blinked in disbelief. Is this Iron Man? But isn't Iron Man from a mechanized world? How does he possess superpowers? And why is he not wearing any clothes? Heh, surprised, aren't you? The strategy given to me by Yanba indicated that there was no need to lick Tony's filthy feet. A hidden quest granted me an S-level evaluation. As for clothing, the heat generated by my ability incinerated it. Guolei admired his own radiant, naked form with pride. Could you please put on some clothes before speaking? Yin Qing shot him a disdainful glance. Do you also have the Iron Man strategy? Yi Qingxian looked at Yin Qing in confusion. Yes, I dreamed about it previously. Yi Qingxian replied. May I ask what position one must assume to have such dreams? By the way, Yin Ba, I opened this item from a treasure chest. Do you think I might be about to soar? Guolei donned his clothing and retrieved a glowing circular iron box from his space. An arc reactor. Goodness. Unable to procure the Iron Man armor, yet you grasp core technology first? Yin Qing sighed inwardly, realizing Guolei was even more unfortunate than himself. Of little use. Perhaps gifting it to the Yin Wang authorities might yield some benefits. This device is merely a high-grade generator and holds no value for those pursuing self-enhancement. However, the energy technology may pique the interest of the state. Having resolved matters regarding Guolei, Yin Qing disclosed the purpose of gathering the two. I plan to establish a reincarnation team. Are you both interested? We are a formidable duo. We must team up. Guolei responded excitedly. I'm in. I will join as well. Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement. After all, entering dungeons together means added security, especially with familiar faces from the real world. I must clarify one thing first. I will not adhere to the dungeon cooldown progress. Tomorrow night, I intend to use a cooldown refresh card to enter the second layer. And I will frequently do so in the future. Are you both able to accept this? Yin Qing expressed his thoughts, gazing at the two. I am entirely at your service. Just now, the random reward for Iron Man happened to be a cooldown refresh card. As the most devoted ally, Guolei made his decision without hesitation. All right, but I do not possess a cooldown refresh card. My last random reward was Spider-Man's combat suit. Yi Qingxian also expressed. Yin Qing opened the reincarnation shop to see if they sold any dungeon cooldown refresh cards. To his surprise, not only were they available, but there were also numerous options. And the price was quite reasonable for him. 1,000 reincarnation points each. Many had been sitting unsold for years. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qing understood. For ordinary individuals, the reincarnation tower is hardly an ideal vacation spot, unless one is exceedingly confident, who would willingly spend reincarnation points to seek out hardship. Many only ventured into dungeons once every few months. I will cover your cooldown refresh card this time, but I have a request. What request? Among the three of us, you possess the weakest strength, so any enhancement is beneficial. Please don the Spider-Man combat suit. I wish to observe the extent of your improvement. Yin Qing's expression was resolute, entirely embodying the spirit of considering the other and the team. Yi Qingxian trusted him without suspicion, and in the blink of an eye, her attire transformed into Spider-Man's skin-tight suit. Then, extending one hand, a web shot forth from the mechanism at her wrist, accurately striking a strawberry on the coffee table and pulling it back to her. Upon witnessing her alluring figure, Guolei finally grasped Yin Qing's true intention. This uniform is indeed exceptional. Chapter 25. Confessing Identities. The poker masquerade squad Yin Qingzheng was engrossed in his reading when he suddenly noticed an unusual change in Guolei beside him. The radiance beneath his skin surged wildly, as if on the verge of bursting forth. All right, quickly switch back, Yin urged. Cough, this outfit is rather conspicuous, and it wouldn't be prudent to wear it in the instance world. We can discuss it when the need arises. Once Guolei's exuberance had settled, Yin Qing continued. Now that you have decided to form a team with me, we shall be comrades in life and death. There is something I wish to disclose, but you must swear to keep it a secret. Rest assured, we would never betray you. Yin Qing was touched by their loyalty, yet he insisted they sign a reincarnation contract. Actually, I am Yin Ba, he revealed. Yin Dad, are you taking advantage of us? Guolei was momentarily bewildered, mistaking Yin Qing for jesting. Are you referring to the Yin Ba who achieved an SSS rating in yesterday's announcement? Yi Qingxian suddenly grasped the situation, covering her mouth in disbelief. Yes, I prefer to keep this matter under wraps for now, hence I acquired a disguise item called the Poker Masquerade. As he spoke, Yin Qing reverted to the identity of Yin Ba. In the astonished gazes of his companions, he transformed back into the formidable level 8 Gale. Before this, have your names been exposed? No, they both shook their heads in unison. That's good. If you choose to team up with me, your names will likely appear in the announcements as well. To minimize complications, it would be wise to adopt disguises. Can I also make it onto the announcements? That is quite a prestigious honor. Why would I need a disguise? Guolei's focus drifted to an odd concern. Are you foolish? Once everyone knows your true identity, various factions will undoubtedly set their sights on you. A tree that stands out will surely be felled. Haven tea, you heard? Yi Qingxian shot Guolei an exasperated glance. Oh, but what if I attract the attention of factions that only recruit female reincarnators? Guolei asked, his gaze wandering. Yi Qingxian felt a lack of connection with him and turned her attention back to Yin Qing. I just checked the shop. They still have that poker masquerade available, though it's somewhat pricey. The poker masquerade, Heart Queen and Poker Masquerade, Spade Ace are both priced at 10,000 reincarnation points, which I can't afford at the moment. I have just enough. I collected 13,000 reincarnation points in the Iron Man instance, and Haven T decided how to spend it yet. Guolei refocused and promptly purchased the Spade Ace mask. Yin Qing observed his fluid actions with satisfaction. It was this unwavering trust that justified his risk in revealing information and taking them to new heights. Yin Ba, I have 6,000 reincarnation points. Could you lend me 4,000? Yi Qingxian batted her eyelashes playfully, leaving Yin Qing momentarily unsure whether she was addressing him as father or Ba. Of course, just repay me in the next instance. With the total reaching 10,000 reincarnation points, Yi Qingxian purchased the Heart Queen mask. By the way, what are your attributes and talents? In order to better plan the developmental trajectory, Yin Qing must have a clear understanding of their specific circumstances. The recent dire virus has granted me an augmentation of 30 points in both constitution and strength, alongside 10 points in spirit and agility. My constitution and strength now approach 40 points, while my spirit and agility remain under 20 points. Furthermore, my talent is named immovable as a mountain. As long as I remain stationary, I can taunt enemies and subsequently enhance my defensive capabilities. Guolei, without hesitation, revealed his abilities in full, displaying his panel completely. After reviewing it, Yin Qing silently expressed his apologies. With such a talent, aspirations of becoming an assassin were futile. The weakened version of the Spider Serum has provided me with a universal boost of 25 points across all attributes, resulting in all 4 dimensions being in the 30s. My talent, Elemental Affinity, amplifies damage from all elemental attributes while reducing both elemental consumption and damage taken from elemental sources. Yi Qingxian also spoke while showcasing her panel. Yin Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Her path was now clearly destined for a mage's journey. A robe could never compete with the prowess of Spider-Man. My strength and agility exceed 40 points, while my constitution and spirit are nearing 90. My talent is Supreme Commander, and its effect is... Yin Qing began to explain the Supreme Commander talent, deliberately omitting mention of his critical strike talent. After all, possessing 2 talents was somewhat contrary to common understanding, so he preferred to keep it as a hidden card. Nevertheless, this revelation drew an exclamation of admiration from Yi Qingxian. Once the team reaches full capacity, won't you possess 10 talents? You could potentially reap double the rewards. Alas, that enhancement holds no benefit for me. Yin Qing shrugged. He possessed the critical strike talent, and double rewards were the most ludicrous outcome. Better to forego it entirely. Having grasped the general situation of both comrades, Yin Qing submitted a request to the Reincarnation Tower to form a Reincarnation Squad. By the way, what shall we name the team? Upon seeing the Reincarnation Tower prompt him to name the squad, Yin Qing, adhering to principles of fairness and impartiality, sought the opinions of the 2. The Mighty Muscle Tyrant Squad. The Pure Desire Duo. Both responded enthusiastically, yet their suggestions left Yin Qing scratching his head. Both sound quite good. Yin Qing feigned a serious contemplation, ultimately naming the team Poker Mask. After all, it seemed the entire squad would don poker masks henceforth. So why not embrace this characteristic in the name simple and direct? Upon completing the squad application, Yin Qing designated Guolei and Yi Qi-xian as fixed members, and soon thereafter. A notification from the Reincarnation Tower echoed in his mind. The Reincarnation Squad Poker Mask has been established. Team name, Poker Mask. Captain, Yin Baba. Members, Turkey-flavored crust. Qing Chao. Current team profit bonus, 30. Talent, Supreme Leader. Triggered, you receive a random talent. Fire Elemental Affinity, Talent. Supreme Leader. Triggered. You receive a random talent. Soul Barrier, Talent. Fire Elemental Affinity. Description, affinity with the fire attribute. Immune to certain fire damage. Talent, Soul Barrier. Description, when subjected to soul-type attacks, a barrier is generated, rendering most soul damage ineffective. Indeed, 2 talents have been added. This Supreme Leader talent is truly formidable. One grants immunity to fire damage, while the other protects against soul damage. These 2 abilities significantly enhance Yin Qing's survivability, particularly the immunity to soul damage, which is notably insidious and difficult to counter. Currently, our team consists of just the 3 of us, so we shall proceed as such for now. Once our numbers increase, we can delineate clearer roles and career paths. For the moment, I will take charge of coordination, with Guoba tentatively assigned to draw aggro and absorb damage, while Qin Xian will handle ranged output. Yi Qi-xian nodded in agreement. His talents were indeed suited for a wizard. But alas, the introductory dungeon had granted him a spider blood cleansing, necessitating future adjustments. Wait, Yin Ba, my dream is to be an assassin. How did I end up as the damage absorber? Guolei implored, gazing at Yin Qing. Oh, I mentioned it was tentative, right? Rest assured, I will endeavor to steer your role towards that of an assassin in the future. Do you not trust me? I do. Chapter 26, The Second Layer. Captain America's world thus, the initial framework of the Reincarnation Squad was established. Guolei and Yi Qi-xian chose to place their complete trust in Yin Qing, investing all their reincarnation points into a seemingly futile identity disguise. After completing the disguise, Guolei's name transformed from turkey-flavored rice crackers to the aging sophomore. Yi Qi-xian, opting for subtlety, simply changed green grass to Qingshuan. Since Guolei had already utilized his opportunity to enter the instance today, the trio agreed to venture into the second layer together the following day. After parting ways, Yin Qing checked his reincarnation points. Originally at 113,400 points, after deducting the 10,000 spent on the poker mask and the 4,000 lent to Yi Qi-xian, he was left with 99,400 points. The Earth grievance you remained unsold in the marketplace, with no inquiries even made about it. Reincarnation points were merely a string of numbers when left unspent. Only through expenditure could they be transformed into strength. However, after perusing the marketplace for a considerable time, he found nothing suitable. The inexpensive items held no value for him, while the slightly useful ones were exorbitantly priced, an unfortunate drawback of his rapid power growth. Ultimately, he discovered 2 skills that suited Guolei and Yi Qi-xian. The first was Iron Block, one of the 6 styles from the pirate world, priced at 8,000 reincarnation points. This skill allowed the body to withstand blades and bullets, though it rendered the user immobile once activated. In terms of defense, it was akin to armament hockey, albeit lacking the mobility that the latter offered. Unable to find armament hockey in the marketplace, Yin Qing purchased this skill for Guolei's temporary use. The second skill was the attribute transformation of the Demon Emperor from the dungeon world, available for 10,000 reincarnation points. This buff skill enabled the user's attacks to carry 4 elemental attributes: ice, fire, light, and darkness. Should Yi Qi-xian acquire this skill, her webbing would transform into magical projectiles, making her a rudimentary mage capable of basic attacks. As for the expenditure of reincarnation points, for the sake of the team's development, he deemed it necessary to utilize them, especially since he possessed an ample supply. 18,000 points were but a trivial sum. Exiting the reincarnation marketplace, he spent 10,000 reincarnation points to purchase 10 hours of access to a high-level training room. Within this space, using skills incurred no costs and granted triple proficiency gains, compounded further by his critical hit bonuses. In merely 8 hours, he elevated the proficiency of over 20 ninjutsu techniques to their peak levels, proving far more economical than a direct one exchange for proficiency. With 2 hours remaining, he intended to attune himself to natural energy, hoping to directly learn Sage Mode. Retrieving the toad oil gifted by Ming Ri Huaziyuan, he applied a small amount to his arm, as a peculiar energy coursed through his body. Yanqing's palm sprouted webbed appendages akin to a toad's, though they reverted shortly thereafter. After memorizing that sensation, he began to attempt sensing the natural energy in the air. However, even with the Sage body, he felt nothing after 2 hours. The path to Sage Mode remained a formidable journey ahead. Upon leaving the training chamber, he expended 10,000 reincarnation points to acquire 10 instance cooldown refresh cards and invested 3,000 points in 3 sets of planetary-grade individual combat gear, which included basic supplies such as planetary communicators and medical kits. Consequently, he retained 5,800 reincarnation points, an ample sum that would suffice even in the event of encountering powers that demanded expenditure, augmented by the profits from the instance. Confirming there was nothing further to attend to, Yanqing exited the Reincarnation Tower. After a tedious 10 hours of skilled training, he found himself mentally fatigued and promptly succumbed to slumber. The following day, Qin Kajuan accompanied Chun Kai to compete for a spot in the Nova training camp, where nothing noteworthy transpired within their class. At 9 o'clock that evening, the trio simultaneously entered the Reincarnation Tower. Upon forming their party, Yanqing traded the skills, individual combat gear, and cooldown refresh cards he had purchased the previous day to the two, additionally bestowing each of them with 1,000 reincarnation points to facilitate their entry into the advanced training room for skill enhancement. Now I owe you a total of 10,000 reincarnation points, Yi Qingxian lamented, burdened by such a considerable debt right after completing the novice instance. No need to rush to repay it, we can address it later, Yanqing waved dismissively. Guolei, however, did not hesitate and promptly entered the training room. Upon emerging, his proficiency with the iron block skill had barely reached the mastery level. This skill seems off. When I use it, I cannot move, making me a sitting duck. How can that be considered a sitting duck? It's a life-saving technique for critical moments. Guolei pondered and eventually concurred. When faced with a potentially fatal blow, he could utilize the iron block to shield himself, waiting for his adversary to be momentarily bewildered before releasing the iron block to deliver a counterattack, an entirely rational strategy. Thus, he chose not to delve further into his concerns. When Yi Qingxian emerged from the training room, her proficiency with the attribute transformation skill had also reached mastery level. The strands she launched successfully inflicted attribute damage, accompanied by various attack effects, the explosive power of fire, the freezing nature of ice, the disorienting flash of light, and the penetrating force of darkness. With all preparations complete, their leader Yanqing commenced the selection of an instance. The 3 instances available were Captain America, Ghost Eye Madblade, and I Am Legend. I Am Legend posed no challenge, as the mutants within were far too easy for the trio. Even Yi Qingxian would struggle to pose a threat unless they were massively surrounded. The skills within Ghost Eye Madblade seemed quite suitable for his planned study of the blade technique, yet they were less appropriate for Guolei and Yi Qingxian, and his recollection of Ghost Eye Madblade was rather hazy. After a moment of contemplation, Yanqing ultimately opted for Captain America, having already encountered it twice. It would be remiss not to show some respect. Once the instance was determined, the 3 figures vanished simultaneously, only to reappear in the gray space designated for preparation. Aside from the 3 of them, there were 7 others present. After declining offers for information exchange and party invitations from the others, the preparation time concluded, and the trio entered the world of the Captain America instance. The narrative of Captain America is set in the early timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, occurring during World War II. The narrative unfolds around Steve Rogers, a man ardently yearning to serve his country in the military. However, due to his frail constitution, he has persistently been unable to pass the military selection process. By a stroke of fate, his selfless and fearless spirit moves Dr. Erskine, the overseer of the Super Soldier program, who grants him the opportunity to receive an injection of the Super Soldier serum. This pivotal moment transforms him into a super soldier, Ultimately, he engages in a fierce battle of 300 rounds against the Red Skull, who leads the Hydra organization under Hitler's command, successfully banishing the Red Skull from Earth, while he himself tragically succumbs to a glacier, remaining frozen for 70 years. Upon the completion of this transmission, Yin-Ching and his companions find themselves standing on the bustling streets of Brooklyn, New York, in the year 1943. Name: Yuan, Blue, identity: a citizen of the beautiful country. Age: 22 years, appearance modified. Introduction: a civilian from Brooklyn, New York. In this moment, Yin-Ching has transformed into a striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed citizen, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. Where's my sword? Upon realizing that his ninja attire from the Naruto world has been replaced with a conventional suit, and his sword has inexplicably vanished, Yin-Ching feels a twinge of discomfort. Relief washes over him when he sees the wakizashi safely stored in his private space. This is the correction of the reincarnation space. After all, it would be rather peculiar to appear in the beautiful country during World War II clad in ninja garb. Once his basic information is confirmed, Yin-Ching turns his gaze to the two individuals standing beside him, a burly, unassuming brown-haired man, and a stunningly alluring blonde beauty. Chapter 27, Conscription, First Encounter with Steve. According to the hints from my comrades in the Reincarnation Tower, the two individuals before me are none other than Guo Lei and Yi Qingxian. A warning echoes. The instance has commenced. Reincarnators must not divulge any information regarding the Reincarnation Tower to the inhabitants of this realm. The main quest has been issued. Main quest: annihilate the Hydra base. Quest description: the Hydra organization is clandestinely conducting nefarious research aimed at world domination. Join the military and obliterate all Hydra bases. Quest rewards: 1,000 reincarnation points. A slight enhancement to the completion rating. Each Hydra soldier slain yields 10 reincarnation points, and successfully participating in the destruction of a Hydra base awards 1,000 reincarnation points. Quest duration: 2 years. Is a mere Hydra soldier worth only 10 reincarnation points? Damn it, a single crow costs 100 points. Can we not aim higher? Yin-Ching grumbled about the Reincarnation Tower before turning his attention to Guo Lei and the others. In this world, my name is Yoon, a commoner from Brooklyn. Might I inquire about your identities? I am Mike, Henry, a fellow Brooklyn resident. I am Emily, Betty, also a denizen of Brooklyn, with identities mirroring his own. It appears that the slight prestige bonus is indeed shared among the entire team. The trio reconvened to review their quest details, while Yin-Ching began to scrutinize his surroundings, contemplating their next course of action. No other reincarnators seemed to be present, likely due to the initial identity disparity caused by the one prestige from titles. One could only wonder where the unfortunate souls had ended up in the slums. Nearby, a small building displayed a massive white banner proclaiming, "I want you." A military recruitment advertisement. Based on the film's timeline, Yin-Ching surmised that the future Captain America, Steve Rogers, was currently inside undergoing enlistment physicals. The future Captain America and the present-day Steve are entirely different in physique. Thus, ordinary reincarnators remain unaware of how the Destined One appears, thereby missing the optimal opportunity to approach him. Those who follow the standard strategy will first encounter Captain America during the latter stages of the narrative, when he is poised to form the Howling Commandos to dismantle the Hydra bases. Prior to this, they are blissfully ignorant, knowing only to enlist as per the guide, advance to the front lines, and excel in their performance to be selected by Captain America for the Howling Commandos, thereby partaking in the destruction of Hydra bases. If they exert sufficient effort, they could amass a considerable number of reincarnation points and successfully complete the main quest. However, by that point, the gap between Captain America and ordinary soldiers will have widened significantly. He will be surrounded by high-ranking military officials, making it exceedingly difficult to forge connections and develop tasks. Considering the vast Marvel universe and its future trajectory, Yin-Ching recognizes the imperative to seize this opportunity, striving to accumulate the resources necessary for survival in this world through his own endeavors. First and foremost, the acquaintance with Steve Rogers followed, leading him to infiltrate the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Through his exemplary performance, he naturally secured the opportunity to receive the injection of the Super Soldier Serum. For reincarnators, This serum could augment all attributes by 30 points, devoid of any side effects, thus serving as a remarkable enhancement in the early stages. Moreover, this opportunity allowed him to rationalize his skills, including his ninjutsu, Guolei's dire virus, and Yi Qingxuan's web technique. Should anyone question the origins of their superhuman abilities, they could simply attribute it to the mutations caused by the super soldier serum. If someone sought to draw his blood, he would retaliate by delivering a few hefty blows in return, one substantial strike for every milliliter of blood extracted, challenging their endurance. With his thoughts clarified, Yanqing shared his preliminary ideas with Guolei and Yi Qingxian. Shall we proceed to enlist now? Guolei, fixated solely on the word enlist, inquired impatiently. His plan was straightforward, to set aside his own thoughts and steadfastly follow Yanqing. Let us go, Yanqing declared, leading the duo directly to the recruitment center. The physical examinations for male and female recruits were conducted separately. Thus, at that moment, only Yanqing and Guolei stood at the examination site where Captain America was present. Could you assist me, please? The diminutive and frail Steve Rogers pleaded with the official reviewing the medical forms, clearly disheartened as the official deemed his physical condition unfit for military service. I am indeed helping you. I'm saving your life. With that, the official stamped 4F, indicating disqualification, onto his form. Steve accepted the examination results with a face full of resentment before turning to Yanqing, who received a decisive 1A stamp, the highest rating, reflecting his outstanding qualifications. In the military evaluation system, 4F signifies the lowest rating, indicating unfitness for service, while 1A denotes the highest, allowing one to join any unit. Such exceptional credentials. Would you like me to recommend you to the 1st Infantry Division? The official inquired. No, thank you, Yanqing politely declined, as his aim was to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve to become a super soldier. And you, soldier, you are equally impressive, the official remarked, directing his attention to the towering Guolei. Could I be assigned to a unit superior to his? Guolei whispered to the official. Well, certainly. If you wish, I can look into it. No, thank you. Upon receiving confirmation, Guolei decisively rejected the offer, leaving the official utterly perplexed. Did you hear that? I am superior to you, Guolei boasted, casting a smug glance at Yanqing. Get lost. Following the standard protocol, Yanqing and his companions were to join the new recruit training camp before being assigned to various units. However, prior to that, Yanqing's objective was to meet the head of the Rebirth program, Dr. Erskine, the creator of the super soldiers. To encounter him, one must remain closely behind the fortunate chosen one. Hey there, pal. My name is Ewan. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? Yanqing hastily caught up with the departing Steve, activating his Oscar-worthy charm. Greetings, I am Steve. Upon observing the man awarded an A1 rating, Steve could not help but feel a pang of inadequacy. One can hardly escape the harsh truth that comparison breeds discontent. This diminutive figure is destined to become a paragon of beauty in the future. Guolei approached, gazing incredulously at the frail Steve, utterly unable to reconcile him with the robust figure he would later become. Ahem, allow me to introduce my friend Mike. Yanqing's cough interrupted Guolei. It appears your medical examination results are less than favorable. Indeed, to be precise, this marks my 5th rejection. My friend, do not dwell in despair. There is an ancient Chinese saying, heaven does not completely seal off every path for a person. I mean, perhaps you might encounter other, more promising opportunities? Thank you. I hope so. Do not overthink it. How about we go watch a film to lighten the mood? At this moment, I have no inclination to view any film. Not in the mood for a movie? Surely, this cannot be the genuine Captain America, for in the original story, he did go to the cinema, did he not? Yanqing wrapped an arm around the newly arrived Steve as they exited the recruitment office, where Yi Qingxian awaited them outside. I have successfully registered. What about you? Yi Qingxian greeted them with a smile. We have also succeeded. By the way, this is my newly acquainted brother, Steve. Steve, this is our friend, Emily. Hello. I am Emily. You. Hello, I am Steve. Chapter 28, Baki. World Expo of the Future. Yi Qingxuan's appearance was sculpted in accordance with the aesthetic standards of her era, resembling that of a Caucasian beauty, rendering her a stunning visage amidst the backdrop of World War II. Steve was utterly mesmerized, his speech faltering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Her radiant smile and enchanting figure consumed his mind, leaving him entranced by her exquisite presence. Initially, they had intended to unwind by watching a movie. But it seemed that Steve was in a rather somber mood. Perhaps they would have to postpone their plans. No. Simply meeting Emily was enough to elevate his spirits. Watching a film would be delightful too. Thus, the quartet made their way to the cinema. Yanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, realizing that all of his meticulously crafted strategies paled in comparison to Yi Qingshuan's mere appearance. Truly, it is a challenging endeavor for heroes to contend with the allure of beauty, particularly for superheroes facing extraordinary beauties. As the film commenced, the screen displayed war-related news, evoking a somber atmosphere among the audience. Meanwhile, an unruly youth incessantly clamored for animated films. Logically, Steve should have intervened, reprimanding the young man, leading to a brawl in the alley. However, at that moment, Captain America was entirely captivated by Yi Qingshuan's breathtaking beauty, oblivious to the commotion around him. His gaze frequently wandering to her side. Clearing his throat, Yanqing felt compelled to discreetly remind Yu Qingxian via the communicator to steer the narrative back on course. Hey, could you address the ruffian in front of you? Reluctantly, Yanqing urged her to restore order. Please, show some respect and be quiet. Yu Qingxian understood and promptly admonished the unruly youth. The moment he turned to behold her, he was struck dumb, his expression resembling that of a lovesick fool. My apologies, madam. I did not mean to disturb your viewing experience. The youth offered a gentlemanly bow and promptly settled down, falling silent. Yanqing was left utterly bewildered. For heaven's sake, you both need to regain your composure. Is this how you react to beauty? What about your noble resolve to serve your country, Steve? Has it vanished? With no other recourse, Yanqing again whispered into the communicator, and Yu Qingxian nodded in comprehension. You ought to apologize for your earlier rudeness to this gentleman. His father was a veteran who sacrificed himself for the nation during the war. She pointed at Steve, urging the youth to offer his apologies. The youth regarded the bewildered and flustered Steve. Yes, you should apologize, she is right. Steve found himself cornered. Well, this isn't the right place for an apology. Perhaps we could step outside where I can properly apologize. The youth displayed his gallantry towards Yu Qingxian but was less courteous to Steve. With that, he maneuvered around the audience, grabbing Steve by the collar and leading him toward the cinema's back alley. Wait, maybe we can avoid the apology altogether. Thus, Steve was ushered out of the cinema by the unruly youth. Should we not follow them? No need to rush. Let Captain America have his moment. In the alley, Steve was knocked to the ground by a street thug's punch. Yet, he, who never surrendered to malevolent forces, rose once more, only to be struck down again, crashing into a nearby trash can. Seizing the lid of the can as a makeshift shield, he was soon overpowered again. So what if your father is a veteran? You are still worthless. This taunt ignited a fury within Steve, and the humiliation of being repeatedly denied enlistment transformed into a blazing anger as he swung his fist at the thug. The street thug deftly dodged, retaliating with another punch aimed at Steve. Is this how you apologize? Suddenly, Yanqing appeared, gripping the thug's wrist and applying pressure, causing him to kneel in pain. It hurts. I'm dying. Steve, would you like to offer him a few apologies as well? Yanqing inquired. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his lip, Steve responded. No need. I haven't even exerted my full strength. I could keep this up all day, despite his body being sore from the beating. Steve maintained his defiant demeanor as he noticed Yu Qingxian following him. Get lost. Yanqing hoisted the thug with one hand and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Faced with overwhelming numbers, the thug, now intimidated, fled the alley. Just as he was about to escape, he remembered his goddess was still inside and couldn't afford to lose face, so he turned back to shout, You three are only bold because of your numbers. If you have guts, don't run. Wait until I get back up. Bored, Guillet sprang into action, swiftly tackling the unprepared thug against the wall and unleashing a flurry of punches. You think there are too many of us? Is that your bravado? Call your brothers, then. Meanwhile, a robust man in military attire entered the alley. He surveyed the scene with curiosity before striding straight to Steve's side. The newcomer was none other than James Barnes. Known as Bucky, Captain America's close ally and future Winter Soldier. What happened? Did they hurt you? Bucky's gaze turned menacing as he shifted to face Yin-Ching upon seeing Steve's injuries. No. I'm just teaching a lesson to a little punk who got hurt in the process. These three are my new friends. This is Ewan, the lovely lady is Emily, and the one throwing punches is Mike. Bucky found the situation somewhat chaotic and took a moment to comprehend it. As he turned his attention to Yin-Ching and Yi-Ching-Xian to express his gratitude, his gaze fell on Yi-Ching-Xian, prompting him to change his approach. May I be so fortunate as to invite this beautiful lady to join us for a visit to the Future World Expo? Yin-Ching sighed, witnessing Bucky's unabashed infatuation. He couldn't help but cover his forehead in exasperation, thinking to himself that they were all driven by base desires. However, this was precisely the outcome Yin-Ching sought, to attend the Future World Expo. Dr. Erskine was stationed near the recruitment office. If they could accompany Steve and, at the critical moment, demonstrate their selflessness, valor, and commitment to peace, the super soldier serum would be theirs for the taking. Call your brothers? Huh? Are you still calling them? No, let's not call out anymore. Brother, take a break. Mike, let us go. All right. The World Expo. Hey there, your name is Bucky, right? I don't know why, but I feel a certain connection between us. Guole excitedly patted Bucky's shoulder while teasing him about his name. Bucky, who was utterly perplexed by this jest, felt a tinge of impatience. All he wished for was to engage in more conversation with that lady, Emily. Meanwhile, the two young girls Bucky had brought along would occasionally glance at Yin-Ching, whispering to each other with eyes sparkling as if they wished to undress him with their gaze. What on earth is happening? Finally arriving at the Stark Industries booth, Howard Stark, the father of Iron Man, was introducing his wheelless flying car amidst rounds of applause. Yin-Ching observed the confident and composed Howard on stage and couldn't he help but think of the future Tony Stark. Not only did they share a striking resemblance, but their demeanor and character were almost identical. As the undeniable protagonist of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man's aura of fortune was undeniably remarkable. Yin-Ching was already contemplating whether to leverage Howard to establish a connection with Tony. Halfway through the introduction, Steve caught sight of the nearby recruitment office and, almost instinctively, began to walk in that direction. He was unwilling to relent. He yearned for a sixth attempt, desiring to follow in his father's footsteps and become a soldier. He wished to do something for those suffering from the ravages of war, to grow strong, and to hold his head high in front of the goddess. Unbeknownst to him, Yin-Ching and Bucky trailed closely behind. Hey, are you still unwilling to give up? Bucky called out as he saw Steve enter the recruitment office. I want to try again. This isn't a brawl. It's war, and people can die. There are so many other paths. Why must you join the army? As Bucky's words fell, a familiar figure emerged within Yin-Ching's line of sight. Chapter 29. Progress. Strategic Scientific Reserve. Abraham Erskine, the visionary behind the development of the super soldier serum and the head of the rebirth program. I refuse to be a mere laborer, Bucky. So many brave souls are sacrificing themselves on the front lines for our nation, while I languish in the shadows of existence. I cannot bear this. You do not understand. My desire to enlist is not for my own sake. Upon hearing these words, Erskine paused noticeably, his gaze fixating on Steve. He discerned the sincerity in the frail man's voice. He possessed a heart imbued with righteousness and compassion, qualities that were precisely what his super soldier program sought in a subject. In truth, the serum had long been perfected, with various iterations developed. However, each version bore an unintended consequence, not a side effect, per se, but a profound amplification of an individual's inherent traits. If the subject was a malevolent soul, the serum would transform them into a fiend of unparalleled wickedness. Conversely, if the subject was virtuous and kind, they would emerge as a paragon of virtue. You simply wish to prove yourself? Bucky retorted, his frustration evident, disregarding Steve's feelings. Please, do not demean the resolve of a righteous warrior, interjected Yin-Ching, accompanied by Guole and Yi-Ching-Xian, who stepped forward at the opportune moment. We share Steve's ideals. We seek peace. We do not wish to take lives. Yet we cannot allow those who instigate war to continue trampling upon the lives of the innocent. Goodness and the vulnerable should not suffer from unjust oppression. Yanqing's expression radiated a sense of noble righteousness, almost as if he were adorned with a halo. Erskine nodded in agreement, appreciating the quality of character displayed. Indeed. Indeed. Another fine young man with commendable principles. Yes, precisely. We enlist not to glorify violence, but as a necessary response. Yes, a countermeasure. War, after all, should lead to peace. Guolei strained to recall the lines Yanqing had crafted for him. Yet, lacking the skill for recitation, he faltered midway through. Dr. Erskine furrowed his brow, contemplating the commendable nature of their intentions, though he noted a lack of mental acuity. As a woman, I possess a deeper understanding of the struggles faced by the weak in this world rife with conflict and cruelty. The vulnerable are stripped of dignity, even their humanity. I must rise to advocate for those who have endured relentless oppression, no matter how trivial my efforts may seem, even at the cost of my life. I do not regret it, for peace, for justice. Yi Qingxuan's impassioned words resonated powerfully, her fervor escalating with each syllable. The impact of her message, delivered from a woman's heart, left everyone, including Yanqing and Guolei, stunned. Those nearby who were contemplating enlistment began to applaud, voicing their approval. Dr. Erskine approached, captivated by these 3 young individuals. He wanted them all. Remarkable. Your noble qualities illuminate the promising future of this nation. Would you be interested in a discussion? And you are? Yanqing feigned confusion, looking towards Erskine. You may call me Dr. Erskine, the head of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. It is a pleasure to meet you, Doctor. My name is Yuan. Yanqing extended his hand to shake with Erskine. Good day, Doctor. I am Mike, as in Mike Sim. The doctor was taken aback by his introduction and awkwardly shook his hand. Hello, Doctor. I am Emily, and it is a delight to meet you. Yi Qingxian also squeezed her way over. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered, both in appearance and in spirit. Erskine gazed appreciatively at Yi Qingxian and gently shook her hand. Hey, Sergeant, come over and dance. Just as Bucky was about to shake the doctor's hand, a voice from behind interrupted him. All right, on my way. Go on. Don't keep your partner waiting too long. Noticing Bucky still lingering, Yanqing pushed him towards the 2 eager companions. Hey, wait a moment. Emily, remember to come dance later. Hey, don't tug at my belt. Once Bucky was led away, Erskine turned his curious gaze towards Steve. And you? Do you not intend to introduce yourself? Good day, Doctor. I am Steve. Excellent. Are you here to register, or have you already passed the assessment? We just passed the assessment this morning, but Steve has been rejected 5 times due to health reasons. He wishes to try again. Yanqing took the initiative to converse with Erskine. Your physique does seem rather challenging. Why not consider other occupations as your previous friend suggested? Perhaps due to the inertia of the narrative. Although Erskine admired Yanqing and the others, he was particularly intrigued by Steve. This damned child of fate. I cannot bear to watch my compatriots suffer from war while I remain powerless in the background. I despise villains. Indeed, you mentioned you have been rejected 5 times? Yes, I think. Perhaps I can offer you a chance. Really? Dr. Erskine, I am willing. Subsequently, as in the original narrative, Erskine stamped Steve's medical examination form with a 1A seal and instructed him to gather at Camp Lehigh in New Jersey. Yanqing and the others also took the back door with Erskine, likewise assigned to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. 2 days later, at Camp Lehigh, the recruits arrived at the assembly area, but the officer had yet to arrive, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Hey, everyone, look. Our unit has such beautiful female soldiers. Is this our reward? A group of recruits, upon seeing Yi Qingxian dressed like them, shamelessly whistled and made lewd remarks. The insinuation of reward bore a hint of insult. I should go teach them a lesson. It shouldn't affect your strategy, right? Yi Qingxian, agitated by the remarks, did not look pleased. It won't affect a thing. Yanqing waved his hand dismissively. A group of ordinary individuals encountering a weakened version of Spider-Man could very well find themselves at a disadvantage. After receiving a firm affirmation from Yanqing, Yi Qingxian strode towards the one who had been shouting the loudest, her knuckles cracking with determination. Hey there, beautiful. I'm Gil Mohogi. Would you like to share a moment in the grove after training? No need to go to the grove. We can converse right now. With that, Yi Qingxian executed a swift kick, followed by a maneuver that brought Gil down in an instant. From now on, you may call me Mohogi. Gil has become obsolete. Rising to her feet and dusting off her hands, she noticed that the surrounding burly men had recoiled, covering their groins and retreating 3 meters in fear. Damn, that was quite striking. Is there anyone else who wishes to engage? The crowd glanced at the fallen Mohogi, who was foaming at the mouth, and unanimously shook their heads. Moments later, a spirited blonde female officer approached. Chapter 30. Training. Candidates for the super soldier. The person who arrived was none other than Captain America's future first love, Peggy Carter. She cast a puzzled glance at Mohawk, who lay unconscious on the ground. What was the situation? Had he suffered from heat stroke? Just as someone was about to respond, they were met with a stern glare from Yi Qingxian, which caused them to immediately cover themselves and shake their head, indicating they were uncertain. Very well, let us escort him to the infirmary. After the individual was carried away, the blonde female officer commanded everyone to assemble and began her self-introduction. I am Agent Carter, and I will oversee your training throughout. Yes, ma'am, the others responded. The rest of the group had yet to acclimate to the military's question-and-answer format, with only Yin Qing responding loudly, which drew Carter's attention. Yin Qing's robust physique was second only to the tall Guilei among the soldiers, complemented by his handsome appearance, which captivated Peggy Carter's heart. What is your name, soldier? I am Ewan Brown, ma'am. Excellent, Ewan. I hope we have the opportunity to work together in the future. Peggy's words were laced with unmistakable admiration. Their eyes met, and just as sparks seemed about to fly between them, a gruff voice interrupted. Agent Carter, it seems you've already made their acquaintance. Colonel Phillips greeted Peggy and then appreciatively patted Yin Qing and Guilei on the shoulder. His criteria for candidates for the Super Soldier program was straightforward. They needed to be strong, regardless of their demeanor. Can anyone explain the presence of this female soldier? Phillips expressed his dissatisfaction upon noticing the presence of a bespectacled recruit and Captain America, who appeared somewhat malnourished. His irritation reached a peak when he set his eyes on Yi Qingxian. Colonel, she is a special recruit. She meets the criteria for serum usage, Erskine quickly clarified. Is that so? A very lovely young lady, but my team does not require female soldiers, regardless of how suitable they may be. Agent Carter, would you mind having her accompany you? Not a problem. I will ensure she receives proper training. Upon seeing Yi Qingxuan's striking appearance and physique, Agent Carter was pleasantly surprised, recognizing her as an excellent candidate for the spy profession, and thus readily agreed. Yi Qingxian felt somewhat irked by Philip's gender discrimination and contemplated retaliating, but was promptly silenced by a warning glance from Yin Qing. All right, recruits, welcome to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of your presence here. Indeed, we aim to form a unit comprised of super soldiers. In 1 week, we will select the most outstanding among you to become our first super soldier. Now, let the training commence. After 1 week, I hope to see a sufficiently exceptional warrior standing before me. The following day, all recruits began their training. During a weighted running exercise halfway through, the instructor halted the new soldiers beneath a nearly 10-meter-high flagpole. As per tradition, whoever could retrieve the flag from the top of the pole would be exempt from the latter half of the weighted run and would earn the privilege of riding with Agent Carter. Upon hearing of such a fortunate opportunity, a throng of new recruits surged forward. However, the 10-meter flagpole proved to be a formidable challenge without a proper leverage point. For 17 years, no one had succeeded in retrieving that flag, and they were all ordered back to formation. After observing several attempts by the new recruits yield no results, the instructor commanded them to complete the remaining laps. Steve remained stationary, while Yin Qing cast a glance at him, recognizing that he was meticulously assessing the situation. Then, with cunning, he detached the pin, allowing the flagpole to fall and successfully grasped the flag, garnering Carter's admiration. How dare such an opportunity be afforded to you? Help me stop Steve for a moment, Yin Qing whispered to Guilei. How do I stop him? The dim-witted Guilei was perplexed. Just prevent him from advancing. Prevent him from moving forward? Then let him go backward. Understood. As soon as Steve made a move, Guilei immediately enveloped him in a bear hug from behind. Hey, Mike, what are you doing? Steve, have you heard of the magical power of love spinning around? What? In the next moment, Guilei spun Steve around 360 degrees while holding him, then set him down facing the opposite direction. Task accomplished. Yin Qing swiftly advanced, emulating Steve's previous method to remove the pin, allowing the flagpole to gently descend. Unlike the original scenario, however, to avert any mishap and prevent the flagpole from being damaged, Yin Qing dashed forward and single-handedly caught the falling flagpole just before it hit the ground, simultaneously retrieving the flag. This remarkable display left the onlookers utterly astonished. Their jaws agape. After handing the flag to the instructor, who gestured for him to board the vehicle, Yin Qing surprisingly remained still. "Thank you, sir. But I wish to give this opportunity to Steve." Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to search for Steve, who, at that moment, was leaning against a tree, retching due to the magical power of love. Ugh, it seems he truly needs this chance. The instructor, unaware of Steve's recent ordeal, assumed he was merely suffering from the exertion. Therefore, he ordered 2 recruits to assist Steve into the vehicle. "Instructor, I have a way to retrieve that flag." "Very well. But let's discuss it after I hang it up tomorrow." Agent Carter paid no attention to the bewildered Steve sitting in the back of the vehicle. Instead, her gaze sparkled with admiration as she observed Yin Qing effortlessly keeping pace with the vehicle. With a mind capable of breakthrough thinking, exceptional reflexes, and running speed, along with the strength to single-handedly support the falling flagpole, he epitomized the ideal candidate for a super soldier and met all her criteria for a partner. Yin Qing occasionally exchanged glances with her, offering a gentle Oscar-worthy smile that sent her heart racing. Upon returning to the training camp, Colonel Phillips engaged in a heated debate with Dr. Erskine regarding the selection of the first candidate. Colonel Phillips argued that Ewan and Mike were both commendable choices, being sufficiently robust and embodying the soldier's spirit. Dr. Erskine contended that Steve's genuine kindness and sense of justice made him the more suitable candidate for the first serum injection, as the serum's side effects would amplify his innate goodness and righteousness. War cannot be won solely through kindness. Finding persuasion futile, Colonel Phillips seized a discarded grenade from a nearby supply vehicle, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the training crowd. "Grenade!" Upon hearing that shout, the recruits instinctively scattered in search of cover. Yin Qing recognized it as a dummy grenade, yet moments earlier, he had been preoccupied with exchanging glances with Agent Carter, allowing Steve to seize the initiative. Damn it. Women indeed influence the speed of drawing a blade. "Everyone, move aside." Steve lunged forward, using his body to shield the grenade. But in the next instant, he felt himself being violently hurled away. The grenade was propelled into the sky, soaring for several seconds before landing in a vacant area outside the camp. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Many remained hidden behind their shelters, uncertain of what had transpired. However, Colonel Phillips, Dr. Erskine, and Agent Carter witnessed the entire sequence. With the grenade thrown and everyone taking cover, Steve fearlessly advanced to shield the explosive. Mike stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to process the situation. Meanwhile, Ewan swiftly stepped forward, effortlessly tossing the slight Steve aside like a sack and then launching the grenade into the air. All his movements flowed seamlessly, like a well-rehearsed dance. You see, Ewan also showed no fear of sacrifice, and his physical prowess was far superior. Colonel Phillips spoke with pride, clearly pleased with Yin Qing's earlier performance. No. What I seek is not a lack of fear of sacrifice, but kindness. Moreover, Ewan. Erskine refrained from continuing, unable to pinpoint what was amiss with Ewan, yet feeling a subtle sense of his perfection as somewhat unreal. Even if he bore slight imperfections like Mike, he would find himself leaning toward him. Of course, that flaw could not be a lack of intellect. Chapter 31. What? Captain America is Gwale? The discussion reached an impasse. Yet the actions of Steve and Ewan commanded the admiration of their peers. This newfound respect proved beneficial for Steve in subsequent training sessions. The following week passed without any noteworthy events, consisting solely of monotonous drills. Under Yin Qing's directive, Gwale endeavored to suppress his immense power, presenting himself as merely marginally stronger than the average individual. Nevertheless, their performance was exceptional, consistently securing the top 2 positions. Yin Qing adhered to the agent training regimen devised by Peggy Carter, which entailed not only individual physical conditioning but also mastering various combat techniques, firearms knowledge, counter-surveillance strategies, and more. On the sixth evening, upon observing Erskine carrying a bottle of wine to seek out Steve, Yanqing realized it was time for him to make a move. He had anticipated that by merely exhibiting qualities of righteousness and kindness, Erskine would consider them as prime candidates. However, to his surprise, after much effort, Erskine ultimately chose Steve. One could only lament the strong inertia of the narrative. With no alternative, Yanqing took it upon himself to approach Agent Carter with a bottle of wine. Yet, unexpectedly, upon arriving at the entrance of Agent Carter's resting area, he encountered Yi Qingxian as she concluded her training. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Qingxian inquired, narrowing her eyes at the wine bottle in Yanqing's hand, a glint of danger flickering within. "Well, the night is long and I am restless." Yanqing began, "Are you going to see that ocean horse?" Yi Qingxian dismissed his banter with indifference. "Aren't you also an ocean horse?" Yanqing retorted with a smirk. "Can I be compared to her? She is merely a character from the story. Once our mission is accomplished, we will depart." You mustn't harm her feelings." "Then should I harm your feelings instead?" Yanqing teased, noticing her mixture of anger and embarrassment. As a seasoned 28-year-old, he was not oblivious to the subtle affection Yi Qingxian harbored for him. However, he concluded that women only served to slow his resolve. He did not require such distractions. "Go ahead and try. Be wary lest I render you in disarray." The thought of the rookie who had lost half his name earlier that day sent a shiver down Yanqing's spine. No, rest assured. I am merely going to discuss the super soldier serum with her, nothing more. You should get some rest. Having reassured Yi Qingxian, who was intent on causing him turmoil, Yanqing nonchalantly slicked his hair back with a swagger. "From this moment forth, I shall ascend to greatness. Ah, no, Agent Carter, here I come." "Enter," came the voice from within. Inside, Agent Carter had changed out of her military attire into a fitted blouse and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her flawless silhouette. "Agent Carter, would you care for a drink?" Yanqing leaned against the doorframe, shaking the wine bottle playfully. "Certainly. Though perhaps the atmosphere would be more delightful if you were to call me Peggy." Upon recognizing Yanqing, Peggy Carter's expression transformed into one of unbridled joy. "Very well. Peggy, by the way, is Steve the one receiving the serum injection tomorrow?" "Steve, where did you acquire such insider information?" Yanqing wore a perplexed expression. Erskine had gone to drink with Steve. Who else could it be? "It is of no consequence to inform you that the candidate we ultimately selected is Mike." "Who?" Yanqing found it hard to believe his ears. Initially, Dr. Erskine indeed favored Steve, but both Colonel Phillips and I unanimously believed in your potential. After a heated debate, we had no choice but to arrive at a compromise. A compromise I can comprehend, but why Mike? Wouldn't T. Emily be a better choice? Is this what you dare to call a compromise? Yanqing began to question the sanity of these three renowned characters within the Marvel Universe. After all the foreplay, the analysis, and discussions, you ended up selecting this? The doctor believes you have displayed too much perfection, which gives him some reservations. While Colonel Phillips and I maintain that Steve's physical condition is unsuitable. Thus, we opted for Mike, whose capabilities would assuage the doctor's concerns. As for Emily, the doctor has designed an alternative super soldier serum tailored to her specific circumstances, which likely has already reached completion. A super soldier serum? Damn it, after all this effort, I'm the only one left empty-handed? Rest assured, if Mike's trial results are favorable, you and Steve will be scheduled for the second injection. Erskine is on the verge of passing. What hope is there for a second batch? Is Guillet destined to become the future Captain America? A Captain America who disregards strategy, lacks finesse, and might throw a shield that won't return? A Captain America who might explode at the slightest emotional trigger? Contemplating that image, Yanqing helplessly covered his forehead, feeling as though he had misstepped. The only remedy now seems to be ensuring the second batch of serum can be administered successfully, followed by bestowing the title of Captain America upon Steve. If all else fails, drastic measures may need to be taken against Guillet. Ahem. Well, I respect the choices made by the doctor and you. Yet if possible, I hope to witness the moment Mike transforms into a super soldier. For the second batch to succeed, we must ensure Erskine remains alive. Which means Yanqing must be present. That's not an issue. I possess that authority. Yanqing poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Peggy Carter. May tomorrow bring Mike every success. At such a moment, Shouldn't he once say something else? For instance, you look quite lovely. Peggy Carter accepted the glass of wine from Yin Qing with one hand, while with the other, she unbuttoned the top button of her blouse, leaning closer to him. Her voice sultry as she spoke. What a distraction. The following day, Yin Qing and Peggy Carter traveled together to a shop named Brooklyn Antiques. Peggy exchanged a secret signal with the staff, then led Yin Qing through a concealed door into the depths of a hidden laboratory. Upon entering the lab, the prompt of the Reincarnation Tower echoed in Yin Qing's mind, triggering the A-class hidden mission, the death of Dr. Erskine, hidden mission, the death of Dr. Erskine, mission deadline, 2 hours, mission description, witness the death of Dr. Erskine, prevent the Hydra organization's undercover agent from fleeing Brooklyn, and destroy the last vial of super soldier serum. Mission reward, 2,000 reincarnation points, slight enhancement of completion evaluation. The emergence and requirements of this mission were anticipated, yet they diverged somewhat from Yin Qing's expectations. Having traversed the realm of Naruto, he was acutely aware of the Reincarnation Tower's propensity to employ various tasks and methods to ensure that reincarnators could not interfere, thereby indirectly safeguarding the narrative's progression. However, it was evidently clear that the storyline had veered significantly off course if he were to adhere to the mission's directive of witnessing Dr. Erskine's demise. The title of Captain America would indelibly be affixed to Gwillet, leaving no room for Steve Rogers. Determined to steer the narrative back on track, Yin Qing found himself confronted by the Reincarnation Tower, which unceremoniously issued a task that impeded his efforts. Was this not somewhat contradictory? Could it be that, for the Reincarnation Tower, the identity of Captain America was inconsequential, provided the character existed? What truly mattered was that the fated individual must meet their end. After pondering for a moment, unable to decipher the inscrutable logic of the Reincarnation Tower, he resolved to proceed with his original plan. He refused to succumb to superstition. After all, failure to complete the mission bore no repercussions, merely a loss of 2,000 reincarnation points and a minor impact on the completion evaluation, which was of little consequence. Thus, he was determined to defy the Tower's intentions. Otherwise, if Gwillet were to become Captain America, it would surely incite quite the spectacle. Chapter 32, Mission Failure. Super Soldier and Super Agent. Upon entering the observation room, Yin Qing gazed through the glass at the bustling crowd below. Gwillet and Yi Qingxian, who had been waiting there, simultaneously waved at him. Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries and the father of Iron Man, was also present as the assistant for the experiment, engrossed in conversation with Yi Qingxian. Due to the barrier of glass, Yin Qing could only faintly hear her mentioning a flying motorcycle at her home and inviting him to visit, but it seemed Yi Qingxian was not interested in enticing him. Standing with her arms crossed beside the equipment. Wait a moment. Why are there 2 sets of experimental equipment? Why is Emily down there too? Through the glass of the observation room, Yin Qing spotted 2 identical machines and began to suspect the truth. The super agent serum had been completed, and Dr. Erskine was preparing to conduct the experiment simultaneously. I only learned about this morning and forgot to mention it to you, especially after last night. Peggy Carter's sparkling eyes were fixed on Yin Qing, her gaze almost predatory. Yin Qing felt somewhat helpless. After all, the previous night, the two had shared a mere sip of wine, and Agent Carter, unable to handle her drink, had collapsed into his arms, clutching his clothing and uttering suggestive phrases about his abs and insinuating something inappropriate. With a heart resolute and devoid of distractions, Yin Qing had to resort to his Sharingan to hypnotize her and thus escaped her grasp. Ahem, what distinguishes the super agent serum from the super soldier serum? Yin Qing hastily redirected the conversation. The soldier serum offers a balanced enhancement to the human body, but does affect physique to some extent, while the agent serum focuses on amplifying reflexes and brain function without altering body shape. You know, for a woman, especially a beautiful female agent, maintaining her figure is of utmost importance. Is my physique not satisfactory? Damn it, it was going so well. How did it veer off into such strange territory? As their conversation unfolded, Colonel Phillips and 2 impeccably dressed gentlemen entered simultaneously. Senator Brandt, welcome, the colonel greeted. This is Clemson. The 3 engaged in light banter while observing the scene below. Qing immediately identified his target upon seeing the man in a white suit, Clemson, the Hydra infiltrator who had seized the serum and assassinated Dr. Erskine, thwarting the original plan to mass-produce super soldiers and resulting in the birth of only one superhero, Captain America. This young lady is truly beautiful. It would be a shame for her to become a soldier, Senator Brandt lamented, noticing Qing, who lay in the apparatus clad merely in a tank top. Emily is not a super soldier. She is a super agent, having been approved as a branch project of the Rebirth Plan. A super agent? TSK, how unfortunate. As they conversed, Erskine signaled Howard Stark, who activated the equipment. The doors of the two machines slowly closed. Minutes later, accompanied by a shower of sparks and a surge of energy from the overloaded equipment, the doors gradually opened. Guolei, having slimmed down considerably, emerged from the device alongside Qing, who exhibited little change. How is it that he appears to have shrunk a size? Could it be that the experiment has failed? Inquired Congressman Brandt, his curiosity piqued. Colonel Phillips and Clemson also furrowed their brows, fixated on the two who had just exited the apparatus. The super soldier serum that Guolei had injected was designed to alter body proportions, not to enhance muscularity, but rather to achieve optimal symmetry. Once bulky and heavy-set, he now appeared much more balanced, resembling Qing to some extent. In contrast, the serum administered to Qing would not transform her physique, yet if successful, it was expected to greatly elevate her agility and mental attributes. Qing had previously instructed them that once the serum was injected, they could showcase their abilities. Through the glass, Qing observed as Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark approached simultaneously. The four exchanged a few words, after which Erskine summoned a handgun. After a moment's hesitation, he directed it towards Guolei and fired. Bang! The resounding shot echoed through the observation room. Surely, there is no need for extermination even if the experiment fails, exclaimed Congressman Brandt, startled, fearing he too might be silenced. Wait, look at where the subject was shot, Peggy Carter observed astutely, quickly discerning the irregularity. She noticed the spot on Guolei's shoulder where he had been struck shimmered with a golden glow, and then the wound gradually healed as a bullet, scorched to a molten state, was expelled from the muscle and fell to the floor. Oh my God! Amazing! Unbelievable! Exclaimed Congressman Brandt, overwhelmed with astonishment. In the midst of this, Qing uttered a few more words before extending her palm, sending a beam of blue light towards the laboratory wall, which was instantly cloaked in a thick layer of frost. Oh, good grief! What did she just shoot at the wall? Quick, let us go take a look. Brandt exclaimed as he dashed out of the observation room, followed closely by the others, all eager to witness the extraordinary powers up close. Qing trailed behind Clemson, discreetly retrieving the remote-controlled bomb he had intentionally left on his seat into his personal space, before hastening to catch up with him. As the crowd gathered around Guolei and Qing, Clemson lagged behind deliberately. He glanced at the two vials, a blue and a red, set aside, and pulled out a lighter from his pocket. This moment did not escape Dr. Erskine's notice, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Ding! The crisp sound of the lighter's cap snapping open resonated, the button pressed, yet the anticipated explosion failed to materialize, leaving both Clemson and Erskine momentarily stunned. What the hell? Where's my bomb? Damn it, you scared me half to death, Clemson exclaimed, realizing the remote control had malfunctioned due to their separation. Hey, that's quite a unique lighter you have there. A hand suddenly appeared from behind him, snatching the lighter away. Wang Defa, give it back to me. I'll trade you for this. Qing retrieved the bomb, resembling a power bank, from his private space and hurled it toward Clemson. What the? Thick gift crap. Clemson caught the bomb thrown by Qing, and upon realizing its nature, he nearly lost control of himself, swiftly tossing it away. Observing Qing's mischievous grin, he understood that his cover had been blown. No longer pretending, he drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at Erskine. Anticipating this, Qing promptly shoved Erskine aside. With the assassination plan unraveling, Clemson's gaze shifted to the nearby reserve serum. He intended to seize it swiftly and carve out a path through bloodshed. His strategy was clear, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, He was not up against an ordinary individual but a reincarnator endowed with quintuple the physical attributes of a typical human. In the blink of an eye, Yin Qing was at his side, delivering a powerful punch to his jaw. Clemson lost consciousness instantly, failing to even rupture the venom sac in his mouth. Hidden mission: the death of Dr. Erskine. Mission failed. Chapter 33. The Key of Authority. Super soldier talent: the reincarnators have interfered with the progress of the world, resulting in a change to the main quest of this instance. The interference has granted them one key of authority. The talent critical strike has been triggered, enhancing this reward by threefold. Meanwhile, Guolei and Yi Qingxian, who received the same notification, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting a shared expression of inquiry. What is happening? Simultaneously, on the European battlefield between the Axis and Allied forces, several valiant soldiers, embroiled in fierce combat, stood frozen in confusion. Warning: the reincarnators have interfered with the world's progress, altering the main quest of this instance. Main quest: destroy the Hydra organization's Super Soldier Division. Quest description: due to the interference of the reincarnators, the Hydra organization has significantly enhanced its research capabilities, launching a new project, Super Soldier Serum, and establishing a Super Soldier Division. All reincarnators are to eliminate this division within the quest timeframe. Quest reward: 5,000 reincarnation points. Earn 1,000 points for each Hydra Super Soldier eliminated. Quest duration: 2 years. Upon seeing this notification, one soldier, filled with fury, hurled his weapon to the ground. Damn it, all that was for nothing. Hey, soldier, on the battlefield, your gun is like your wife. Are you sure you want to abandon her here? Another soldier kindly reminded him, but he remained oblivious, lost in thought, trying to recall strategies he had read online for dealing with such situations. In the laboratory, the gunfire startled everyone, who turned to see Clemson unconscious on the floor with a pistol in hand, and Ewan playing with a lighter. Only Dr. Erskine grasped the gravity of the situation. Quick, restrain this individual. He is likely an undercover agent sent by Hydra. The revelation startled the group. An undercover agent from Hydra? A few trained soldiers stepped forward to bind the unconscious Clemson. Agent Carter, what methods do undercover agents typically employ to avoid being captured and interrogated? Yin Qing subtly reminded the others. Peggy Carter rolled her eyes at him. Last night you called him sweetheart, and now it's Agent Carter? Pfft. She then approached and firmly shook Clemson, dislocating his jaw. Ewan, we truly owe you for this. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Dr. Erskine wiped the sweat from his brow as he handed the bomb and lighter to his subordinate. Doctor, it was merely my duty, Yin Qing said with a modest smile. Rest assured, once the next batch of serum and equipment are repaired, you will be scheduled for an injection. Thank you, Doctor. As matters settled, Yin Qing confirmed the recent events with Guolei and Yi Qingxian via his communicator. Both affirmed that since receiving the notification about the hidden side quest, their alerts had been consistent with Yin Qing's, and they too had acquired a key of authority. It appears that the primary quest for all reincarnators have undergone a transformation, and the world's progression has diverged from the strategies I was previously aware of. What shall we do now? Guolei scratched his head. I will endeavor to steer the narrative back on course. You all should adhere to the original plan and remain vigilant for any other reincarnators that we may encounter. Following Dr. Erskine's directives, Guolei and Yi Qingxian remained behind to assist with data collection, while the others temporarily returned to the military camp. On the way back, Peggy Carter rambled on about the miraculous properties of the serum, while Yin Qing pondered the authority key awarded by the Reincarnation Tower. Authority key, description, can be exchanged for items in the authority marketplace. This is akin to currency similar to reincarnation points. Goodness. It seems that the Reincarnation Tower's prohibition against altering the storyline is not absolute. It's akin to a sign by a fence stating no climbing, beware of electric shock. Yet one could still climb if they were willing to face the consequences of electrocution. The consequence of altering the narrative appears to be an increased difficulty in the main quest, while the benefit might be the authority key. I have yet to come across discussions regarding the authority key online. Could it be that no one has ever altered the storyline? That seems implausible. Thus, perhaps this information has been concealed? Only the official authorities of Yanhuang could accomplish such a feat, but why would they choose to obscure this information? It appears I must wait until we exit the dungeon world to discover what is offered in this so-called authority marketplace. A week later, Guolei and Yi Qingshan's condition stabilized. Aside from that inexplicable superpower, there were no adverse side effects. Dr. Erskine then decided to initiate the second round of serum injections. To err on the side of caution, the second injection list included only 2 individuals, Yin Qing and Steve. To prevent a repeat of the previous infiltration incident, this round of experiments would involve only personnel from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Yin Qing and Steve lay quietly in the experimental chamber, while Guolei, as an experienced participant, was nearby sharing his reflections on the experiment with Steve. How to describe it? It was a tingling sensation, akin to your girlfriend teasing your muscles and bones with a dogtail grass. Quite delightful. Oh, right. It seems you don't have a girlfriend. No matter, you can imagine it's Bucky. I've heard you two share a good rapport. Mike, could you refrain from disrupting my work? If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you could interrogate that Hydra infiltrator. Unable to tolerate Mike's incessant chatter, Dr. Erskine promptly assigned him a task. Upon hearing this, Guolei instantly perked up. Interrogation? I envision a scene of torture. Chilly water, the tiger bench. Toothpicks to probe under the nails. Just thinking about it is exhilarating, and thus, he eagerly followed a staff member. With the equipment calibrated, the chamber door sealed, and the experiment commenced. A thick crab, Mike deceived me. Steve let out a piercing scream. Yin Qing paid no mind to the cries from next door. He was engrossed in the hints from the Reincarnation Tower echoing in his mind. Successfully merging with the Super Soldier bloodline, which ranks beneath the Azura bloodline. The bloodline remains unchanged, and the individual acquires the talent, Super Soldier. Skills acquired include mastery in combat, driving, firearms, cold weapons, and languages. Talent, Super Soldier. Description, increases all attributes by 30 points, enhances metabolism and cognitive abilities. It is no wonder that the originally frail Steve transformed into Captain America. Suddenly adept at both combat and piloting, the serum inherently bestows numerous foundational skills. The descriptions of the skills are quite literal, and the talent's explanation is equally straightforward, primarily emphasizing the enhancement of 30 points across all attributes. As for the improvements in metabolism and cognitive abilities, their manifestations may not be immediately apparent. 5 minutes later, the hatch opened. Yin Qing remained unchanged, while Steve had transformed into a robust man drenched in sweat. Peggy Carter gazed at the now formidable Steve, her eyes betraying a glimmer of desire. Yin Qing could not help but feel relieved. Fortunately, that night he had used the Sharingan's illusion to incapacitate this enchanting woman. Or else, he would have found himself in a rather precarious situation. How is the situation? Have you acquired any extraordinary abilities? Chapter 34, Plot Revision. God of Fire and Goddess. The foremost concern of Dr. Erskine was the emergence of superpowers, which, while not entirely aligned with his experimental data, bore no direct relation to it either. If the transformation of one's physique could be classified as such, then indeed, that would constitute my superpower. This physical metamorphosis instilled confidence in Steve, prompting him to utter a rather poor joke. Dr. Erskine, however, disregarded Steve altogether, his gaze fixed in eager anticipation upon Yin Qing. Upon the successful injection of the serum, Yin Qing experienced an augmentation of 30 points across all attributes, with his mental and physical fortitude surpassing the century mark. Strength, 74, mental, 124, physique, 124, agility, 74. If my calculations are not erroneous, my chakra levels must now exceed that of a card. Hearing Dr. Erskine's remarks, Yin Qing found himself in a quandary. Should he merely showcase his fire release abilities, or should he exhibit techniques such as the body duplication skill? The notion of transforming into a ninja post serum injection seemed logical, or so one would think. Yet, it felt rather absurd. It appeared that I could manipulate flames. After much deliberation, Yin Qing resolved not to test the intelligence of the assembly and opted to display only his fire release capabilities, deeming it sufficient. With that, he clapped his hands, and a fireball erupted from his mouth. Observing this phenomenon, Dr. Erskine was left scratching his head in confusion. This was not how it was depicted in the literature. After collaborating with Erskine on some data collection, Steve and Peggy exchanged glances and exited the laboratory, presumably to engage in some muscle research, while Yanqing ventured deeper into the lab. Clemson was confined within these walls, even from a distance. The echoes of agonized screams and Guilet's furious reprimands could be heard. "Will you speak? Will you speak?" No, upon closer inspection. Guilet had his hands pressed against Clemson's chest, palms glowing as he seared the clasp of Clemson's cloak with intense heat. "Well, have you extracted any information?" "None. This fellow is quite tight-lipped." Gazing at the battered and charred Clemson, Yanqing felt a pang of sympathy and offered a kind suggestion. "You might as well confess to spare yourself further suffering. Why don't you just ask?" Clemson managed to utter, his voice barely a whisper. Yanqing was taken aback. "You haven't asked? I haven't tea. How would I know what to inquire about?" After years of working undercover, Clemson's knowledge of Hydra's operations had grown somewhat outdated. Ultimately, he divulged only a few details regarding contact persons and the coordinates of several Hydra bases. Having relayed the interrogation findings to Phillips, Yanqing, along with the others, returned to the military camp. Thus, the first phase of Yanqing and his companions' plan was deemed successfully accomplished. All three had managed to procure the serum and rationalize their newfound abilities, albeit somewhat tenuously. The subsequent phase of their plan awaited them, and due to alterations in the main storyline, their targets had shifted from destroying bases to confronting the super soldier forces. As the super soldier program was absent from the original narrative, Yanqing found himself at a loss for where to begin. He could only blend into the strategic scientific reserve, gathering intelligence while seeking a means to realign the plot. Half a month later, the 4 individuals who received the serum were all in good condition, showing no signs of the demonic traits that had concerned Erskine. Colonel Phillips decided to expedite the mass production of super soldiers, planning to form a small team of 10 to test the waters by taking down a couple of Hydra bases he had gleaned information about from undercover sources. However, this request was firmly denied by Dr. Erskine, who insisted that those undergoing transformation must be meticulously screened to ensure their moral integrity. Yet, the definition of moral integrity and the duration of the screening process were ambiguous, even to him. Phillips, in a state of desperation, contemplated drastic measures against Erskine to facilitate a change in personnel. Unfortunately, the serum technology was solely in Erskine's possession, and he had recorded nothing on paper, relying entirely on his memory, making him unassailable. Just as Phillips was on the verge of losing his temper, Yanqing seized the opportunity to offer a proposal. He suggested that if Dr. Erskine could select one suitable candidate from every 100 individuals, they could send him 1,000 at once to live in close quarters with the doctor. Surely, within a month, candidates would emerge, and if not, then within 2 months. This idea sparked a light in Phillips' mind. The larger the sample size, the greater the potential output. He immediately approached the doctor with this plan, and under pressure, Erskine reluctantly agreed. However, the logistics of feeding and caring for 1,000 individuals over a month or 2 presented a significant financial challenge. Thus, Phillips sought funding from Congress. He approached Senator Brandt, but was met with resistance. As the senator remarked, "You want money? You look like you could use some yourself." This time, rather than becoming flustered, Phillips enlisted the clever Yanqing once more to devise a strategy. Yanqing proposed a solution based on the original narrative. If they lacked funds, they could generate income by creating a superhero who would gain public recognition and support, thereby establishing a fan economy. This superhero could then promote the sale of bonds, bringing in the necessary funds. Phillips relayed this plan to Senator Brandt, who, upon hearing it, expressed approval. However, the question arose, who would embody this superhero? Yanqing immediately suggested Steve, emphasizing that this roundabout approach was intended to bring the narrative back on track. Initially hesitant, as the super soldier was his prized possession, Phillips ultimately agreed to have Steve don a mask and try it out for the sake of the plan. To their astonishment, the trial proved extraordinarily successful. Steve's impeccable physique and the iconic shield of stars and stripes garnered public affection and recognition, causing local bond purchases to surge by 10. With profits secured, the plan progressed smoothly, leading Phillips and Brandt to share in joyous laughter like 2 jovial figures. In recognition of such exceptional talent, they decided to promote Yanqing from captain to major. To continue securing military funding, Captain America Steve found himself reluctantly thrust onto a nationwide promotional tour. As for the title of Captain America, it was restored, but what fate awaited Dr. Erskine? As Yin Qing pondered whether to seize the opportunity to personally confront Erskine, a disheartening piece of news arrived. Phillips had recruited 500 elite new soldiers, meticulously vetted, and dispatched them to Dr. Erskine for selection. Despite rigorous precautions, members of Hydra infiltrated the ranks, absconding with the super soldier serum and delivering 2 fatal shots to Erskine. The doctor, who had clung to life for a month, ultimately succumbed to his grim fate. The Cycle Tower had decreed his demise at 3 in the morning, yet it spared him for an additional month. Aside from the unfortunate acquisition of the serum by Hydra, the narrative had seemingly returned to its intended course. The Resurrection Project was declared a failure due to the absence of the serum and research materials. The Allies, after 3 years of effort, had managed to produce merely 3 super soldiers and 1 super agent. The remaining serum fell into the hands of the Hydra organization. In October 1943, Colonel Phillips faced severe repercussions from Congress for this blunder. In an attempt to redeem himself, he volunteered to confront Hydra in Europe. With Yin Qing and the formidable duo of super intelligence and super strength accompanying him. Subsequently, they launched assaults on several bases identified through the intelligence gathered from Hydra infiltrators. Within a mere month, 3 secret Hydra bases scattered across Europe were dismantled. Yin Qing and Yi Qingxian earned the titles of God of Fire and Goddess, gaining widespread acclaim in both the Allied and Axis powers. To their surprise, each base destroyed was counted as a side quest, yielding substantial rewards. The trio collectively amassed 15,000 reincarnation points from these endeavors. Meanwhile, Steve continued to contribute to congressional funding and his burgeoning acting career, garnering public support as word spread that Captain America matched the prowess of the God of Fire and Goddess. It was reported that in cities he toured, bond purchasing rates surged by at least 1. Chapter 35, The Vibranium Shield. The Super Soldier Squad. The next objective is here, at Klausenberg. According to the intelligence gathered by the reconnaissance team, this location is a military factory seemingly engaged in the development of a colossal fighter aircraft. It is highly probable that Red Skull Schmidt is also present there. Capturing him would simplify matters significantly. To avoid alarming the enemy, this operation will be conducted through covert infiltration. In addition to the 3 of you, a 10-man squad will accompany you, and it is imperative that Red Skull is apprehended. Phillips instructed, gesturing towards the map before them. Triggering S-Class side mission. Rescue the captives. Mission duration, 48 hours. Mission introduction. The 107th Infantry Regiment has encountered an assault by Hydra-S Super Soldier Squad in Azano Village, resulting in the capture of several soldiers. Returners are requested to proceed for their rescue. Mission reward, 1,000 return points. Slight enhancement of clearance rating. As Phillips concluded his statement, all 3 received notifications from the Tower of Reincarnation. Remarkably, this side mission was not to destroy a base but to rescue captives. The information revealed in the mission description suggested that at least there was a lead regarding the Super Soldier Squad, and it was conceivable that this endeavor might directly fulfill the main mission. Yin Qing pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In the original narrative, upon learning of the 107th Infantry Regiment's capture, Captain America immediately thought of his dear friend Bucky, who had served alongside him in that regiment. With the assistance of Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, he ventured alone to Klausenberg to rescue Bucky, ultimately destroying the base and forcing Schmidt to relocate to a facility in the Alps. This battle earned him the recognition of all and marked his transition from an actor to a soldier. Given the timeline, it seemed that news of the 107th Infantry Regiment's capture had yet to reach Steve, which indicated that the opportunity to rescue Bucky was now in his hands. However, if Captain America were not involved in this incident, would he remain an actor indefinitely? Such a thought was intolerable. Colonel, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to recall Steve. The bonds have nearly been sold out, Yin Qing suggested urgently. Very well, then we shall summon Steve back. Postponing the operation by 2 days, Phillips agreed after a moment of contemplation, recognizing the wisdom in Yin Qing's proposal. After all, additional strength meant added security. And it was a suggestion from a particularly astute mind. Upon arriving at the European camp, Steve's first action was not to report to Phillips, but to seek out Yin Qing. Yun, I must sincerely thank you. You are my great benefactor, Steve exclaimed, enveloping Yin Qing in a warm embrace, leaving him utterly bewildered. For what? Thanking me for devising a plan that led you to participate in the birth of an actor? I heard from Peggy that it was your request to the Colonel that allowed my return. I have truly had enough of parading around like a clown. It is nothing short of torment, an affront to my dignity. It seems his relationship with Peggy has progressed rapidly. I wonder how many positions they have unlocked. No need for thanks, Yin Qing replied, reluctantly accepting his gratitude. Have you heard the news? The 107th Infantry Regiment has been captured by Hydra, and Bucky is part of that unit. The colonel informed me that he has perished, yet I refuse to believe it. My intuition insists that he is still alive, and I must rescue him. Yin Qing glanced at Steve, who was clad in his performance attire, complete with a metal prop shield slung over his back, a sight that appeared quite comical. You should first report to the colonel and then change into your combat uniform. Otherwise, he may have to send someone to rescue you. All right, Steve replied, hurrying off to find Phillips, while Yin Qing proceeded to Howard Stark's laboratory. In Phillips' office, the report read, the Battle of Bard Fortress was a resounding success. Our Major Ewan, leading the Super Soldier Projects Mike and the Super Agent Emily, successfully dismantled Hydra's Bard Fortress base, destroying a significant amount of military and research equipment, eliminating 147 Hydra members, and capturing enemies. Colonel Phillips, I am reporting in, Steve announced. Additionally, I believe I require a sturdier shield. Steve, I am in the midst of drafting a report for Senator Brandt. Please do not interrupt my train of thought. Captured enemies. Oh, for heaven's sake. What do you need? Phillips impatiently turned towards him. Apologies, Colonel. A more durable shield, Steve said, gesturing to his prop iron shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes. Offering a sheepish grin. Do I look like a shield to you? You ought to consult Stark. He is the weapons supplier. All right. I thought I would need your approval or perhaps a brief introduction. Such trivial matters can be handled by Ewan. He is practically inseparable from Stark lately. Understood, Steve responded, preparing to turn away when Phillips called him back. By the way, I almost forgot the main point. You are assigned to Ewan's operational team for a covert mission in 2 days. He will brief you on the details. Off you go. Yes, sir. Phillips waved Steve away, returning to his endeavors of seeking accolades. Steve inquired further and learned that Yin Qing and the others were in Stark's laboratory, so he made his way there directly. Inside the laboratory, numerous individuals in white coats moved about, each engrossed in their respective tasks, paying no heed to the wandering gaze of Steve. Is that an Eastern Tang Dao? No problem. I still have some adamantium alloy on hand. If I mix in other metals, it should be forged within a day. Howard and Yin Qing were engaged in a lively discussion, while Yuqin Xian and Carter were assisting with target practice. Seeing he could not interject, Steve approached Guolei, who appeared to be deep in thought, stroking his chin. Hey, Mike, long time no see. What are you all working on? Tell me. As an assassin, is it more stylish to use a dagger or a sword? Answering a question with a question? How polite of you. I am not fond of killing, so I'm unsure whether a dagger or a sword is more stylish. I simply need a shield. Noticing everyone else was busy, Steve decided to continue his conversation with Guolei. A shield? That contraption is utterly foolish. Anyone who uses it is a fool. Steve. Just as Guolei's words fell, Yin Qing's voice resonated from the other side. Mike, why not give the shield a try? What shield? I want a dagger. Upon hearing that a shield was truly being offered to him, Guolei immediately objected. Trust me, this shield is undoubtedly worth its weight. Yin Qing presented a silver, circular shield. This shield, originally belonging to Captain America, was yet to be painted. In Avengers, Endgame, it withstood several blows from Thanos, who possessed near-deific strength, before it was finally destroyed. In Yin Qing's estimation, it would take at least an A or even S-rated rebirth to shatter this shield. Chapter 36. Offensive Tactics. Guolei had been firmly positioned at the tank. Thus, he intended to leverage his connection with Howard Stark to allocate this equipment to himself, thereby enhancing his defensive strategies. However, Guolei was unappreciative. He took the shield, examined it briefly, and then casually handed it to the envious Steve beside him. No way. Only a fool would use a shield. I want a dagger. Who is the fool being referred to? Upon hearing Guolei's words, Steve felt somewhat awkward, caught in a dilemma of whether to accept or decline. After a moment of internal struggle, he chose to follow his heart, beaming with delight as he accepted the shield, strapping it to his arm and swinging it a few times with evident satisfaction. Are you certain? Don't regret this decision. Absolutely, I desire a dagger. Yanqing could only shrug his shoulders in exasperation. Here's an opportunity, and you squander it. This shield was crafted from two exceptionally rare special metals, its strength far exceeding any known metal on Earth, making it one of the most expensive pieces of equipment here. Howard Stark provided an introduction to the shield. What? Old Howard, why not melt the shield down and forge me a dagger instead? Upon hearing the phrase most expensive, Guolei immediately became restless. Steve clutched the shield tightly, looking at Yanqing with pleading eyes. Fine, if you want a dagger, choose anyone you like. Yanqing gestured towards the assortment of weapons strewn across the table, then turned to Howard Stark. How about we grab a drink together? If you don't mind waiting a bit for the tang knife to be crafted. That would be splendid. Howard nonchalantly shrugged. That's not urgent. It can be ready before we set off. About those ladies you mentioned, let us go. Upon hearing the word ladies, Howard's eyes sparkled with excitement as he draped an arm over Yanqing's shoulder and headed outside, unfazed by the lethal glares cast by the two female agents trailing behind. Establishing a rapport with Howard Stark, the father of the future Iron Man, was an integral part of Yanqing's strategy. Since returning from Badger Fortress, he had frequently sought out Howard for conversation. Understanding Howard's character well, Yanqing initiated discussions on the topic of how to engage deeply with women, effortlessly striking a chord with Howard. And soon they had forged a strong bond as comrades who had faced adversity together. At times, Yanqing would utilize his knowledge of the future to offer suggestions for Howard's research. Their relationship had developed to the point where, as Colonel Phillips remarked, they were nearly inseparable. Of course, Howard Stark was a quintessential businessman, driven by self-interest. Nurturing emotional ties was not aligned with his principles. His willingness to associate closely with Yanqing was not merely due to mutual interests, but rather stemmed from the potential Yanqing exhibited, which Howard found worthy of his attention and favor. As a rising star within the military, Yanqing had garnered significant regard from the upper echelons. At a young age, he not only held the rank of major but also served as the captain of the super soldier team. His future achievements would undoubtedly eclipse those of Howard, the weapons supplier. Thus, establishing this connection was the wisest investment. 2 days later, Yanqing led a commando team of 14, parachuting near Klausberg base. What should we do? Guolei's eyes glinted with malice as he clutched a dagger, envisioning himself as a merciless assassin, and lowered his voice to inquire of Yanqing. Yanqing, on the other hand, held a long knife in his left hand, its black sheath housing a blade reminiscent of a Tang Dynasty saber, crafted from a blend of Elman alloy and other metals. In terms of hardness, it surpassed even Captain America's shield. The blade shimmered with a radiant glow, prompting Yanqing to name it Flowing Light. Let us go for it. You 10 will surround the base from the outside while the 4 of us go in and beat them up. Upon hearing this directive, Steve and the other 10 squad members wore expressions of disbelief. Is this even human language? You call 10 people surrounding a base covering tens of thousands of square meters? And 4 against thousands is considered a beating? This is absurd. However, there was no choice. Yanqing was the on-site commander for this assault and held the highest rank present. Even Captain America had to address him as captain. They could only follow orders. The 10 ordinary soldiers, bewildered, spread out to encircle the base, while Steve, feeling the weight of the situation, brandished the vibranium shield he had just acquired. Action! Yanqing commanded, and the 3 charged towards the base. Captain, we're still far away. Perhaps we should take cover first. But before Steve could finish his suggestion, Guolei bellowed, Everyone, charge. Steve was taken aback. Didn't you say you were an assassin? What kind of assassin operates like this? It's the Allies. Open fire, quickly. The soldiers stationed at the base heard Guolei's shout from afar, and upon recognizing their uniforms, immediately raised the alarm. In an instant, bullets began to rain down. With no intention of halting, Steve, seeking cover, could only brace himself and charge forward, shield raised. Leading the charge was Yin Qing, boasting the highest attributes among the trio. He swiftly activated 6 gates, green steam swirling around him, arriving at the base entrance in an instant. With a single-handed tiger seal, he unleashed a colossal fireball, obliterating the base gate and surrounding soldiers. Immediately thereafter, he summoned flowing light, commencing a one-sided massacre. The soldiers barely registered their surroundings before finding their heads severed at their feet. Following him into the fray was Yi Qingxian, whose strength and physique attributes barely exceeded 40. However, her mental acuity and agility, augmented by spider serum and super agent serum, soared to 70. With her spider sense and super agent talents, she deftly evaded all bullets, unleashing a barrage of web element projectiles, each one precisely striking an enemy, inflicting various debuffs such as freezing, explosions, electric shocks, and curses. The third to arrive was Guolei, whose enhancement stemmed from the desperation virus in the super soldier serum. His constitution and strength exceeded 60, while his mental acuity and agility hovered around 40. Although his speed was somewhat diminished under the influence of his talents. Bullets striking him failed to penetrate his defenses, becoming lodged in his muscular frame, only to be expelled by his remarkable regenerative abilities. Once he plunged into the fray, Guolei activated his rampaging mode, utterly disregarding the incoming bullets, radiating an intense heat of 3,000 degrees as he barreled through the chaos, creating a scene of utter carnage. At this moment, Steve was a mere 100 meters from the base, crouching low as he charged forward with his shield, the bullets ricocheting off it with a clattering sound. By the time he breached the base, the gunfire had dwindled considerably. Truth be told, he harbored suspicions that Dr. Erskine had tampered with the serum he administered. Why did they all possess superhuman abilities while he did not? As he casually knocked over a Hydra soldier with his shield, Steve mused aloud. No, you do possess a power. Your superhuman ability is your formidable physique, came the voice of Yin Qing from a distance. Inside the base, Red Skull Schmidt observed the unfolding events through the surveillance monitors, having gathered substantial intelligence on the 4 super soldiers created by Dr. Erskine, including their extraordinary capabilities. As a product of the serum himself, he mused that if transforming into a Red Skull did not qualify as a superpower, then he had indeed acquired none. Watching the individuals on the monitor breathe fire, disregard bullets, and launch elemental webs, it was disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. However, now was not the time for such considerations. He understood the vast chasm separating ordinary humans from super soldiers. Continuing this way would only waste manpower. Summon the troops, Schmidt said, pressing the somewhat slack synthetic skin on his face, his tone darkening. A minute later, he pressed a button on the control panel. Outside the base, a colossal steel door began to rise slowly, revealing nearly 100 soldiers clad in Hydra standard combat uniforms. Their synchronized march and the palpable atmosphere of menace instantly captured everyone's attention. Chapter 37, Harvest. The Super Soldier Corps. It appears that this is indeed the Super Soldier Corps of Hydra. Yin Qing flicked away the blood that had stained his flowing attire and sheathed his blade. Goodness, there are at least 100 individuals here. If each yields 1,000 points, that amounts to 10,000. With the team bonus included, it's a windfall. Guolei and Yi Qingxian also approached. Steve, perplexed by their conversation, was still seething over his lack of superpowers and the fact that he hadn't even had a chance to warm up before most of the enemies were dispatched. Upon noticing another wave of around 100 foes appearing, he initially flinched, but upon realizing that they bore no firearms, only daggers, he was instantly invigorated. It was his turn to wreak havoc. With this thought in mind, Steve charged toward the cluster of adversaries with full throttle. In his imagination, it should be akin to taking down children with a mere punch. However, his fully committed right hook was effortlessly blocked by an ordinary soldier, Wang Defa. In quick succession, the enemy retaliated with a right hook, catching the unprepared Steve off guard and sending him staggering, quickly becoming engulfed by the advancing crowd. All were super soldiers. Did he really expect to take down 100? Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Yin Qing formed seals with one hand, and 3 robust fire dragons shot forth, striking directly at the Super Soldier Corps, followed by a violent explosion. For Hydra's super soldiers were eliminated, and the rewards were calculated. As the notification echoed in his mind, Yanqing sensed that this round of points might not be so easily accrued. His great dragon fire technique had been executed at full power, resulting in a fierce explosion. Yet the super soldier's swift reactions and high defenses meant he had only managed to eliminate 4. If the same technique had been unleashed amidst regular soldiers, at least a truckload would have perished. These individuals were certainly peculiar. At that moment, Steve broke free from the encirclement, albeit with 2 knife wounds on his body, thankfully avoiding any critical areas. Given the ineffectiveness of area attacks and the peril of rushing in carelessly, it was time to attempt some teamwork. Guolei would draw the fire, while he maneuvered around to eliminate foes, and Qing Xian would provide interference from the periphery. The purpose of forming a team was, after all, to collaborate in combat. No sooner had he voiced this plan than Guolei charged into the fray, radiating a crimson glow. "You all will die." This roar activated his innate taunt ability, instantly attracting the ire of dozens of super soldiers nearby. As daggers began to rain toward him, targeting vital areas, Guolei felt a surge of anxiety, but decisively unleashed his divine skill, Iron Block. Simultaneously, his talent, immovable as a mountain, took effect, bolstering his defenses, and naturally, the taunt effect remained in play. Those who initially had no intention of attacking him were compelled to join in, striking him with a few blows. Clang! The daggers met his defenses as though striking iron, failing to pierce his skin in the slightest. However, he was rendered immobile, becoming a stationary target. One of the super soldiers discerned Guolei's peculiar behavior and, after several tentative probes, joyfully shouted, "Brothers, this fellow has gone limp. Strike him down." In an instant, another group of super soldiers brandished their blades, encircling him and ruthlessly attacking his vital points. A few, with sinister intentions, even targeted his lower regions, instilling such fear in Guolei that he dared not remove the iron block, standing in place as they toyed with him. Fortunately, Yanqing's harvesting began concurrently. Fire techniques created chaos, as he accurately struck the necks and hearts of numerous super soldiers. Occasionally, a couple that slipped through the cracks were dealt with by the elemental webs fired by Qing Xian. Within a mere 10 minutes, nearly 100 super soldiers had been reduced to just a handful. Damn it, they are all super soldiers. How can these 3 be so formidable? As he watched the dwindling number of super soldiers on the monitor, the Red Skull felt utterly dismayed. Having invested substantial effort and resources, he had painstakingly assembled this 100-strong battalion. And now, it was all but obliterated? What now? Beside him, the gnome, Dr. Zola, cautiously inquired. "Look at their super soldiers, spewing flames and impervious to blades and bullets, and then glance at what you've produced," the Red Skull erupted, barely containing his frustration. "Forget it. Execute Operation Valkyrie. I shall make them aware of the consequences of crossing me." However, the Valkyrie was not yet fully assembled. Forcing it to launch could lead to a catastrophic crash at any moment. "I am issuing orders, not seeking opinions." The Red Skull activated the self-destruct sequence of the military factory and retrieved the glowing cosmic cube from the apparatus behind him, carefully placing it into a box. Feeling inexplicably chastised, Dr. Zola dared not argue further and scurried out of the control room, preparing for the Valkyrie fighter's launch. Meanwhile, as the last Hydra super soldier fell, Yanqing deactivated the 8 gates, the green steam emanating from him gradually dissipating. Thanks to the exceptional physique and recovery abilities granted by his Azura bloodline, prolonged activation of the 6th gate did not impose significant physical strain, only a slight sense of fatigue. As the main force in the harvest, he had eliminated over 50 super soldiers, translating to a staggering 50,000 reincarnation points, and with the final critical hit bonuses and team multipliers, it was anticipated that this dungeon world would yield at least over 100,000 reincarnation points, if luck was on their side. 200 to 300,000 was also a possibility. Guolei and Qing Xian each claimed around 20 kills, likely netting them several thousand points as well. What a fortune! The 3 exchanged glances, their faces straining to suppress their elation. Guolei's mouth even dripped with drool, and paired with his nakedness from his clothes being burned away, he appeared quite grotesque. "Do rein it in. Quickly put your clothes back on," Yanqing reminded, as the main quest had been completed and the rewards tallied. Due to triggering the side quest, rescue the captives, with a time limit of 48 hours, the remaining time in this dungeon world was 1 year and 4 months. Side quests are not mandatory. One may choose to return to the Tower of Rebirth at any moment. Upon hearing the prompt from the tower, Guolei and Yi Qingxian simultaneously turned their gazes towards Yanqing, silently seeking his counsel. Should they continue with the side quests or opt for an immediate return? For an ordinary reincarnator, having already reaped such bountiful rewards, there would be little incentive to take further risks. However, Yanqing's ambitions extend beyond mere rewards. He seeks the most enigmatic treasure of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Space Stone, known as the Cosmic Cube in the hands of the Red Skull. If his deductions are correct, it should also be a powerful artifact, and this opportunity is one he is determined to seize. The pursuit of an SSS rating is still a distant prospect. Chapter 38. Valkyrie Operation. Upon hearing these words, both individuals comprehended his intent, exchanging a knowing smile without uttering a word, bestowing upon him their utmost trust. Is Steve dead? Not far away, Steve, having sustained wounds to his left shoulder and right leg, struggled to rise from the ground, limping toward the trio. How could these soldiers be so formidable? I can't seem to defeat a single one. Steve gazed incredulously at the corpses strewn about. They are super soldiers just like you. It is only natural that you cannot prevail against them, Yanqing replied. But you are super soldiers as well. How is it that you can triumph? Steve retorted defiantly. That is of little consequence. Your dear friend is likely waiting for you at the base. If you do not enter soon, unforeseen mishaps may occur. Thick-skinned crab. I almost forgot. With those words, Steve, enduring the pain from his leg wound, hastened into the confines of the base. Following the chosen one, the group swiftly located the imprisoned captives and Bucky, who had been subjected to hypnosis for the Winter Soldier program. Concurrently, the self-destruct sequence of the base commenced. A violent explosion engulfed the surroundings, and the exit below was completely blocked by the collapsed structure. You lead them upward. We can transfer to another building via that steel beam, Yanqing instructed. Glancing up at the base's upper section where a steel beam extended from a breach in the fortress, reaching another stronghold nearby. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to ascend toward the upper levels of the base. As fate would have it, upon arriving beneath the steel beam, they encountered the Red Skull and Dr. Zola, who were preparing for evacuation. This marked the group's first direct confrontation with the primary antagonist. At that moment, the Red Skull donned a human skin mask, appearing rather genteel, devoid of any semblance of a typical villain. Yanqing's keen gaze immediately fell upon the metallic box clutched in the Red Skull's hand. Within that box resided the Space Stone. As he had the box, Yanqing licked his lips, poised to act when a notification from the Reincarnation Tower echoed in his mind. Triggered SSS level hidden mission. Valkyrie Operation. Mission duration, 12 hours. Mission description. With enhanced scientific capabilities, Hydra has developed the colossal warplane, Valkyrie. The Red Skull intends to pilot the Valkyrie to drop super bombs on New York and Chicago. Board the Valkyrie and thwart the Red Skull's plans. Mission reward, 10,000 reincarnation points. Significant increase in completion evaluation. An SSS level hidden mission. Yanqing stared in bewilderment at the exuberant Guolei and Yi Qingxian. For those unaware of the subsequent plot, Guolei and Yi Qingxian perceived this as a stroke of luck, as if a pillow had been provided just as sleep beckoned. Having just expressed a desire for an SSS level evaluation, they were now presented with an SSS level hidden mission, naturally filled with excitement. Yet for Yanqing, who was privy to the storyline, confusion enveloped him. Goodness, has it come so early? Will the other bases still be destroyed? Will Dr. Zola continue his pursuits? Is Bucky still missing? Yanqing rapidly analyzed the intricacies of the Reincarnation Tower's scheme in his mind when the Red Skull interjected. Look who we have here. It is with immense honor that I welcome the valiant Captain America, Mr. Steve, the courageous God of Fire, Mr. Ewan, the enchanting Agent Goddess, Miss Emily, and Mr. Mike. Red Skull ambled towards the group, readily identifying the four. Hold on, why am I merely referred to as Mr. Mike? Guolei. His attire, tattered from the recent skirmish, suddenly leaped forth, appearing somewhat comical. "Are you not Mr. Mike?" Red Skull retorted. This question left Guillet momentarily speechless. "I am Mr. Mike, yet this is not merely a matter of identity, but rather, what deity do I resemble? What deity? Are you out of your mind?" Red Skull, bewildered, was at a loss for what he wished to convey. However, the term deity resonated deeply within him. A deity? Indeed. We possess powers that transcend mortality. We are the gods of this world. Would you be interested in joining Hydra, to reign alongside me over this realm? Red Skull earnestly extended his invitation. Schmidt, or is not? Reigning over what nonsense? First, grant me a resounding title. Steve had intended to engage in a philosophical clash with Red Skull, but was interrupted by Guillet's interjection. A title? As long as you join Hydra. You shall be the mightiest, god of war. Yes, indeed, the god of war, Mr. Mike. At last, Red Skull grasped Guillet's thought process and promptly concocted a temporary moniker, hoping to win him over. It is worth noting that the titles of God of Fire and Agent Goddess were not his own creations, but rather bestowed by his subordinates. He merely sought to demonstrate his intimate knowledge of them through such appellations. God of War. I like this. You have a knack for naming, Old Red. Old Red? Both Steve and Red Skull scratched their heads in confusion. What sort of colloquialism is this? So, do you consent to join Hydra? Red Skull inquired, somewhat uncertain. Hydra? What Hydra? Are you mocking me? Red Skull, incensed, swung his fist toward Guillet. Bang! Guillet, lacking agility, took a solid punch to the face, yet remained steadfast, his footing unyielding. What the hell? We were having a perfectly fine conversation, and then you suddenly resort to violence. Guillet retaliated with a swift kick, sending Red Skull flying several meters, crashing against the wall behind him. Red Skull's stomach churned, nearly betraying the remnants of his previous meal. Struggling to his feet, he tore off the human skin mask from his face, seething with rage as he prepared to engage Guillet in a protracted battle. Just then, a new wave of explosions erupted, causing instability beneath everyone's feet. Given the numerical advantage of our adversaries, it would be prudent to retreat. Dr. Zola seized the opportunity to intervene, persuading the irrational Red Skull to turn and take the elevator for an exit. Guillet, eager to pursue Red Skull for a thorough thrashing, was restrained by Yin Qing. Wasn't the mission to thwart Red Skull? Guillet inquired, perplexed. It is to thwart the Valkyrie operation, not to impede the Red Skull. Yin Qing clarified his thoughts and began to grasp the implications of the Reincarnation Tower, while Guillet remained somewhat perplexed, content to follow Yin Qing's lead. The explosions continued to rage, flames licking at their feet, prompting the group to ascend hastily, successfully relocating to another fortress that remained unscathed before the inferno could completely engulf their base. As the last captive departed the fortress, the trio once again heard the notification from the Reincarnation Tower. Side quest: Rescue the captives has been completed. Rewards have been tallied. Due to the activation of the hidden quest, Valkyrie Operation, task duration, 12 hours, remaining time in this instance world, 1 year and 4 months. Completion of the hidden quest is not mandatory. You may choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at your discretion. With all the captives saved, Steve prepared to exit the fortress, only to be yanked back by Yin Qing. What is the matter? Steve inquired, his curiosity piqued. We must capture the Red Skull. Yin Qing replied succinctly. But the entire fortress is in chaos. If you do not go, I will recommend to Congressman Blant that you continue selling bonds. Chapter 39. The Valkyrie Operation. Get out here, you Red Skull. Steve boldly strode toward the exploding fortress upon hearing about the bond sale. Noticing that his dear friend had not departed, Bucky turned and followed suit. The fortress is about to be obliterated. Why are you still going back? We have a mission. You'd better, if you're worried about Steve, you can accompany us. Yin Qing initially intended to advise him to leave, but recalling Bucky's misperceived sacrifice in Captain America, the First Avenger, he decided to let him tag along. Perhaps, during the flight, he could arrange for an unexpected fall, which would align with the cyclical nature of their plight. Guided by the cues from the Cycle Tower, Yin Qing led the group away from the impending explosion and into the fortress's underground base. As they emerged from the tunnel, they found themselves on a lengthy runway. the distant roar resonating ominously. "What is that sound?" Bucky inquired, tilting his head in confusion. "The sound of fighter jets accelerating for takeoff. Everyone, prepare to board." "Steve, take care of your friend," Yin Qing calmly instructed, stretching his limbs. "What? Board what?" Bucky exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Yin Qing. "Of course. We will board the plane at the moment it arrives," came the nonchalant reply. "At the moment? Wait, are you saying we are to grab onto a high-speed aircraft?" "Essentially." "Are you joking?" Not only would grabbing a plane be impossible, but the noise in this narrow underground runway could easily disorient someone. "Soldier, recognize my rank, and then prepare to execute my orders." Bucky glanced at Yin Qing's major insignia, then considered his own status as a soldier, turning to Steve with a pitiful expression. "Captain, Bucky really doesn't have to partake. He's just an ordinary person," Steve ventured to explain. "Who is the captain, you or I?" Yin Qing's retort momentarily left Steve flummoxed, unsure of which captain was being referred to. "All right, I'll hold on tight," Steve conceded, pressing Bucky's head gently against his shoulder. As they conversed, the roar grew ever nearer, prompting Yin Qing to lead the charge forward, quickly reaching a speed of 80 miles per hour. Following closely were Yi Qing Xian, then Steve with Bucky on his back, and Guolei. "Hold tight around my waist," Steve instructed. Bucky, hearing this, grasped Steve tightly with all four limbs. Just then, a massive aircraft, much larger than an ordinary fighter jet, appeared on the distant runway. Its thunderous roar deafening. As the jet soared overhead, everyone reached out, gripping whatever they could. Moments later, the fighter jet burst from the underground, soaring skyward. "Are we all right?" At the cabin's base, Yin Qing shook his hands, which ached from the force of grasping the aircraft. "We're fine," Guolei, with a cheerful smile, extended his arms, the skin beneath subtly aglow with a crimson light, indicating perhaps some minor injuries, though he was evidently recovering swiftly under the influence of the Zerg virus. Yi Qing Xian, shaking the spider silk launcher strapped to her wrist, remained silent. It was apparent she had swung herself onto the aircraft using the silk and was entirely unscathed. "Not a big issue, Bucky. How are you?" Steve asked, his arms trembling uncontrollably, yet he gritted his teeth and gently lowered Bucky from his back. "Bucky?" Not receiving a response, Steve anxiously glanced back. At that moment, Bucky appeared to be in distress, clutching his head, with blood trickling from both ears. "Bucky," Steve called out again, but still, there was no reply. "He might be deaf," Yin Qing suggested. "Hey, Bucky." Steve leaned closer, shouting into Bucky's ear. "Huh? What did you say?" "Speak louder." Bucky responded, equally loud. "He must be deaf," Steve sighed, patting Bucky's shoulder. "At least he is alive, if I'm not mistaken. Those two massive objects marked with place names are likely bombs, right?" Yin Qing pointed at the two enormous warheads on either side of the cabin. "There is no concept of nuclear warheads yet. These are superweapons developed by Dr. Zola using the Tesseract, and their power will likely rival that of a nuclear bomb. That madman, does he intend to drop these on New York and Chicago?" Steve was alarmed by the Red Skull's plan. "It seems so. First, let us locate the Red Skull," Yin Qing replied, leading the way deeper into the cabin. In the control room, the Red Skull had set the autopilot for New York, slowly turning to face Yin Qing and his companions as they approached. "Everything is set in motion. By tomorrow morning, the news of New York and Chicago's destruction will spread across all nations, and the entire world will bow beneath Hydra's dominion. You still have time to join us." "You lunatic," Steve shouted vehemently. "Lunatic? No, I have proclaimed myself a god, and you, too, possess powers akin to mine. I trust you will make a wise choice. I am a warrior, not some nonsense deity." With that, Steve charged forward, engaging in combat with the Red Skull. Guolei and Yi Qing Xian attempted to assist, but were halted by Yin Qing, who whispered a few instructions to them. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he formed a seal and sent a shadow clone silently retreating along the path they had come. Once these actions were completed, Steve and the Red Skull were already embroiled in a fierce struggle. As the first-generation serum test subject, the Red Skull was clearly no match for the perfected serum Steve. Observing that the opportune moment had arrived, Yin Qing decisively intervened, using the flowing light blade to cleave open the metallic box housing the Tesseract. The glowing blue Tesseract tumbled out, What the hell have you done? The Red Skull exclaimed, both shocked and furious. The cosmic cube serves as the energy source for the Valkyrie. After wreaking havoc in New York, it is now plotting to unleash destruction upon Chicago. However, with the device meant to convert energy now destroyed, it seems that once the devastation in New York is complete, it may no longer be able to fly. Cursed fate. The Red Skull hastily picked up the cosmic cube, intending to extract energy directly from it to deal with Yin Qing and his companions, which also fueled his audacity in confronting them. Alas, he misjudged the true power of the cosmic cube, just as he believed it would bestow upon him immense strength. A vast expanse of starry sky suddenly unfolded, and a beam of light enveloped the Red Skull. Now is the moment. Almost simultaneously, Yin Qing unleashed his full power. Placing his hand upon the cosmic cube, the light beam flickered, and both Yin Qing and the Red Skull vanished from their original positions. Yuan, Steve exclaimed in horror. Could it be that the formidable energy surge from the cosmic cube obliterated both the Red Skull and Yin Qing, leaving not a trace behind? What is happening? He turned to inquire of Guolei and Yu Qingxian behind him. However, he saw neither Guolei nor Yu Qingxian, only Bucky, who was incessantly patting his head and making incoherent sounds. Chapter 40. Captain America Frozen, Vormer Star, where are Mike and Emily? Steve inquired, his voice trembling with rising terror as he directed his question to Bucky. What? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Bucky observed Steve's lips moving. Yet all he could hear was a persistent buzzing in his ears. Damn it! Steve exclaimed in frustration, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from the floor, and upon glancing down, he saw the cosmic cube, radiating intense heat, melting through the aircraft's bottom and plummeting downward. The aircraft, the cosmic cube, the super bomb, New York. A realization struck him. He had to prevent the plane from reaching New York. Without hesitation, he dashed to the control panel, fumbling for answers, only to discover that the automatic systems had been locked, leaving him with no choice but to operate manually. This meant he had to guide the aircraft for a forced landing, or else it would automatically head for New York. However, given that this was a fighter jet, the likelihood of a successful forced landing was exceedingly slim. It was tantamount to a crash. With that thought, he turned back to the still stammering Bucky, embraced him tightly, equipped him with a parachute, and then unceremoniously kicked him out of the side hatch. What the hell? Bucky survived. As he wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes, he returned to the control panel. This is Steve. Can you hear me? He connected to the command channel of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. He intended to report the events unfolding aboard the aircraft and bid farewell to Peggy. Steve? This is Peggy. What's the situation over there? The situation is quite complex. I can't fully grasp it myself. What do you mean you can't grasp it? What about Ewan? Ewan? He might be dead, or perhaps. I don't know how to articulate it. While we were battling Red Skull, a beam of light suddenly appeared, and both he and Red Skull vanished. Mike and Emily are also missing. It's just me and Bucky left. Vanished? Well, let's focus on getting you back first. I might not be able to return. Not able to return? What does that mean? Can you please clarify everything at once? Red Skull has 2 super bombs aboard this fighter jet, intending to obliterate New York and Chicago. The plane is set to automatic mode. It can only be manually controlled. Wait, I'll find Howard. Perhaps he has a solution. There's no time. The plane is about to reach New York, and I must force land in the nearby uninhabited sea. No, don't force land. There has to be a way. Peggy, I'm here. It seems I'll have to ask you for that dance another time. That's all right. I'll wait for you. The Valkyrie swooped down, plummeting rapidly through the clouds and crash-landing into the ice-laden Arctic Ocean. What went unnoticed was that as the aircraft descended through the clouds, the glowing cosmic cube fell from within, and a figure also descended from the plane. After a brief moment of swimming through the air, he successfully grasped the cosmic cube in his hand. This individual was Yin Qing. To be precise, it was Yin Qing's shadow clone. As Steve and the Red Skull engaged in a fierce brawl, the shadow clone stealthily descended to the underside of the aircraft, utilizing a kunai to secure its form against the outer shell. When the tesseract began to melt and the aircraft plummeted, it too leapt from the plane, successfully acquiring the space stone unbeknownst to others. The shadow clone then stored the tesseract within its space, subsequently dispelling itself and transferring its memories to the original. At that moment, Yanqing's true self stood alongside the Red Skull on the homeland of the Soul Stone, the planet Vormer. With the merging of memories from the dispelled Shadow clone, the Tesseract simultaneously arrived. Everything unfolded precisely as planned. As he and the Red Skull were transported away by the Space Stone, Valkyrie's mission was declared a failure, and the notification of the hidden task's completion echoed, leading Guilei and Yuqingxian to return to the Reincarnation Tower. Meanwhile, he set his sights on the Soul Stone and, alongside the Red Skull, proceeded to Vormer. "Old Red, did you hear that voice as well?" Yanqing inquired, gazing into the ethereal abyss beneath him. Just moments ago, a nebulous voice had resonated in his mind, which he surmised originated from the Soul Stone. "What voice?" "I do not comprehend what you are referring to," replied the Red Skull, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Yet his expression betrayed confusion. "Do not comprehend? Allow me to elucidate. It spoke of a pact. If one person were to leap into the abyss, sacrificing their soul, the other would gain dominion over souls. So, will you leap yourself, or shall I assist you with a push?" At those words, the Red Skull immediately distanced himself from Yanqing, adopting a combat stance. "Since you have also heard it, let us rely on our own abilities. It appears I must assist you." Previously on Earth, he had refrained from unleashing his full prowess, but even then, he had subjected super soldiers to relentless torment. Now, with only he and the Red Skull on Vormer, perhaps with the Soul Stone, he found himself with hands tucked in his pockets, unable to find a worthy opponent. As anticipated, the Red Skull, appearing as if faced with a formidable threat, posed dramatically only to be swiftly subdued by Yanqing's instantaneous technique, which rendered him powerless and sent him tumbling over the cliff with a kick to his backside. "Off you go." FUC boom. The Red Skull's voice gradually faded, accompanied by the sound of something heavy striking the ground, revealing an orange gem that floated before Yanqing. He understood that, given his strength, direct contact with the Infinity Stone was perilous, leading to potential backlash. Yet, the alluring orange glow seemed irresistible before he realized it. His hand had already grasped the Soul Stone. Simultaneously, an invisible force assailed his soul. Yanqing felt no immediate sensation, but he knew of the attack due to the notification from the Reincarnation Tower. "You have been subjected to a soul attack. Talent, Soul Barrier, activated, successfully immunizing against this damage. Your feeble soul managed to withstand my encroachment. How remarkable," echoed the voice he had heard upon arriving at Vormer. "Damn, I nearly fell for this wretched creature's trap." Yanqing felt a profound unease within, but fortunately, he possessed a talent for defending against soul attacks. Otherwise, he might have been transformed into a wraith akin to the Red Skull from Avengers: Infinity War, becoming neither human nor ghost, eternally trapped in this realm as a guide. It would be wise to depart from this place swiftly. He silently recited the incantation to return, only to be met with a notification from the Reincarnation Tower. Warning: the Infinity Stones possessed by the Reincarnator are classified as crucial narrative artifacts and cannot be removed from the instance world. Damn. Unable to take them away. What then? Was the purpose of his arduous efforts to acquire these two stones? Merely to serve as pendants? Panic gripped Yanqing. He attempted to stow the stones in his personal space, with the Soul Stone held in his mouth and the Cosmic Cube concealed in his trousers. But all his efforts proved futile. It was only when he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan that a glimmer of hope emerged. Chapter 41. Space and Soul. The Return of the Waves, Discovering Authority. Should it be absorbed? Fortunately, the toil was not in vain. Is there any doubt? Of course, it must be absorbed. Warning: the acquired authority cannot be matched with the bloodline. Please choose a method of disposal. 1. Forcefully absorb the current authority. 2. Pay 100,000 reincarnation points to replicate and optimize the authority. 3. Abandon the current authority. Damn. The second option amounts to 200,000. I knew there would be no easy path. However, upon careful consideration, the two high-level powers of space and soul at 200,000 is still acceptable. Gritting his teeth, he decided to pay the fee. He had already accrued over 70,000 reincarnation points in this world. Even at the lowest crit multiplier of 2, he would have 140,000 points. Coupled with the previous surplus of over 50,000, It should suffice for the payment of both authorities. He proceeded to pay the reincarnation points to replicate the powers. As the words left his lips, the cosmic cube and the soul gem erupted with formidable energy, which instantly surged into his two kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As anticipated, his left eye replicated the power of the space gem, while the right eye replicated the power of the soul gem. Talent, space authority, description, control over a portion of spatial authority, talent. Soul authority, description, control over a portion of soul authority. The emergence of these two talents signified that Yin Qing's kaleidoscopic Sharingan finally found its purpose. Once the energies within his eyes stabilized, Yin Qing instinctively gained a comprehensive understanding of these two authorities. At this moment, his left eye revealed an immeasurable expanse of space, capable not only of storing various items and equipment, but also allowing living beings to enter. He named it primal space. Additionally, he could teleport, manipulate space, perform spatial cuts, and enact spatial seals, among other marvelous applications. While somewhat reminiscent of Obito's dual divine powers, in terms of authority level, it surpassed them by several tiers, with a far richer array of functions. The soul authority of the right eye, however, was far more enigmatic. It not only fortified Yin Qing's soul, but also enabled him to absorb, control, and even modify or create souls. As there were no other souls nearby, he could not practically experiment with it and would have to wait until he returned to delve deeper into it. Moreover, there was an unexpected delight. The infinite gem itself contained immense energy, which was converted and stored in his eyes as the energy required to activate the Sharingan. This resulted in his kaleidoscopic Sharingan deviating from the original settings of the Naruto world. Utilizing its powers would not consume chakra or ocular strength, and he would not suffer blindness from overuse, nor would he need to replace his eyes to upgrade to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. One could say that Yin Qing's current Sharingan was akin to an eternal Meijiki Sharingan with an infinite supply of energy. He would not go blind, nor would he run out of energy. Even with slight depletion, he had the sage's essence to fall back on, truly realizing the freedom of the Sharingan. Undoubtedly, these two powers are not invincible. Their formidable levels are inherently constrained by Yin Qing's own strength. For instance, the spatial ability of teleportation, as depicted in the Marvel original, can disregard conditions and teleport to any location in the universe. However, Yin Qing is limited to teleporting only within a finite range of places he is familiar with. The soul ability's interference with other souls is contingent upon the strength of his own soul. If the opposing soul's strength significantly surpasses Yin Qing's, any attempt at forceful intervention would result in a backlash. Although both abilities are heavily restricted, they remain his most potent capabilities. The current worldly gains have reached their maximum potential, and no further benefits can be accrued. A forced return will occur in 1 hour. Upon completion of the power absorption, a notification from the Reincarnation Tower echoed. Clearly, the two powers led the Reincarnation Tower to conclude that this opportunity had been thoroughly exhausted, perhaps even breaching its limits, prompting an unavoidable ejection. Yin Qing, not wishing to linger, understood that to ensure the storyline remained consistent with his prior knowledge upon his next entry, he must complete his caretaker duties. He casually flicked the soul gem off the cliff and, utilizing his spatial ability alongside the cosmic cube, successfully returned to Earth. At the tranquil base of the cliff on Vormer, the orange soul gem began to gently float towards the corpse of Red Skull. The earlier human presence seemed to have suddenly emanated a strangely familiar and endearing power, initially intending to transform him into a guide. The lack of opportunity now shifted his focus to modifying this little creature instead. Returning to Earth, the Valkyrie had already sunk alongside Steve in the Arctic Ocean. Yin Qing tossed the cosmic cube into the frigid waters, ensuring all pivotal artifacts returned to their rightful places. Upon his next foray into the Marvel Universe, the narrative should remain largely unchanged, allowing him to operate within familiar storylines. Having completed his tasks, Yin Qing glanced at the time. There were still 40 minutes until the forced return. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Wait, December 1943, World War II. How audacious indeed. Above the besieged city of Chang'e, a man adorned with a playing card mask hovered in the air. This man was none other than Yin Qing. 10 minutes prior, he had realized that the period of Yan Huang might also be deeply entrenched in the turmoil of World War II. prompting him to attempt teleportation to Yin Huang, which unexpectedly succeeded. After some inquiries, he learned that Chang'e was under severe assault from the Sakura army, leading him to spend a few minutes arriving above the city. Despite the geographical advantage favoring the defenders of Chang'e, their forces numbered only 1/5 of the Sakura army, 8,000 against 40,000. Furthermore, the Sakura army boasted superior equipment and extensive air and artillery support. It could be said that, barring a miracle, Yin Huang was doomed to defeat. The battle raged for several days, leaving Chang'e in ruins and scorched earth. The relentless bombings by the Sakura army's aircraft and artillery had claimed countless lives among the defenders, with only a few hundred still bravely resisting. With 37 minutes remaining, it was more than sufficient time to first target the aircraft before addressing the artillery. As the words fell, Yanqing formed seals and unleashed the mighty dragon fire technique. With his current chakra capacity and proficiency, he unleashed a torrent of fire dragons that surged forth. The pilot of the Sakura nation's aircraft, while maneuvering the plane to drop bombs, wore a twisted smile and shouted with glee, "Ha ha ha, this is the art of explosion." Suddenly, he noticed through the cockpit's glass a colossal beast's head engulfed in flames charging directly at him. Damn it! The ensuing chaos was marked by the collision of numerous aircraft with the fire dragons, transforming the sky into a spectacle of fireworks. Commander Yu, listening to the cacophony of explosions outside the city, was overwhelmed with indignation. He incessantly sent telegrams requesting reinforcements, only to receive responses urging him to hold steadfast. Hold steadfast? I've lost 8,000 brothers, leaving only 100 to defend. How can we endure this? He struck the table with a clenched fist, unable to contain his despair. Brothers, I have wronged you. With that, he raised his sidearm, prepared to take his own life. Commander, look, is that a dragon? Just as he was about to pull the trigger, an officer beside him suddenly exclaimed in excitement. A dragon? What nonsense is this at a time like this? Wait, what? Meanwhile, several soldiers from Yin Huang exchanged gunfire with the Sakura troops, and one shouted, Captain Chai, look, there's a dragon in the sky. Are you out of your mind? There are no dragons in this world. But, no buts. Hurry up. Wait, there really is a dragon. 20 minutes later, the mechanical roars had completely subsided, and the sounds of gunfire and explosions outside Chang'e City became sparse. What is the situation? Have reinforcements arrived? Commander Yu eagerly inquired as his subordinate approached. No sight of reinforcements, nor any supportive messages. However, the enemy's planes and tanks have all been destroyed, and the Sakura forces outside are nearly wiped out. I heard from the brothers guarding the perimeter that. What the hell are you stammering about? Spit it out. They claimed to have seen a figure wielding a long knife and wearing a white mask, slaughtering the Sakura troops outside the city. And some brothers even witnessed him breathing fire like a dragon. A long knife, a white mask, breathing fire? Just one person? It seems to be just one. But the brothers all say he is not human. He is a god. Commander Yu furrowed his brow. He had also seen the fire dragons in the sky. And if one were to attribute the destruction of the planes to human effort, it indeed seemed far-fetched. However, if there were truly a god, then surely it would be one that protects the eternal glory of our Yin Huang lands. Unable to comprehend further, he exhaled deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, victory was paramount. Yin Huang would undoubtedly flourish increasingly. Chapter 42. Return and harvest with a swift strike. Yanqing dispatched the final soldier who shouted Dame within his line of sight, sheathing his Tang Dao with a sense of finality. At this moment, only a few minutes remained before his forced return, and he silently recited the word return. Departing from the instance world. Task settlement. Main quest completed. Side quest. Destroy Hydra base completed. Side quest. Rescue captives completed. Hidden quest. Valkyrie operation completed. Task evaluation. SSS grade. Task reward. 31,000 reincarnation points. Profit settlement. 54 super soldiers eliminated. Reward. 54,000 reincarnation points. Obtained super soldier bloodline. Reward 2,000 reincarnation points. Acquired skills X5. Reward 500 reincarnation points. Profit evaluation. SSS grade. Profit reward. 56, 500 reincarnation points. Other settlement. SSS grade. including plot progress. Skills not listed, proficiency gained. Attributes acquired, etc. Reward. 10,000 reincarnation points. Overall evaluation. SSS grade. Reincarnator. Yinba. Second layer instance. Captain America World. Completion evaluation. SSS. Rewards as follows. Reincarnation points. 97. 500 points. World Treasure Chest. SSS. X1. Free attribute points X5. Reincarnator lock card X1. Talent. Critical strike. Triggered. This reward received a twofold enhancement. Your rewards have been adjusted as follows. Reincarnation points. 195. 000 points. World Treasure Chest. SSS. X2. Free attribute points X10. Reincarnator lock card X2. Congratulations to the Reincarnation team. Poker Mask. For achieving the first SSS completion rating in Captain America World, granting all team members an additional 5 free attribute points. Marvel World Reputation 5. Upon completing the settlement, Yanqing did not hasten to organize the spoils, instead prioritizing the well-being of Guo Lei and Yuqin Xian. Only after confirming that both had safely returned after completing their missions did he feel a sense of relief. The three were engaged in a discussion regarding the final circumstances of the instance when the notification sound of the Reincarnation Tower echoed in their minds. Announcement. Yanhuang District Reincarnation Team, Poker Mask, has achieved the first SSS completion rating in the Reincarnation Tower. Reward. All members of Yanhuang Nation's reincarnation teams receive 5 free attribute points. Announcement. Yanhuang District Reincarnation Team, Poker Mask, has attained the first SSS completion rating in the Reincarnation Tower instance Captain America World. Reincarnation teams from Yanhuang Nation will receive a 1-point reputation bonus upon entering this world. As the two announcements rang out, the entire Reincarnation Tower erupted with excitement. The Crab. Another SSS. Has Yanhuang Nation recently stumbled upon an SSS nest? Does anyone know the background of this team? I've never heard of them before. I'm Duda, but I've not heard of them either. Could they be some big shots from the top 100 or the Rising Stars list? Yanhuang District. I heard that Lu Xinghuang, ranked 7th on the top 100 list, recently survived a harrowing instance, with only him left alive in his entire team. Could it be that this esteemed individual has rallied a new team? Last week, Zhu Yan, who has just entered the Rising Stars list, also hails from the Yanhuang District, and he may very well establish his own team. The so-called Captain America World is merely a novice dungeon. How could Lu Xinghuang and Zhu Yan possibly gain entry? It is quite evident that some individuals lack common sense. The roster for fixed reincarnation teams can easily be checked within the Reincarnation Tower. Brothers, I have unearthed some astonishing information. The captain is none other than the revered Yin Papa, whom we discussed just yesterday. There are only 2 team members. One goes by the name Turkey-flavored rice crackers, and the other is known as Grass, both of whom are recent newcomers to the Reincarnation Tower. What? Yin Papa, did he not just achieve an SSS rating in the Novice Dungeon 2 days ago? How is it that he has attained another SSS rating so soon? Foolishness. Have you not heard of cooldown refresh cards? The great ones are indeed remarkable. While we cautiously prepare to enter dungeons, they are effortlessly clearing them with SSS ratings. I truly wish to be a mere accessory to this great figure. I have decided to refrain from entering dungeons for the time being and will wait until Yin Papa ascends to the 5th level, at which point I shall eagerly seek his favor. Does anyone know this esteemed individual's ID? I shall offer 1 million Yanhuang coins for it. Possessing a strategy that consistently yields SSS ratings must mean that there is a formidable power behind him. Does he even have time for you? Dream on. Alas, Yin Ba is not even a citizen of Yanhuang. He is, in fact, from our neighboring nation and a descendant of the ancient Yin Empress. Those from Shiba, please hold your tongues. You are but fools. In a moment, the Reincarnation Tower's communication space buzzed with excitement, filled with discussions surrounding the Poker Mask team. Yin Qing and his companions chose not to partake in the lively chatter. Having just emerged from the dungeon world, their spirits were far from high. Today has been exhausting for everyone, so they decided to manage their time as they see fit. Should anyone message you, please maintain your anonymity and refrain from responding. Additionally, regarding the rewards, you may open the treasure chests, but do not rush to utilize the items. Reincarnation points and authority keys should remain untouched until our meeting tomorrow, where we shall discuss matters further. Is that clear? No objections. With consensus reached, the three parted ways to rest and organize their gains. In the private chamber of the Reincarnation Tower, Yanqing collapsed onto the rigid bed of his rented room, reflecting on the past 6 months spent in the dungeon world. Originally allotted a year and a half for the mission, he altered the course of events, and due to the butterfly effect, managed to send the Red Skull into outer space in a mere 6 months. He, along with Guolei and Yiqi Xian, left their own stories within the Marvel Universe. It remains uncertain what identities the Reincarnation Tower will assign them upon their next foray into the Marvel world. If one were to clear all the levels of the Reincarnation Tower, would it be possible to return to the original world? Gazing around the rented room, Yanqing could not help but reminisce about his previous life. After a brief respite, he rose to inspect the spoils from his latest dungeon venture. Within the confines of my spatial pocket, I discovered 2 SSS-grade world treasure chests, a Stagnation's Dagger, an Elman Alloy Tang Dao named Luminous, 10 cooldown refresh cards, 2 Reincarnator lock cards, a canister of secretive toad oil, along with an assortment of miscellaneous items such as shurikens and explosive talismans. Additionally, I possessed 15 points of free attribute points. However, my reincarnation points had diminished by 200,000 due to the replication of 2 powers, leaving me with only 53,400 points remaining. The Reincarnator lock cards are utilized within the dungeon realms to prevent reincarnators from forcibly escaping those worlds. Such items are generally of little utility unless one encounters a reincarnator that must be dealt with expeditiously. As per usual, I resolved to open the treasure chests first. Rising from my bed, I decided to unveil the world treasures. The first chest yielded a Magneto's helmet, and the second revealed a blank X-Gene. The Magneto's helmet appearing in an SSS-grade world treasure chest seemed rather excessive. As for the blank X-Gene, I gazed upon a transparent, spiral-shaped genetic structure within my spatial pocket, puzzled as I had never encountered such a thing before. Could it possibly be an original creation of the Reincarnation Tower? Blank X-Gene. Description: a blank gene left behind by the Celestial Assembly, usable solely by humans, capable of replicating another's special ability through gene infusion. This gene is in its final stages of decay. Please utilize it within the time frame of 2 dungeon worlds. Lo and behold, what a stroke of luck, albeit not entirely fortuitous. The prospect of copying another's ability sounds formidable, yet it comes with the constraint of a 2-world time limit. Who knows what realms lie ahead? Moreover, the definitions and limitations of these special abilities remain shrouded in uncertainty. If I could replicate Franklin Richards' powers, would that not render me invincible? Or perhaps, if I could absorb Jean Grey's Phoenix Force, I would soar to unimaginable heights. Might it not be confined solely to mutants, but extend to all forms of special abilities? One Punch Man Saitama, consider this. Dragon Ball Super's Omni King, take note. Yawatch, the Almighty, ponder upon it. As long as I can make contact, achieving invincibility would be a mere trifle. Would the Reincarnation Tower truly allow such a vast loophole? Such thoughts are tantalizing. Chapter 43, Comprehensive Combat Power, D. Shun Kai's invitation. This recent treasure trove is indeed difficult to articulate. Subsequently, Yanqing allocated 15 free attribute points, distributing them between strength and agility. His attributes now reached strength, 82, spirit, 124, constitution, 124, agility, 81. His spiritual and physical attributes had ascended to the level of a high-ranking ninja, however. Due to the infusion of Azura bloodline, and that his actual chakra volume was equivalent to at least 4 or 5 times that of Kakashi, with an extraordinarily rapid recovery rate, rendering him virtually devoid of chakra shortages. Hence, he concentrated his enhancements on strength and agility. If one were to assess according to the power system of the Naruto world, his attributes as a high-ranking ninja, coupled with the enhancements from the 8 gates, swordsmanship, and fire release techniques, alongside the unique abilities of spatial and soul manipulation, would allow him to be rated at least at the level of a Kage. At the very least, he could hold his own against the legendary strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, The Reincarnation Tower evaluated him as Comprehensive Combat Power, D, signifying merely the level of an ordinary high-ranking ninja. Yen Qing speculated that perhaps the Reincarnation Tower did not account for the various temporary augmentations that could unleash his utmost power. This was not entirely unwelcome, as the essence of a reincarnator's battles largely revolved around the contest of abilities and hidden cards. Speaking of hidden cards, while most individuals might reserve one or two extraordinary abilities as their trump cards, Yen Qing, on the other hand, aside from his basic attacks, all he possessed were hidden cards. The remaining matters could be addressed the following day. After tending to his gains, Yen Qing departed from the Reincarnation Tower and retired for the night. Soon, the news of the poker mask team attaining an SSS rating spread through the reincarnators to the real world. In the land of cherry blossoms, at the Temi Shrine. The Temi Shrine comprises 8 sanctuaries, each dedicated to a different deity, symbolizing the 8 divine entities that bestowed powers upon the reincarnators of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Within one shrine dedicated to the nine-tailed fox, 2 alluring beauties with captivating figures knelt, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Zi Yuan, it seems your mission has encountered a problem, spoke the elder white-haired beauty slowly. Master, what has happened? Inquired the younger black-haired beauty, opening her eyes in confusion. The black-haired beauty was none other than Asuka Mizuki, who had previously met Yen Qing at the Reincarnation Tower. The white-haired woman was her mentor, the formidable Utsunami Akira, who also possessed powers granted by the great nine-tailed fox. The Reincarnation Tower has reported that a team known as Poker Mask from the Yanhuang district has just completed the Captain America World S dungeon with an SSS rating. Poker Mask? I am not familiar with this team. What does it have to do with my mission? Asuka Mizuki questioned, perplexed. The leader of this team is none other than Yen Ba, who has not adhered to the agreement to transfer districts. Perhaps he intends to complete this dungeon before transferring? Asuka Mizuki thought, holding on to a glimmer of hope. That is unlikely. He has formed a fixed team, creating bonds with his members. It is evident that you have been deceived, Utsunami Akira sighed, shaking her head slowly. The despicable fellow. Master, allow me to venture to the land of Yen and Huang. I shall personally bring him back. As Mizuhana Shizuku glared with indignation, her master reminded her, how many times must I counsel you not to act impulsively? Once you arrive in Yen and Huang, how will you locate him? Even if you find him, how do you intend to bring him back? Remember, plan carefully before taking action. Yes, master. How can I atone for this misstep? Since gentleness yields no results, perhaps a more forceful approach is warranted. The following day dawned warm and breezy. Yen Qing enjoyed a refreshing slumber, restoring both her spirit and physique to their prime. Upon entering the classroom, she discovered that, aside from Guo Lei and Yu Qi Xian, all others had gathered in a huddle. Yen Ba, come quickly. Something significant has occurred. Guo Lei beckoned quietly. What is it? Shen Kai has joined the New Star training camp. Well, and then? Then? How the hell should I know what happens next? Guo Lei scratched his head. What is your current combat rating? Yen Qing inquired. Seems to be E-level, he replied. Then why the panic? He merely cleared the novice dungeon, which only gives him G-level combat power, at most F-level. Indeed, I am E-level now. Understanding the comparative strength, Guo Lei immediately regained his composure. In truth, due to Guo Lei's nature, he was unfamiliar with fear. Rather, he empathized with Yen Qing, which made him anxious. The thought that Yen Qing surpassed him and was stronger than Shun Kai dissipated that sense of identification. I heard he is hosting a celebration at home tonight and intends to invite the entire class. As Yen Qing settled into her seat, Yu Qi Xian turned to join the group chat. What else there to celebrate? However, if I were to join the New Star training camp, my father might even set up a banquet with 2 tables. I'm too busy. Are you all attending? Yen Qing inquired tentatively, as they were now teammates. And before implementing a system of absolute monarchy, a semblance of democratic freedom should be observed. If you don't attend, I certainly won't either, Guo Lei declared. As blunt as ever. I shall not attend either. Very well. I hereby announce the convening of the first resource allocation and future planning seminar of the mass team tonight. All members must attend punctually. Any tardiness or absence will result in a hefty penalty. As the 3 engaged in their lively discussion, Qin Kejuan entered the classroom clad in a business suit with black stockings, her high heels clicking against the floor. "Return to your seats." At her command, the students obediently returned to their respective places. It was then that Yan Qing noticed the one encircled was none other than Qin Kai, his face flushed with pride, as if the word pride were tattooed upon him. "I trust everyone is aware that our classmate Qin Kai, after arduous battles, has successfully secured one of the 3 coveted spots in the new Star training camp in Yun City. Let us give him a round of applause." Instantly, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause, with the exception of Yin Qing and her 2 companions. Qin Kejuan was elated. In yesterday's contest for slots, Qin Kai had triumphantly vanquished his opponents one by one with his exquisite ninjutsu, greatly enhancing her prestige. "Qin Kai, I hope you will continue to strive for excellence in the training camp, bringing honor to our class, our school, and our city." The applause resounded once more. "Teacher Qin, my father is hosting a dinner tonight, inviting the teachers and all classmates, and I hope everyone can grace us with their presence." Seizing the moment, Qin Kai elevated this wave of enthusiasm to a crescendo. Indeed, the atmosphere erupted once again. "All right, those who have cleared the novice dungeon should keep pushing forward, striving to match Qin Kai's prowess. For those who have not yet succeeded, do not be disheartened. Persevere and aim to pass next time." After class, Qin Kai went directly to Yi Qingshuan's seat. "Qingxian, you must come tonight." "I'm sorry, I have prior commitments." Yi Qingxian flatly declined. "No worries. The banquet will last for quite a while. You can come later. I want to have time even then." "Then, when will you be free? I would like to treat you to a meal." "I'm never free." "You." It was evident she was being dismissive, and Qin Kai's gentlemanly demeanor gradually transformed into something more sinister. "What do you mean? Do you believe I will not retaliate?" Guolei slammed the table and stood up. "You too, just wait." Qin Kai threw down a harsh remark at Guolei and Yin Qing before turning on his heel and leaving without a backward glance. That evening, Yin Qing visited Su Chanqian for dinner. Su Chanqian had recently been fervently studying human anatomy and attempting to integrate chakra energy with modern medicine. Upon hearing her theories, Yin Qing could not help but marvel at her talent. It was plausible that she had already comprehended the chakra scalpel before entering the dungeon. After declining Su Chanqian's request for dissection, Yin Qing returned to his room. As he booted up his computer to check the status of the key permissions, Guolei and Yi Qixin called him in succession. They spoke of the same matter. The trio had declined Qin Kai's invitation during the day. Yet on such a momentous occasion, whether out of the desire to boast, to undermine, or for other reasons, as individuals he admired and considered rivals, they all wished to attend. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Kai had employed some persuasive rhetoric to engage his father, Qin Pinglei, who then contacted their parents, urging them to attend Qin Kai's celebration dinner, insisting they bring Yin Qing along. Qin Pinglei was the owner of a prominent logistics group in Yun City, well established in both legitimate and illicit circles, and a figure of some renown locally, being a reincarnator who had cleared 11 levels. His somewhat coercive invitation was one that most families would hesitate to refuse. Furthermore, it was merely a dinner, so their parents all agreed. "Very well. Let us meet this father and son duo." Chapter 44. The celebration banquet. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qing decided to attend the celebration banquet. Qin Kai's behavior today served as a reminder. While he was unafraid of retaliation, there lingered the potential for harm to those around him, a risk that must be eradicated. They were merely the Qin father and son. He would not allow them to exert their influence over him. Nestled at the foot of the mountains, the hillside villa district on the outskirts of Yun City was a picturesque locale, boasting pristine waters and lush greenery, with unparalleled security. It was home to the affluent and powerful of Yun City. At precisely 7 o'clock, Yin Qing and his companions gathered at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by Guolei's father and Yi Qingshuan's parents. Guolei hailed from a single-parent household. His mother had passed away during his childhood. His father, Gua Xiaodian, was reputed to have completed 3 levels of a certain trial, acquiring notable skills in machinery operation. After leaving the Reincarnation Tower, he found employment at a transportation company, operating large loading equipment, leading a life akin to that of an ordinary individual. His salary was decent, albeit lacking in prestige, due to the demands of his job. Guo Xiaotian had little time to nurture his relationship with Guo Lei, which contributed to his son's penchant for seeking attention through antics. At that moment, Guo Xiaotian donned a somewhat ill-fitting black suit, sporting a stubbly beard that lent him a rather roguish demeanor. He greeted everyone with a casual familiarity, his boisterous personality reminiscent of Guo Lei's own. "Xiaoqing, it's been ages. Qingxian, you remain as beautiful as ever. And these must be your parents. Good to meet you. No wonder Qingxian is so lovely. You both are quite the handsome couple. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Guo Lei's father, Guo Xiaotian. Haha. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Guo Lei from Guo," he chimed in, moving closer, shaking hands and slapping shoulders in a manner akin to social terrorists, leaving Yi Qingshuan's seemingly refined parents somewhat awkward. "Greetings, I am Yi De, Qingshuan's father, and this is her mother, Lu Jia." Yi De and Lu Jia were both mid-level officials in a government enterprise. Having cleared only 4 or 5 levels of the Reincarnation Tower, their financial situation decent, but they had long ceased to enter the tower. Yi De found Guo Xiaotian's social manner somewhat disconcerting, offering a polite smile before turning to engage in whispered conversation with his wife. "As long as I feign busyness and ignore them, the awkwardness shall not befall me." "Yet," Guo Xiaotian remarked, "uncle and aunt, your affection is palpable. When my mother was alive, my father could only manage laughter." Guo Xiaotian retorted, "Do you not know how to engage in conversation? Why expose my past?" Yi De remained silent, while Lu Jia simply sighed. Yi Qingxian interjected, "Indeed, if you cannot speak well, it would be prudent to say less." Observing the 5 individuals before him, Yanqing felt a twinge of homesickness and a hint of envy. Coughing lightly, he suggested, "I believe I see the shuttle prepared by the Chen family over there. Shall we continue our conversation on the way?" "Ha ha ha. Yes, let's walk and talk," Guo Xiaotian exclaimed, pulling Yi De along, disregarding Lu Jia's reproachful gaze. Yi Qingxian linked her arm with her mother's, while Guo Lei naturally draped his arm over Yanqing's shoulder. Outside a villa on the hillside, the garden was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, while elegantly dressed men and women mingled and exchanged pleasantries. A banner hung on one side of the garden, proclaiming, celebrating Chun Kai's successful admission to the new star training camp. This was indeed Chun Kai's residence, the venue for tonight's celebratory banquet. At this moment, Chun Kai, basking in the accolades of those around him, frequently raised his glass. Yet his gaze occasionally drifted toward the entrance of the garden. He was waiting for Yi Qingxian and Yanqing. He intended to leverage this moment of glory to resolve the issues concerning Yanqing and Yi Qingxian. As a shuttle bus came to a gentle halt, the figures he had long awaited finally appeared, the pure and sweet Yi Qingxian and the despised Yanqing. He offered a polite apology to the crowd before making his way over. "Qingxian, uncle, auntie, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time," Chen Kai remarked with a gentlemanly smile, embodying the image of a refined young noble. "Congratulations, Chen Kai, your future achievements are boundless," Yi De politely commented, while Yi Qingxian shot Chen Kai an exasperated glance. "Oh dear, Chen Kai, you are quite the dashing figure. Congratulations. Let us go, if we delay any longer." "The food will be gone," Guo Xiaotian exclaimed, seemingly greeting them, yet his eyes were intently searching for food. Upon spotting his target, he swiftly shifted the conversation, never once acknowledging the evening's guest of honor. "Let us go," Guo Lei chimed in, dismissing the need for pleasantries, as he tugged at Yanqing, eager to rush ahead. "I've already eaten. You all go ahead," Yanqing replied, clearly not there to indulge in the feast. Noting Yanqing's independent plans, Guo Lei chose not to press further. "Old Guo, wait for me." The hurried demeanor of the two left Yi Qingshuan's parents feeling awkward once more. "We happened to meet at the foot of the mountain." "Oh, no worries, uncle. Auntie, please come inside. My father has been awaiting your arrival." Chun Kai responded with utmost courtesy, keenly aware that Yi Qingxian was not yet his. He needed to maintain appearances. A brief greeting would suffice, serving as a gesture of goodwill. "Let us just say hello and be on our way," Yi Qingxian suggested to Yi De prior to their arrival. She had expressed her aversion to Chun Kai to her parents, indicating her reluctance to attend. However, her parents were keen to avoid offending Chen Pinglei. Thus, it was agreed that they would merely make a brief appearance. Well, Chen Kai, let us first greet your father, Yuta proposed, feeling the weight of the situation. Is it polite to say that in front of others? Yuta thought to himself. Feeling utterly exasperated, having been made uncomfortable by the Guo family and now his own daughter. It seemed he was destined to endure a year's worth of awkwardness in just a single evening. Since we are here, we might as well stay a bit longer. My father is eager to cultivate a friendship with your uncle, Chen Kai said, leading the way as Yuta and others followed. Noticing that he was being disregarded, Yanqing chose to remain silent, trailing behind, curious to see what Chen Kai would conjure up. Dad, this is the Qin Xian I often speak of. These are her parents. Uncle Yi and Aunt Lu, Chen Kai introduced as they approached a corner of the garden, where a middle-aged man with slicked back hair was conversing with another portly gentleman. Upon hearing Chen Kai's words, both individuals turned around. Mr. Yang, you are here as well. Yuta and Lu Jie immediately straightened their postures upon seeing the corpulent middle-aged man. Ah, little Yi and little Lu have arrived. You have truly given birth to a fine daughter. Chairman Chen has been speaking highly of you both, insisting I facilitate an introduction. Qing Xian and Xiao Kai have come of age. I believe it would be beneficial for them to engage more. Who knows what might blossom from such exchanges? This man was none other than their superior, Mr. Yang, who held a glass of wine in one hand while the other caressed his ample belly, wearing an exceedingly lecherous grin. But Qing Xian is still quite young. 18 is not so young anymore. I have heard there seems to be some misunderstanding between Qing Xian and Xiao Kai. Why not allow them to converse privately tonight? I shall arrange accommodations for you. Another middle-aged man interjected, his voice deep and seemingly inquiring, yet laced with an undeniable firmness. This man was none other than Chen Kai's father, the chairman of the Kuai Group, a member of the Yunqing Warriors Alliance, and a formidable figure who had conquered the 11th level of the Reincarnation Tower, Chen Pinglei. Chapter 45, Conflict. The Cycle of Life and Death. Chen Pinglei, a robust figure clad in a white shirt and black vest, bore a striking resemblance to the character Rugal from King of Fighters, especially if he were to dye his hair golden. Upon his utterance, both Yuta and Lu Jie sensed the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the opposing party was intent on compelling them to stay. To refuse would be to show a lack of respect, a consequence they could ill afford. My misunderstanding with Chen Kai was merely a matter of personal distaste. Thus there was no need for my uncle to intervene. We would take our leave shortly. While my parents tended to be overly cautious, seeking a more diplomatic approach. Yi Qingxian was not inclined to engage in superficial pleasantries with these individuals. She firmly and audibly declined. The surrounding guests, upon overhearing, feigned casual interest, drawing closer with ears perked, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Pinglei, though slightly embarrassed, remained composed. He possessed enough dignity to not take offense. Given his status, it was unbecoming for him to resort to leveraging connections for his son's romantic pursuits. However, Chen Kai, in a state of obsession, had approached the new star training camp, demanding a reward, to which he requested a woman, one who would willingly agree, posing a conundrum for the seasoned businessman Chen. While he was adept at forcefully taking what he desired, the nuances of courtship presented a different challenge. Perhaps, if he engaged in deeper conversations, affection would blossom. Yet, should they refuse to grant Chen this favor, he would have to trouble General Yang for personnel adjustments the following day. Chen Pinglei's reasoning was straightforward. If he did not coerce her, he could always pressure her parents, which could be construed as voluntary compliance, lest her father's job be at stake. Yi Qingxian found herself at a loss against such shameless tactics. Chen Kai, realizing his father's intentions, initially felt a twinge of discomfort, but soon reasoned that if he could possess Yi Qingshuan's body, her heart would inevitably follow. The atmosphere became tense. Yi Qingxian lowered her head, unwilling to let her predicament affect her parents. Yuta, observing his daughter's demeanor, inwardly chastised himself for his cowardice. What was it but offending the powerful? What was the loss of a job against the well-being of his beloved daughter? Just as he was about to muster the courage to retort, Yanqing interjected. Ahem, I must say, you esteemed gentleman, ganging up on a young lady is rather unbecoming. His words immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The attendees of this gathering were notable figures from Yun City, the reincarnators of the Martial Alliance, high-ranking officials from both politics and business, and members of prestigious families, who were all intrigued by the audacity of this young man to openly chastise Chen Pinglei. How dare you, Yin Qing? What gives you the right to speak to my father in such a manner? Before Chen Pinglei could respond, Chen Kai erupted. Confronting Yin Qing was part of his plan for the day, intended for a later stage, yet he found himself forced into action prematurely. What of your father? How will he react to such insolence? Will he explode on the spot? You bastard! I will end you today. Chen Kai's wrath boiled over as he faced the humiliation, swiftly forming hand seals in preparation for confrontation amidst the gathered crowd. It is ninjutsu. Disperse quickly. Among the crowd, a reincarnator recognized Chen Kai's movements and immediately shouted, causing chaos as the throng scattered backward. Thankfully, Chen Kai was still a novice. His hand seals executed at a leisurely pace. Had he been swifter, the consequences of a single ninjutsu could have been catastrophic. 3 seconds later, a space nearly 10 meters wide was cleared, and Chen Kai finally completed his seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. He bellowed, unleashing a fireball over a meter in diameter. The intense heat and brilliant flames compelled the onlookers to retreat several steps. Truly, a newcomer worthy of the New Star training camp. His mastery of ninjutsu surpassed even that of the indigenous inhabitants of the Naruto world. Having cleared the novice dungeon with such speed, his attributes likely approached a formidable 20. Young Master Chen's future is boundless. The Chen family's future stature would exceed what a mere Cloud City could accommodate. It seems prudent to cultivate connections now. The surrounding spectators regarded Chen Kai's actions with admiration. To them, he was undeniably gifted. However, not everyone present shared this sentiment. Yi Qingxian and Guolei scoffed at the display. When they heard the call to disperse, Yi Qingxian had anticipated a breathtaking skill, only to be met with this lackluster performance. Rolling her eyes, her fleeting concern evaporated entirely, and she even contemplated joining Guolei and his son on their scavenging venture. Yet, the thought of late-night snacking leading to weight gain reined her in. As for Guolei and his son, Guo Xiaotian was entirely engrossed in his feast, holding a king crab in one hand and a Boston lobster in the other, with no attention to spare. Guolei had only glanced over when the call to disperse was made, initially wary of Chen Pinglei entering the fray, but upon realizing it was merely Chen Kai, he felt reassured. Yin Qing stood with his hands in his pockets, effortlessly dodging the fireball with a backflip. You little brat, today I shall demonstrate what true strength is. Witnessing his first attack fail, Chen Kai unleashed another barrage of incantations. This time, his sealing sequence was lengthier and more intricate, leaving even Yin Qing slightly taken aback. Given the complexity, it was likely a B-rank ninjutsu. Yin Qing had hoped to witness the ninjutsu he would conjure, but his anticipation was abruptly interrupted. Stop, Chen Kai. If you proceed with that ninjutsu, the people here will be caught in the crossfire. From the outskirts of the crowd, a figure clad in a black coat with red trim gracefully approached the two. The newcomer was a fair-skinned beauty, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with her black hair tied in a ponytail, possessing striking phoenix-like eyes that exuded a sense of authority. Yin Qing recognized the uniform. It belonged to Heavenly Court, the official organization of reincarnators under the Yin Wang banner. Teacher, you have arrived. Upon seeing the woman, Chen Kai ceased his actions, his face alight with joy as he respectfully bowed. Teacher is too formal. Just call me instructor, she replied, her tone somewhat frosty, seemingly disinterested in any familiarity from Chen Kai. Their exchange made her identity evident, an instructor from the New Star training camp. Although Yin Qing had not entered the camp himself, he had heard whispers of its elite training methodologies. Not only does she provide various resources and strategies, but most importantly, she arranges the most suitable instructor based on your talents, strengths, and the mastery of the power system from novice dungeons, as well as your potential developmental path. If fortune smiles upon you and a highly esteemed expert accepts the role of instructor, and you happen to be well suited to this mentor, congratulations, you may be on the verge of soaring to great heights. The enchanting woman before us is Chen Kai's instructor, the 47th on the Rising Stars list, Lu Hongzhuang. At merely 22 years of age, she has already conquered the 19th level of the Reincarnation Tower, a true prodigy of her generation, rumored to have an impressive background. By the time she entered the Reincarnation Tower, the primary dungeons of Yanhuang had been sealed for several years, marking her as a reincarnator who rose through the ranks of the Fire Shadow power system. Interestingly, her greatest expertise lies in elemental transformation, specifically fire release. Thus, upon learning that Chun Kai possessed two fire release techniques, she accepted the role of instructor. She had only met Chun Kai briefly during the new student orientation, exchanging a simple greeting to acknowledge one another, after which Chun Kai invited her to the evening's celebration banquet. Initially, she held little regard for such trivial gatherings. However, as it was her first time mentoring, she thought it prudent to become better acquainted, leading her to decide to make an appearance. Yet, upon her arrival, she discovered that Chun Kai intended to unleash a broad fire release technique in front of a multitude of spectators. Instantly, she deemed him reckless, labeling him as a poor influence. Had he not learned the laws of Yanhuang in school? It is strictly forbidden for reincarnators to engage in private disputes or to harm ordinary citizens without cause. What was he thinking? Instructor, I was wrong. Yet this individual spewed vulgarities and insulted my father. Chun Kai spoke first, attempting to instill a sense of animosity in Lu Hongzhuang towards Yin Qing. Chun Kai, do you have no shame? Your family threatened and coerced my parents. Yin Qing merely spoke on my behalf. Yi Qingxian immediately interjected in opposition. Upon seeing Yi Qingxian, Lu Hongzhuang's initial reaction was that such a beautiful young lady could hardly be lying. The fault lay with the Qin family. She then turned her gaze back to Chun Kai. As the strongest individual present with an official status, she could not pretend to be oblivious to the situation. Yet she was not a law enforcement officer and would not intervene in such matters lightly. Thus, a more direct approach was warranted. Who struck first? He did. Yi Qingxian pointed towards Chun Kai. Yin Qing, meanwhile, subtly shook the hand tucked in his pocket, indicating that it had never left his side. He insulted my father. He insulted your father, yet you could have refrained from retaliating. Regardless, the moment you resorted to violence, you were in the wrong. Yi Qingxuan's words left Yin Qing momentarily stunned. Indeed, one could remain invulnerable without a father, it seemed. Lu Hongzhuang glared at Chun Kai, feeling a twinge of regret for accepting this mentorship role. Such a person did not merit her guidance. Nevertheless, the incident had to be addressed. You will apologize to him. And this matter ends here. You are not to pursue it further. Chun Kai was unwilling, yet intimidated by Lu Hongzhuang's stature, he dared not defy her. Redirecting his gaze towards Chen Pinglei, the esteemed Commander Lu graces us with his presence, truly illuminating this occasion. Such matters are best left to the youth to resolve on their own. Chen Pinglei chuckled heartily, wishing to mediate. It was quite a blow to his paternal pride to witness his son admitting fault before a crowd, especially to a young man of unknown origins. In the realm of the heavenly court, we do not require the interference of others in our affairs. Chen Pinglei held a respectable position among ordinary reincarnators in Yun City. Yet in the presence of the heavenly court, particularly before the prominent figures of the new star rankings, he found himself lacking esteem, promptly rebuffed without a shred of dignity. Both father and son experienced a shared humiliation, their eyes betraying a simmering resentment that stirred a dark intent within Yin Qing's. Who could tell what underhanded tactics they might resort to next? An apology is out of the question. I have harbored grievances against Chun Kai for far too long, and this issue must be resolved eventually. His invitation to the celebration was likely not made with noble intentions. Commander, since you are present today, why not serve as a witness for a life-and-death duel between Chun Kai and me? It would certainly save the heavenly court the trouble of subsequent investigations. Chapter 46. The slaying of Chun Kai, the life-and-death duel, officially recognized as a means for reincarnators to resolve their conflicts. After filing with the authorities, both reincarnators simultaneously apply to the Reincarnation Tower, which generates an independent combat space in the real world, determining both victory and mortality. He had initially pondered how to navigate the official investigation following Chun Kai's demise, but now, the heavenly realm has conveniently sent someone to bear witness. A life-and-death duel. Lu Hongzhuang regarded Yin Qing with a look of incredulity. While she was unaware of Yin Qing's capabilities, she was well aware of Chun Kai's prowess. For a reincarnator who had just completed the novice dungeon, his strength ranked among the top 100 in the entire Yinhuang nation. Indeed, both parties consented. Life and death were at stake. Ha ha ha, instructor, you heard that too. I didn't coerce him. This was entirely voluntary. Chen Kai's boisterous laughter elicited a slight frown from Lu Hongzhuang, though she chose not to voice further objections. It is difficult to persuade the doomed. A life and death duel signifies that two individuals enter, but inevitably, only one shall emerge, and all present believed that the odds of Chen Kai surviving were 99, while the chances of this unknown, reckless youth prevailing were a mere 0.01. Upon submitting the application for the life and death duel, both figures simultaneously vanished from sight, entering the duel space, while the Reincarnation Tower projected the duel's imagery into the real world. Level 8 Gale versus Brother Kai. Upon seeing Chun Kai's reincarnated name, Yin Qing recalled that he was one of the newcomers who teamed up with the culinary god, which explained his mastery of the fireball technique, likely a result of some under-the-table dealings with that culinary god. What a twist of fate. Had he known earlier, perhaps he could have spared himself until now. Damn it. Now it's not a crime to kill you. I've specifically reserved a grand technique just for you. Chun Kai's usual flow of colorful language persisted. Yin Qing, disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar with one who was on the brink of death, nonetheless felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the grand technique he mentioned, allowing Chun Kai to form his seals. This indulgence lasted 4 to 5 seconds, and Yin Qing felt his embarrassment peak. In a life and death duel, here he was, merely watching his opponent channel a technique for several seconds, and the onlookers outside would surely think he was incapacitated. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. At long last, Chen Kai did not disappoint Yin Qing. After exhausting all of his chakra, 3 fire dragon heads, each over 2 meters in diameter, surged forth, striking Yin Qing with tremendous explosive force. Boom, boom, boom. In the real world, the spectators were left awestruck, their jaws dropping in disbelief. This was a B-rank ninjutsu. Even many reincarnators who had cleared over 10 levels might not be able to replicate it. Old Chen's son is quite remarkable, if he continues to grow. Some murmured in admiration, elevating the Chen family's standing in their minds. What a pity. Lu Hongzhuang shook her head with a faint sigh. She had initially disapproved of Chun Kai and his father's demeanor and had intended to side with Yin Qing, yet circumstances had turned grim. Even she feared for her life if struck directly by a B-rank ninjutsu. With a confident smile illuminating his face, Chen Pinglei swayed the wine glass in his hand, relishing the splendid performance of his son as he dominated the humble reincarnators. This battle would undoubtedly herald his son's rise to fame, and with it, the Chen family would flourish. However, the outcome did not unfold as the onlookers had anticipated. To their astonishment, a remarkable display of power emerged. Yuan Qing, hands tucked into his pockets, slowly emerged from the flames, the kaleidoscopic crimson in his eyes fading away. The fierce, roaring flames could not even approach him, as if repelled by an unseen shield. This was the manifestation of spatial authority. Yuan Qing had created a spatial barrier around himself. No, it can't be. How did you achieve this? Chen Kai's expression turned to one of sheer disbelief, as this scene surpassed his comprehension. The B-rank ninjutsu he had obtained from an A-rank world treasure chest was a formidable force against reincarnators who had just completed the novice dungeon. It was by wielding this technique that he had secured a spot in the training camp and garnered the attention of Lu Hongzhuang. Equally bewildered were the spectators, including Lu Hongzhuang, who found herself at a loss. After all, among the new stars, only a select few possessed such abilities. Wow, your classmate is quite impressive, remarked Guo Xiaodian, who was munching on crab legs, casting a glance towards the duel space. No kidding, just look at who his friend is. Save some crab for me. Guo Lei chimed in, snatching the crab leg from Guo Xiaodian's hand. I too possess a B-rank fire technique, Yuan Qing declared, forming a single-handed seal of the tiger. A torrent of chakra coalesced in his chest. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon, more than 10 meters in diameter, surged forth. This dragon descended from an upward angle, expanding in Chen Kai's astonished gaze, before engulfing him, leaving a charred trail of devastation in the duel space. The fire dragon continued to blaze, while outside the dual space, silence reigned. This, just past the novice dungeon and can perform a one-handed seal to unleash B-rank ninjutsu? This is absurd. Among the spectators, there were evidently reincarnators well-versed in the world of Naruto, who voiced their astonishment. The individual most familiar with the Naruto world and fire techniques in attendance was undoubtedly Lu Hongzhuang, who had already completed the second phase of Naruto. Not only could she also perform the Great Dragon Fire technique, but her proficiency allowed for instantaneous casting. Yet, even at her peak, she could not conjure a dragon of such staggering size. At this moment, Chen Pinglai's confident smile faltered, his hands trembling slightly. It's impossible. My son, Chen Kai, possesses the demeanor of an emperor. He cannot be harmed, can he? As the flames gradually extinguished in the dual space, only a pile of ashes remained. The deathmatch had concluded, with the victor declared, Level 8 Gale. The victor would claim all resources from the loser's spatial inventory. The spoils had been settled, and in 3 seconds, the dual space would close. Thus, life and death were determined, the projection faded, and Yuan Xing's figure materialized in the center of the clearing. All eyes were fixed upon the figure before them, each mind grappling with the same question. Who is this extraordinary young man? Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the silence. The crowd turned towards the source of the noise, revealing the brooding expression of Chen Pinglai standing not far away. How dare you kill my son? I demand retribution. Chen Kai was his only son, having just reached adulthood, successfully navigating the A-level evaluation of the Reincarnation Tower and joining the new star training camp, a flawless beginning. Yet, tragically, within a mere 3 days, his account was lost. Who could possibly endure such a fate? Without regard for the current setting, he charged towards Yin Qing with determination. 7 injuries fist. Before he had even covered half the distance, Chen Pinglai unleashed a powerful punch, the visible ripple of his fist hurtling towards Yin Qing. Chapter 47. Adding friends. As Yin Qing Yang emerged from the dual space, he was taken aback when Chen Pinglai launched an unexpected attack. He had no time for a counterattack and could only raise his hand to absorb the blow, eager to experience the profound intricacies of the Yin Huang internal martial arts system. Bang! The punch struck Yin Qing's crossed arms, unleashing a relentless and destructive force that radiated from the point of impact, spreading towards his arms and chest. Cough, cough. Thanks to his formidable physique and the characteristics of his celestial body, Yin Qing was not severely harmed, though he momentarily struggled to catch his breath and coughed a couple of times. Damn it, he truly thought he could come at me with such arrogance, as if I were merely clay to be molded. Anger flared within Yin Qing. He had always adhered to a principle of low-key development, conducting himself without ostentation. Yet this demeanor seemed to have led others to perceive him as dull and easily bullied. Just as he prepared to unleash his kaleidoscope against Chen Pinglai in a fierce confrontation, a figure stepped in front of him. It was Lu Hongzhuang. She swiftly interposed herself between Chen Pinglai and Yin Qing, raising her right hand. A searing aura of flames erupted from her, sending Chen Pinglai hurtling backward. Instructor Lu, the vengeance for my son is a matter of life and death. Are you truly going to stop me? Chen Pinglai, aware of his disadvantage against Lu Hongzhuang, hesitated to charge recklessly, gritting his teeth as he questioned her. As a member of the Celestial Court, he could not stand idly by while reincarnators engaged in private combat. The intense heat forced Chen Pinglai to retreat continuously. Very well. I concede my inferiority today. Chen Pinglai displayed a sense of awareness and withdrew his overwhelming internal energy, turning to address the onlookers with a loud voice. Esteemed guests, a sudden family emergency compels me to conclude our gathering here. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings. Yin Qing, is it? You ought to be cautious when venturing out. You never know when you might unexpectedly meet your demise on the streets. With that, Chen Pinglai turned and retreated into the large house behind him. In the garden, the crowd began to disperse gradually. You possess such formidable strength. Why do you not participate in the new star training camp? Lu Hongzhuang approached Yin Qing with keen interest, her curiosity about this enigmatic young man piqued. Having just emerged from the novice dungeon in the world of Naruto, showcasing immense power and sharing the surname Yin, these factors inevitably led her to associate him with a newcomer recently discussed in the Celestial Court, Yenba. Although the name displayed earlier was 8th level Gale, one could not possibly possess such strength without an SS rating or higher. I tend to be rather carefree and do not suit being constrained, so I think I'll pass. Then let us add each other as friends. It's likely that officials will reach out to you regarding the Chun family matter, and you can redirect them to me. Moreover, as a member of the Celestial Court, I may be able to assist you in the future. Lu Hongzhuang's curiosity deepened, prompting her to suggest they become friends. The more they interacted, the more likely it was that some clues would surface. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qing agreed to Lu Hongzhuang's proposal and added her as a friend under the name 8th level Gale. What she said was indeed true. Having a friend with a significant standing in the official circles would undoubtedly facilitate dealings involving the authorities in the future. As for the risk of revealing his identity, it is inconceivable that one could perish from their own actions amidst an 8th level tempest, while the adversary wields items of S-rank caliber to track oneself. If I am not mistaken, your spoils should include a set of Nova battle armor, correct? After adding each other as friends, Lu Hongzhuang inquired again. Indeed, this miser possesses nothing but that singular item, devoid even of reincarnation points. Do you wish to reclaim it? In Yin Qing's personal space, there indeed lay a set of black and red combat attire, a trophy from vanquishing Chen Kai. He briefly perused the description and discovered that it was not a product of the Reincarnation Tower, but rather a high-tech creation from the real world of Yin Huang. Yet it could be stored as an item in his personal space. Nova Battle Armor. Description: a technological product from the real world, registered and documented, possessing shock absorption, slip resistance, cut and stab protection, as well as resistance to extreme temperatures and corrosion, effective only against damage below F rank. Effective against damage below F rank means it can withstand the extreme output of an average person or damage at the threshold of a lower ninja. For newcomers, it proves to be remarkably practical. This also highlights the extraordinary treatment afforded by the training camp. There is no need to utilize it. I merely advise you that the special identity represented by that attire should best be avoided in the real world to prevent unnecessary complications. Understood, I am aware. The defensive capability of this garment pales in comparison to Yin Qing's own defenses. It is merely a trophy, an item I acquired, and you expect me to surrender it? Are you jesting? Fortunately, Lu Hongzhuang is not one to be easily fooled, and their exchange remained quite amicable. Guoba, cease your eating. After bidding farewell to Lu Hongzhuang, Yin Qing gathered Guolei and Yi Qingxian. Tonight's seminar is postponed. You may first hone your skill proficiency, as I have matters to attend to. I will contact you later. Smack. No sooner had he spoken than Guolei delivered a resounding slap to his face. Yin Qing stared in bewilderment, while Yi Qingxian looked equally perplexed. Wasn't it you who mentioned that lateness warrants a slap? Guolei mumbled, chewing on a lobster, somewhat uncertain. Very well. I shall see you at the Reincarnation Tower tonight. Yin Qing gritted through clenched teeth before vanishing from sight in an instant. Did I misunderstand? Guolei asked, puzzled. No. Splendidly executed. Yi Qingxian gave a thumbs up. An hour later, within the Chun family villa. Have you clarified the situation? Good, understood. Shen Pinglei hung up the phone, his expression dark. An orphaned wretch, dead, is merely a trivial loss. Tonight, I shall send you to the underworld to atone. In a fit of rage, he crushed his phone into shards and turned to leave. Suddenly, several flaming shurikens shattered the window, embedding themselves near his feet, followed by a thunderous explosion. Who dares? Shen Pinglei reacted swiftly, springing away from the epicenter of the explosion, his inner strength surging to shield his body. As he regained his footing and peered outside, he beheld a figure perched on the windowsill, a Tang Dao slung across their back, with scarlet pupils peering from beneath a white mask. Sharingan, a member of the ninja clan? Upon witnessing the Sharingan of his opponent, Shen Pinglei instinctively recalled the Yanhuang ninja sect, a unique ability possessed solely by its members. It was said to ensnare individuals in illusions. However, as long as one avoided direct eye contact, one could evade its effects. For him, who practiced the Yanhuang martial arts system, this was not a daunting task. Whether through the projection of internal energy or acute hearing, he could effortlessly perceive the external environment. To remain silent? That would mean forfeiting his life. He resolved to first gauge the strength of his adversary. With a surge of inner energy, he launched several fist prints through the air towards the figure perched on the windowsill, utilizing his most formidable technique, the Seven Wounds Fist, which encompassed 7 distinct internal energies. The speed of this attack was astonishing, seemingly destined to succeed. However, the enigmatic figure on the windowsill vanished without a trace, exhibiting no signs of exertion or movement. Akin to a phantom, as he stood momentarily stunned, a chilling sensation suddenly seized him from behind. Chen Pingliai's hair bristled with fear as he instinctively raised his left hand to block. Crack! The blade sliced through his hand, severing it along with the internal energy that enveloped it with alarming ease. Chen Pinglai gritted his teeth against the pain and turned to deliver a powerful punch. At such close quarters, he was confident that even instructor Liu Baide could not evade it, should one absorb this blow. It would certainly diminish half of their combat capability. Regrettably, he faced Yin Qing. Absorbing the blow? That was simply out of the question. As the kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun, the power of spatial manipulation activated, creating a spatial portal before his fist. On the other side of the portal, the energy converged ominously at Chen Pingliai's waist. Boom! Chen Pinglai sensed the energy fluctuations at his waist and recognized the impending danger. However, the force of his punch was too fierce to retract, rendering him unable to evade. A wave of pain surged through him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 7 Wounds' internal energy not only devastated his kidneys, but also severed countless meridians and fractured ribs on one side of his body, incapacitating him from mobilizing his internal energy and completely stripping him of resistance. He had never imagined he would one day inflict such harm upon himself. TSK. There was truly no need for that. Observing the self-inflicted predicament of Chen Pinglai, Yanqing could not resist a jest, inadvertently revealing himself. It's you. You recognized me? Yanqing replied, somewhat surprised, yet this did not hinder his action of raising the Tang Dao. Wait, don't strike. We can negotiate. I can overlook my son's death, and I can offer you resources, money, items. Chen Pinglai was terrified. He could not comprehend how a formidable warrior who had cleared 11 levels could fall to a mere novice who had just completed a beginner's dungeon. Fire release? He was unafraid of it. Yet, the bizarre techniques of instantaneous movement and redirected attacks left him utterly perplexed. However, with a swift motion, the blade fell, severing head from body. Do I need your trifling offerings? Yanqing dismissed the blood from his Tang Dao and vanished with a flicker. 10 minutes later, a vehicle pulsating with red and blue lights came to a halt within the garden of the Qin family villa. Chapter 48. A conclusion to a Segment 2. Security personnel clad in deep blue uniforms were upstairs taking notes with an elderly gentleman. At that moment, I was downstairs arranging the work schedule for the following day when I suddenly heard an explosion from above. By the time I rushed upstairs, Mr. Chen had already passed away, prompting me to immediately contact the authorities. Document everything, inquired the young security officer to his middle-aged superior. Captain, what shall we do? Calm down. Although Chen Pinglai hasn't entered the Reincarnation Tower in quite some time, he hasn't applied to resume his identity as an ordinary person. This matter will require intervention from the celestial authorities. We should call the police, right? Call the police? Aren't we security personnel? Contact the investigative team from the celestial realm. Oh, understood. The youth, clearly inexperienced, only comprehended the gravity of the situation after his captain's guidance. The call was swiftly connected, and upon reporting the incident, the other end assured them that they would take over and instructed them to refrain from further involvement. Soon, news of Chen Pingliai's murder spread like wildfire among the reincarnators in Yun City. With scant clues available, the investigative team had no choice but to pursue potential motives. Their inquiries quickly led them to Yanqing. They requested to examine Yanqing's reincarnator attributes, but under the guise of an S-class authority item. They could only discern a few ninja skills associated with the 8th level Gale. Furthermore, Yanqing possessed ample evidence of his alibi, just a minute prior to the incident. He had been purchasing instant noodles and a hot dog at his supermarket, with surveillance footage to corroborate his claims. It was implausible that he could have traversed several dozen miles to the crime scene in mere seconds. Consequently, the investigative team temporarily ruled out Yanqing as a suspect and turned their attention to individuals who had grievances against Chen Pinglai or had been oppressed by him. Their investigation revealed that during his tenure with the Fast Thunder Group, Chen Pinglai had antagonized countless individuals, certainly no fewer than 800, resulting in a mountain of documentation. If they were to scrutinize each case individually, it would take an eternity, and the celestial authorities lacked such time. Thus, the task of sifting through the files was delegated to the younger security personnel. The young officer gazed at the mountain of documents, feeling overwhelmed. Lu Hongzhuang also learned of this news and immediately thought of Yan Qing, though she refrained from mentioning him to the investigative team. Given Chen Pinglai's character, his demise was far from tragic. By the time the investigation team concluded their inquiries, it was already past midnight. Upon entering the Reincarnation Tower, Yan Qing was greeted by a flurry of notifications. Aside from messages from Guo Lei and Yi Qingxian, there were also communications from Ming Ri Hua Ziyuan and a female reincarnator named Hongzhuang Sugua. The latter was a new friend he had added that evening, Lu Hongzhuang. Guo Lei and Yi Qingxian had requested him to reach out after he entered the Reincarnation Tower, while Ming Ri Hua Ziyuan inquired about his plans for relocation and when he would enter the next instance. Yan Qing casually responded with a definitely next time. Lu Hongzhuang sent a somewhat impolite smile emoji, to which Yan Qing returned a courteous smile. Additionally, there were messages of goodwill from various national entities and organizations, most of which consisted of pleasantries aimed at fostering alliances. Yan Qing glanced over them, finding only the overtures from the Beautiful Nation and Yanhuang Nation to be of particular interest. Yan Qing has successfully navigated through the exclusive dungeon of the Beautiful Country. However, their reaction was not as overwhelming as that of the Cherry Blossom Country. Instead, they displayed a markedly polite demeanor. They not only refrained from imposing conditions but also expressed that Yan Qing was well-suited for the development framework of the Beautiful Country, extending an offer for him to immigrate should he desire, along with promises of resource assistance. Naturally, Yan Qing remained indifferent to these overtures. The Yanhuang officials reiterated their previous stance, likely adhering to protocol, and once again emphasized the supernova training camp, though the support had escalated to full commitment. Yan Qing remained unfazed, reiterating his singular desire for freedom. He reached out to Guo Lei and Yi Qingxian, and the trio agreed to convene at the OFJ 371 lounge. Upon his arrival, he found the other two already waiting. "What treasures have you unlocked?" he inquired. The moment the question left his lips, Guo Lei's expression darkened. "Salt, you're not going to make me an assassin, are you?" he lamented, brandishing a shield emblazoned with a 5-pointed star in red and blue. It was unmistakably the vibranium shield, which elicited a visceral reaction from him. "Fear not. You will, but for now, you can keep the shield," Yan Qing replied. Averting Guo Lei's gaze and turning to Yi Qingxian. "What about you?" he asked. "I have a cloak," Yi Qingxian responded, and with that, a resplendent red cloak manifested upon her shoulders. More intriguingly, the cloak appeared to float autonomously, as if imbued with its own consciousness. "A levitating cloak?" Yan Qing queried. "Indeed. It's the cloak of levitation from the Marvel Universe, one of Doctor Strange's magical artifacts. It allows for flight, offers protection, facilitates disguise, and possesses sentience. It is truly a multifunctional magical assistant." At this juncture, Yan Qing had formed a preliminary assessment of their fortunes. Yi Qingxian, the lucky one, Guo Lei, the unfortunate, and himself, erratically oscillating between fortune and misfortune, his luck exceedingly unstable. "These items certainly suit you both. Keep them for your own use," he remarked. "This absurdity isn't for me. Had you not insisted, I would have discarded it outright," Guo Lei grumbled, to which Yan Qing paid no heed. Next came the matter of rebirth points. "I have 53 for 100 points, Yan Qing stated. "I have 68,000 points, Yi Qingxian added. "I have 59,500. Guo Lei chimed in. Together, they amassed a total of 184,900 rebirth points, a seemingly substantial sum, yet insufficient when it came to actual expenditures. The trio's strength far surpassed that of the current dungeon levels. Low-tier items and skills proved useless, while higher-tier ones were not attainable with just a few thousand points. Thus, Yan Qing needed to deliberate carefully before making any decisions. Yanqing already possessed a chakra ninjutsu enhancement system, while Guolei and Yu Qingxian, despite their serum enhancements and commendable attributes, lacked a clear direction for their improvements. Therefore, the foremost task was to devise an enhancement strategy for them. Guolei was on a tank route, already endowed with the recovery abilities of the Abyss virus, ensuring his survival in lower-level dungeons. However, as a tank, his primary role was to attract and absorb damage. Guolei's innate talent, unmoved as a mountain, inherently possesses a mocking quality. Coupled with his peculiar phrasing, it seems he has no trouble inciting animosity. Thus, the primary focus remains on defense. The sixth style, Iron Block, is indeed quite fitting for him. However, this skill lacks any advanced progression, so he must gravitate toward a direction rich in potential and systematic development. After a moment of contemplation, Yanqing formulated a preliminary idea. Yet to persuade Guolei to embrace it with enthusiasm, he needed to devise a suitable approach to communicate it. To become a formidable assassin, swift movement is imperative. Wouldn't you agree? Yanqing gazed at Guolei. Precisely, still as a virgin, swift as one shedding garments. If one remains motionless, when they strike, it must be lethal. Guolei wholeheartedly concurred, retrieving a dagger from the void and licking its blade. According to the Pythagorean theorem, the faster one moves, the greater the resistance encountered. If you wish to move so swiftly that others cannot perceive you, your physical strength must be sufficient to withstand the resistance and reaction forces generated by high-speed motion. So that is what the Pythagorean theorem elucidates. My elementary school teacher spent 2 months failing to clarify it, yet your explanation, Yin, has illuminated my understanding. Therefore, you must first enhance your body, enabling it to endure the immense resistance produced by supersonic or even light-speed movement. If you could move at the speed of light, then one must ask, who could withstand the assassination of a beam of light? Who could withstand the assassination of a beam of light? Incredible. Yen. That phrase is simply too cool. I shall allocate all my attributes towards physical strength. Excellent. As long as the understanding is correct, the enhancement path will not falter. Chapter 49. Strategy is also a law. The Authority Mall. I just perused the mall and discovered a particular martial art that aligns perfectly with your needs. Known as the indestructible diamond technique. When cultivated to its utmost potential, this art transforms one into a diamond-like body, rendering one impervious to blades and bullets while possessing formidable destructive power. I dare say it would suffice to withstand supersonic assaults. Since the junior dungeon has been sealed, the internal martial arts of Yin Huang have become nearly extinct, with most practitioners relying on past resources. This technique is among the few that remain unsold to this day. The diamond body? Isn't that rather conspicuous? It seems ill-suited for an assassin, but you have already transformed into light. Does visibility still hold significance? True enough. The complete version of the indestructible diamond technique is priced at 50,000 reincarnation points in the mall. Guolei does not contemplate alternative uses for these points. He simply assesses if he has enough. If sufficient, then he shall purchase it. In an instant, he mastered the indestructible diamond technique, and internal energy surged within him, marking his entry into the realm of martial arts cultivation. According to Yanqing's plan, once he perfects the technique, transforming his internal energy into true essence, he will be able to cultivate the indomitable body of the martial world, the immortal nerves, and eventually, further into the realms of immortality with techniques like the 9 turns mystic art and the law of heaven and earth. This indeed charts a clear path for a robust tank. With the remaining reincarnation points, you should acquire time to utilize the advanced training room, enhancing your proficiency in the indestructible diamond technique. Certainly, internal martial arts and skills operate similarly. Upon usage, one attains mastery, yet the true might only reveals itself as proficiency increases. For instance, with proficiency at the novice level, one may cast the indestructible diamond technique but may lack the ability to transform into the diamond body due to insufficient mastery. Having resolved Guolei's enhancement concerns, Yanqing turned his attention to Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian possesses a talent inclined towards elemental magic, and she has already acquired a skill for attribute conversion. However, she too lacks a systematic cultivation method. Qingxian, I have several suggestions for your enhancement direction. Ponder them carefully. One path involves arcane magic, where knowledge acquisition or elemental communication leads to the casting of supernatural powers. Another could be the divine priesthood, where one temporarily gains powers bestowed by deities through prayer or sacrifice. Lastly, we have the Eastern art of the five elements, manipulating elements through runes, formations, or cultivating magical energy. Actually, I am more fond of professions that offer a sense of impact. Do you have any recommendations akin to a magic swordsman? A sense of impact? A melee mage? Yin Qing was taken aback. How could his companions be so absurd? One clearly suited for tanking harbors the heart of an assassin, while another, evidently fit for a mage, prefers close-range, face-to-face combat. The development of a magic swordsman is split between elemental and mental prowess and swordsmanship and physical strength. Such a divided focus is not conducive to, "Oh, this one seems promising. I shall choose this." Before Yin Qing could intervene, Yuqing Xian already held a hardcover ancient tome in her hands. Battle Mage Class Change Book. Description: a class change book from the dungeon world. Upon transforming into a battle mage, one can learn the unique skills associated with this profession. Valued at 30,000 reincarnation points. Why has nothing changed? Yi Qingxian, brimming with excitement, activated the class change book, which radiated a brilliant light, its pages turning automatically, each inscribed with the skill of the battle mage. It was evident that she had merely acquired the qualification to learn the skills of a battle mage, not an instantaneous ascension to the pinnacle of that profession. Yin Qing's expression darkened. So, I wasted 30,000 reincarnation points? Yuqing Xian, with her innocent and somewhat naive disposition, believed that her thoughts would manifest as reality. Having struck it rich in the Captain America world, she paid little heed to her spending of reincarnation points, only to find herself swiftly reprimanded upon her return. Fine. Let it be a battle mage then. Observing Yi Qingxuan's tearful demeanor, Yin Qing felt a twinge of helplessness. Having distanced himself from gaming for years, he had anticipated that after his transmigration, he would still need to contemplate the allocation of skill points for his character. In his previous life, he had been an avid enthusiast of dungeon games, though he had not played much after entering the workforce. He had dabbled in most professions, and the battle mage was among those he had experienced. Now, recalling the intricacies of skill allocation, he managed to piece together a rough outline of the necessary points. After a moment, Yin Qing meticulously outlined the skill allocation strategy for Yuqing Xian. Subsequently, she invested another 20,000 reincarnation points to learn the core skills from the class change book, such as the Flourishing Palm, Heavenly Strike, and Dragon's Fang, among various melee skills and numerous proficiencies and passives. Fortunately, learning from the class change book meant that most skills required only 1,000 or 2,000 points, and Yin Qing advised her to learn each skill at level 1, thereafter utilizing the advanced training room to enhance her proficiency. Upon mastering the skills, he guided Yuqing Xian to spend 5,000 reincarnation points in the Reincarnation Mall to purchase a staff for skill casting, the Bloodmist Rose. This was a mage weapon within the dungeon world, specifically designed to complement mage skills, also possessing a bleeding effect. After establishing a fortified path for both of them, Yin Qing began to browse the mall for suitable skills or items for himself. However, after an extensive search, he found nothing of value. Suddenly, he recalled an item, the Authority Key. Thus, he communicated with the Reincarnation Tower in his mind and accessed the Authority Mall. The offerings in the Authority Mall were abundant, broadly categorized into two main types, powers and permissions. Upon examining the powers category, Yin Qing noted that it featured various formidable entities from his past, including the Infinity Gems, the ultimate skill of freedom, nature's fruits, and the Shattering Jade, all of which were exceedingly extravagant, naturally accompanied by exorbitant price tags, often amounting to hundreds or thousands. As for permissions, these were essentially the cards randomly rewarded after clearing dungeons. Cards for Dungeon Cooldown Refresh, Reincarnate a Lock, each valued at 1 authority key. Cards for Dungeon Tracking and Dungeon Locking, each valued at 3 authority keys. Among these cards, two caught Yin Qing's attention. One is a Dungeon Ceiling card and the other is a Talent Upgrade card. The Dungeon Ceiling card can seal a specified Nation S dungeon, with ceiling levels divided into 4 tiers. The initial dungeon ceiling card, covering levels 1 to 10, is valued at 100 authority keys. The intermediate dungeon ceiling card, spanning levels 11 to 20, is worth 1,000 authority keys. The advanced dungeon ceiling card, for levels 21 to 30, holds a value of 10,000 authority keys. Furthermore, the transcendent dungeon ceiling card, which encompasses levels 30 to 99, increases in value tenfold for every 10 levels. It is presumed that the beautiful nation utilized an initial dungeon ceiling card, worth 100 authority keys, to seal the initial dungeon of the Yanwang Nation. However, as the saying goes, every poison in the world has an antidote within 7 steps. Adjacent to the dungeon ceiling card lies the corresponding dungeon unsealing card, holding the same value. Logically, with the initial dungeon of Yanwang sealed, the Yanwang authorities should have amassed a significant number of authority keys to unseal it. Yet, the reality is that for a whole decade, the initial dungeon of Yanwang remains sealed. Yanqing had previously searched online for information regarding authority keys and concluded that acquiring them necessitated altering the established narrative of the dungeon world. Changing the narrative implies uncontrollable strategies, which could lead to numerous fatalities. The Yanwang Nation cannot gamble the lives of ordinary reincarnators. Thus, they have resorted to utilizing official reincarnators for exploration. To this day, they have yet to purchase an unsealing card to liberate the initial dungeon. As for the talent upgrade card, as the name suggests, it can enhance talents. For instance, if Yuqin Xian's elemental affinity talent were upgraded using a talent upgrade card, it could evolve into high-tier talents such as elemental control or elemental dominion. If applied to a talent like critical strike or supreme commander, wouldn't it transform into a 100-fold critical strike or a grand general type talent? The thought of the effects following his talent upgrade made Yanqing's heart race with envy. The talent upgrade card is valued at 1 authority key. Yanqing possesses 3 authority keys. While he dared not dream of the dungeon unsealing card, he nonetheless boldly purchased a talent upgrade card, embracing a mindset of resilience in the face of adversity. However, upon attempting to use it on himself, the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower resonated. This talent is a mutated talent and cannot be upgraded. Damn. Chapter 50, Talent Upgrade. Transaction of Blade Techniques. Yanqing, filled with indignation, hurled the talent upgrade card to the ground. Every action, whether a sip or a peck, is fated. Such an extraordinary talent, indeed, appears to have no potential for elevation. Just emerging from the advanced training room, Guolei and Yi Qingxian exchanged inquiring glances upon witnessing Yanqing's furious demeanor. "Gua, give it a try," Yanqing said, handing the talent upgrade card to Guolei, who, without hesitation, accepted it and utilized it immediately. "Wow, this thing can actually be upgraded," Guolei exclaimed in astonishment. "My immovable as a mountain has transformed into a movable king. Damn." Yanqing seethed with frustration. "So it's just me being targeted, huh? Wasn't it supposed to be Guolei who was the African chieftain? My taunting and defensive capabilities have both been enhanced, and it can be upgraded again, but the next upgrade requires 10 talent upgrade cards," Guolei remarked as he examined his enhanced abilities. "Qingxian, you should upgrade as well," Yanqing insisted, purchasing another card for Yi Qingxian instead of allowing her to use her own permissions. "My elemental affinity has evolved into elemental control and all effects." "All right. I get it," Yanqing interrupted, not wishing to face further disappointment, prompting Yi Qingxian to pout in dissatisfaction. Ignoring the two, Yanqing resumed his browsing of the Reincarnation Mall, for the items in the Authority Mall were well beyond his financial reach. What he desired most was a reputable set of blade techniques and various ninjutsu. Unfortunately, due to the sealing of the beginner dungeon, the available low-tier blade techniques were scarce and exorbitantly priced. Even Tian Boguan's Gale Blade technique demanded a staggering 20,000 reincarnation points. Several blade techniques were available in the intermediate dungeon, such as the Round Moon Crescent Blade, the Heartless Slash, and the Dragon Soul Blade technique. Yet their prices were equally disheartening, with the cheapest starting at 300,000 reincarnation points. Numerous ninjutsu techniques existed, though they were all of low caliber, with only a handful reaching C rank. As he prepared to exit the mall, Yanqing's gaze fell upon the ground grievance, which he had placed for sale but had yet to sell. He had initially set the price at 100 000 reincarnation points. Yet due to the absence of level distinctions and the off-putting descriptions of heart extraction and tentacles, it had attracted no interest in this world. Considering that continuing to display it would yield no buyers, he decided to take it down and contacted the newly acquainted Lu Hongzhuang. "Are you there? Speak." As soon as Yin Qing sent the message, he received a prompt reply, characterized by a straightforward and succinct tone. "Do you have any blade techniques in the Heavenly Court? I wish to acquire one." "Yes, room SSNI 888. Let's discuss in person." Indeed, not a word was wasted. Upon arriving at the designated room, he encountered a stunning woman clad in a red qipao, resembling Lu Hongguang to a notable degree but with a subtly enhanced figure and appearance, gracefully seated on a sofa while savoring a cup of tea. Who would have thought we would meet so soon, although this is our first encounter in the Reincarnation Tower? Engaging in conversation in person, Lu Hongzhuang's manner of speaking seemed far more relaxed and natural, as he gazed upon the long legs reminiscent of the Empress from One Piece. Yin Qing swallowed hard. "The Empress? No, Instructor Lu. Who would have thought I would trouble you so soon? Please, take a seat." Lu Hongzhuang gestured for Yin Qing to sit across from her, then set down her teacup and poured him a cup as well. "To be honest, although you appear more handsome now, your genuine appearance in reality possesses a certain charm." "Charm? What kind of predatory description is this? Could she possibly have feelings for me?" Yin Qing mused internally. This woman was undeniably striking and possessed an enviable figure, but he quickly remembered her formidable identity. Her background seemed quite extraordinary. It would be wise to tread carefully and rein in his thoughts. "Instructor Lu, you are being overly courteous. Let us discuss the matter at hand." Indeed, the Heavenly Court does offer a variety of blade techniques, yet these are exclusively sold to the reincarnators within the Heavenly Court. While they are considerably cheaper, they still come at a cost. Please articulate your requirements and the number of reincarnation points you possess, and I shall assist you in your purchase. A fee of 100 reincarnation points will be charged for my services, which is merely a formality and not a personal favor. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing couldn't help but admire Lu Hongzhuang's approach to dealing with matters. Originally, this situation was one that owed a debt of gratitude. Yet the other party only requested a mere 100 reincarnation points, not wishing to burden him with a sense of obligation. It must be said, her emotional intelligence was indeed remarkable. However, since he intended to exchange the Earth Grievance technique, the actual value of which was debatable, he refrained from further comments. "I desire a set of basic dungeon blade techniques. The power of the moves is not my primary concern. As for the price, I plan to exchange it for a ninjutsu skill, valuing it at 100,000 reincarnation points. Should that fall short, I can supplement with additional points." Yin Qing proclaimed with audacity, confidently showcasing the details of the Earth Grievance technique. Earth Grievance technique. Description: a secret technique from the hidden waterfall village in the Naruto world. Utilizing chakra to generate black tendrils within the body to attack foes, seizing their hearts while simultaneously acquiring their corresponding nature transformation. Note: this secret technique will alter the body's structure. Use with caution. Upon reading the description of the Earth Grievance technique, Lu Hongzhuang frowned. It hardly seemed worthy of 100,000 reincarnation points. Did he consider her a fool? Yin Qing sensed her skepticism and thus revealed the true capabilities of the Earth Grievance technique. In truth, this is a technique that rivals S-rank ninjutsu, and in certain aspects, it may even surpass it. The black tendrils not only attack enemies, but can also instantaneously heal bodily injuries. Moreover, the act of seizing a heart is not merely about acquiring an opponent's ninjutsu. With proper execution, it could even lead to immortality. At the mention of immortality, Lu Hongzhuang could not help but be intrigued. Indeed, as one progresses in mastering the Earth Grievance technique, one can store multiple hearts within their body, each heart equating to a life. As long as not all hearts are destroyed at once, one would not perish. Furthermore, by replacing hearts, one could extend their lifespan. Truly, a means to achieve immortality. After Yin Qing's elaborate explanation, Lu Hongzhuang reassessed the description of the Earth Grievance technique, 1 heart per life. It was simply a divine skill for conquering dungeons. If what you say is indeed true, then the value of this secret technique for the reincarnators undoubtedly surpasses that of the S-class secret arts. However, Lu Hongzhuang initially intended to express her skepticism regarding its authenticity, yet the words faltered on her lips. Never mind. I trust you. As for the swordsmanship you desire, Lu Hongzhuang spoke as she unveiled a particular technique. Magic blade description. One of the premier sword techniques in the tumultuous world, created by the first evil emperor. It represents the most perfect and ideal form of swordsmanship. Note, this technique carries a risk of demonic corruption. Please exercise caution in its use. This is the highest tier sword technique currently available in the Heavenly Court, originating from the intermediate dungeon of the tumultuous world, priced at merely 100,000 reincarnation points. However, I must caution you that the reason for its low cost is due to a prior incident where someone practiced this technique and ultimately became a madman devoid of kinship, driven solely by slaughter. It took the combined efforts of 3 experts from the Heavenly Court to bring him down. Its power is formidable, and its price is low, yet the risks are exceedingly great. On the other hand, there is this other technique. Lu Hongzhuang continued as she presented another set of swordsmanship. Arrogant Cold 6 techniques. Description. One of the premier sword techniques in the tumultuous world, a family heirloom of the Nye family, consisting of 6 forms that, when paired with the snow-drinking Madblade, yield even greater power. Although this technique's rating may not match that of the Magic Blade, it has the capacity to unleash formidable sword energy, and the efficacy of its strikes is quite impressive, priced at a mere 150,000 reincarnation points. Lu Hongzhuang recommended one technique as per Yin Qing's request, and then suggested another based on her own understanding. Chapter 51. The 40-meter Greatsword. Entering the pirate world, Yin Qing contemplated the 2 sword techniques before him. Both techniques originated from the intermediate dungeon known as the Wind and Cloud world, and their prices were significantly lower than those of intermediate dungeon techniques available in the reincarnation marketplace, undoubtedly reflecting an internal pricing structure. The Demon Sword, despite its high rating, was inexplicably inexpensive due to its demonic nature, even less impressive than the rather mundane Pride of Cold 6 techniques from the original work. According to the original narrative, although the Demon Sword was classified as a sword technique, it primarily emphasized enhancement buffs rather than traditional swordplay. Its most formidable move, Bloodblade Demon Sword, required the wielder to inflict injury upon themselves to amplify its power, which was disappointing. In contrast, the 6 forms of the Pride of Cold 6 techniques were entirely composed of sword maneuvers, and when combined with a 40-meter-long sword aura, it was an understatement to say that it could compel an opponent to flee a full 39 meters. However, the price of 150,000 reincarnation points for the Pride of Cold 6 techniques exceeded his expectations. If Du Yuanyu was priced at 100,000 reincarnation points, he would need to cover an additional 50,000, leaving him with only a little over 3,000 reincarnation points, far insufficient for affording time in the advanced training room. Are you considering the Pride of Cold 6 techniques? Lu Hongzhuang seemed to perceive Yin Qing's dilemma and spoke with a smile. Yes, but the price is somewhat beyond my estimate, he replied. How about this? If Du Yuanyu is set at 100,000 reincarnation points, I shall waive the 100-point transaction fee, considering it a favor from the Heavenly Court. As for the remaining 50,000, I shall lend it to you personally, and you can repay me later. Lu Hongzhuang was generous. She believed in Yin Qing's immense potential and deemed him worth befriending, thus readily offering the 50,000 reincarnation points. I feel quite embarrassed, Yin Qing said, though he promptly proceeded to trade Du Yuanyu, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Lu Hongzhuang. Without further ado, Lu Hongzhuang quickly completed the transaction, transferring the 150,000 reincarnation point Pride of Cold 6 techniques to Yin Qing. With the trade concluded, he acquired an intermediate dungeon sword technique at the cost of the secret technique Du Yuanyu, while also incurring a debt of 50,000 reincarnation points and a moderate favor, leaving him uncertain whether he had gained or lost. You're preparing to tackle the 3rd level today, are you not? Lu Hongzhuang inquired nonchalantly. Yin Qing instinctively considered responding, but, momentarily distracted by the newly acquired sword technique, he recognized the trap in her question. He had cleared the second level using the hidden identity Yin Ba, while he had just completed the novice dungeon under the identity 8th level Great Gale. Was her slip of the tongue accidental, or did she suspect his true identity? The third level? I haven't even cleared the second level yet, he replied. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. So, are you planning to enter the dungeon tonight? Yan Qing's exceptional acting skills left Lu Hongzhuang unaware of any inconsistencies, compelling her to continue the conversation. Yes, I've arranged to go with a few friends, strength in numbers, after all. Then I wish you a bountiful return. After bidding farewell to Lu Hongzhuang, Yan Qing silently reminded himself to be more vigilant about concealing his identity. Upon returning to the previous private room, he found Guolei and Yi Qingxian engrossed in a game of cards. Yan Qing did not disturb them. He directly spent 20,000 reincarnation points to purchase 20 hours in an advanced training room, intending to enhance his proficiency in the prideful cold 6 techniques and to see if he could master the sage mode as well. In the next moment, Yan Qing vanished from his location. He envisioned the necessary training environment in his mind, and the reincarnation tower promptly simulated a vast coastal expanse brimming with spiritual energy according to his specifications. Let us first attempt this technique, prideful cold 6 techniques. First move, a glance of frigid dread. This move is the simplest of downward slashes. In the original work, Niefeng leaped and struck down, producing a sword that extended 40 meters. In Yanqing's case, he practiced with chakra, which is essentially a form of energy that can be directly harnessed to execute sword techniques. However, due to his proficiency level, his strike only produced an 18-centimeter blade of energy. Under the threefold enhancement of the advanced training room and the fivefold critical hit boost, his proficiency surged from novice to adept in an instant. Following this, he executed successive slashes within a mere 2 hours. Yan Qing elevated the proficiency of this move to its pinnacle. Without needing to leap, he casually unleashed a strike that sent forth a sword shadow over 100 meters long, albeit somewhat ethereal, cleaving the sea's surface in two. Perhaps due to the differing energies, the range of Yan Qing's energy blade surpassed that of Niefeng, yet its power seemed somewhat diminished. Moreover, it consumed a considerable amount of energy, even with his current attribute surpassing 100 and bolstered by the Azura Physique's energy enhancement. He could manage only 5 or 6 strikes at most. Yan Qing then dedicated another 12 hours to mastering the subsequent 5 techniques of the prideful cold 6 techniques: Icebound 3 feet, red apricot in the snow, peach blossoms in full bloom, seeking plum blossoms in the snow, and cold blade, icy heart, all reaching their zenith. Observing that over 6 hours remained, Yan Qing decisively retrieved the secretive toad oil. A solo 3. Unbelievable. Guolei, feeling vexed, pinched a square 3 in his hand, exclaiming, "What the heck? Why have you drawn eyeshadow on it?" "Ah, this is an entirely new transformation mode." Yan Qing touched the corner of his eye, and the red eyeshadow vanished, restoring his normal appearance. Well then, let us prepare to clear the 3rd level tonight. After utilizing the dungeon cooldown refresh card, Yan Qing entered the interface for selecting a dungeon. This time, the 3 options were the Pirate World, the Superpower Out of Control World, and the Bollywood Robot World. Upon seeing a certain curry-scented dungeon, Yan Qing grimaced in disdain and decisively chose the Pirate World. Once the dungeon was selected, the 3 appeared in the preparation space, which was gray in hue. Again, there were 10 individuals. This time, the 10 were clearly divided into 3 factions: 3, 6, and 1. Yan Qing, Guolei, and Yi Qingxian formed a trio, while the other 6 were a fixed reincarnation team. Only one person remained ungrouped. He was a young man of striking features. Around 20 years of age, with long black hair and a white shirt, his gaze cold and austere. Due to mutual distrust, there was a palpable tension among the 3 parties, leading to a lack of communication. Once the preparation time concluded, they each entered the world of the game. The world of pirates narrates the tale of Monkey D. Luffy, a man resolutely determined to become the Pirate King, and his crew as they embark on adventures across the seas in search of the legendary treasure, One Piece, left behind by the previous Pirate King. The backdrop of this pirate world is grand and expansive. In terms of power systems, there exist various extraordinary abilities acquired through the consumption of devil fruits, categorized into paramecia. Zoan, and Logia types. There are also hockey techniques such as armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey, which can be cultivated to enhance combat prowess. In addition, combat techniques like moonwalk, saru, finger pistol, and gale tempo, which harness physical strength, are prevalent. As for the factions, there are numerous pirates setting sail in pursuit of the grand treasure, alongside the navy, which was established to combat these pirates. Above the navy lies the world government, composed of various world nobles, and there is also the revolutionary army, organized to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the world government. The protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, hails from the Windmill Village in the East Blues Goa Kingdom. His father is the leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, and his grandfather is the naval hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. The iconic straw hat he wears was gifted by the Yonko Shanks, placing him in a remarkable lineage. At the age of 17, he sets sail, forming the Straw Hat Pirates and recruiting notable companions such as the pirate hunter Zoro, sniper Usopp, chef Sanji, navigator Nami, Dr. Chopper, archaeologist Nico Robin, shipwright Frankie, and musician Brooke, forging deep bonds among them. Within a mere 3 months, they triumphed over formidable foes such as the Fishman Arlong of East Blue, the warlord Crocodile of Alabasta, the god Enel of Skypiea, the world government's spy organization CP9 at Enies Lobby, and the warlord Gecko Moria of Thriller Bark. Under the protagonist's extraordinary aura, they seemed invincible, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. However, their unimpeded momentum was eventually halted by Admiral Kizaru during the Sabaody Archipelago incident, and they were subsequently scattered by the warlord Bartholomew Kuma, who used his devil fruit powers to send them flying, embarking them on a 2-year journey of training. This encapsulates the characters and overarching narrative of the first phase of the pirate world. Upon arriving in the pirate world, Yanqing immediately assessed his surroundings. The streets were clean and orderly, with sturdy and luxurious brick houses. There was no sight of the sea, pirates, or ships, creating a sense of dissonance with the pirate theme. Beside him stood a tall and handsome man with brown hair clad in a suit, and a strikingly beautiful woman in a pink gown, unmistakably Guolei and Yi Qingxian. Subsequently, Yanqing confirmed his own identity information. Name: Garcia. Yuan. Identity: eldest son of the Garcia family. Age: 20 years. Appearance has been adjusted. Introduction: a fallen noble of the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. Orphaned at a young age, with only a brother and sister remaining in his family. Chapter 52. Instance tracking and mission planning. Ordinary reincarnators entering the world of pirates typically assumed the guise of commoners. With the bonus of 1 point of reputation from the title of Supernova, the trio has been transformed into the fallen nobility of the Goya Kingdom. From the memories provided by the Reincarnation Tower, it is evident that the Garcia family resides in the high town of the Goya Kingdom's capital, not far from Luffy's hometown, Windmill Village. Due to the sudden demise of the previous family head, the Garcia family has nearly lost all of its assets, leaving only 3 children who have recently inherited their noble status. Nonetheless, nobility still retains its elevated standing. Despite their misfortunes, their identity remains one of distinction. Yanqing cast a glance at a calendar hanging at the entrance of a nearby restaurant. The date was May 5, 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. This day marks the birthday of the protagonist, Luffy, and also signifies the commencement of his journey towards becoming the Pirate King. Warning: the instance has commenced. Reincarnators must not disclose any information regarding the Reincarnation Tower to the characters within the instance world. Warning: you have been locked onto by the instance tracking card. Would you like to use the corresponding privilege card to exempt yourself from this tracking? The instance tracking card indicates that a higher tier reincarnator is pursuing you. Yanqing had heard of such occurrences. The appearance of this prompt suggests that a more powerful reincarnator is tracking him through his ID, having entered the instance world in which he resides. Such privilege cards are quite costly, their value ranging from 3 to dozens of privilege keys, depending on the user's strength and the disparity with the instance being traversed. Typically, only the elite from the top 100 factions would redeem these cards to assist important juniors in conquering instances. Without the corresponding privilege card, Yanqing had no means to exempt himself. The user has arrived at a random location within this instance world. Warning: You have been locked onto by the Reincarnator positioning card. Would you like to use the corresponding privilege card to exempt yourself from this positioning? How straightforward and direct. Knowing his ID and willing to expend a privilege card to track him, it is highly probable that it is the one known as Akihara Shizuku from Sakura Country. With this speculation in mind, Qing felt less concerned. Not to mention that the opponent's strength may not necessarily surpass his own, given the vastness of the pirate world. Coupled with his spatial powers, whether he could be found remained debatable. The main quest has been released. Main quest, Journey to the Sabaody Archipelago. Quest description, depart by ship from the Goya Kingdom, passing through Shell's Town, Syrup Village, the Baratai Sea Restaurant, Kokoyasi Village, Drum Island, Alabasta, Skypea, Water City, Eni's Lobby, and the terrifying three-masted ship, ultimately arriving at the Sabaody Archipelago. Quest rewards, 5,000 reincarnation points, slight enhancement of clearance evaluation. For each plot event encountered on the islands traversed, gain 1,000 reincarnation points. Quest duration, 90 days. Qing glanced at the islands mentioned in the quest description, all of which are locations that the protagonist Luffy has adventured through, excluding the starting point of the Goya Kingdom and the destination of the Sabaody Archipelago. There are a total of 10 islands. Currently, the only known and publicly available strategies online pertain to the events at the Baratai Restaurant, the Alabasta Incident, and the Water City Affair. These three locations are notably significant, and with precise timing, one is likely to encounter the events. According to the strategies, as long as a reincarnator is present at the scene when an event occurs, even if they merely stand by without uttering a word, they can earn a reward of 1,000 reincarnation points. Thus, the typical approach for ordinary reincarnators is to seize a ship at the outset, set sail directly to Baratai, and wait for several days until the Krieg Pirates incident unfolds, thereby securing the 1,000 points. If fortune smiles upon them, and their vessel remains intact during the event, they can immediately head toward the Kingdom of Alabasta, waiting for the domestic rebellion to conclude, and again, claim another 1,000 points. Following this, they would proceed to Water City, awaiting the conflagration that engulfs the headquarters of the Carrera Shipbuilding Company, yet again securing another 1,000 points. Subsequently, they can travel to the Sabaody Archipelago to complete the primary quest. As long as they avoid recklessness, there is generally no significant danger to life throughout this journey. After verifying identification, Qing turned to the two and inquired, "I am Garcia, the eldest son of the Garcia family." "I am Garcia, Mike, the second son of the family." "I am Garcia, Emily, the youngest daughter of the family." It is quite amusing that they have arranged a loving family. The Reincarnation Tower certainly has a peculiar sense of humor. Once all information was confirmed, Qing led the two towards the port. If one wishes to fully accomplish the primary quest, the most effective method would undoubtedly be to find a way to follow Luffy throughout the journey. However, given the nature of the Reincarnation Tower, becoming a member of the Straw Hat Pirates is likely not so simple, and there is little of value along the way for Qing to covet. After some contemplation, Qing ultimately decided to join the Navy. Instead of trailing behind Luffy at sea, living from hand to mouth, it would be more advantageous to join the Navy, learn hockey, gain a military rank, indulge in a better lifestyle, and perhaps even uncover side quests or hidden missions, which would yield benefits exceeding those of the primary quest. As for the primary quest, he could participate whenever convenient, or, if time was tight, head directly to Sabaody as the deadline approached. His ability to teleport, empowered by spatial authority, would save considerable time. Clarifying his thoughts, Qing articulated his rough plan. "So our first step is to acquire a small boat at the port, complete the act of setting sail, and then find a way to join the Navy?" Qing inquired. "Precisely. Based on the task description, both the departure from the starting point and the arrival at the destination are necessary actions, while the intervening islands are optional. Therefore, the act of departure is imperative." Qing explained. "How do we procure a small boat? Build one ourselves?" Guole posed a question, offering a rather pragmatic suggestion. "As a noble, there is no need to build a ship ourselves. We can simply requisition one," Qing retorted with a glance. Upon arriving at the port, they found a plethora of ships of various sizes and types. "Old man, your ship has caught my eye. It would be wise to wait a moment." The plan has changed. Guolei was preparing to amicably commandeer a small vessel when he was halted by Yin Qing. The reason was that he had spotted a passenger ship poised for departure. Reflecting on the original storyline, he realized that this was indeed the very ship that Luffy had boarded at the inception of the tale, prompting an immediate alteration of his plans. There was no need to seize a ship. Instead, he could simply follow this passenger vessel to sea. It was likely that within a day's time, they would encounter the female pirate Alrita, and soon after, Luffy would make his entrance. At that moment, he could accompany Luffy and Kobe to Shell's Town, ultimately joining the Navy alongside Kobe. This plan was nothing short of perfect, accomplishing the act of setting sail, engaging in the events of the first island, and seamlessly integrating into the Navy, achieving 3 objectives with a single endeavor. At the boarding ramp of the passenger ship, 2 crew members clad in sailor uniforms stood upright, guarding the entrance as Yin Qing and his companions approached. Might I inquire if this ship is indeed set to embark? Chapter 53. Boarding and the Power of Souls. The splendid attire and refined demeanor of Yin Qing and his companions immediately unveiled their noble status to the 2 sailors, leaving them stammering in apprehension. Why you? Yes, the captain intends to set sail today? That is splendid. May we board? Yin Qing inquired with a smile, presuming that nobles were exempt from purchasing tickets. Of course, esteemed noble lord. It is our honor for you to embark on our vessel. I shall promptly inform the captain. Please, wait a moment. Oh no, you may board first. I will arrange the finest accommodations for you, and then bring the captain to meet you. The sailor, flustered and barely coherent, bowed and hurried ahead to lead the way, while Yin Qing and his companions followed at a leisurely pace. Forgive my rudeness, noble lord, but I have yet to inquire your esteemed surname. The sailor ventured after a brief pause, recalling the necessity of confirming their identities to avoid any potential embarrassment once aboard. We hail from the Garcia family. Garcia? Indeed, a noble house residing in the high town of the Kingdom of Goa, the sailor confirmed, his posture bending further in deference, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. Observing the sailor's subservient demeanor, Yin Qing couldn't help but reassess the significance of noble status in this world. What he initially perceived as mere trivial privileges, akin to those of officials in the real world, now appeared as a license to act with impunity, a stark dichotomy between nobles and commoners. To the nobility, commoners were scarcely distinguishable from swine or dogs. Upon reaching the luxurious suite at the forefront of the passenger ship, the sailor exchanged hushed words with another similarly adorned figure, who then hurried away in a fluster. The sailor returned, bowing respectfully. Esteemed Lord Garcia, the captain shall arrive shortly. You 3 may rest in your room. I will remain at the door. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. What is your name? Yin Qing inquired, intrigued by the sailor's adeptness in handling the situation. Your Excellency, I am called Com. Very well, Yin Qing replied with praise. Before the 3 entered one of the suites, as the door closed, the sailor, his tension dissipated, exhaled deeply, a mixture of excitement and nervousness coursing through him. Nobles. If they could extend even a small favor, he might never have to toil as a sailor on this decrepit ship again. Inside the opulent suite, Yi Qingxian entered and, with a swift motion, tore her noble gown into a short dress, revealing her long, slender legs. This is much more comfortable. It allows for greater agility. Yin Qing and Guolei exchanged glances, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, relieved that she was on their side. Indeed, it was rather cramped on that vessel. When the captain arrives, knock, knock, knock. Guolei's words were interrupted by a firm rap at the door, accompanied by a deep male voice. Esteemed Lord Garcia, I am the captain of this vessel, Demir. As Yin Qing prepared to open the door, Guolei's hand shot out to stop him. Allow me, for the art of assassination is one I am well acquainted with. Assassin? What assassin? Yin Qing looked bewildered as Guolei stepped forward to open the door, then swiftly pulled a sycophantic old man into the room. Your Excellency, what is this? Bang! Before Demir could finish his sentence, Guolei struck him with a powerful blow, rendering him unconscious. Yin Qing? Why did you hit him? Wasn't it you who mentioned requisitioning a ship? Yin Qing continued. Did I not inform you that the plan had changed? Guolei replied. I thought you meant to switch to another ship to seize. Yin Qing. Damn it. Do you think you have a point? Frustrated, Qing attempted to slap Demir awake, but he lay there like a lump of clay. A testament to Guolei's formidable strength. With the captain incapacitated, how could the ship possibly encounter Luffy as in the original tale? As the three pondered their strategy, Qing suddenly recalled another ability he had yet to utilize, the power of the soul. If physical awakening proved ineffective, perhaps a soul awakening would suffice? With determination, he activated the kaleidoscope in his right eye, and within its gaze, he discerned a pale blue soul identical in appearance to Demir's unconscious form, albeit with closed eyes and no swelling on its face. Qing surmised that the blow had rendered Demir unconscious, causing his soul to slip into slumber. Yet Guolei's strike had not inflicted harm upon the soul itself. He tentatively reached out with the power of his soul to touch Demir's pale blue spirit. In an instant, a torrent of intricate information flooded his mind. At that moment, he felt akin to a deity, while Demir's soul resembled a bashful maiden at his mercy, ready for his manipulation, modification, or even obliteration. Since he had the chance, why not experiment with the ability to modify souls? Resolute, Qing endeavored to alter Demir's perception, instilling within him the belief that he could never betray his master. Although Demir was merely an ordinary man with a feeble soul, matters of the soul were inherently complex. Qing expended a significant amount of energy and ocular power to achieve this modification. Upon awakening Demir's soul, Qing promptly closed the kaleidoscope. A wave of fatigue and weakness washing over him. He realized that he was still too feeble. Wielding such a high-level power as the soul ability inevitably proved taxing, draining not only his ocular strength but also straining his mental fortitude, akin to having pulled several all-nighters in an internet CAF. Shaking his head, his pallid complexion betraying his exhaustion, he sank to the ground just as Demir began to stir back to consciousness. This scene did not escape the notice of Qing, whose vivid imagination sprang to life as she covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that you just expended your own lifespan to save this captain? Qing. Ah, Sir Garcia. No, master. What just happened? My head feels so dizzy. Demir wobbled as he rose to his feet. Ahem, it's nothing. Quickly, go and order the ship to set sail. Being addressed as master by a burly man feels rather peculiar. By the way, that fellow named Kumu at the entrance is quite impressive. He deserves a promotion and a raise. Qing cleared his throat twice and issued the directive, ensuring that the other party's perception had indeed been altered before dismissing him. The exertion of modifying an ordinary person's soul left him utterly fatigued. One can only imagine the toll it would take to alter the soul of a reincarnator with enhanced capabilities. He would likely collapse immediately. Such a power should be wielded sparingly until one has attained greater strength. Chapter 54. The Eureka Pirate Crew, another reincarnator a day later. The passenger ship arrived in the waters near Kodo Island, the very place where the saga of the pirate world commenced. Qing and his companions ascended to the deck, gazing at the boundless expanse of the ocean, their spirits lightening somewhat. Oh, the sea, it is but a vast stretch of water. Spiders, they are merely legs. Qing, what do you think of my poem? Guolei could not resist reciting his verses. It suits your temperament quite well, Qing remarked with a roll of her eyes. Suddenly, a warning bell rang out from the lookout atop the ship. Pirate ship. Enemy approaching. Panic ensued as the passengers realized that their leisurely voyage had taken a perilous turn. Help! I do not wish to perish. The atmosphere aboard the ship devolved into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannonballs descended upon the passenger vessel, sending shockwaves through the water and causing many fleeing tourists to stumble and fall upon the deck. Who is the fairest lady upon these seas? Surely, it is our illustrious captain, Miss Eureka. Excellent. Attack. On a nearby pirate ship, the formidable Eureka, resembling a small mountain, wielded a spiked club while directing her crew to commence their assault. Ah, it seems they are the reincarnators who entered the dungeon with us. Amidst the boarding pirates, Qing quickly recognized 7 individuals, distinctively attired. One brandished a blue katana, another wielded a staff, and yet another bore futuristic twin pistols, setting them apart from the rest. Indeed, they were the same 7 encountered prior to entering the dungeon, a 6-member team alongside a lone reincarnator. Once aboard the passenger ship, the 6-member team, under the command of the young man with the blue katana, recklessly plunged into the fray among the innocent tourists, their brutality surpassing that of the original pirates. In their eyes, human lives were as inconsequential as weeds. The solitary reincarnator, however, found a secluded corner, leaning against the wall, observing coldly without participating in the carnage. Yanqing furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the actions of the seven, finally fixing his gaze upon the young man with the katana, a figure with black hair and eyes, clad in leather armor, his face adorned with a bloodthirsty, maniacal grin. Clearly, he was the leader of the six-member team, yet his combat prowess appeared mediocre. His swordplay was clumsy, devoid of skill. Nevertheless, the blue katana and the leather armor were extraordinary. Several civilians struck by the blade instantly transformed into ice sculptures, while attacks from the crew merely left scratches upon his armor. Absolutely barbaric. Yi Qingxian could no longer bear to watch. Though this was a dungeon world, those individuals were still flesh and blood. Any soul with a semblance of conscience would find it unconscionable to strike down defenseless innocents. Yet, these individuals acted like heartless beasts, wielding their weapons with unwavering resolve. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly soared from the direction of the pirate ship, crashing onto the deck before the three with a resounding thud. It was Kobe, who had been kicked away by Alida. Immediately following him was another imposing figure, which smashed through the wooden wall of the passenger ship. Very well, Star, I acknowledge the strength you and your comrades possess. Henceforth, you shall serve as the vice-captain of the Alida pirate crew, while the others will be designated as combat members, Alida declared, brandishing her spiked club as she laughed heartily towards the leader of the six-man team. And you, Calm, have you joined my crew merely to defy my orders? Alida's expression turned sinister as she pointed her weapon at the solitary reincarnator leaning against the ship. My apologies, Captain Alida, but I do not harm civilians. If you cannot accept this, I am prepared to leave your pirate crew, Calm replied with unwavering composure. Come and go as you please. Do you think my Alida pirate crew is a place for such whims? Now, you either slay these people, or I shall do away with you. Humph, I am not so easily dispatched. With a sudden shudder, Calm activated a suit of exoskeletal armor that enveloped his upper body. The sight prompted a wave of tension among the pirates, who had witnessed this Calm's formidable prowess before. That peculiar machinery had once shattered a boulder with a single punch. Meanwhile, Star, the small team leader, paused his assault, taking a seat with his team to observe the unfolding chaos. Anyone who dares to resist me shall be reduced to a mere pile of flesh, Alida proclaimed ominously, swinging her spiked club towards Calm. With her towering physique and the immense weapon, Calm dared not confront her directly and instead evaded, finding himself amidst a throng of pirates, thus igniting a melee. Yanqing observed the scene, noting Calm's impressive combat awareness and attributes, likely around the 40s, with an overall combat strength hovering around E rank. For a reincarnator in the third layer of the dungeon, this made him a standout contender, coupled with the exoskeletal armor. His actual combat prowess seemed capable of matching Captain America's. He weaved through the fray, each strike sending one or two pirates flying, and in a matter of moments, the deck had been largely cleared. To think they would initiate infighting right from the start. What do you make of this fellow? Yanqing inquired of Guolei and Yi Qingxian, who stood nearby. He's rather handsome, and of decent height, though not quite my type, Yi Qingxian replied first. I specifically asked about his strength and character, not your preferences, Yanqing retorted. Strength? It's mediocre at best. As for character, he seems decent. He didn't massacre those commoners just now, Yi Qingxian quickly amended, her cheeks flushing. Character is uncertain, but his strength is lacking. I could easily overpower him with a single strike, Guolei interjected. Yanqing rolled his eyes. If Iron Man couldn't prevail, what makes you think you could? In the midst of the fray, Calm valiantly felled dozens of pirates. Even with the assistance of exoskeletal armor, he found himself expending considerable energy, his movements and reactions noticeably slowing. Meanwhile, the already formidable Yarlita remained at the zenith of her prowess. As anticipated, despite Calm's vigilance, he was caught off guard, struck by Yarlita's club, and sent hurtling backwards, spitting blood. Bravo, Captain! Exclaimed Star, a fellow reincarnator, as he whistled in delight. It was evident that though both groups were part of the same pirate crew, they remained divided in allegiance. I warned you. Those who dare to defy me shall be reduced to mere pulp. Yerlita raised her spiked club high and brought it crashing down towards the prostrate Com suddenly. A soft hum pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the atmosphere, as Yerlita's club abruptly shattered into two pieces. A gleaming arc of blade light, stretching forth like a ribbon, cleaved the distant sea in twain. The spectacle left everyone on the deck in stunned silence. It took a full 5 seconds for anyone to regain their senses and turn towards the source of the radiant blade. There, at the opposite end of the deck, stood a tall, elegantly attired man with a serene smile, sheathing his sword. It was clear that the luminous strike had emanated from him. Seeing Yerlita momentarily dazed, Com seized the opportunity to retreat from her range of attack. "Who might you be?" Yerlita inquired, gazing at the half of her club left in her grasp. Fully aware that she had encountered a formidable opponent, her previous rage and insanity quickly dissipated. "Just an ordinary noble," he replied nonchalantly. "I find that fellow quite impressive. I do hope this esteemed captain will show mercy." Upon realizing he was a noble, Yerlita's composure was restored. The power and status he wielded were not something she could afford to offend lightly. "If he is indeed a noble, then I must tread carefully. Is this the hideous old hag you mentioned, KB?" Yerlita was about to feign submission when an ill-timed voice interrupted. "Hideous? Old hag?" Chapter 55, The Appearance of Luffy. The reincarnating everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance of the cabin, where a short man with pink hair and glasses stood alongside a lanky figure wearing a straw hat and wooden clogs. "Mr. Luffy." "No, please stop," came a voice. The term ugly old hag was a sensitive subject for Yerlita. Anyone foolish enough to utter it in her presence would be courting disaster. "Kobe." Yerlita, now utterly enraged, disregarded the formidable noble before her. With a furious roar, she leapt into action, her agile movements defying her stout frame, and lunged towards Kobe and Luffy, who had just revealed themselves nearby. "Goma Goma no pistol." Luffy grinned mischievously as he swung his arm back, elongating it like rubber, and with a powerful rebound, struck Yerlita squarely in the chest. The force of the blow sent her flying off the deck and into the distant sea. Yes, that is indeed a devil fruit. The pirates watched in astonishment as members of a small pirate crew in the East Blue. Witnessing a devil fruit user was a first for them. Is this what a devil fruit is? Is there any way to seize it? Star's eyes glinted with greed as he observed Luffy. Though the ability to become a rubber man seemed somewhat lackluster, it was still a devil fruit, an exceedingly rare entity even among intermediate reincarnators. According to known strategies, devil fruit powers cannot be stolen. Even if the user is killed, the fruit will not be obtained. Moreover, that reincarnator wielding the sword appears to be even stronger than I am. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary complications and proceed as planned, advised a middle-aged reincarnator wielding an ancient sword, his expression grave. "Humph, why are you so cowardly? You're supposed to be my cousin-'s lackey, and yet you bring him shame," Star retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the older man. Despite the evident age gap, the middle-aged man merely frowned, refraining from rebuttal. At that moment, the sound of cannon fire echoed in the air. 3 large Navy warships emerged on the horizon, opening fire on Yerlita's pirate vessel. "TCH. Let us retreat," Star said, spotting the Navy ships. He abandoned his fixation on the devil fruit and led the remaining 5 members of his team back to their pirate ship. Seeing the newly appointed vice captain retreat, the other pirates hastily followed suit. Yin Qing squinted his eyes, watching the reincarnator team depart from the passenger ship without intervening or uttering another word. Their strength remained uncertain, and engaging now would only invite the Navy's wrath. There would be ample opportunities in the future. "Kobe, don't you aspire to join the Navy?" With the warships arriving, "I'm a pirate, so I must take my leave." Luffy prepared a small escape boat from the passenger ship, ready to flee. What a joke. In this situation, we'd be captured as pirates. Kobe scrambled onto the small boat alongside Luffy, anxious to escape. As the pirate ship's hook detached from the passenger vessel, Tang Ming retracted his exoskeleton armor and approached Yin Qing and his companions, clutching his chest in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. I am Tang Ming. May I ask how to address you three?" Tang Ming was the name he assumed as a reincarnator, while Calm was his name in the pirate world. Level 8 Gale. Age sophomore. Qing Xian. Thank you, Brother Gale. You're welcome. We are all people of Yanhuang. It was a mere trifling matter. By the way, do you have any information about that other team? Yin Qing inquired, seeking intelligence about the group, which might be useful if they were to confront them in the future. I'm not too certain. We joined the pirate crew at different times and did not communicate. I see. You must be a fixed team, then. What are your plans moving forward? Tang Ming gazed at the trio with a hint of envy. He longed to belong to a stable team, but alas, we intend to join the Navy. Are you interested in joining us? What? Join the Navy? How will we complete the main storyline tasks? Tang Ming was utterly bewildered. Given that it was called the Pirate World, it was evident that it revolved around pirate factions, and the main storyline tasks were clearly an adventurous endeavor. Joining the Navy seemed fraught with peril. It's sufficient to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago within the time limit. The process is inconsequential. The process is inconsequential? The number of reincarnation points is determined by the events participated in during that process. Ah, it seems you are a rather laid-back team, seeking mere survival. With no spirit of adventure or ambition, such a team was not worth scheming with. However, having just saved his life, it would be rather ungracious to voice this thought directly. Before entering the instance, I thoroughly studied the strategy for the pirate world. If you are not familiar with the strategy, it might be beneficial to team up with me. At the very least, participating in 3 events and completing the main storyline tasks should pose no issue. After pondering for a moment, Tang Ming resolved to take a risk and guide them through the challenges, out of gratitude for their assistance. We still plan to join the Navy. If you insist on following your own path, then perhaps we shall meet again. Upon hearing Yin Qing's response, Tang Ming shook his head in resignation. No need for thanks for a great favor. Until we meet again. With that, he imitated Luffy's mannerisms and fashioned a small wooden boat from the passenger ship, setting sail towards the floating restaurant. This fellow is quite intriguing. His speech is rather refined. Guolei waved goodbye to the departing figure. Perhaps he comes from a scholarly family or engages in classical literature studies, Yuqin Xin remarked. Mind your own business. We should set off as well. Yin Qing observed Luffy and Kobe drifting away before leaping forward, covering several dozen meters in an instant to land deftly on the small boat, with Guolei and Yuqin Xin following closely behind. The already small boat swayed precariously under the weight of the 3, startling the 2 individuals aboard, who clung tightly to the sides. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Luffy turned back with a puzzled expression, addressing Yin Qing. Uncle, you truly possess a sense of politeness, don't you? Due to his towering stature, Yin Qing possesses an appearance that seems rather mature. However, he is merely 20 years old in this world. We harbor no ill intentions. We simply seek passage. The Navy's cannonballs recognize no distinction between friend and foe. So I believe it prudent to depart with you. Yin Qing fabricated a reason, as Luffy has never been one to adhere to logic. Oh, is that so? Very well then. Indeed, Luffy readily accepted with a cheerful laugh. Mr. Luffy, judging by their attire, they appear to be nobles, which could potentially attract the Navy. Is that truly all right? Kobe inquired quietly, leaning closer to Luffy. Huh? Nobles? Although I have an aversion to them, they haven't committed any wrongdoing, so it's inconsequential. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Straw Hat, Yin Qing replied, taking a seat alongside Guolei, while Yuqin Xian remained standing due to the impracticality of her short skirt. No need for thanks. By the way, Kobe, you mentioned that the pirate hunter Zoro is in Shellstown, correct? Chapter 56, The Arrival of Zoro. Guolei, transformed into a golden man Luffy, inquired about news from Kobe, while the so-called pirate hunter, Zoro, would soon emerge as one of the primary forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, a master swordsman wielding 3 swords, Roronoa Zoro. I heard he was captured by the Navy. What? He's that weak? I was hoping to recruit him as a companion, Luffy mused. He is not weak at all. That guy is as terrifying as a beast. Kobe retorted, indignant at Luffy's dismissal of Zoro's prowess. Hey, Straw Hat, are you looking for companions? What do you think of us? Although it was assumed that the Reincarnation Tower would not easily allow reincarnators to join the Straw Hat crew, Yin Qing could not resist the temptation of the opportunity before him. If he succeeded, with the protagonist's luck shielding him, growing alongside the main character could prove to be an excellent choice. No, I don't like any of you 3, Luffy bluntly refused. His reasoning as simple and direct as his demeanor. He just didn't like them. It was a rather exasperating answer, leaving one at a loss as to how to further their cause. This illustrates that even with the knowledge of Luffy being the protagonist and the chance to follow him, various inexplicable obstacles would likely hinder ordinary reincarnators from engaging with the plot. The Reincarnation Tower demands participation in the storyline while forbidding any arbitrary alterations. Truly a vexing situation. After a day's voyage, the group arrived at Shell's Town, the very Navy base where Zoro had been detained, the 153rd branch. Upon reaching the port, Luffy completely disregarded the trio, saying nothing as he seized Kobe and headed straight for Zoro, clearly indicating his low regard for them. By the time the three leisurely reached the Navy base's exterior, a little girl suddenly flew out from behind the walls of the base. She was the same girl from the original story who secretly brought rice balls to the bound Zoro, only to be discovered by Colonel Monka's son, Barumabur, who ordered the Navy soldiers to throw her out of the base. Luffy stretched out his arms to catch the girl, but Yakingshuan was quicker, using her spider silk to safely bring her back to the ground. Huh? It's you again. What are you doing here? Luffy asked in confusion. Actually, like this young man Kobe, we wish to join the Navy, the girl replied. Nobles joining the Navy? Ha! This is the first time I've heard that. How amusing, Luffy exclaimed, laughing heartily. Little one, what happened inside? Why did you come flying out? Upon hearing Yakingshuan's voice, everyone turned their gaze to the girl nestled in her arms. As a beautiful woman, Yakingshuan naturally attracted the child, who was now tearful and frightened. They threw me out from inside. But why did you bring food to that bound guy? Kobe, who had witnessed the entire scene from the wall, answered Yakingshuan's question and then turned to the little girl. After a long hesitation, the girl finally spoke, comforted by Yakingshuan's embrace. Mr. Zoro was actually bound in my place. Approximately half a month ago, Bellamy brought his pet to wreak havoc in our tavern, and Mr. Zoro intervened to save me. However, Bellamy, threatening my mother and me, coerced him into being tied up for a month in exchange for our safety. Mr. Zoro willingly allowed himself to be taken to their base to endure this fate for our sake. The little girl sobbed as she recounted the tale in one breath. So that was the case. Goodness, starved for over half a month? Among those present, aside from the already informed Yin Qing and the oddly focused Guolei, everyone else appeared indignant. All right, Emily and Kirby, please escort the girl home. We will handle matters from here. Straw Hat, what say you? Yin Qing smiled, releasing a flicker of light from his blade, a chilling aura emanating from him. Luffy lowered his straw hat with his right hand, equally exuding a formidable presence, grinning widely. Ah, just as I like it. Then, let us get to it. With a hum, the blade light erupted, cleaving a massive gash in the naval base's wall that stood before them, carving a 2-meter wide, dozens of meters long trench into the ground. Uncle, you're incredibly strong, Luffy remarked in astonishment upon witnessing Yin Qing's blade light. Just a triviality, let us push forward. Right away, Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy's rubber bullets followed in swift succession, sending several bewildered Navy officers flying before they could comprehend the situation. What is happening? Quickly, protect me. Bellamy, startled by the commotion, hastily hid behind the Navy officers accompanying him. This fellow with a chin resembling a monkey's rear must be Bellamy. I'll teach him a lesson. Guolei clapped his hands, and his skin shimmered with golden brilliance, transforming him into a golden giant. Oh, it's the kingdom of St. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the golden figure of Guolei, a familiar sight that made Yin Qing feel a twinge of unease. Could this fellow be targeted? Lost in his thoughts, Guolei had already dashed towards Bellamy and the Navy officers. After several hours of training in the advanced training room, Guolei's mastery of the indestructible golden body skill, though only at the proficient level, was sufficient to completely withstand blades and bullets. Previously, bullets could breach his defenses, but now they merely struck with the resonance of metal clashing against metal. He charged in a brazen manner before Bellamy, delivering a powerful backhand that sent the latter flying into unconsciousness. The remaining Navy officers, upon witnessing this, were terrified and immediately turned to flee, carrying the unconscious Bellamy with them. Don't run. Let me flatten that chin of yours. Guolei had just transformed, and was far from satisfied, roaring as he pursued them. "Say, are you Zoro? Join me as a companion." After the Navy had retreated, Luffy approached the bound Zoro directly. "Who are you people? Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs?" Zoro, having gone 20 days without food or water, was now exceedingly weak. "My name is Luffy, and I aspire to become the king of the pirates." "The king of the pirates? Hey, are you not aware that I am a pirate hunter? No matter. You all will inevitably become my companions. Do not speak for me. Who wishes to be your companion?" Zoro, utterly exasperated by Luffy's thought process, nonetheless felt a sense of gratitude for the actions of those who came to his rescue. "Well, I cannot leave just yet. You all should hurry and depart. As for you, seaweed-headed fellow, if you are concerned about Belumeb and his father posing a threat to those two women, you need not worry. Such matters can be resolved swiftly. Who are you calling seaweed-headed?" Zoro, nearly exhausted, indeed took offense to that moniker. Chapter 57. Partners, diverging paths let him die. As his words echoed, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the naval base nearby, followed by a dull thud. A colossal stone sculpture shattered explosively, sending debris cascading from the rooftop, while a towering figure, whose right hand had been transformed into a massive axe, descended from the heights and landed in the training ground not far from the crowd. This imposing figure was none other than Colonel Monka, the head of the Navy's 153rd Division. The statue, crafted specifically for him to stand majestically atop the naval base, was intended to showcase his extraordinary prowess. Yet, before it could even be erected, it was obliterated by a golden humanoid statue that had inexplicably emerged, delivering a devastating punch. He intended to confront this intruder, to ascertain why the golden statue had destroyed his stone effigy. However, before he could utter a word, he was unceremoniously kicked off the rooftop and sent tumbling to the training ground. Hey, Monka is a Navy colonel. Assaulting the head of a naval division so brazenly will surely provoke the Navy's wrath, Zoro thought, bewildered. At that moment, he was merely a bounty hunter, lacking the audacity to confront the world government as Luffy would later do. Monka was merely the head of a division, yet he was of noble birth. Regardless of his status, he had tyrannized the town of Shells, allowing his son, Barumabur, to wreak havoc on the island and oppress the common folk. These transgressions alone warranted his arrest and removal by the Navy. Upon hearing Yanqing's remarks, Zoro fell silent, not out of concern for Monka's actions, which were utterly insignificant, but rather due to Yanqing's noble lineage. A pirate and a noble, what an unusual pairing. How had they come to associate? Even more perplexing was the fact that this pirate had taken a peculiar interest in recruiting him. "Don't move." At that moment, a group of armed Navy personnel arrived, aiming their weapons at Yanqing and the others. "Hey, untie me already," Zoro exclaimed, panic rising within him, still bound and fearing for his life should the bullets fly. "Haha, my apologies, I forgot." Luffy chuckled as he attempted to pull at the ropes, only to find that his efforts only tightened them further. "Let me handle this." Yanqing drew his blade with ease, severing the ropes. "An impressive sword," Zoro remarked, astonishment crossing his features as he beheld Yanqing's weapon. The craftsmanship alone suggested it was superior to the renowned Daikate of the 21 masterpieces. "Thank you," Yanqing replied courteously. "Oi, you lot are surrounded. Don't act as if you're unfazed. Raise your hands," barked a commanding officer of the Navy, clearly losing patience. "Who do you think you're looking down upon? Leave this to me." Just as Zoro and Luffy prepared to act, Yanqing raised a hand to halt them. "I am Garcia Yuan, a noble of the Kingdom of Goya. The naval officer Monka has abused his military power to oppress the common folk. I shall report the truth to the naval headquarters, and as for you, should you choose to resist, consider yourselves accomplices and face the consequences together," Yanqing declared loudly, causing the naval officers to exchange glances, and moments later, they began to discard their weapons. "Damn, I have long endured this foolish officer. Finally, liberation has arrived. He once struck me with his axe twice. How wonderful it is to no longer live in fear. Oh, what a relief." The Navy's reaction took others by surprise, but before their joy could last, a golden figure charged in from the distance. "Salted fish, I am here. Leave these brats to me." "Wait." Yanqing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Several naval officers were sent flying, their faces a mixture of relief and bewilderment. 10 minutes later. My dear brothers, I apologize. This is my younger brother, who, unaware of the circumstances, mistakenly injured you all. I sincerely regret it. Despite being a noble, Yanqing graciously offered his apologies to the injured naval officers. The few bandaged sailors awkwardly waved their hands. No, you were too kind. We were indeed at fault previously. During their time under manga, these sailors, albeit unintentionally, had committed their share of misdeeds, and now they dared not accept the apology. Well, the matter has reached a conclusion. The axe-wielding manga will be escorted by personnel from the naval headquarters, and we shall accompany them to Marineford to join the Navy. What are your plans? Yanqing turned to Luffy and Zoro. Of course, we shall continue on the path to becoming the Pirate King. Luffy replied with his characteristic candor, while Zoro scratched his head, remarking that this was a naval base, and wondered if Luffy could be a bit more restrained. I plan to depart from Shell's Town and continue hunting valuable pirates. Zoro had retrieved his 3 swords, feeling a sense of security once more. Wasn't it agreed that I would become your partner? Who would want to be your partner? I aspire to be the greatest swordsman in the world. Hearing their exchange, Yanqing was perplexed. What is going on? Is the future Vice King planning to back out? That cannot be allowed. Cough, seaweed head. Although you did not take action, I suspect your name will also appear on the list of those who trespassed on the naval base. Moreover, your involvement has certainly contributed to the efforts of Straw Hat Luffy. Since we are all to be hunted by the Navy, having more companions can only be advantageous, right? Yanqing began to sway their minds, almost employing his Sharingan. Who are you calling Seaweed Head? What a nuisance. Your name is Luffy, I presume? Indeed, I am Monkey D. Luffy, let me be clear. I am willing to join, but it must not interfere with my goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Of course, a partner of the Pirate King ought to be the world's greatest swordsman as well. Then, I look forward to your guidance, Captain. Hee. Would you like to join my pirate crew, the one who can transform? As expected, you have arrived. Seeing Luffy grinning and gazing at Guolei, Yanqing felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How did Guolei, upon entering this world of quests, transform from a mere unlucky soul to a fortunate one? Guolei looked equally bewildered, seemingly conveying, this twist was not part of the strategy you shared with me. Straw Hat, my brother here is of noble lineage as well. That's all right. I believe you are unlike other nobles, and he seems quite amusing. Amusing? I am quite entertaining myself. Don't you find a 40-meter-long sword intriguing? I can even breathe fire. Doesn't that pique your interest? In response to Guolei's subtle inquiry, Yanqing pondered the pros and cons. Following Luffy undoubtedly promised the experience of all events, granting access to all standard reincarnation points. However, according to the original plot, it seemed unlikely that they would acquire haki for the time being. By the time of the Marineford War, their combat prowess might not reach significant heights. Should he allow Guolei to depart from the team? After a moment of inner turmoil, Yanqing reached a final decision. Go forth, follow the future Pirate King, and carve out a realm that belongs solely to you. Chapter 58. The departure with Luffy and the appearance of Admiral Karpalas. Are we truly embarking on this journey? You cannot be harboring a grudge from that previous encounter, can you? Guolei felt a sense of betrayal, recalling the unease he still felt from the last incident due to Yanqing's absence. Since aligning himself with Yanqing, he had never contemplated strategies. He merely followed orders. Now, faced with the prospect of acting independently, he felt a surge of trepidation. It seems that whether one wishes to engage with pirates or not, one must inevitably do so. Yanqing flashed a grin, thinking to himself, what do you mean by personal vendetta? I'm simply a Navy officer delivering justice to pirates. This is entirely reasonable, isn't it? Though he mused this internally, he refrained from voicing it, cognizant that such remarks could undermine their unity. While the anticipated rewards on my end do surpass those of the standard storyline, they remain uncertain. However, if you accompany Luffy, you are guaranteed a minimum of over 10,000 reincarnation points. Moreover, unlike other reincarnators, you will engage as part of the protagonist group, interacting with key narrative figures, which may yield even greater rewards. With the fortune of the protagonist group and Luffy's protection, your life will be safeguarded. Given your nature, Even a slight recklessness is unlikely to lead to your demise. Furthermore, this serves as a contingency plan, as the two principal factions in this world's narrative, the Navy and pirates, we must both partake in the unfolding events. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can adapt our strategies accordingly. The Navy side will be managed by me and Qing Xian. For the pirates, we must rely on you. You bear half the future of our team upon your shoulders. Yan Qing briefly articulated his thoughts, and upon hearing that he alone constituted half of the team, Guolei's demeanor shifted, reluctantly accepting the plan. Shortly, I shall outline potential scenarios for you to prepare mentally. Should you encounter any dilemmas along the way, feel free to contact me via the communicator. Understood. Guolei replied with unwavering confidence. When Qing Xian returned, Yan Qing was narrating the tale of Luffy's adventures to Guolei. So, if we encounter them, we must engage in battle? She inquired, intrigued by the forthcoming strategy. Is that even possible? I will indeed. When the time comes to act, we must not hesitate, and we must fight with all our might. After all, we are siblings from the same family. Should we pull our punches, others may misconstrue our alliance as collusion between the Navy and pirates, and that could lead to dire consequences. Before Guolei could finish his thought, Yan Qing interrupted, and upon absorbing his words, an unsettling premonition arose within him. What? Are we truly going to fight? Indeed. In that case, I shall not be a pirate. I wish to become a Navy officer. Upon hearing the prospect of real combat, Guolei immediately recanted. He could not bring himself to strike a woman, and he knew he could not best Yan Qing. It seemed he was destined to be on the receiving end of punishment, regardless. While he might be a tank, it was not his intention to stand against his own allies. Straw Hat, we have bid our farewells. You may now commence your journey. Yan Qing did not grant Guolei an opportunity and directly approached Luffy. Haha, let us set sail. Zoro, Mike, from now on, we shall be comrades. Without further ado, Luffy seized Guolei and attempted to depart. What nonsense. I am not a pirate. Yan Qing flicked his left thumb lightly, revealing a glint of cold light, accompanied by a killing glare. Half of our future relies on you, understand? Oh my goodness. Captain, let us depart swiftly. I can hardly wait to become a pirate. Guolei immediately changed his tune, pulling Luffy and Zoro towards the port, hoping to run a good distance first, lest that massive sword prove quite formidable. Ha ha ha, farewell. Noble uncle. Hey Mike, how about you transform into gold for Zoro to take a swing at? I'm curious if he can slice through it. Oh my goodness. You guys. As Guolei departed, Yan Qing turned to the highest-ranking naval officer present. Colonel Rockak, Monka has been apprehended. You are now the highest-ranking officer in the Navy's 153rd Division. As a noble, I request to temporarily remain at the base while we await the arrival of the Naval Headquarters personnel. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. Understood. I will immediately arrange accommodations for Mr. Ewan and Miss Emily, Colonel Rockak replied, turning to give orders. Colonel Rockak, I wish to join the Navy. Kobe, who had hesitated for a moment, finally spoke up timidly. Join the Navy? This is not the place for applications, Rockak responded, puzzled. Colonel Rockak, let him stay as well. Since he wishes to join the Navy, once the headquarters ship arrives, I shall take him with me. Yan Qing contemplated briefly and decided to lend Kobe a hand. Recognizing that he was a character who appeared even before the protagonist and would undoubtedly become significant in the future, providing timely assistance is far more valuable than merely adding embellishments. Understood. I will make arrangements for Mr. Kobe's accommodations immediately. Seeing the change in the Navy's attitude, Kobe expressed his gratitude with a bow towards Yan Qing. Thank you, Mr. Ewan. You are unlike any noble I have heard of. You are a good person. Oh my goodness. How did I earn a good person card? Thanks to Yan Qing's intervention, Kobe avoided the fate of being assigned menial tasks, leaving only the hapless Barumabur to handle such duties. 2 days later, a naval warship from the headquarters arrived at Shell's town. Colonel Rockak led a contingent of naval officers to oversee Monka's transfer. It was also Yan Qing's first encounter with the world's pinnacle of strength, Luffy's grandfather, the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. A heavyweight indeed. Despite holding only the rank of Vice Admiral, he was rumored to have once forced the Pirate King, Roger, into dire straits on multiple occasions, indicating that his strength was undoubtedly at the level of an admiral, and he possessed an extraordinary network of connections and immense prestige, earning him a multitude of admirers within the Navy. Is that old man suffering from some serious illness? Yi Qingxian inquired curiously in a hushed tone. Her question was not unwarranted, as Garp's appearance was rather peculiar. Dressed in a naval uniform, exuding an air of dashing nobility with his splendid epaulets, yet crowned with a rather absurd dog-headed hat, it would bewilder anyone. At such an advanced age, it is only natural for the elderly to have peculiarities. Thus, one should refrain from hasty judgments. All the naval officers present, including Kobe and Barumabur, stood at attention in perfect unison, awaiting the arrival of Captain Karp. Yet, unique among them, Yanqing and Yi Qingxian appeared rather casual, one with hands tucked into pockets and the other with arms crossed, as if on a leisurely outing to the port. Are you two truly associated with that ridiculous Garcia family? Weren't there supposed to be 3 of you? Upon arriving at the island, Captain Karp did not immediately seek out the shackled Monka. Rather, he strode directly to Yanqing, his face marred by disdain. The interference of Yanqing had led to minor alterations in the narrative, transforming the retrieval of the noble Garcia family members to the Navy headquarters into his primary objective, while escorting Monka became secondary. However, much like Luffy, Karp harbored a deep-seated aversion for the nobility. Thus his demeanor was far from amicable. "Admiral Karp, good day," began Garcia Yuan, the eldest son of the Garcia family. "This is my sister, Garcia Emily. As for the third member, I regret to admit that my inept brother, Garcia Mike, succumbed to the temptations of piracy and joined a pirate crew." Chapter 59. The strategy unfolds. Lieutenant Yanqing was acutely aware of Major Karp's disdain for nobility. However, he recognized the necessity of aligning himself with such influential figures for the sake of power. Joining a pirate crew? I have always known that those of noble lineage are no better than the scoundrels among the pirates, a den of vipers. If I ever encounter them, I shall uproot that pirate crew entirely, down to their ancestors. The pirate in question seemed to be named Monkey D. Something or other. Perhaps Cool Fly? No, that's not right. It seems to be. Karp seized the rare opportunity to vocally denounce the aristocracy, relishing the moment until he realized that the surname and name were slightly askew, and suddenly his face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, it appears this is my unfortunate grandson. I almost scolded myself into a corner. Ahem. Well then, I find you to be quite commendable, and I shall refrain from discussing your brother's matters. One of my primary missions here is to escort you back to the Navy headquarters, so if there are no issues, prepare to board the ship." Acknowledging the dubious reputation of his unworthy son and grandson, Karp humbly retreated, awkwardly moving to address the handover of Monka. "Respected Vice Admiral Karp, I am Colonel Rockhack, the temporary head of the Navy's 153rd Division, and I extend my greetings to you." Upon seeing Karp approach, Rockhack saluted with utmost respect. "Enough with the formalities. Is this fellow Monka? What on earth?" Karp's voice trailed off, and as the crowd pondered his abrupt silence, Monka erupted into action, swinging his axe towards Karp, who remained seemingly oblivious. An explosive confrontation between the heavily armed man and the elderly gentleman appeared imminent. Clang! A shadow darted in, and contrary to the anticipated scene of bloodshed, Monka's axe was halted mere 5 centimeters from Karp's chest by a long blade. "I say, old man, it's not wise to doze off." With a sudden realization, Karp awoke, a bubble of mucus bursting from his nose. My apologies, I must have dozed off." The surrounding Navy personnel exchanged incredulous glances. How could one possibly fall asleep in such a situation? "Damn it, you again." Due to Yanqing's intervention, Monka was now merely Monka, stripped of his title as the Axe Emperor. Spotting Yanqing, he furiously raised his axe once more, aiming a fatal strike down upon him. In the face of this lethal blow, Yanqing did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he sheathed his blade, for he noticed Yu Qingxian had moved. "Hey, suppress him." As the axe descended, Monka felt a sudden jolt at his lower back, and an immense force propelled him into a dizzying spin. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, only to be met with another tremendous impact upon his jaw. Accompanied by a spray of blood, Monka was sent flying, only to be struck in the groin by an icy projectile mid-air, plummeting into the sea several dozen meters away, unconscious. The waltz staff, the shattering dominance, and the dazzling projectile, accompanied by the sanguine mist of blood roses inflicting hemorrhagic damage. What is it that makes our battle mage so formidable? It is nothing but the seamless execution of combos, though the final dazzling projectile does seem rather unchivalrous, causing the entire naval crew to squirm in their seats. Ha ha ha, little girl, quite impressive, Cap exclaimed, praising Yi Qingxian as she effortlessly dispatched Monka with a series of strikes. Hee hee, old man. Your napping skills are commendable too, Yi Qingxian retorted playfully, wielding her staff. Ha ha ha, intriguing. Bring that iron-jawed fellow aboard. We shall return to headquarters. Yes, sir, Cap commanded, and several naval soldiers echoed in unison. Well, the lad with the sword, it appears you are aware of Luffy's background. Given your capabilities, the fact that Luffy can leave unscathed, I shall owe you this favor. Once the Navy dispersed, Cap spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. Old man, please, do not say that. My brother is also on your grandson's ship. They have their aspirations, and we too must bear our responsibilities, mustn't we? After joining the Navy, I hope you will take good care of me. Indeed, that is only natural. Wait, you wish to join the Navy? Cap, who had been composed, responded with astonishment as if he had heard an earth-shattering revelation. Yes, the life of a noble is far too mundane. The affairs of the sea are much more engaging, Yin Qing replied with a smile. Have you lost your senses? Why abandon a comfortable noble life to join the Navy and risk life and death? Did I not mention? The sea is far more interesting. Interesting? Merely a game of chase among sycophants and rogues. Sigh, one grows old and begins to speak nonsense. Enough of this. Since you desire to join the Navy, once we reach headquarters, I shall introduce you to a few capable individuals. Consider it a repayment of your favor. Cap's expression suddenly turned somewhat melancholic. Old man, when it comes to capable individuals, how many in the entire Navy can compare to you? Including my sister and these two, there are 4 of us. Why not be more accommodating and guide us together? Yin Qing gestured towards the upright and saluting KB and Barumabur. Upon hearing that Yin Qing wanted naval hero Cap to mentor him, KB's face flushed with excitement. Barumabur, on the other hand, looked utterly perplexed. When did I say I wanted to join the Navy? Wait, don't drag me into this. Cut it out. I am too old to guide you in anything. Cap replied, showing no signs of yielding, prompting Yin Qing to relent. 2 days later, the warship returned to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. While Monka was escorted by others to Justice Island for trial, ultimately destined for the deep-sea prison. After successfully completing the handover, the 4 of them followed Cap into the fortress of the headquarters. Gazing at the imposing and magnificent fortress building, adorned with the bold letters of the Navy, KB and Barumabur stood in awe, struck by the sheer grandeur. It's truly spectacular. Although it is not recruitment season, since you were brought here by Vice Admiral Cap. Where do you suggest I be assigned? Ah, these 2 little ones, following the usual protocol, shall start as aides. As for the 2 of them, let us bestow upon them the rank of major, albeit without command, allowing them to accompany Guillaume. In the recruitment office, Admiral Carp lounged comfortably on the sofa, casually tossing a handful of sunbae into his mouth. This, granting them direct major status, I fear. They belong to the Garcia family, and it seems they are merely here to indulge in life's experiences, possibly to abandon it at any moment without care. Seeking Sengoku would yield the same result. I see. Then, very well. Upon learning of their noble lineage, the naval officer responsible for registration ceased his reservations and began the recording process. At that moment, a tall figure entered the recruitment office. Carp, I heard from the marshal that you arranged work for them right after your return. Chapter 60, Sister Peach Rabbit. The Straw Hat Crew's first adventure, Guillaume. Your information network is quite impressive, indeed. Haha. Upon entering the room, a group of naval soldiers stood at attention, saluting in unison. Carry on with your duties. The newcomer waved a hand dismissively, then turned to scrutinize Yin Qing and Yi Qingxian. Yin Qing was also appraising the visitor. Before him stood the renowned Guillaume Vice Admiral, known by the codename Peach Rabbit, a rare beauty among the ranks of naval officers. Draped in the justice cloak of a naval commander, she wore a tight-fitting pink bodysuit that seemed ready to burst at the seams. accompanied by exceedingly short shorts that served little purpose. A black spider tattoo adorned her thigh, and her face was lightly made up, with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Her voluptuous figure, complemented by the tattoo and beauty mark, radiated an alluring charm that was impossible to overlook. Even Yin Qing, well-versed in the world, could not help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable. Are these the two little ones?" As a vice admiral skilled in the arts of the geisha, her judgment of people was astoundingly precise. She dismissed the nervous and somewhat awkward demeanor of Kabi and Balumeb, which was entirely incongruous with nobility. Instead, her focus was on the poised and elegant young man and the beautiful girl beside him, clearly her targets for this mission. The reason Karp chose her to mentor Yin Qing and his companion was precisely because of her social finesse. She excelled in navigating various interpersonal dynamics, including those with nobility. If it were Karp or anyone else, they would likely only manage to handle obedient individuals like Kabi, but would struggle with the aristocracy. Karp's consideration of this aspect indicated that he did not view Yin Qing and the others as part of his own camp to be nurtured, recognizing the inherent social divide. "To be my disciple requires more than mere words," Peach Rabbit declared as she approached Yin Qing and his companion, suddenly exuding a formidable aura that pressed down upon them. Could this be Conqueror's Haki? Yet, why were the others unaffected? This was Yin Qing's first encounter with the power dynamics of the pirate world, leaving him somewhat uncertain. He recalled that in the original narrative, Conqueror's Haki was an indiscriminate force. Under the weight of her imposing presence, he instinctively flicked his thumb to unleash a half-inch of the luminous bullet, releasing a sharp blade of intent to counter her pressure. Yi Qingxian also activated her passive skill, Indomitable Will. "Impressive potential," Peach Rabbit remarked, pleased with their responses as she retracted her aura. "Since this is a request from Karp, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept. However, let it be known that I am quite strict, Yuan." Peach Rabbit's slightly coy voice sent shivers down Yin Qing's spine. Considering she was likely nearing 40 years of age, he inwardly chastised himself for his earlier thoughts. "Ahem, of course, I look forward to your guidance, Teacher Peach Rabbit," he said respectfully, setting aside his noble status to address her in the manner befitting a student. "Ah, but do not address me as teacher. Call me Sister Peach Bunny, understood?" "All right, Sister Peach Bunny. Little Emily, can you endure this?" "What is there to endure?" Yi Qingxian pouted. Very well, very well. So remember to gather at the training ground to the north tomorrow morning," said Jiyuan, waving goodbye to Karp before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Luffy and his two companions floated aimlessly on their small wooden boat, adrift due to their hunger rendering them too weak to row. "That is not true. It's not just one meal missed. I'm starving after 4 or 5 meals," Guolei lamented, leaning over the side of the boat with a look of despair. "Are all you nobles this delicate?" "It's only been 2 days," Zoro grumbled, but just as he spoke, his own stomach grumbled in protest. "Let us eat that bird." At that moment, Luffy spotted a small bird flying overhead. "From this distance, how can we catch it?" Guolei glanced up and then slumped back down, exhausted. "Watch me. Gum Gum Rocket." Luffy stretched out his arms towards the mast and, using the elasticity, soared into the sky. "Whoa, you can do that. Hurry, bring it down so I can taste it." "Huh? Help." Luffy's cry for help echoed as it turned out that the seemingly small bird was actually a massive creature nearly 10 meters long. After Luffy launched himself upward, the enormous bird clamped its beak onto his head and flew away. "Good grief, the captain just set sail and is already gone. We must pursue." Zoro and Guolei each grabbed a paddle and began to row vigorously in the direction the bird had flown. "Hey, Slowpoke, can you steer straight?" Upon discovering that Guolei was only 19 but looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s, Zoro had taken to calling him mature boy. "Can you paddle faster, Seaweed Head?" "Haven't you eaten?" "Who are you calling Seaweed Head? Don't you know whether I've eaten or not?" When the two finally arrived at a small island after chasing the giant bird, it had vanished from sight. "Hey, did I just hear cannon fire?" Zoro inquired. "It seems so. Could it be Luffy firing the cannon?" "Let us go check it out," Zoro declared, turning to run in the opposite direction. "No, it's this way. Your sense of direction is absurd." With Guolei leading the way, they followed the sound and eventually located the source. At that moment, Luffy was tightly bound and trapped in a cage, with a cannon pointed directly at him. A girl with orange hair gripped the cannon's fuse with both hands. Her expression filled with anguish. It appears the captain isn't firing the cannon. Rather, he is the target, Guole remarked, shading his eyes with his hand. Enough chatter. Let us rescue him. In the scene stood the girl with orange hair, who would become the future navigator, Nami. She pilfered the treasures and navigational charts of the buggy pirates and was relentlessly pursued. By chance, Luffy rescued her upon his arrival at the island. Subsequently, she feigned capture according to her scheme and returned to the buggy pirates. To test Nami, Buggy commanded her to ignite the cannon and fire upon Luffy. However, Nami, unable to bear the thought, extinguished the lit fuse with her hand. When Zoro and Guole arrived, they witnessed this critical moment. Due to Nami's actions, Buggy immediately ordered his subordinates to slay her. Just as the situation grew dire, Zoro arrived and intercepted all the rushing pirates. "Captain, what are you up to now?" Guole queried, approaching Luffy and shattering the iron cage with a punch, simultaneously aiding in freeing Luffy. "Ah, splendid. You finally made it." Zoro, Mike, Luffy exhaled in relief, having been quite tense moments before, nearly struck by cannon fire. "Oh, you are the bounty hunter, Zoro. If I kill you, my name will resonate throughout the seas," Buggy declared, brandishing 2 daggers with a grin. "Is that so?" "I think not," Zoro retorted disdainfully. Buggy? What a coincidence. I know another fellow named Buggy, though he seems to be deaf. It appears I have quite the connection with those named Buggy, Guole exclaimed, recalling something with a hint of surprise. "And who might you be?" Buggy inquired, perplexed as he turned to Guole. "Speaking of renown, slaying this fellow may yield greater acclaim than killing me. After all, he is of noble birth," Guole suggested. "Wow, Seaweed Head, you really sold me out." Zoro was taken aback. "Ahahaha, no matter. Killing all of you will hasten my fame," Buggy declared, lunging forward with his daggers. Despite the chaos, Zoro would never allow Buggy to harm his comrades. He swiftly turned and cleaved Buggy in 2 with ease. "Is this guy truly that weak?" Zoro pondered, when suddenly Guole's voice echoed from behind him. "Seaweed Head, you owe me a life." To Zoro's astonishment, Buggy, who should have been severed, was not dead. His lower half lay on the ground, while his upper half floated in the air, a dagger clutched in a hand that had separated from his body, poised to stab Zoro in the waist. Yet, Guole seized the hand. Due to not activating his golden body in time, the dagger still grazed Guole's palm, drawing a few drops of blood. "You scoundrel," Zoro remarked, touched to see Guole bleed, though he refrained from uttering any thanks. Such sentiments were too sentimental among comrades. "Oh dear, how touching. But, ouch, that hurts, let go." Buggy attempted to deliver some intimidating remarks, yet Guole had captured the flying hand, twisting the fingers before forcefully pinning it to the ground. "Ha ha ha, this guy's body is quite peculiar," Luffy laughed heartily. "You're one to talk. Your body is rather strange as well," Nami quipped from the side. "Machi, Kabaji, dispose of them." "Ah, it's broken, stop stepping on it." With a resounding shout from Buggy, a white-haired man riding a lion and a black-haired man on a unicycle entered the arena. They were none other than the combatants of the buggy pirates, the beast tamer Machi and the acrobat Kabaji. Chapter 61. The majestic training and trials at sea with the same sword. That Zoro shall be entrusted to me. The acrobat Kabaji drew his sword and advanced towards Zoro. "Then this fellow is mine," said Leaky, sensing the scent of blood emanating from him, already thirsting for the taste. The beast tamer Machi had his sights set on Guole. Guole's wounds had healed under the effects of the despair virus, yet blood still lingered on his hands, the metallic scent enticing the lion beneath him. With their opponents assigned, both rushed forth towards their targets. It was only at this moment that Buggy found the opportunity to retract his hand, glaring at his severely deformed fingers, his anger boiling over. "Machi, have that fellow's hand bitten off for me," he shouted in exasperation. "Understood, Captain," Machi replied, intensifying the control over his lion. "Hey, Renault's guy. Your opponent is me." Nearby, Luffy, feeling restless now that his crew had found their adversaries, chimed in. "Did you just call me red-nosed?" Buggy's expression darkened immediately. His nose, resembling that of a clown, made him particularly sensitive to any mention of the term. "Ah, Aren't you the red-nosed one? Big and bright red. Ha ha ha. Ya seeking death. Buggy lunged at Luffy with a dagger, but Luffy nimbly evaded. Instantly, the six of them were entangled in a chaotic brawl. However, the skirmish did not last long. Three-sword style, demon slash. Indestructible, super large bounty. Oo sugwa e, gwomugwo moku pishitri. With three loud shouts. The battle came to an abrupt end. Defeating the beast tamer Machi, the rewards were settled. The notification from the Reincarnation Tower echoed in Guile's ears. Salted Pork had guessed correctly. Aside from the rewards for participating in events, additional rewards were granted for defeating significant plot characters. Half of the team's future now rests with me. Naval Headquarters. You, Un-chan, your talent is indeed formidable. In just a few days, you have mastered the 6 styles and have begun to grasp both armament hockey and observation hockey. Among those I know, you are the fastest. The fastest? Sister Toharu. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Well, don't overthink it. You truly are the fastest. Sister Toharu, what about me? Little Emily is quite impressive as well. But your talent is more inclined towards observation hockey, so there is no need to overly pursue armament and iron block techniques. Yu Qingxian's talent is indeed commendable. In just a few days, she learned the shave, moonwalk, and paper drawing techniques of the 6 styles. And her mastery of observation hockey surpasses Yin Qing's by a considerable margin. However, she has yet to awaken her armament hockey. One must note that Yin Qing possesses the advantage of a critical hit talent boost. Although the Reincarnation Tower has not provided a notification, given her rate of progress, even he finds it hard to believe there are no hidden critical bonuses at play. Very well, let us conclude the first stage of our training here. The strength we have acquired must ultimately be utilized in practical combat to foster progress. Intelligence reports indicate that the clique pirates encountered the warlord Mihawk shortly after entering the Grand Line, resulting in the decimation of a significant portion of their fleet. They have since retreated to the vicinity of the Baratai Sea restaurant, and the headquarters has dispatched Lieutenant Hoppity to apprehend them. You should proceed there to see if there is any assistance you can offer. As a major in the headquarters, I acknowledge that my title is somewhat inflated due to noble connections. Nonetheless, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. The weather is splendid, with the sun shining warmly and the occasional seagull gliding across the sky. Yin Qing stands at the bow of the ship, adorned in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice, a sword held firmly in his left hand, the sea breeze causing his cloak to billow dramatically. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian reclines languidly on a deck chair in the rear, sipping juice while absently toying with a blood mist rose. This battleship is rather inefficient. It is far too slow. Why don't you push from behind? How dare you speak to the captain in such a manner? Were it not for your remarkable talents, I might question who truly deserves the title of captain. What audacity! Such treachery might one day need to be quelled when the time is ripe. The two often engage in playful banter, and Yin Qing does not take it to heart but instead articulates his earlier thoughts. The duration of this mission is too brief, and we have many more matters to attend to thereafter. Relying solely on the battleship would only tire us excessively. Thus, let us commence with our preparations. As a plume of smoke dissipates, 10 crows materialize, circling around Yin Qing. He then activates his soul authority, imbuing the 10 crows with his own soul mark, granting him the ability to remotely control their actions. Finally, he issues directives for the crows to fly to various destinations. What are you doing? Releasing spirit beasts? No, I am sending them to explore the map. Explore the map? And then what? Then, report. Major Ewan, Major Emily, we are approaching the Baratai Sea restaurant. But according to the lookout, there seems to have been a battle ahead. Shall we continue forward? Suddenly, a short figure with pink hair rushes over to report. It is Kobe. Given the rare opportunity to set sail, Yin Qing had requested Kobe and Barumaber from Captain Carp, intending to broaden their horizons. To qualify for boarding, they have been promoted from deckhands to third-class soldiers. Consequently, Kobe's gratitude towards Yin Qing has deepened, placing him in the same regard as his mentor, Captain Carp. We are here to engage in combat, so we must certainly advance. Understood. After Kobe departs, Yin Qing chooses not to revisit the previous topic but instead takes a few steps forward, shielding his eyes as he gazes into the distance. It appears we have arrived late. Has the battle already concluded? Yi Qingxian approaches, mirroring his posture as she inquires. Not quite. The majority of the plot has merely unfolded. As long as there is fighting, I have devised numerous combos lately. Upon hearing those words, Yin Qing couldn't help but shudder. During the training exercises at the naval headquarters, whether due to the nature of the combat techniques or the intentionality of this particular class beauty, every combination of moves had been aimed squarely at the lower routes. Coupled with her exceptional observation hockey, a mere backflip could very well land precisely in front of the opponent's staff, which was poised to strike upward. The sensation. At this moment, at the Baratai Sea restaurant, aside from the establishment itself, other vessels had suffered varying degrees of damage, with some reduced to mere fragments. Amidst a collection of floating deck debris, two figures were engaged in combat. It was none other than Zoro, challenging the formidable Mihawk. Due to the vast disparity in their strengths, Mihawk nonchalantly parried Zoro's full-force assault, wielding nothing more than a small dagger. Ultimately, upon recognizing the gap between them, Mihawk effortlessly thrust his dagger into Zoro's chest, while Zoro, in honor of a swordsman's dignity, chose to endure the attack head-on. Young man, commendable swordsmanship. I, Mihawk, acknowledge you. Chapter 62, The First Encounter with Hawkeye, Duel of Swordsman. Hawkeye unsheathed his formidable black blade, Knight, and with a single stroke, he felled Zoro, demonstrating a commendable level of respect for his adversary. Nonetheless, out of a sense of appreciation for talent, he tempered his strike, sparing Zoro's life. Zoro, Captain, should I go up and give him a couple of solid punches? But I must warn you, I believe that would only suffice for him to deliver one more blow. Guole swallowed hard as he beheld the disproportionately large black blade in Hawkeye's grasp. Although my strength matches his, their newly recruited sharpshooter, Usopp, was blabbering nonsensically. Get him. Before Usopp could finish, an irate Luffy bellowed and leaped forward, only to be effortlessly sidestepped by Hawkeye, sending Luffy crashing into the rear deck. He can dodge. That shouldn't be a problem. Observing Hawkeye's restraint, Guole felt reassured and transformed into a golden figure, charging ahead. Interesting physique. Let me test it with a strike. Perhaps due to the unique treatment of reincarnators in this alternate world, Hawkeye evaded Luffy's advance and instead raised his black blade towards Guole. Whoa. Buzz. The black blade descended diagonally, slicing from Guole's left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood sprang forth as he plunged into the sea. Impressive defense. Is that the power of a devil fruit? Hawkeye had calculated precisely. His intent was to deliver a strike deep enough to expose bone, yet it merely left Guole with a grievous wound, prompting a curious click of his tongue. Mike. Just emerging from the water, Luffy's rage intensified upon witnessing Guole's plight. Are you their ally? Rest assured, they are unharmed. I appreciate your respect for the duel between swordsmen. Although Luffy was not currently wearing his straw hat, Hawkeye could discern him from 800 meters away, recognizing the iconic hat without vocalizing it. Luffy's straw hat, was it merely a hat? It was a token from his dear friend, a testament to their bond, and in truth, a safeguard for the future worth billions. They're fine. Luffy, perplexed by Hawkeye's words, gazed towards the surface of the sea. There. He observed Zoro being aided aboard a small boat by his two companions, spouting declarations of his resolve never to lose again before he became the world's greatest swordsman. Meanwhile, Mike gradually surfaced, his surroundings stained with blood, yet the wounds on his chest were healing, illuminated by a radiant glow. Captain, next time, I want him to strike me 100 times. Guole echoed Zoro's grand proclamation. Luffy, while the sentiment was undoubtedly fervent, it felt somewhat peculiar. Guole didn't dwell on it. He recalled Yin Qing's words. To follow and integrate into the main group, one must consistently engage in their camaraderie, a bond of self-sacrifice and solidarity. A statement like this could surely uplift their spirits for an entire day. Oh, he can float. And it seems it's not due to a devil fruit. Moreover, his recovery is remarkably swift. Let me try a few more strikes. Hawkeye tightened his grip on the black blade, preparing to deliver additional blows. Upon hearing those words, Guole felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself, as if he had failed to grasp the essence of what Yin Ba had conveyed. As a reincarnator, Was he truly so idle as to chatter aimlessly? No. Mike is my comrade. I shall not allow you to inflict harm upon him. Luffy, perceiving that Hawkeye seemed genuinely inclined to strike, immediately rushed forward to interpose himself between the two. Just as tensions mounted, a colossal blade of light, stretching 100 meters, suddenly cleaved toward Hawkeye from the distance. Yet, Hawkeye appeared to sense it beforehand, effortlessly parrying the attack with his sword. Senior Mihawk, I apologize for the inconvenience my inept brother has caused you. But might I request a moment of your respite to educate him myself? A robust voice accompanied a naval ship emblazoned with a seagull insignia as it approached from afar. The Navy? Brother? This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Hawkeye glanced at Guole, who was floating on the sea, then turned his attention toward the naval vessel, murmuring softly, "Are these two truly siblings? How could they resemble each other in no discernible way?" As the warship drew within 100 meters, Hawkeye spoke once more. "Was that last strike you're doing? When did the Navy produce such a remarkable swordsman?" Naval Lieutenant Garcia Ewan. "That was merely a trivial display of skill, Senior Mihawk." "Please do not mock me," Yanqing replied with a slight bow. Hawkeye had effortlessly neutralized the full force of his earlier strike, and Yanqing realized he was no match for Hawkeye at this moment. According to the strength ratings of the Reincarnation Tower, Hawkeye undoubtedly belonged to the A-grade echelon of combat prowess, far beyond his capabilities. The previous exchange, while seemingly comparable, was merely a demonstration of his readiness to exert his full strength against a mere reflexive defense from his opponent. The disparity between them was akin to a chasm of 10,000 miles. "This fellow who can transform into gold is your brother?" He is a disgrace to our Garcia family. Nevertheless, he remains a member of our clan. Might I request, Senior Mihawk, that you show him some leniency and allow me to educate him? His affairs are of little consequence. However, you did draw your sword against me just now, did you not? If so, are you prepared for battle?" Yanqing, "What? I merely wished to make a stylish entrance. It was not meant to escalate." Coughs Senior Mihawk, "As a noble and now a member of the Navy, and you being a warlord of the sea, isn't it ill-advised for us to engage in combat?" "Noble? Navy? No, I am a swordsman. And you are a swordsman as well. This is a duel between swordsmen." Hawkeye brandished his sword with a swift gesture, his gaze piercing as he regarded Yanqing. "By the sword, do the people of Sakura country not distinguish between blades and swords? This is a blade, after all. Then, shall we exchange a few strikes to show our intent, without harming our camaraderie?" Sensing the overwhelming battle intent and aura emanating from Hawkeye, Yanqing realized there was no escaping this confrontation and could only seek to ease the tense atmosphere with words. "That depends on whether I find it enjoyable." "Damn. Then let us fight." With both his noble and naval identities laid bare, Yanqing was resolute that Hawkeye would not truly be able to slay him today. However, Hawkeye is a person who places great importance on the sense of ritual. When it comes to a duel of swordsmen, it must be a true clash of blades. Otherwise, one cannot guarantee that the opponent will adhere to the principles of martial ethics. In order to confine the battle within this scope, Yanqing has no intention of employing abilities unrelated to swords, such as shadow clones or fire release. This is a perfect opportunity for him to test the new powers he has acquired after mastering Haki. "Senior Mihawk, I shall draw my sword." With his right hand resting on the blade, Yanqing unsheathed it with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, simultaneously unleashing a 100-meter-long arc of blade light that sliced through the air towards Hawkeye. While the momentum was overwhelming, the force behind it fell short. Hawkeye, with a single hand, swung his black sword, Yoru, releasing a green blade aura that met Yanqing's massive sword light head-on. With a resounding boom, the collision of their blades sent visible shockwaves rippling outward, toppling weaker pirates to the ground. Who is this naval major? How can he contend with the world's foremost swordsman to such an extent? Did he not just mention his name? Garcia Ewan, and apparently he is of noble descent. Garcia? I have heard of this nobleman, but I am unfamiliar with the surname Ewan. Such formidable strength is truly terrifying. It seems we have produced a dragon from the East Sea. Chapter 63. The Trendsetter, Sovereign of the East Sea among a horde of lackluster pirates. An inconspicuous figure wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't this supposed to be the lazy squad? Wasn't the idea to remain unambitious? Yet here he was, a reincarnator on the third tier. The one wrestling with a torrent of bewilderment was none other than the previously solitary reincarnator, Tianming. He had hurried through tumultuous seas, narrowly escaping the jaws of sea kings on numerous occasions, and finally arrived at Baratai, successfully engaging in the events outlined in the strategy. At first, everything unfolded as planned, and he found himself engrossed in the spectacle. However, when he spotted the reincarnator named Bian Lao, a sophomore, he sensed something amiss. Wasn't he supposed to join the Navy? How did he end up here? And what of the other two? When the familiar sight of a colossal sword materialized, and the 8th level Tempest clashed with the so-called swordsman not to be trifled with from the strategy, Tianming was utterly dumbfounded. Had he unwittingly missed something significant? Was this perhaps a powerful figure accompanying a low-level account? They had indeed mentioned bringing him along. How vexing. While Tianming wallowed in his frustration, Yanqing had already prepared for a second strike. Truly, as the world's foremost swordsman, even a casual attack exuded such formidable power. Let us see how this fares. Yanqing propelled himself from the deck, executing a moonwalk and a shave to instantaneously land 10 meters away from Mihawk. Armament hockey, chilling cold. A blade of intense black light, roughly 10 meters in length, sliced downward. This was a technique Yanqing had developed after mastering the armament hockey and integrating it with the 6 techniques of cold pride. By enveloping the blade's aura with hockey, the technique's potency surged exponentially. However, to maximize the effectiveness of the hockey, the distance had to be curtailed to 10 meters. This move exhibited some finesse. Mihawk shifted from one hand to two, his imposing presence intensifying as he countered with an even more potent green blade aura clashing against the black light. The shockwave from this confrontation toppled even the more formidable pirates, while the weaker ones were sent flying. The already precarious deck beneath Mihawk disintegrated under the strain, exploding into fragments. Fortunately, his footing was steadfast. He balanced precariously on 2 splintered boards, performing a split in midair, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the sea. Albeit the wide stance ultimately left him exposed to the relentless waves. Yanqing nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Mihawk's split, but he managed to maintain his composure. Otherwise, he might have wept upon this ocean until dawn. As the momentum of the blades dissipated, he gracefully retreated, landing on a section of the deck beside Guole, while Mihawk, seizing the opportunity, leapt to another deck. Senior Mihawk, what splendid agility! To ease the awkwardness and dispel any suspicions regarding his knowledge of Mihawk's trendsetting status, Yanqing promptly showered him with earnest flattery. In the realm of compliments, it seems, nothing transcends the art of praise. Mihawk maintained an outward calm, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, no one had noticed? This was somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps moving about would hasten the process? Besides, if he were to be active, no one would pay heed to such details, right? This time, it was my turn to launch an attack. After a thorough analysis, he ultimately resolved to launch an offensive, one that would be flamboyant and elusive, weaving left and right with agility. A swordsman must not only contend with sword intent, but also with swordsmanship. Let me witness your technique. In the next moment, Hawkeye executed a grand leap, elegantly spinning 720 degrees in midair, landing with a swift lunge, darting left and right, eliciting cheers from the surrounding pirates. Such astonishing speed. Truly worthy of the title of a warlord of the sea. This manner of movement not only disrupts the enemy's judgment of his offensive trajectory, but also ensures his own maneuverability. It is indeed impressive. Yanqing, however, discerned his opponent's strategy at a glance, utilizing rapid movements to evade effectively. Although Hawkeye's assault was advancing in an unusual direction, the title of the world's greatest swordsman is not bestowed lightly. His swordsmanship is undeniably exquisite, embodying techniques such as leveraging force and simplifying complexity amidst grand motions. Moreover, to maximize the efficacy of his evasive maneuvers, both his movement and attack speed escalated significantly. Initially, Yanqing relied on his observation hockey and the numerous techniques he had studied, combined with the intricate applications of the 6 techniques from the frosty cold 6 forms, barely managing to hold his ground. However, As the speed intensified, he found it increasingly difficult to keep pace. It was imperative to unleash all his abilities, lest he face dire consequences. Sensing Yanqing's limits, Hawkeye offered a good-natured reminder, suggesting a hint of leniency. Then I shall not hold back. Gate of Spectacle, open. Reckless assault. In an instant, green steam erupted from Yanqing, his eyes transforming into a blood-red shuriken. His presence surged, far mightier than before. Quite a variety of tricks, Hawkeye remarked, maintaining his relentless assault while finding a moment to compliment. You flatter me. Under the influence of his enhancements, Yanqing's movements quickened, with observation haki predicting attacks, the Sharingan amplifying his dynamic vision, and the six gates augmenting his speed and strength. He no longer contemplated techniques. It was simply about speed, faster, ever faster. When velocity reaches a certain threshold, one can pierce the opponent's throat with a single thrust. Why bother with elaborate flourishes? Gradually, Hawkeye found himself struggling to keep up with Yanqing. His black blade, Yuru, was too long, proving disadvantageous in close combat, and he narrowly avoided several strikes from Yanqing. This is where I draw the line. I have had my fill. Sensing that he had sufficiently evaded, Hawkeye retreated, sheathing Yuru on his back. Today has been quite enjoyable, encountering a legacy of an old friend, a swordsman of immense potential, and a fascinating young man. This journey has not been in vain. With that, he leapt onto his small boat, drifting away into the distance. Farewell, Master Mihawk, may we meet again. Yanqing dispelled all enhancements, sheathed his sword with a smile, and waved goodbye before turning to the gathering pirates and the chefs of the sea restaurant. As the instigator of this incident, Crick, having witnessed Hawkeye's prowess, ultimately lacked the courage to execute his original plan of eliminating Hawkeye. However, his inaction did not deter Yanqing from seizing the opportunity presented by this walking reward. So, Mr. Crick, will you don the shackles willingly? Or shall I compel you to wear them? Yanqing inquired, his gaze fixed on Crick, adorned in golden armor. Don shackles? Humph, you are but a mere major. I am the sovereign of the East Sea, Admiral Crick. Your strength is commendable, but I am no mere plaything. Are you suggesting that I must be made to wear them by force? Chapter 64. The arrival of the small flying shield and the observation of the color of observation haki. The atmosphere in the arena, which had just begun to ease, once again grew tense. The captain of the Crick pirate crew, Akin, and the combat member, Barrow, instinctively positioned themselves beside Crick, preparing for a direct confrontation with the Navy. 3 reincarnation points, you say? What a coincidence. A fight is about to break out. Yanqing appeared to be murmuring to himself, yet he was actually summoning Guolei and Yi Qingxian through his communicator. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingxian, who had been watching the unfolding drama from the deck of a nearby warship, shook her uniquely designed red cloak and gracefully flew over. Guolei then emerged from the sea, brandishing a dagger he had inexplicably procured, licking the blade with a mischievous grin. Speak up, who are we targeting? You'll handle that heavily armored fellow. Yanqing indicated towards Barrow, a member of the Crick pirate crew. That guy looks like a tank. Shouldn't he, as an assassin, be dealing with mages or the like? Guolei questioned, puzzled. Is there a mage on the opposing side? Not at all. Hence, your task is to entangle that tank and prevent him from disrupting our output. This is also one of the assassin's duties. Understood, disruption. Dismantling the enemy formation. Precisely. All right. Leave it to me. Excellent. The deception is complete. Qingxian, you take care of that captain with the hat. Okay. Yi Qingxian was less concerned about specifics. She was simply eager to practice her combo moves, indifferent to her target. With the assignments made, Yanqing took the lead, not drawing his sword nor activating any abilities. Instead, he simply delivered a powerful punch to the shattered deck in front of the 3 opponents. His intention was clear, to divide the battlefield. Allowing each to showcase their strengths, those learning to tank would do so, while those practicing combos could focus on that. After all, if it came to a serious fight, the entire Crick pirate crew would hardly withstand a single strike from Yanqing. As he anticipated, the 3 opponents scattered in different directions. Guolei faced Barrow, who was adorned with shields, and instinctively retrieved his own vibranium shield from his spatial pocket upon seeing Barrow's peculiar appearance. Damn it, it's just a shield. Who doesn't he have one? Oh, you also wield a shield? Interesting, but yours is far too small to compare with mine. With a resounding thud, Barrow struck his massive shield with the shields on his hands, producing a sound of solid collision. What of its size? This is a flying shield. Goulet had witnessed how Steve employed such a shield in battle, calculating the angle and force with precision. He tossed the shield, which could knock over 4 or 5 opponents and return to him. Though he had never practiced it, he was capable of imitating the technique. Here comes the small flying shield. Take this, you fool. With narrowed eyes, Goulet aimed carefully before transforming into his golden form, launching the shield with all his might. His mastery of internal energy granted him physical enhancements, and combined with the power of his golden form, the force behind the throw was considerable. Barrow, seeing this unusual use of a shield as a projectile for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "Why not just throw a dart instead if you have that kind of skill?" Uncertain of the opponent's tactics and strength, he boldly raised his shield, preparing to test the waters. With a resounding clash, the shields collided. Barrow was propelled backward by the immense force his shield had scathed, but Goulet's shield, due to the angle, did not return but instead struck an unfortunate pirate spectating nearby, crashing onto the deck. A commendable display of strength, yet it could not harm me. I have never spilled a single drop. Coughed before Barrow could finish his sentence, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. That blow had evidently inflicted internal injuries. Oh no. Barrow is furious. We must flee, lest we suffer the consequences. The members of the clique pirates, witnessing Barrow's bloodshed, immediately scattered in disarray. Those who were oblivious to the truth were left bewildered. Were they truly afraid of their superior's blood splattering onto them? What an overreaction. If that is the case, then I shall incinerate everything here. With that, Barrow's shield suddenly unleashed fierce flames, igniting the deck of the Baratai restaurant beneath him. Ha ha ha, let us see how you handle this. The roaring flames rapidly engulfed the entire deck, and only then did everyone comprehend the situation, the intense heat forcing them to retreat, none daring to approach. Sanji, observing the fire's escalating ferocity and fearing it would ultimately consume the entire floating restaurant, prepared to step forward and use his legs to resolve the crisis. How fortuitous. I am well versed in this. Amidst the expressions of shock, Goulet's golden form shimmered with a crimson glow, charging into the flames. Hey, you hulking figure. Don't be rash. You'll be scorched alive, Sanji exclaimed, but before he could finish, Goulet had vanished into the inferno. What a noble giant. Willing to sacrifice himself for our restaurant. Burn, you who dared to make me bleed. This is your fate. Barrow reveled in the pride of the flames he had unleashed, when suddenly, a burly man emerged from the fire, seizing him in a tight embrace. Help. It's hot, hot, hot. No. The searing heat of the inferno radiated from Goulet, instantly melting Barrow's shield into 2 glowing discs of iron. Fortunately, the shield was easy to remove. In the nick of time, Barrow hurriedly shed it and leaped away, the flames gradually extinguishing. What is happening? The arsonist burned by his own fire? Amidst the haze, Sanji was left puzzled. Before Barrow could gather his wits, Goulet's formidable golden physique loomed before him. Smack! Teeth flew as Barrow met his demise. Meanwhile, as Goulet confronted Barrow, Yi Qingxian activated her observation haki, simultaneously employing the Marine 6 style through, executing a blood mist rose thrust towards Akin. As the combat captain of the clique pirates, Akin's strength was indeed formidable. At the outset, upon discovering that his opponent was a charming girl with an alluring figure, he couldn't help but feel a pang of chivalry, prompting him to hold back. He brandished his eastern staff, narrowly deflecting the incoming strike of her wand. Based on his prior experience, he anticipated that after such a parry, a sweeping attack would inevitably follow. However, to his surprise, she lunged directly forward. The thrust carried an unexpected force, leading him to be sent flying, leaving his defenses wide open. In disbelief, he thought, this combat technique is unusual. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the ground. According to traditional fighting principles, the next move should have been a hammer strike, which he planned to block. With both hands raised, he crossed his eastern staff in defense, yet, to his astonishment, she executed a horizontal sweep instead. Once again, his predictions faltered. and he received a brutal blow to the jaw, losing several teeth in the process. What the hell? She's not adhering to the established patterns. Theoretically, the next strike should have been a hammer blow, yet given her disregard for convention, he opted for a sweep defense. He positioned his staff horizontally at his sides, attempting to guard against the anticipated sweep. However, to his utter shock, she delivered a hammer strike. 2 heavy blows, in fact. The blood-red mist erupted as the strikes connected with his head, triggering a critical hit. I can't believe this. I must treat this girl with the same ferocity. With blood streaming down his face and a splitting headache, he shook off the daze but stood firm, finding it absurd that he had hesitated simply because she was a girl. Resolving to abandon his mercy, he prepared for a full-on assault. Yet, the nature of combat meant that each strike generated vibrant energy projectiles. The flurry of strikes he had just endured allowed Yuqing to accumulate a significant amount of energy, which now erupted in a spectacular display of ice and fire, light and darkness. The sensation was, Chapter 65, The Arrest is Complete, a Personal Vendetta Bang. Akin collapsed utterly. Captain Akin could not even retaliate. My mother once told me that the more beautiful a woman is, the more terrifying she becomes, and indeed. This was Yuqing's first real battle after exchanging her combat style and mastering observation haki. Unscathed, with a continuous series of strikes, she took him down in one fluid motion. The effectiveness of observation haki in predicting attacks was evident, which was the reason behind Akin's repeated defensive failures. The staff's combination attacks consumed stamina, while the damage was contingent upon strength attributes and skill application. The dazzling patterns drained mental energy, with damage relying on elemental and mental attributes. Yuqing's innate talent amplified elemental abilities, making her primary source of damage stem from the dazzling energy orbs. Haha. Have you come to understand the terror of me, the overlord of the East Sea, Admiral Crick? Even you can do naught but evade and flee. Clad in a gas mask, Crick was enveloped in swirling toxic fumes, and his armor intermittently unleashed bullets in attack, while Yuqing continuously evaded. The attention of the surrounding crowd remained fixated here, for this was the most formidable pirate fleet captain of the East Sea. After witnessing the terrifying duel of swordsmen, they initially thought Crick would be no match for this noble naval major, yet this major suddenly found himself in a predicament, darting about as if he dared not confront Crick head-on. Crick, under the misapprehension that Yuqing had exhausted his strength after such fierce strikes, believed he could only dodge against Crick's relentless onslaught. Mr. Crick, it seems you have misunderstood. I merely fear that should you fall first, your subordinates would scatter, making capture quite troublesome. As for now, Akin and Baru had already been brought down, and the remaining officers of the Crick pirate crew had been apprehended by KB, Barumub, and a host of other naval officers. With the crucial figures captured, there were no lingering worries. Dealing with a cunning adversary like Crick often required resorting to the most primal methods of combat. Buzz. Yuqing struck with precision, cleaving Crick's gas mask. What the? Crick did not anticipate such a maneuver and instinctively held his breath, but it was too late. As the mask shattered, he inhaled the very toxins he had emitted. To hunt geese daily only to have one peck out your eyes. Within moments, Crick's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Defeating Admiral Crick, the rewards have been calculated. The Reincarnation Tower confirmed Yuqing's suspicions. The Navy could indeed earn rewards for defeating notorious pirates or those with bounties. KB, shackle these miscreants and escort them back to headquarters. Yes, Major. KB saluted and hurried off with his team. Ha ha ha, Uncle Ewan. Upon seeing Yuqing from afar, Luffy waved enthusiastically. Oh, Straw Hat, we meet again, but I am now part of the Navy. If you do not flee, I shall be rather ruthless when the time comes. Yuqing patted the major insignia on his shoulder, responding with a smile. Hee hee, just a moment. I will bring the chef aboard, and we shall depart. Luffy playfully retorted, then turned and dashed towards Sanji. The strength of Uncle Ewan was not to be trifled with, and given the delicate nature of their relationships, it was prudent to avoid confrontation. However, before setting sail, it was imperative to secure their next essential companion, the chef. Throughout their journey thus far, they had suffered greatly from the consequences of inadequate provisions, enduring several days of hunger after only a few feasts. If they did not bring a chef aboard soon, it was unlikely they would last long enough to realize their dreams of piracy, let alone the ambition of becoming the Pirate King. Sanji, will you join me as my comrade? Huh? What nonsense is this? Who wants to be your comrade? Get away. Sanji was taken aback. Hearing Luffy's failed recruitment from afar, Yin Qing recognized that his interference was again the cause, depriving Luffy of the opportunity to perform his heartfelt appeals. And he felt compelled to assist once more. Hey, you with the blonde curls, are you part of the Straw Hat crew? No. I am the chef of the Baratai restaurant. What? The chef of the Straw Hat Pirates? Sanji, is this person hard of hearing? It's Baratai. Your closeness to the Straw Hat Kid raises suspicions. Don't move. I'll come over and apprehend you all. We can sort it out at Judicial Island. What the hell? Sanji stared incredulously at Luffy. Are you out of your mind? Ha ha ha. Let us hurry, or Uncle Yun will really handcuff you. Go where? I have no desire to be a pirate. My dream is to find all blue. Go ahead. As the two quarreled, Zeph, the owner of the Baratai restaurant who had saved Sanji's life, nurtured him, and taught him culinary skills and martial arts, spoke up. You have grown. It's time for you to pursue your dream. With tears in his eyes, Zeph tenderly ruffled Sanji's hair. You old man, take care of yourself. You too. Wait for my return. Sanji's eyes glistened with emotion. All right, hurry along. Although I have no idea who Blue is, I will certainly help you find it. Farewell. Chef Uncle. With a springing leap, Luffy pulled Sanji onto Zoro's small boat. Hey, Mike, we're off. Salt, shall I depart now? Guale, having just retrieved his shield, quietly inquired of Yin Qing. Today, I shall cleanse the shame of the Garcia family. Guale? Salt, act normally. You're making me a bit anxious. Guale looked at Yin Qing in utter bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Was it truly for the sake of strategy? They could whisper about it, and no one would hear. If it weren't for strategy, why escalate to such a degree? Guale was engulfed in endless speculation. Was it personal revenge? Too deep into the role? Before he could come to a conclusion, Yin Qing delivered a powerful punch to the shield he was holding, coating it with armament hockey in an instant. Embrace the power, my foolish brother. With a thunderous crash, Guale was sent flying like a shrimp, his body and shield propelled by a single punch, landing squarely on Luffy's small boat. Ugh, damn it, this is undeniable. It's personal revenge. Guale retched as his stomach churned, yet he also sensed the unique force emanating from the shield in that fleeting moment. Hey, big guy, does that Navy major know you? Sanji inquired curiously of Guale. Ugh, Uncle Ewan is Mike's brother, and the girl who defeated Akin is Mike's sister. They are all members of the Garcia family. Although they are nobility, they are quite amusing individuals. Guale was about to speak when Luffy chimed in with a smile on his behalf. Nobility? What an intriguing bunch. It suddenly dawned on him that he himself belonged to royalty. So that uncle with the sword is your brother? He's quite formidable, but compared to my 8,000 subordinates, he's still a bit lacking, Usopp boasted, oblivious to the incredulity around him. What? You have 8,000 subordinates? Sanji exclaimed, surprised. After all, Krieg, who had nearly destroyed their restaurant earlier, commanded only 5,000 men. Who exactly is the captain of this pirate crew? Naturally, back in the day. After listening for 2 minutes, Sanji found the claims increasingly absurd, and his expression darkened. You're just boasting, aren't you? Ha ha. Luffy's laughter indirectly confirmed his suspicions, causing a commotion on the ship. Farewell, Uncle Ewan. Once the small boat steadied, Luffy waved goodbye. Farewell. This time you got away quickly. But next time luck won't be on your side, Yin Qing declared, casually slashing at the small boat with a blade of light that spanned dozens of meters. However, rather than harming the vessel, the strike propelled it hundreds of meters away. Ha ha, understood. The surrounding Navy personnel pretended to gaze at the sky, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. This is utterly absurd. You clearly let them escape and even gave them a boost. Major and Major Emily valiantly battled against the Krieg pirates, successfully capturing Captain Krieg and several of his officers, only to exhaust their strength and helplessly watch as the Straw Hat crew narrowly evaded capture. What a pity. Indeed. Major Ewan, Major Emily, you have worked hard. The assembled Navy officers saluted in unison, acknowledging their understanding. Chapter 66. Initial Triumph. Akiji's hair at the Marine headquarters, within the residence of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Hello, Peach Rabbit. We are about to arrive at the headquarters port. There are some pirates on board that need to be transferred to Judicial Island, and I would appreciate your assistance in expediting the process. Oh, it's you, Urin, and little Emily. Did you manage to capture Krieg? Yes. We apprehended Krieg and all his officers, but we let the small fry go. Yin Qing briefly recounted the events of their mission. You performed admirably, Capturing the officers is sufficient. If you had apprehended all those minor henchmen, even impelled down wouldn't he be able to accommodate them? I shall make arrangements now, and I will welcome you at the port shortly. Peach Rabbit was in good spirits, as her two disciples achieved great merit on their first mission, thus bringing honor to her as their master. After hanging up the phone, she called Carp. Carp, your two disciples have returned. I hear they performed quite well. Would you like to join me in greeting them? Oh, you mean Kobe and Belmir? What is there to see in those two clumsy novices? Carp muttered a few dismissive words before ending the call, yet his feet meandered slowly toward the port. At the port, Lieutenant Iron Fist Hoboti, originally dispatched to capture the Krieg pirates, boarded Marine Ford with a battered face. He had successfully captured Krieg's combat captain, Ajin, but was distracted by a rendezvous with his lover at the floating restaurant bar Tai, allowing Ajin to escape. Furthermore, he had been beaten by Sanji for insulting the chef and, frightened, returned prematurely, thus missing Yin Qing and the other's ship. Upon entering the headquarters fortress, he encountered Carp, Peach Rabbit, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who remarked, Hoboti, it seems the battle was fierce. However, you've still made a significant contribution. Capturing Krieg should secure the Major's position. Although Yin Qing had summarized the events, he had not mentioned Hoboti, leading everyone to believe he had participated in the battle. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Indeed, the battle was intense. Although the Krieg pirates had just retreated from the Grand Line, they remained formidable. My subordinates and I fought them for 3 days and nights. Unfortunately, the cunning Krieg managed to escape, but I, despite my injuries, fought through a swarm of pirates and succeeded in capturing their combat captain, Ajin. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit and Carp frowned, as this account diverged somewhat from what Urin had conveyed. You only captured one combat captain? However, my subordinates were lacking, and that cunning Ajin took advantage of their inattention to escape by jumping ship. If it weren't for your preoccupation with wooing your lady, this wouldn't have happened. His subordinates hung their heads, refraining from speaking, yet internally they were fervently critiquing his shortcomings. Peach Rabbit and the others were at a loss for words. So, after all that boasting, you captured none? What? You captured none? Didn't Urin say they caught everyone? The irascible Vice Admiral Garp made his entrance, seizing hold of Hoboti's collar. Ewan? What Ewan? Who has been captured? Hoboti appeared utterly bewildered. Vice Admiral Garp, even I am at a loss. Could it be that you have been deceived? They likely arrived as well. Let us first investigate the matter. Peach Rabbit had unwavering faith in the capabilities of her two disciples, convinced that they could not possibly be lying. Even if they could not apprehend Kuro, it was improbable that they would capture none at all. Garp, however, felt a twinge of insecurity. He was well aware of his two disciples' limitations. Not only would it be challenging to capture a high-ranking officer, but even apprehending a common pirate would prove arduous. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had succumbed to Peach Rabbit's enthusiasm, even enlisting the help of his old friend Sengoku to boast. He hoped that it would not turn out to be Ewan. That rascal, merely amusing his master while ultimately endangering himself. Upon arriving at the port, Yanqing, Yiqin Xian, KB, and Barumabur had just disembarked from the warship. The moment Garp laid eyes on just the four of them, his expression darkened, and he rolled up his sleeves, bellowing, Ewan, where is Kuro? If you do not provide me with a surprise today, I shall show you what a surprise truly is. Old man, why the fury? Kuro is aboard the ship. He has been affected by his own poison and is now gasping for breath. Have you truly captured him? Observing Yanqing's confident demeanor, Garp found himself in disarray. Who was truly perpetrating this deception? Surely, this could not be fabricated. I had planned to transfer him to Justice Island shortly, hence refraining from causing a scene. Yanqing gestured to a few Navy personnel on the rear deck. instructing them to bring forth the prisoner. Before long, Kuro, pale-faced and convulsing, led a line of 12 pirates standing in formation on the deck. The sight left the gathered Navy personnel at the port astonished, drawing them in for a closer look. Hobody, utterly perplexed, could only wonder what was unfolding. "Look, that fleet staff officer Eddyman and instructor Haslu are your disciples Kabi and Barumabur, who have excelled under your guidance this time," Yanqing remarked, recognizing Garp's desire for recognition. In his old age, he relished showcasing his accomplishments. With his own son and grandson lacking distinction, he could only boast about his disciples. "Ha ha ha, Yuan, well done. You two have not brought shame upon me." Kabi and Barumabur, who had initially been saluting, bashfully scratched their heads. The praise they received in front of numerous Navy personnel. Vice Admirals and Admiral Sengoku was akin to a calf taking flight. Under Hobody's gaze, a captain approached to complete the handover, escorting the cunning and powerful pirate, whom they had failed to capture, to Justice Island. Following this, the group exchanged pleasantries as they returned, leaving Hobody ignored. Awakening as if from a near-death experience, the jester was indeed myself. That evening, Garp and Peach Rabbit hosted a grand celebration for several individuals in the living quarters. It was also Yanqing's first encounter with the upper echelons of the Navy, Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Crane, and Vice Admiral Chaho. Upon the appearance of Akiji, Yanqing's fists immediately clenched in determination. To others, he was a formidable admiral, yet to Yanqing, he embodied a walking devil fruit, one devoid of any adverse effects. Perhaps sensing Yanqing's gaze, the previously languid Akiji turned his head slightly. "Congratulations, Yuan. It seems you are on the verge of a promotion to Lieutenant Colonel." "Thank you, Akiji-senpai, but as for promotions, who can say? My current rank of major was rather irregularly bestowed. Perhaps Admiral Sengoku will temper it, who knows?" Seizing the opportunity to engage in conversation, Yanqing leaned closer to Akiji, raising his glass to clink with the admirals. Indeed, the strength of Korizumi is rather unimpressive. Yet as a disciple of Gion, everything will unfold as it should. "Oh, Akiji-senpai, you have a hair on your shoulder." Chapter 67, The Power of Fruits. Farewell to Chen Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Yanqing decisively acted, politely removing a stray lock of hair that had fallen onto Qingji's shoulder. Feigning to discard it while secretly storing it away in his space, Qingji cast a puzzled glance at Yanqing, as if he had uncovered something. Yet he remained silent. Perhaps it's due to my recent lack of sleep that I'm experiencing some hair loss," Qingji remarked, downing the last of his sherry. "I ought to catch up on some rest." With that, he stood up, waved goodbye, and walked away without looking back. "Hey, has Qingji really just left? I was just about to introduce him to you," Taotu said, holding a glass of wine, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she pulled along the similarly affected Yuqin Xian. "Yin-chan, little Emily, let us raise a toast to celebrate your victorious debut," Taotu declared, draining her glass in one gulp. Then weaving through the crowd with Yuqin Xian to greet others. Yanqing settled into an unoccupied corner, his awareness focused on the hair of Qingji within his space. It is well known that Qingji has curly hair, and thus this particular lock appeared rather uninviting, akin to. Fortunately, it was taken from his shoulder, making it improbable that it could be. Suppressing his discomfort, he followed the instructions from the Reincarnation Tower, integrating the blank X gene into his body and then coming into physical contact with the hair. A notification appeared, "Gene containing special abilities detected. Would you like to replicate?" Warning, gene fusion carries uncertainties. Please ensure the safety of the environment for the reincarnator. Success. Yanqing felt a surge of joy, having discerned that the replication range of this blank X gene was not confined merely to the X gene. However, he lamented the time constraints imposed by two worlds. This being the first, and the highest known power within it consisted of devil fruits and haki, while the natural-type devil fruits, certain superhuman-type devil fruits, and some mythical Zoan types exhibited remarkable prowess. They still fell short compared to the invincible abilities he had previously envisioned. Yanqing was reluctant to gamble on the next world. He feared encountering 3 worlds with exceedingly low limits or one with such high limits that it would be unattainable. Hence, the question arose, which fruit to choose? Should he opt for the readily available ice fruit or the tantalizingly close light fruit? perhaps the magma fruit? Or the Buddha form? Each of these natural-type fruits undoubtedly possessed formidable power, each worthy of a small cow. As for the Zoan and superhuman types, Kaido's dragon form and Big Mom's soul fruit were equally impressive. Yet, they were not under consideration. Kaido was elusive, and the soul fruit's abilities were redundant. Of course, one could not overlook Luffy's Nika form, a veritable powerhouse that amalgamated superhuman, Zoan, and natural types. However, Yanqing felt that his temperament might not be suited to such might. Thus, it would be wiser to pursue a fruit that was easier to find, yet still potent and versatile. This brought to mind the god from Skypiea, felt by the narrative, Enel. The rumble fruit. The elemental body speaks for itself, possessing lightning-like speed. The capacity to unleash 200 million volts of electric strikes, the ability to convert energy into thermal energy from metal smelting, and even the power to influence the weather. Yanqing had always perceived this fruit as invincible, yet who would have anticipated that he would encounter a rubberman in his lifetime? After the later introduction of the hockey concept, this invincibility was somewhat diminished, but it remains undeniable that it is still formidable. Abandoning the fusion with Aokiji, Yanqing once again raised his wine glass and rejoined the banquet. After the festivities concluded, Yanqing returned to the quarters arranged for him by the navy within the fortress. Calculating the time, it seemed about right. He communicated with 10 summoned crows through his soul powers. However, the visions they relayed were of an endless expanse of ocean. The crows' memories included a few islands they had passed, yet none revealed anything particularly noteworthy. Locating the crow that was heading towards the empty island, Yanqing utilized his spatial powers to teleport there instantly. Suspended in midair, Yanqing assessed his direction and then employed his spatial abilities to teleport repeatedly, advancing towards the direction of Mogu Town on the nautical chart. Meanwhile, in the waters not far from Mogu Town, 6 uniquely attired figures were engaged in discussion on the deck of a pirate ship. This is the place, Chen Xiao, if we follow Lu Laoda's method. We are certain to acquire that powerful ability known as Heart Network. Do I really need to remind you of my cousin's strategy? One of them remarked, confirming their position. These 6 individuals were the Reincarnators team that had initially appeared aboard the Yalada pirate ship. Leading them was Chen Xiao, the one appointed as vice captain by Yalada. However, it was evident that their ship was no longer Yalada's, as they had likely parted ways. Instead of heading to the Oceanic restaurant, they made a beeline for Mogu Town, clearly pursuing a more lucrative strategy. The group had grown accustomed to Chen Xiao's dominant manner of speaking and did not mind it. Indeed, this is the spot, but currently, there are no rising currents, one middle-aged man reiterated. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao retrieved a fist-sized, glowing blue stone from his spatial storage and affixed it to the deck. As the stone flickered with light, the entire vessel was enveloped in a blue force field, gradually ascending and accelerating skyward. Truly remarkable. This spirit stone has inscribed a flight array, Chen Xiao exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he clung to the ship's railing, watching the island shrink below him. Suddenly, a large face appeared abruptly, confronting him through the blue barrier. Damn, it's you, Chen Xiao exclaimed, startled and falling onto the deck. Vice Captain Star, long time no see. The newcomer was none other than Yanqing. After a period of teleportation, he had arrived beneath the empty island and was just about to teleport up when he fortuitously spotted the Reincarnator's pirate ship taking off. What are you doing following us? Would you believe me if I said it was merely a coincidence? Believe your nonsense? You're here to steal our strategy, aren't you? Get him. The notion of pilfering strategies among reincarnators refers to the clandestine act of tailing others and meticulously documenting their strategic processes. Such endeavors are typically undertaken by formidable factions targeting exceptionally valuable strategies or intelligence, as the necessity to shadow another inevitably results in diminished personal gains, potentially rendering one incapable of completing even primary missions. Without the backing of a powerful faction, few would be inclined to engage in such activities. The strategy in question, associated with Chen Xiao, carries significant weight, aiming directly at the core network of the Sky Island, a skill that enables one to anticipate enemy attacks and remain invulnerable. Akin to the observation hockey. For reincarnators unfamiliar with the narrative of this world, acquiring a strategy for the observation hockey in its early stages is undoubtedly of considerable worth, thus rendering it unsurprising that others might covet it. It is precisely for this reason that Chun Xiao promptly suspects Yin Qing of attempting to steal the strategy. Given his temperament, he would not hesitate to unleash his subordinates upon anyone daring to encroach upon his interests. Qin Xiao, a figure of considerable strength, might warrant a more diplomatic approach. After all, this protective shield can withstand Class C damage without impeding our offensive capabilities. There is no cause for concern. Let us swiftly deal with him. Chapter 68. Farewell. Master Qin, Illusions for Intelligence. Upon hearing Master Qin's words, the group felt a sense of helplessness and could only raise their weapons. On the ship, there were 6 individuals, apart from Master Qin and a beautiful girl. The other 4 launched their attacks. A middle-aged man wielding a long sword unleashed a wave of sword energy, while another fired colorful bullets from dual pistols. A gloved individual emitted a wave of energy, and another hurled explosive talismans. Countless assaults surged forth, but Yin Qing swiftly teleported away, then formed a hand seal with one hand. Since they were so eager for death, fire release, great dragon fire. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fire dragons collided with the blue protective shield. As Master Qin predicted, the shield merely trembled, successfully repelling all 3 fire dragons. Haha. Do you think you can breach my cousin's protective barrier? Master Qin, this individual possesses an exceedingly peculiar evasion technique. Our attacks cannot harm him. The 4 assailants resorted to their respective skills, launching another wave of attacks, yet Yin Qing continued to evade with his teleportation, leaving them momentarily at a loss. You bunch of worthless fools, step aside. Master Qin, with a fierce expression, retrieved a yellow talisman with red inscriptions from his spatial storage. Pinching it between his fingers, he murmured a few incantations before tossing it towards Yin Qing. Fire Spirit Talisman. This was another treasure bestowed upon him by his cousin, which he often boasted about. The Fire Spirit Talisman, a one-time offensive item, was rumored to originate from a formidable intermediate dungeon, containing fiery spiritual energy potent enough to threaten B-rank warriors. Yin Qing sensed the immense power radiating from the talisman. He attempted to teleport, but the furious fire element seemed to disrupt his spatial abilities, preventing him from evading in time. Boom, boom, boom. The violent flames instantaneously enveloped the space where Yin Qing stood. Ha ha ha. Opposing me, Master Qin, leads only to death. Seeing Yin Qing surrounded by flames, the others collectively sighed in relief, for that was an item derived from an intermediate dungeon, wielding chaotic power in his primitive world of the 3rd tier. Observing the fear-stricken expressions of his subordinates, Master Qin felt elated and pulled the pale-faced, beautiful girl closer, forcefully turning her face towards him. She was a specially equipped decorative teammate, lacking in strength but possessing exceptional beauty and figure. However, before Master Qin could indulge, a tremendous sound erupted from above, followed by the distinct sound of the protective shield shattering. What is happening? The middle-aged man wielding the Yanhuang sword was filled with horror. As the strongest reincarnator among the 6, he was the only one able to glimpse the situation outside through the shattered shield and raging flames. Before him stood the previous reincarnator, enveloped in green steam, his eyes glowing red, brandishing a pitch-black long knife. The surrounding flames inflicted no harm upon him. Rather, they served as his backdrop, rendering him akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. B-rank flames could not harm him, yet he was capable of breaching C-rank defensive barriers. Realizing the disparity in strength, the middle-aged man trembled uncontrollably. They had all been measuring their adversary by the standards of the 3rd-tier world, underestimating the true nature of their opponent. Yet, it had never crossed my mind that a formidable force would expend numerous authority keys to enter a lower realm. Young Master Qin, we may be facing grave trouble, the middle-aged man stammered. Impossible. He must have employed some advanced artifact. I still have. It was only then that young Master Qin realized that the Reincarnation Tower had not emitted a kill notification. He hastily pushed aside the beautiful girl, whose face bore the marks of gnawing, and was about to retrieve another artifact when a dispassionate, icy voice resonated in his ear. No, you possess nothing. Simultaneously, he was lifted by the neck as if he were a mere chick. It was Yin Qing, who had just activated the 7th gate of the shock door. The flames from the talisman had indeed caused him a moment of panic, nearly leading him to believe he would meet his demise. He had considered fleeing through the 7th gate, risking injury from the flames. However, the fire caused him no harm but instead imparted a comforting warmth, reminding him of the new talent bestowed upon him by the Supreme Leader talent. Attribute of fire, clearly. The flames released by this fire spirit talisman fell within the range to which he was immune, with the opponent already unleashing their lethal move. Yanqing felt no shame in revealing his own prowess. He immediately unleashed his full power, cleaving through the protective barrier with a single strike. Sensing the space within the barrier, he teleported inside, grasped young Master Chen's head, and delivered a heavy blow against the adjacent shield. Bang! Brain matter splattered, and the barrier shattered in response. Due to the swiftness of the seventh gate, it was not until the brain matter splattered on their faces that the surrounding five regained their senses. Among them, the middle-aged man reacted the fastest, promptly drawing a blue card, only to be left dumbfounded in an instant. The Reincarnation Tower prompted, "You have been locked by the Reincarnator lock card and cannot temporarily exit the dungeon world. Please." A dungeon escape card, is it? Apologies, but I possess a lock card. Yanqing conjured a similar blue card, which vanished in a burst of light. He had anticipated such a scenario and was thus prepared to produce the Reincarnator lock card to prevent these individuals from escaping the dungeon. Buzz. Bang. A single strike. A fist. A kick. Aside from the locked middle-aged man, the remaining four were annihilated in an instant. 3 moves to slay 4 opponents. It was that formidable. With only one helpless fish left, Yanqing dismissed the 7th gate, deeming it unnecessary to impose further burden upon himself. However, the more he acted in this manner, the more terrified the middle-aged man became. The opponent had unleashed their ultimate move, indicating an intent to deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps a swift death would be preferable. With the ultimate gate closed, what awaited him could very well be handcuffs, a whip, and small candles. Senior. Brother. Father, the middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. You know my true name? That makes it all the more imperative to eliminate you. But before that, in a state of sheer panic, the middle-aged man fell victim to Yanqing's Sharingan illusion. In his dazed state, he seemed to glimpse his great-grandmother, followed by visions of his childhood, his father. When his awareness returned, he found himself confronted only by an old man with graying hair and beard. Old man? He was taken aback, for before him stood the visage of his father, who had passed away many years prior. My dear child, you too have succumbed to death? This is the netherworld. Look, this grand villa you burned for me 2 years ago, facing south with splendid light. The old man, his face adorned with kindness, reached out to caress the head of the middle-aged man. It was no wonder, he looked so familiar. My dear child, how did you meet your end? Sighing, the middle-aged man lamented, ever since you departed, I have lacked the courage to enter the cycle of reincarnation. It was not until 2 years ago that a master from the top 100 rankings approached me, offering an S-level strategy for novice dungeons. Provided I signed a reincarnation contract to become a member of his cousin's team and assist him wholeheartedly. I thought to myself, since I must enter the dungeon anyway, it would be better to have a team, so I acquiesced to his demands. With the strategy he provided, I achieved remarkable evaluations and my strength advanced rapidly. However, upon joining his cousin's team in the second world, I discovered him to be utterly incompetent, with a warped sense of morality, relying on the protection of his elder. Alas, it was too late. As he recounted this, the middle-aged man struck his head in frustration. I have signed the contract and become a pawn of that master from the top 100, forced to assist his cousin in inflicting harm upon the innocent. Until I encountered that man. Oh, how I loathe and regret it. Remembering the figure resembling a being from the depths of hell, he shuddered, tears streaming down his face. All right, enough of that. Tell your father, what manner of person is that master from the top 100? My dear father, you have been gone for so many years, why concern yourself with such matters? Well, having been below for so long, I find myself rather bored and wish to hear your tales, the old man replied, scratching his head. Oh, that master is named Lu Xinghuang, and his cousin is Lu Xingchen. Just now, we were in the pirate world. Wait, father, why do I feel so cold and struggle to breathe? Chapter 69. Spoils of War. Enel at this moment, the pirate ship soared ever higher, surpassing an altitude of 5,000 meters, where the temperature plummeted and the air grew thin. Yanqing listened intently to the middle-aged man's inquiries, scratching his head in confusion. Mimicking dialects was already quite challenging. And now he was being questioned in return? Could it be that the illusion's potency was insufficient? Ah, this is, after all, the underworld. So a lower temperature is to be expected. As for the difficulty in breathing, that must be merely a figment of your imagination. We have transformed into phantoms, after all, and no longer require oxygen. Oh, I see now. No wonder. Wait, no, why do I feel this way? Sensing that the situation was increasingly amiss, Yin Qing swiftly ended the middle-aged man's life with a decisive stroke. The cycle of reincarnation was excessively cruel. Rather than be constrained by others, it was better to pass on. Having resolved the lives of all the reincarnators aboard the ship, Yin Qing glanced at the notification from the reincarnation tower. He had slain 6 individuals, incurring a deduction of 6,000 reincarnation points. Yet, he had also acquired an abundance of valuable items. The victor was entitled to claim all resources from the defeated's reincarnation space. The remaining 5 were mere trifles. Their possessions unworthy of mention, but that young Master Chen was exceptional. According to the earlier remarks of the middle-aged man, he was a relative of a top 100 list expert. Aside from his own lack of prowess, he was replete with valuable gear. He possessed a blue greatsword, Dance of Fine Snow, description, a rare weapon from the dungeon world. Enhances attack power, with a 2 chance to freeze the enemy upon striking. He wore a set of leather armor. Wind Chaser set, description, a rare armor set from the dungeon world, increases defense, boosts attack and movement speed by 4. In addition, there were 2 talismans and a spirit stone in the space. Fire Spirit Talisman, description, a consumable item from the immortal sword world, can unleash flames transformed from spiritual energy. Spirit Stone, description, a unique item from the immortal sword world, capable of storing spiritual energy. Moreover, there was the Spirit Stone embedded in the ship's hull. Formation Spirit Stone, description, a unique item from the immortal sword world, can store formations. Engraved Formation, flight control, integrated offense and defense, spiritual energy conversion. Soul Mark. This bounty left him uncertain about the reincarnation tower's stance on mutual slaughter in ordinary dungeons. If one were to say it encouraged such actions, it deducted reincarnation points. Conversely, if it were to discourage them, then killing and plundering seemed the most assured path to wealth, though the items were splendid. Given their association with the top 100 expert, Yin Qing dared not flaunt them brazenly, particularly the soul mark formation engraved on the formation Spirit Stone, which appeared to function as a tracking device. Thus, he stored everything within the primordial space of his left eye. This was a realm uniquely his, more private than that of the reincarnation tower, and should effectively shield against ordinary methods of detection. Once the Spirit Stone was removed, the pirate ship, having lost its power, began to plummet from the sky. Yin Qing activated his teleportation ability once more and ascended. Shortly thereafter, he traversed through the sea clouds, continuously passing through the White Sea, directly arriving at the pristine waters surrounding Angel Island. Despite being mentally prepared, Yin Qing was nonetheless astonished by the breathtaking scenery that surrounded him. The most remarkable aspect was the island clouds that could be processed into buildings or even rivers. It was truly enchanting. Yin Qing reached down to touch the soft, springy clouds beneath his feet, and an idea for a renovation sparked in his mind. Utilizing his spatial powers, he seized a substantial portion of the island clouds, filling half of the primordial space, followed by beaches, forests, and seas. In a mere moment, Angel Island was stripped bare by his actions, transforming the primordial space into a tourist haven. However, the considerable disturbance caused by the alteration of the landscape attracted the attention of the law enforcement agency of the floating islands, the White Beret Brigade. "What are you doing over there?" the squad leader of the White Beret Brigade asked, utterly bewildered. In his years of service, he had never encountered someone so audacious. "Well, I thought I might take home some local delicacies," Yin Qing replied with a smile. "Local delicacies? You've flattened the island. How can you call this taking home delicacies?" The squad leader retorted. "Daring to damage the environment is a level 6 crime. I am now placing you under arrest for the crime of cloud drifting." The so-called cloud drifting was the death penalty in the floating islands, wherein the offender was placed on an island cloud to drift until death. With a wave of his hand, the squad leader signaled for his team to surround Yin Qing. Not wishing to engage, Yanqing politely waved his hand and vanished in an instant. Where did he go? Everyone, pay attention. A handsome, elegant individual with someone is destroying the environment of Angel Island. This is his image. Apprehend him on sight. The squad leader transmitted Yanqing's image using the floating island's special device, the image shell. Meanwhile, in the divine hall of the floating islands, the ruler, Enel, a user of the Rumble fruit, retrieved an image shell. Oh, it seems another person from the Blue Sea has arrived, he mused lazily, referring to those who traveled from the mainland. Observing Yanqing's image, he commented, he appears to be quite formidable. Within the scope of his heart network, which combined observation haki and the Rumble fruit's unique application, Yanqing's figure suddenly vanished like a ghost, an occurrence that far exceeded Enel's understanding. His heart network was capable of sensing the slightest fluctuations in electric waves within its range. Even the restlessness of a dog due to seasonal changes was clear to him. Yet, this individual from the Blue Sea had silently disappeared from his surveillance, prompting a sense of alertness. Where did he go? Just then, Enel, reclining on the sofa, sensed a shift and his entire being transformed into lightning, vanishing from his location. Almost simultaneously, the sofa was cleaved in two. Impressive, as expected. You are not so easily caught. Yanqing, wielding his armed haki, appeared as if he had anticipated this encounter. It's you? Your ability to vanish and reappear seems to be related to space. I can sense a faint fluctuation in the spatial realm. You can detect spatial fluctuations? That could be troublesome. Yanqing originally planned to teleport and swiftly sever Enel's ear when he was distracted. However, if Enel's heart network could anticipate spatial fluctuations, that would complicate matters. As for the reason behind targeting the ear, it was unavoidable. The two prominent ears drooped down to his navel, as if beckoning, "Come, cut me. Come, cut me." Not acting upon it was simply not an option. Regardless of the reason for coming to the Sky Island, as a Qinghai native, one must be prepared to face divine retribution for daring to blaspheme the gods. Enel pointed his golden staff, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel struck Yanqing. Oh, what the even with a physique exceeding 100. Yanqing still found himself dancing a mechanical jig, smoke rising from his body, which was oddly exhilarating. Old silver coin. How did we go from greetings to a sudden attack? Thanks to the formidable recovery capabilities of the celestial body, the paralysis soon wore off. Yanqing, undeterred, decided to confront him head-on since the element of surprise had been thwarted. Enel may have possessed formidable fruit abilities and advanced observation haki, but his martial skills were lacking. He could wield armament haki and was naturally adept against elemental types. Yet if he managed to land a single strike, the plan would be deemed successful. However, attempting to strike a lightning bolt that could predict one's movements was no trivial challenge. With the 7 gates opened, Sharingan activated, Sage Mode engaged, observation haki and armament haki employed, shadow clones created, and the phantom teleportation technique at the ready. Chapter 70, Celestial Techniques. Fire Release. Thunderfruit Yanqing unleashed nearly all of his explosive prelude skills. Regardless of their efficacy, he propelled himself forward, and a multitude of Yanqings, adorned with blue smoke and yellow eyeshadow, surged forth wielding the armed haki-imbued flowing light. If this scene were to unfold in the Naruto world, the shadows would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. Enel, witnessing the rapid approach of hundreds of Yanqings, found himself momentarily bewildered. What manner of ability is this? A devil fruit? In the face of the unknown, vigilance was paramount. He transformed into lightning, once again widening the distance, lightly tapping his golden staff against the 3 Tomos symbol behind him. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. With a dazzling flash, a colossal dragon of blue lightning spiraled through the air, charging directly into the throng of Yanqings. Oh, what the in an instant. The square in front of the Divine Society was filled with a cacophony of astonished exclamations as the Yanqings dissipated into white smoke. Amidst the chaos, Yanqing activated his spatial authority, teleporting 10 shadow clones around Enel, all swinging their blades simultaneously. However, Enel's heart network detected the maneuver in advance, allowing him to transform into a bolt of lightning and evade the encirclement. Yet, Yanqing, possessing the ability of observation haki, anticipated Enel's evasion. Celestial Technique, fire release. Inferno of Heaven. A vast expanse of white flames instantaneously engulfed Enel. This was an advanced version of the great fireball developed by Yin Qing in the training room. Bolstered by his fire element affinity in Sage mode, the flames not only exhibited an exaggerated range, but also underwent a transformation in temperature and nature, shifting from orange to white. Even he had to retreat in caution. As Enel burst forth from the flames in a bolt of lightning, he bore several burn marks. This was due to the flames predicting his landing point, preventing timely evasion. Moreover, his elemental transformation failed to fully immunize him against the flames' damage. Remarkably, the flames could even consume lightning itself. This realization cast a grave expression upon his face. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Enel enveloped himself in lightning, transforming into a colossal thunder giant. Yin Qing smirked. This mode made it easier for him to exploit weaknesses. Once Enel assumed this giant form, part of his focus shifted to controlling the lightning giant, rendering him susceptible to flaws. As anticipated, after evading several lightning strikes, Yin Qing's 10 shadow clones once again teleported into the air, feigning an assault on the giant. Seizing the opportunity while Enel was distracted, his true form stealthily teleported behind Enel, delivering an armed hockey strike to his ear. Enel let out a pained scream as blood splattered from the left side of his face, and a severed ear fell to the ground. Beneath where the ear had fallen, a spatial portal awaited, ready to receive the bloody trophy. My ear? Amidst Enel's furious howls, Yin Qing decisively teleported back to the Navy headquarters living area. Oh dear, is that you, young Yuan? What on earth is this appearance? As Yin Qing gang instantaneously returned, a slow, slithering voice accompanied by a lecherous old visage confronted him. Startled, Yin Qing thought it might be an ambush and reflexively swung a powerful blow, only to miss entirely. How terrifying. The next moment, the voice echoed behind him again. Turning around, he finally discerned the identity of his assailant. It was none other than one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, the user of the natural type Pika Pika no Mi, Borsellino, also known as Kazara. No wonder he could evade his strike. He had moved at the speed of light. It's merely you, Senior Borsellino. You startled me. I apologize for my instinctive reaction. Having just been struck by several bolts of lightning, Yin Qing's appearance was undeniably comical, his clothes tattered, his body charred, and his hair standing on end. Nevertheless, he managed a courteous smile. No harm done, but what has happened to you? You look as if you've been kicked by light. It's nothing. I accidentally got struck by lightning. Really? In such weather, lightning strikes occur. How frightening. Borsellino lazily observed the azure sky above, his hand shielding his eyes. Damn it, with every utterance of how frightening. It felt as if he were a supernova ready to be kicked at any moment. Listening to Borsellino's incessant remarks, Yin Qing could sense the hairs on his neck standing on end. Senior Borsellino, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, Captain Horty seems to be possessed today. He has been questioning everyone about your whereabouts, even stopping me to ask. How terrifying. Horty. Thank you, Senior. Yin Qing was momentarily taken aback, but responded politely. Horty? He recalled a pink-haired, slovenly naval figure with distinctive eyebrows. That seemed to be a rather lackluster character, one with minimal role later on. Why would he be seeking him out? After bidding farewell to Borsellino, Yin Qing returned to his quarters, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Only then did he extract Enel's ear. Detecting the presence of a special ability gene, would you like to replicate it? Warning, gene fusion carries uncertainties. Please ensure the safety of the environment before proceeding. Replicate. As he issued the command, Enel's ear transformed into motes of light and vanished. A tingling sensation accompanied by a slight sting began to radiate from the vacant X gene within him, spreading throughout his body. Moments later, that sensation dissipated. Yin Qing tested it, and indeed, just like Enel, he transformed into lightning, colliding with the wall. This is the feeling, he mused, caressing his forehead. Now imbued with electric energy. Excellent. This time I've achieved physical immunity. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper into the applications of the rumble fruit, a knock sounded at the door. Colonel Yuan, I know you're home. You possess the ability to harm the beautiful Miss Mori. Why not open the door? This line the script is accurate. This is indeed the world of pirates. But why does it feel as if something peculiar has intruded? Yin Qing rose to open the door, revealing the pink-haired Captain Hobody standing outside. Captain Hobody, what brings you here? Upon witnessing Yin Qing's courteous demeanor, Hobody's imposing presence weakened by a fraction. Major Yuan, how could you possibly bear to harm the exquisite Miss Moray? What are you talking about? Miss Moray? Harm? This is utterly nonsensical. I do not even know who Miss Moray is. Do not feign ignorance. You, Garcia Yuan, the eldest son of the Garcia family, wielding your noble status to toy with emotions, initiating and abandoning relationships at whim. Such a person is all too familiar to me. This is getting ridiculous. The accusations of initiating and abandoning. Yin Qing, initially inclined to dismiss Hobody, suddenly recalled something and inquired, Captain Hobody, what does this Miss Moray look like? Still pretending, are we? Miss Moray possesses an angelic visage, a devilish figure, cascading black hair, and skin as smooth as milk. Chapter 71, Identity Exposed. Initial struggles for power after listening to Hobody for 5 minutes. Yin Qing had formed a judgment. This Miss Moray, if he was not mistaken, should be the reincarnator from Sakura country, Hinata Ayam. The description of her appearance closely resembled his acquaintance, Hinata Ayam, and the concocted melodramatic backstory was ambiguous. Clearly a tactic employed by a reincarnator, coupled with some enchanting, illusionary, and controlling techniques. It was no wonder that Hobody appeared dazed, even daring to engage General Kizaru in casual banter. However, one might possess a clever strategy while another has a means to counter it. In pursuit of the truth, Yin Qing decisively activated the illusion of his Sharingan. Yet, what are you doing? I fear not your crimson eyes. I must seek justice for Miss Moray today. The Sharingan's illusion was ineffective? It seemed this Sakura girl possessed formidable abilities. Considering various possibilities, Yin Qing directly invoked a high-level soul ability capable of extracting information from the soul's essence, albeit at a significant cost. Indeed, under the kaleidoscope of soul powers, a deep crimson stripe pulsated amidst the ordinary blue light of a normal soul, appearing quite conspicuous. As Yin Qing lightly touched it with his soul ability, the entire sequence of events became vividly clear to him. The events unfolded as follows. Hinata Ayam, feeling deceived by Yin Ba, utilized a long-accumulated power key to purchase a dungeon tracking card, following Yin Qing into the pirate world. The dungeon tracking card had a positioning function. Though its accuracy fluctuated due to Yin Qing's teleportation, it predominantly remained centered around the Marine headquarters, Marineford. Consequently, she commandeered a small boat and rowed directly over. Yet lacking a Marine identity and familiarity with the plot, she struggled to infiltrate the fortress. After wandering the surrounding waters for several days, she finally seized an opportunity to encounter the lecherous, weak, yet relatively high-ranking Hobody, who was alone at sea. Employing her unique ability, soul enchantment, she manipulated him into becoming her devoted follower. Based on her deductions, Yin Ba must have joined the Marines shortly after entering the dungeon, a matter of mere days. With the corroboration of photographs and Hobody's accounts, she pinpointed her target, Garcia Yuan, though his appearance had slightly altered. She would never forget his face, even if it turned to ash. Having gathered basic intelligence, she proceeded to fabricate a tragic tale of a cold-blooded noble abandoning a beautiful, infatuated commoner, seeking to elicit sympathy from him, subtly expressing her desire for someone to champion her cause, hinting at her willingness to reciprocate affection. Once the emotions of her devoted follower were suitably stirred, she employed soul enchantment once more and awaited the big catch. It must be said, this woman's logical reasoning was remarkably clear and incisive. In merely a few days, with only the vague positioning of the dungeon tracking card, she managed to locate her target amidst the vast expanse of the pirate world using various cunning strategies. Truly impressive. Regrettably, she encountered Yin Qing, who possessed the power of the soul. Not only did her conspiracy fail, but her undergarments were also exposed. All her scheming plans, her hidden capabilities, and even fragments of her memories were inadvertently revealed through a wisp of soul left behind in Hobody. You should seek out Yin Ba. What concern is it of mine? The Great Tempest? However, since he was already present, it would be prudent to engage him, lest it complicate future strategies. Merely using the power of the soul to glean information posed little burden on Yanqing's psyche, thus no significant impact ensued. Withdrawing his soul abilities, he donned the mask of Oscar once more. "So it is you," sighed Lieutenant Hobody. "This is all my fault. I must trouble you to lead the way so I may personally apologize to Miss Moray and hope she finds someone who truly cares for her." Initially, Hobody was indignant. But upon hearing the final remark, his furious expression transformed into a smile at an astonishing pace. "Someone who truly cares for her? Isn't that precisely me? I shall take on this task." With hopeful anticipation, Hobody escorted Yanqing out of Marinvondo and boarded a small patrol vessel, soon arriving at a modest wooden boat anchored in a nearby sea. "Miss Moray, I have brought that faithless scoundrel." The obsequious smile and tone of Hobody vexed Yanqing, leading him to deliver a powerful shock that rendered Hobody unconscious in the water, hoping he would come to his senses. On the small wooden boat, a captivating and extraordinarily beautiful woman was resting with her eyes closed. One must admit, the attire modified by the Reincarnation Tower for the pirate world was indeed exquisite. The scanty fabric accentuated her alluring curves, explaining why Lieutenant Hobody's demeanor was so deferential. This was no mere pirate, but a formidable enchantress. As the woman slowly opened her eyes and beheld Yanqing, she sprang to her feet, her tone icy. "Colonel Yuan, or should I refer to you as Yin Ba? Your Excellency?" A reincarnato? Misunderstanding. I am not Yin Ba. We merely share a resemblance," you see, Yanqing said while displaying his name. "Great Tempest, level 8. You are not Yin Ba?" "Impossible." Mizahana Ziyuan checked the location on her instance tracking card, which precisely matched, and their appearances bore a striking resemblance. Such coincidence was improbable. The only explanation could be humph. It must be a high-level disguise artifact. "Unfortunately, I tracked you using your ID, so your denial is futile." Yanqing had not anticipated his exposure would come so swiftly. At this point, further denial seemed pointless, and he could only blame himself for revealing his ID in the first place. TSK. Miss Ziyuan, are you being a tad too insistent? Following me into the instance? Have you admitted it? If you had not been so untrustworthy, I would not need to expend such considerable resources. Speaking of costs, Mizahana Ziyuan felt a pang of regret. To traverse from the 8th tier to the 3rd, she had utilized 5 authority keys from the shrine's rewards. Initially, she thought the task of persuading Yin Ba had failed, which would merely affect future resource allocations. However, during her last attempt to prove herself, she recklessly approached the High Priest and acquired a B-grade artifact, asserting that the mission had been accomplished, only to be deceived by Yanqing. The High Priest was infuriated. This was no mere matter of resource allocation, and if mishandled, she might face severe repercussions from the shrine. For the sake of her master and her own future, she had no choice but to accompany Yanqing into the dungeon, determined to employ every means necessary to bind him back to Sakura country. How could she be untrustworthy? It was merely that she yearned for the familiar embrace of her homeland, wishing to savor a few more worlds. There was no need for further explanation, as I had utilized the dungeon tracking card, ensuring that I would not return empty-handed. Given Yanqing's ignoble past, the naive Asuka Murasaki had no intention of engaging him in conversation, lest she be misled again. "Nine Tails, soul binding," she called, her right hand radiating a crimson glow as she initiated the attack. Suddenly, the tranquil sea erupted with 9 enormous, fluffy red tails, swiftly enveloping the small warship that Yanqing occupied. These tails were peculiar, seemingly imbued with the essence of the soul. Yanqing initially remained unfazed, but the soul power heightened his sensitivity to such forces, and he immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the attack. He attempted to teleport away, only to collide with the tails instead. This encounter marked the first time he encountered resistance in the realm of spatial powers, despite their comparable strength. This was no ordinary confinement skill. It possessed the ability to ensnare souls and, moreover, could weaken one's very essence. Bind. With another incantation, the 9 tails coiled tightly in a spiraled grip. Weakened to this extent, employing the soul confusion should guarantee success. Moments later, the tails had twisted into a braided form, and Asuka Murasaki finally dispelled the crimson light from her hand. Chapter 72, Power Suppression and Transformation as the radiant red light dissipated from the fingertips of Asuka Shizen. 9 magnificent foxtails gradually transformed into shimmering orbs. Based on her past experiences, she knew that this technique was unbearable for anyone. It inevitably inflicted some form of spiritual damage, ranging from fainting to complete loss of sanity. However, an exceptionally formidable skill, yet it has encountered me. The Dominator. Yan Qing smiled as he waved his hand, dispersing the lingering images of the 9 tails. Not only did he exhibit no adverse reactions, but he even appeared to be suppressing a chuckle. How can this be? This is a manifestation of power, Asuka Shizen exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Yan Qing was not particularly surprised. He had already surmised this during the moment he was defeated by the spatial teleportation. A teleportation that could withstand spatial authority could hardly be dismissed as mere power, truly impressive. However, beyond mere authority, he possessed innate abilities. This soul attack conveniently fell within the immunity range of the soul barrier. Oh, to have mastered the power of authority at such a young age, this is quite alarming. Perhaps it is best for me, the Dominator, to take charge. After saying this, Yan Qing transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly appearing behind Asuka Shizen, delivering a strike infused with 1,000,000 volts of electricity aimed at her neck. Such a naive girl, it is best to incapacitate her first. Yet, Asuka Shizen, being an 8th-tier reincarnator and the pride of the heavenly shrine, was not one to be easily subdued. The red light surged behind her as a crimson tail shot forth, colliding with Yan Qing's strike. Intrigued, Yan Qing was eager to discover the origin of that tail, but Asuka Shizen swiftly executed a spinning kick, landing squarely on his head. Red, could it be a sign of her birth year? Due to the height difference, her leg was raised high, but Yan Qing, ever the perceptive one, managed to evade the kick using elemental manipulation. With a playful grin, he seized her ankle. 1,000,000 volts, discharge. ZZZZT. To avoid severely scorching her. Yan Qing calibrated the voltage based on his own physical condition, ultimately deciding to unleash only 1,000 volts. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated the intensity. Asuka Shizen was rendered unconscious, suspended by her ankle. Oh dear, the result was a bit too severe. Observing the singed skin around her ankle, Yan Qing sighed regretfully. Alas, I must clean you up. With her consciousness lost to the void, Yan Qing effortlessly transported Asuka Shizen into the primordial space. The vast ocean, sandy beaches, and lush groves, along with the soft island clouds, enveloped him in a dreamlike state, reminiscent of a vacation in Hawaii with a starlet from the Sakura Nation's entertainment industry. Regrettably, there was neither sunlight nor a gentle breeze. Although his vision remained unaffected, it felt lacking in authenticity. Perhaps I should find a way to bring the sun here in the future. With a flick of his wrist, Yan Qing conjured a sphere of white flame, suspending it in midair to mimic the sun. He then carelessly placed the unconscious Asuka Shizen at the edge of the beach and squatted beside her, pondering over her alluring form. Initially, the plan was to remain undetected until the mission was accomplished, thereby slipping away unnoticed, as the true extent of one's power was uncertain, and minimal interaction was prudent. However, fate had other designs, and after a series of probing encounters, one's overwhelming strength became evident, resulting not only in victory, but also in the capture of the opponent. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Should one engage in a profound dialogue followed by termination, or perhaps converse at length before granting freedom? Alternatively, with a touch of effort, could one conjure a demon slayer? Contemplating while stroking his chin, Yan Qing resolved to exert himself. Engaging the kaleidoscope of his right eye, he observed that the soul of Asuka Mizuya was distinctly different from that of an ordinary person, exhibiting a pale crimson hue. To mitigate any unforeseen backlash, Yan Qing cautiously employed a minuscule fragment of his soul authority to make contact. Fortunately, his soul authority surpassed that of his target, allowing him to successfully seize control of her essence. At this moment, all aspects of Asuka Mizuha lay bare before Yan Qing, including her past experiences, her abilities, and her physical state. Asuka Mizuha's past was not particularly intricate. She was merely an ordinary girl from the Cherry Blossom Nation. However, during a certain quest, Her remarkable display of soul power captured the attention of Tamamonome, leading to the bestowal of a fragment of her authority, specifically the nine-tailed soul fox. This garnered the interest of the 10 Imperial Shrine. Nine-tailed soul fox. Description: command over a fragment of the nine-tailed soul fox's authority. The description is succinct, yet brevity often belies complexity. The power of the nine-tailed soul fox manifests in two primary aspects: the allure and harm directed at souls, and the ability to sprout nine tails, each augmenting attributes proportionally. This constitutes a rather comprehensive power set, combining offensive, supportive, and enhancement capabilities. However, due to its all-encompassing nature, each individual aspect lacks sufficient potency when isolated. Its damage is rendered ineffective against soul barrier, while it is thoroughly suppressed by soul authority. In encounters with others, this power would be formidable. Alas, it is a case of the toad being subdued by the monster, where each is matched by the other. As for her physical state, she is in excellent health, a paragon of perfection, untouched by the hands of others. Other metrics, even without soul detection, are not trivial to ascertain. However, the data obtained through detection is considerably more precise. 90, 58, 85, G. Remarkably perfect. Ahem. Shaking off his thoughts, Yin Qing commenced the intricate procedure of soul manipulation. The objective of this endeavor was to cultivate an utterly loyal demon slayer, or rather, a female subordinate. Given that the target was a reincarnator with soul-centric abilities, it was evident that this would require an extensive extraction of her essence. After a grueling half-hour, Yin Qing felt on the verge of collapse. With nearly half of his vast reservoir of energy consumed, yet he barely managed to complete this monumental and arduous task. Chapter 73. Experiencing Joy, the Canines of the Sand Crocodile. My esteemed Lord Yin Ba. You. No, I mean you. Master. Master. How can I? My head aches terribly. Moments later, Asuka Shizuka awakened, clutching her head and shaking it as if her worldviews had been profoundly shaken. Indeed, her perspectives had been significantly impacted. I am your most loyal subordinate, entirely obedient to your commands, Master. Cough, cough, just call me Ba. It feels rather formal. Greetings, Ba. I sincerely apologize for my previous conduct, and I implore you to impose a fitting punishment. Gazing at the respectfully humble Asuka Shizuka before him, Yin Qing found it hard to believe. In 2 lifetimes, could one truly experience such elation? Since we have reached this juncture, why not attempt some more challenging maneuvers, the kind that elicit applause? Understood. Please behold, a 720-degree backflip paired with a Thomas spin. Wait a moment, I was referring to. This is indeed a high degree of difficulty, yet, where's the applause? 2 hours later, Yin Qing had tidied up Asuka Shizuka, who still struggled with the concept of applause, and then reclined on the soft, cloud-like island to rest. I am weary. It shall suffice for now. How do you plan to confront your master and the high priest upon your return to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Even if the mission fails, my master will not trouble me. As for the high priest, he is unaware of my actions this time, although he may reduce the resources allocated to us in the future. Is that so? Yin Qing pondered, stroking his chin. After a moment's reflection, he bestowed upon Asuka Shizuka the dance of snowflakes, the zephyr set, and a peculiar spirit stone seemingly imbued with a tracking function. Just tell them that in an effort to atone for your past misdeeds, you accompanied me into the dungeon. Although you ultimately failed to capture me, you successfully seized my equipment and returned it. Lu Xinghuang, ranked 7th on the power rankings, and High Priest Abe no Nakamaro, ranked 8th. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Asuka Shizuka accepted the pile of equipment and stored it in her personal space, without inquiring further. By the way, is your master's soul power superior to yours? My master does not possess soul power. She has acquired other powers from Tamamonome. That is good to know. He left a soul mark within Asuka Shizuka's spirit, initially concerned that her master might discern something amiss, but now felt reassured. A day later, Yin Qing and Asuka Shizuka suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Yin Qing issued a command, watching as Asuka Shizuka exited the dungeon, before he resolutely departed from the waters. Upon returning to the naval headquarters' living quarters, Yanqing retrieved a bed-like cloud from the primordial space, reclining comfortably upon it, preparing to recuperate from the excessive exertion. Suddenly, the communicator crackled to life with Guolei's voice. "Hello, Yinba. Are you there? Please respond. It is quite urgent. Haven't the strategies been conveyed to you? At this moment, you should be engaging with Old Shah." Yanqing roughly estimated that they should have arrived in Alabasta by now. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, the user of the Sand fruit, had schemed for years to usurp the throne of the Alabasta kingdom and acquire the ancient weapon, Pluton, under the guise of a hero who drove away pirates. He established the Baroque works in the capital, cunningly utilizing the side effects of a powder to induce prolonged drought in the kingdom. Ultimately, he shifted the blame for the drought onto King Cobra, inciting the populace to form a rebellion against the monarchy. However, upon encountering Luffy and his crew, his nefarious plot was unveiled, leading to its failure. Well, it's not quite that. It is not Crocodile who is being defeated. Rather, it is Crocodile who is currently targeting me. As Yanqing sensed the troubling turn of events, he sat upright. What is going on? That minor issue is inconsequential. I wish to discuss something else with you. Do you remember the reincarnator, Tianming? Yes, what about him? The matter is rather complicated, but to put it simply, a couple of days ago, I landed 2 hefty blows on Old Shah, knocking out 4 of his teeth. It seems Old Shah has taken a grudge against me and has been sending people to kill me ever since. Indeed, even the formidable warlord Crocodile has not escaped the fate of being bested by a hefty punch, losing 4 of his front teeth in the process. Wait, have you mastered the Busashoka Haki? Upon hearing that Guolei had knocked out the teeth of a Logia user, Yanqing could not help but inquire, as only Busashoka Haki could inflict harm on a Logia user. Yes, though I am still somewhat inexperienced. My aptitude is quite decent, and then? Yanqing acknowledged him with the approval of a commander. Just now, someone else attempted to kill me. Tianming, for some reason, appeared out of nowhere to shield me from an explosive attack, claiming he owed me his life. Talk about adding to my troubles. However, although he may be meddling a bit too much, he did indeed help me out. Now he has lost consciousness, and if we leave him unattended, he might not survive until tomorrow. Should we take him with us? That's up to you, but be careful not to expose our information. All right. After ending the communication, Yanqing couldn't help but reminisce about the earlier events with the Yerlita pirates. From Tianming's refusal to slaughter innocent civilians, it was clear his character was commendable. Moreover, he even risked himself for Guolei, demonstrating loyalty and camaraderie. Perhaps, with further interaction in the future, he could be considered for inclusion in the team. Chapter 74. The Development of the Thunder Fruit and the Terrifying Legends of Sky Island. Half a month later, during this period, Yanqing had been engrossed in the development of the Thunder Fruit, beyond the known abilities of Enel, such as transforming lightning into various forms like a phoenix or a dragon, influencing thunderclouds to unleash lightning, and the heart net that combines with observation haki. Yanqing had also cultivated his unique abilities. One of these involved wrapping lightning around the blade of his sword, allowing him to wield a colossal lightning sword of 100 meters in length in a continuous and unbroken motion, a truly formidable feat. The other was a series of skills developed by integrating lightning release ninjutsu, such as shadow clones and lightning armor from the world of Naruto, which did not require elemental transformation or chakra, along with the creation of techniques like the 8 Gates of Lightning based on the characteristics of the Thunder Fruit. Speaking of the 8 Gates of Lightning, it was akin to a small calf unleashing firecrackers. Opening 7 gates maximized physical strength, with each strike infused with tremendous corporeal power and millions of volts of electricity, manifesting techniques like Lightning Day Tiger and Lightning Peafowl. Of course, this required the burning of vital energy, rendering elemental transformation impossible, but the offensive power was undeniably off the charts. To validate the fruits of his labor, Yanqing resolved to pay another visit to Enel. Estimating the time, he deduced that Luffy and the others were likely in the vicinity of Sky Island, and thus, he teleported directly to the location where he had previously harvested clouds. With a spatial fluctuation, Yanqing's figure abruptly materialized on the coastal edge of Angel Island, which remained as beautiful as ever. However, in the distance, Angel Island appeared to have suffered some calamity or conflict, as many buildings lay in ruins. As Yin Qing pondered this, a voice suddenly rang out. Holy smokes, it's you. The squad leader, donned in a white beret, happened to be patrolling nearby and turned to see Yin Qing hovering in midair. You demon. Quickly, inform the chief god that the demon has arrived. Ah, demon? Yin Qing replied, bemused. My dear lady, what transpired here? As he watched the frantic squad leader scurry away, Yin Qing gently descended to the ground and approached a local civilian taking a stroll. Are you from the Blue Sea? The girl, sporting a pair of tiny angel wings on her back, exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth in astonishment. Yes, I have just arrived in this treasured land. I did not expect to find such a dilapidated town amid such beautiful natural surroundings. I am indeed curious about what has transpired. Recently, it has been quite lively. Not long ago, a group of Blue Sea people just departed from here, and yet another has arrived. A group of Blue Sea people? If I am not mistaken, it must be Luffy and his companions. My dear lady, you have yet to enlighten me on what has occurred here. Oh, that the girl glanced around furtively like a thief, ensuring no one was watching, her eyes alight with curiosity as she leaned closer to Yin Qing and whispered, This is divine wrath. Just half a month ago, the heavens erupted in wrath, unleashing a deluge of thunder that obliterated the entire town. It was said that this calamity was invoked by disrespectful utterances directed at the divine. Disrespectful utterances? What could they be? No, those 3 words must never be spoken. Anyone who dares to utter them will surely face divine retribution. The woman waved her hands frantically and hurried away. Disrespectful words? 3 words? What is Enel up to? Unable to grasp the situation, Yanqing set aside his confusion and pursued the direction indicated by the girl, heading towards where Luffy and the others had departed. In a mere moment, he spotted Luffy's straw hat flag and their pirate ship, the Going Merry, upon the river formed by the island's clouds. Teleporting onto the ship, Yanqing was taken aback by the faces that greeted him. Alongside the usual Luffy, Nami, and Nico Robin, there was also the reincarnator, Tianming. Uncle Yuan, what brings you here? Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Brother Wind, what are you doing here? Tianming echoed, equally astonished. Luffy, unable to comprehend Tianming's address, dismissed it without concern. Oh, I just happened to be passing by. Long time no see, Straw Hat Kid. Tianming, have you joined the Straw Hat Pirates? Yanqing inquired with a smile. Well, not exactly. He.S. just a companion of Mike, and I'm giving him a ride, Tianming replied. Haha, Uncle Yuan, you're not here to capture us, are you? Luffy chuckled, sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship. Indeed, gaining Luffy's approval was no simple feat. Tianming was merely riding on Guolei's coattails, and even so, he was still just a transient presence. This is Skypiea. The Navy has no authority here, so there is no need for that. Ha, true enough. Where are Mike and your other crewmates? Shoo. Before Luffy could respond, Nami suddenly rushed forward, clutching Yanqing's arm and covering his mouth. Goodness. The sensation on his arm was quite remarkable. Senior Yuan, please do not mention this matter. It is too terrifying. What is it? Yanqing steadied himself, striving to remain composed as he pried Nami's hand from his mouth, puzzled. There is a chilling legend about demons on this island, claiming that a curse has been placed upon it. Anyone who utters those 3 words will immediately attract divine retribution. Mike, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper have all faced divine punishment and are now hiding in the cabin to recuperate. The concept of divine retribution was somewhat understandable. Likely a manifestation of Enel's fruit abilities, but a demon's curse? A terrifying legend? Those 3 words? What on earth are they? It seems there was no such narrative in the original plot, and 3 words at that. What could they be? So intriguing. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Yanqing pressed. Which 3 words? No, you must not say it. Nico Robin and Nami simultaneously exclaimed, interrupting Luffy, who was about to respond. Haha. That divine punishment has no effect on me. I can say it. It's 1. Here. As soon as Luffy's words fell, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely in its electric embrace. Ha, how amusing. Just like this, Uncle Yuan, see? It never fails. Luffy exclaimed, brimming with joy, akin to a rubber man weighing over 100 pounds. 1 ear? No. At the sound of Yanqing's voice, Nami immediately leaped aside, and Nico Robin along with Tian Ming instinctively retreated a few steps, while Luffy, being a rubber man, was impervious to electricity. It was unwise for others to engage in such antics. Yanqing looked up, and indeed, another lightning bolt of equal girth struck down from the clouds. Chapter 75, Illusions. The battle against Enel began. Just when everyone believed that Yanqing would be struck by lightning, he bellowed in fury, activating the powers of the Thunder Fruit. Astonishingly, the bolt of lightning made a sharp 100-degree turn mid-air, narrowly grazing the pirate ship before soaring into the distant sky. Wow! What? Tizwa, Tiaming. And Luffy exclaimed in unison, their faces a portrait of astonishment. This brother of the storm was undoubtedly a formidable figure who had transcended realms using a key of authority, truly powerful. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost inviting Yanqing aboard, while Nami stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Robin who first broke the silence. Her curiosity piqued. Senpai, what is happening here? Oh, it's nothing, merely a prank from an old friend, Yanqing replied with a smile, his response intentionally vague. He then turned his gaze skyward, softly addressing Enel. Prepare yourself. I shall be with you shortly. With that, he made his way toward the cabin of the Mary. I'll check on Mike, then I'll take my leave. Inside the cabin, Guale, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper lay in a row on the floor, their bodies charred, mouths slightly agape as wisps of smoke escaped, occasionally twitching amidst the flickering arcs of electricity. Help, help. I can't take it anymore. I think I saw my brother. Guale muttered incoherently. Sanji interjected, wait a second. I think I saw your brother too. Zoro scoffed. You idiot. This must be an illusion. Usopp chimed in. Is it Mike's brother? Witness my 8,000 subordinates. Chopper added. Is this really Mike's brother? How peculiar. Wait. Why are we all experiencing the same illusion? Yanqing approached Guale, delivering 2 swift slaps. Seaweed head. Is this illusion truly so vivid? It feels as though my brother has just slapped me, Guale murmured. Seeing that the group was unlikely to regain their senses anytime soon, Yanqing exited the cabin. I'll leave Mike in your capable hands. Huh. You and Senpai, are you leaving? Luffy exclaimed as he leaped down from the ship's bow. Yes, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Yanqing waved his hand, instantly teleporting away, casting a lingering glance at Tiaming, leaving the latter somewhat flustered. To be so revered by the Straw Hats, Brother Storm, no, Storm Senpai, was undoubtedly a significant figure, possessing invaluable strategies within the pirate world. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Upon departing from the Mary, Yanqing found himself in the vast square before the goddess shrine. Enel sat cross-legged at the center, his golden staff resting before him. Oh, quite the unique appearance you have there. One tea that give you shoulder pain? Enel, having lost one of his ears, had hung the golden pendants that once adorned both onto the single remaining ear, now boasting 4 pendants in total. I did not seek you out, yet here you are. Enel rose slowly, his voice tinged with anger. Last time, I was not thoroughly satisfied. Let us continue our battle. Satisfied? Very well. Allow me to showcase my newfound power. 1 billion volts, Thunder Demon. A searing bolt of lightning first swells dramatically, transforming into a colossal lightning giant, several times larger than the previous god of thunder. Subsequently, this giant swiftly condenses, enveloping Enel in a plasma-like substance. Under the tumultuous embrace of lightning, Enel indeed appears as a fearsome demon. Prepare to meet your demise. Enel morphs into lightning, charging forward, creating ripples in the space he traverses. Yanqing instinctively attempts to teleport, only to find that the lightning possesses an intensity capable of distorting space itself, rendering him unable to activate his ability. Bang! Yanqing is sent flying. Ha ha. To counter your spatial abilities, I have intentionally amplified the lightning to a level that can influence space, even if... I expected Yanqing, struck by 1 billion volts, to be gravely injured, yet he merely dusts off the non-existent debris from his attire, his face adorned with a smile. Had you used this technique previously, it would have posed a significant threat. Thunder release, open. Armament hockey, surrounded by swirling blue steam and crackling lightning. Yanqing resembles a super scion, propelling himself forward with a single push, his speed indistinguishable from teleportation and lightning, arriving before Enel in the blink of an eye, followed by a relentless flurry of strikes. 3 minutes later, Enel is panting heavily, his body charred, since consuming the rumble fruit. It is the first time he has been struck by lightning. How can you wield the power of lightning as well? I learned it from you last time. Learned? Are you jesting? This is not something one can simply learn. After thoroughly experimenting with various skills, Yanqing teleports away, leaving the remainder to Luffy and the others. Chapter 76. Convergence. Hidden tasks. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Yanqing refrained from interfering with Luffy's narrative progression and instead initiated a rampage, accompanied by Yi Qingxian. As they captured pirates indiscriminately. In a mere 2 months, his rank ascended from major to rear admiral, establishing him as the most sought-after rising star within the Navy headquarters. Hey, the deadline for our task is approaching. Shouldn't we head to the Sabaody archipelago? Yi Qingxian inquired, bearing the rank of colonel. No rush. Our final plan has yet to commence. What plan? Given that this is a pirate world, how could we possibly refrain from participating in the renowned Marineford War? No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures, ensconced in bubbles, suddenly descended from the sky. Whoa, I can't stop. I can't stop at all. You're tougher. You cushion the fall. Stop with the nonsense. Put on your exoskeleton armor and you cushion the fall. Ah, boom. With a resounding crash, the bubbles collapsed before Yanqing, revealing 2 disheveled figures, Guolei and Tianming. Salted fish. Qingxian. This is, oh no, the Navy base. After 3 months of being a pirate, Guolei had completely acclimated to his new identity, instinctively wanting to flee upon sighting the Navy insignia. Brother Windstorm, Miss Qingxian, it's good to see you again. Tianming greeted politely. In comparison to the notorious Iron Man Mike with a bounty of 200 million, he appeared merely a nameless little pirate, thus maintaining his composure. Due to his lack of recognition from Luffy, he was not considered a true member of the Straw Hat Pirates. He had merely followed them due to Guolei's presence. Coupled with his lack of combat experience and mediocre strength, he had yet to attract a bounty. With such an entrance, did you run into Bartholomew Kuma? Yanqing quickly surmised what had transpired. It had been nearly 3 months since Luffy set sail, and according to the original storyline's timeline, it was indeed about time for the events at the Sabaody archipelago to unfold, triggering the Celestial Dragon incident, followed by Kuma sending them flying one by one. However, he had not anticipated that Tianming would also be sent flying, especially alongside Guolei to the Navy headquarters. Was this a means of targeting him as their captain? Considering the timeline, Luffy was currently in the Amazon Lily, soon to infiltrate the prison, followed by the Marineford War. Yanqing glanced at the task deadline. There were only 3 days left before the 90-day mark. If he did not undertake some tasks to extend the time, he would miss the opportunity to participate in the Marineford War. From now on, you will accompany me. However, given the peculiar nature of your pirate identity, it would be wise to conceal yourself for the time being. Without any resistance from Guolei, Yanqing transported him into the initial space. To stave off boredom, Yanqing assigned him the task of processing island clouds, shaping them into various decorative items, furniture, and houses. As for you, after attending to Guolei, Yanqing turned his gaze to Tianming, choosing to remain silent, waiting for the other to speak first and reveal his thoughts. Brother Windstorm, I presume you have a highly valuable strategy in mind for what lies ahead. I have now completed the main quest and, thanks to your support, I have reaped significant rewards. Should it prove inconvenient for you, I am more than willing to depart at any moment. However, if you do not mind, I can remain to assist you, foregoing any rewards, and I am open to signing a contract to ensure that your strategies remain confidential. Tianming, understanding Yanqing's intentions, expressed his thoughts candidly. Oh, so you are offering to work for us at the risk of your own life? Yanqing teased. You saved my life once before, and I initially thought that by helping Brother Deer, I could repay that favor. However, upon learning of Brother Deer's capabilities, I realized I had overestimated my own importance. Not only was I unable to repay the debt, but I also found myself causing him trouble. Moreover, Brother Deer has treated me exceptionally well. Even if the assistance I provide might not entail life-threatening risks, I would still feel a moral obligation to help you, regardless of the danger. Quite the eloquent speaker. You've managed to persuade me. If you choose to stay, rest assured that rewards will be forthcoming. However, I must clarify a few points. First, we are a fixed team, and the interests of the group will always take precedence. Your involvement will only be considered when it does not conflict with this priority, so I cannot guarantee your benefits. Second, since you are not a member of our team, I cannot place complete trust in you. To ensure that all actions during our subsequent strategies adhere to command, you must sign a reincarnation contract with me. Not a problem. Tianming readily agreed and signed the reincarnation contract as per Yanqing's requirements. His original intention was to repay a favor and lend assistance. Thus, any reward he received was a delightful surprise. Subsequently, Yanqing instructed Yu Qinxian to assist Tianming in acquiring the identity of a third-class Navy soldier, while he sought out Major General Tao Tu. Sister Tao Tu. Oh, it's you, Yunchan. How rare it is to see you. Ever since you attained the rank of Major General, you seldom visit me, your elder sister. Please, that is hardly the case. I've merely been busy with work. Look, I've come to see you as soon as I returned. Spare me the pleasantries. Just speak your mind. Hiki, well? I've noticed that the base seems unusually busy lately. Is there something significant about to transpire? I could offer my assistance. Indeed. The headquarters has been quite lively recently as preparations are underway to confront Whitebeard. You needn't concern yourself with that. In a few days, I have a mission assigned by the 5 elders alongside Major General Chatu to protect a celestial dragon. You and little Emily shall accompany me. Ah, wait. Isn't this related to the Marineford War? Protecting a celestial dragon of all things. What? Are you unwilling? As long as it is your command. Dear sister, I shall comply. However, you know I am of noble birth, and it is precisely because I despise the noble lifestyle that I joined the Navy. If I have to interact with celestial dragons, I fear I might lose control. Hiki. Yanqing replied with a playful smile. This operation by the headquarters is indeed targeting the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. The captains possess strengths comparable to mine, and one might encounter life-threatening dangers at any moment. In contrast, being with me will afford you much greater safety. Taodu regarded Yanqing with a knowing look. As a member of the Navy, how could one be paralyzed by fear in the face of peril? Humph. Do as you wish. I shall extend my greetings to the warlord of the sea. However, do remember to act with caution and preserve your life. My heartfelt thanks to Sister Tao Tuesday. Upon receiving the notification from the Reincarnation Tower, Yanqing beamed with gratitude like a blooming flower. Triggering the SSS level hidden mission. Marineford War. Mission duration. 10 days. Mission description. The son of Pirate King Roger, Port Gasti. Ace is about to face execution at Navy headquarters. Please participate in this event and witness Ace's demise. Mission reward. 10,000 reincarnation points, significantly enhancing clearance evaluation. Indeed, it is once again a matter of witnessing death. Am I here in the Reincarnation Tower merely to serve as a notary for you?